Chapter 141. Seeing the two people leave one after another, Xiaojio was ignored like air in an instant, and it was particularly awkward in this huge side hall. Xiaojio couldn't help but look at the tea in his hand that had already cooled half, and could only sigh helplessly. It seems that relying on friends is no longer feasible, and I have to rely on myself at the critical moment. Although it was just nonsense, but more people said it, the impact became greater, and my reputation became bad, and it was reasonable that the lady of the family didn't want to associate with her. In desperation, Xiaojio had to leave this place of right and wrong obediently, and wanted to seek help from others again. However, although some old customers were contacted, there were very few people who could keep their promises and put those rumors behind them. The health club was empty, and there seemed to be no other progress. More than a dozen people were just idle, cleaning up when they had nothing to do. Compared with the busy scene in the past, it looked really desolate. I don't know who sighed first, and couldn't help but come to Xiaojio's side and said, "Boss, if we continue like this, I'm afraid we will lose money." Although he has a rich family background, Xiaojio has never done the kind of business that loses money. In addition, due to the problem of preservation, there are some ointments that must be used up within a limited time and prepared in advance. If they can't be sold within the limited time, I'm afraid their losses will be greater, and they can only be thrown away like garbage. Hearing this, Xiaojio also felt a little helpless. At this moment, Zhou Shui came over with an account book and an abacus, and took a trembling look. Xiaojio then tentatively said, "Boss, it's not me who is trying to discourage you. It's just that after we carefully calculated today, we can only have 10 customers at most, and we have already lost nearly 100 taels of silver. Don't ask why we lost so much. It's because the materials for making ointments are expensive, and we have to add the labor costs. It's naturally not cheap when we calculate carefully." After taking a deep breath, Xiaojio scratched his head at this moment. Indeed, this is not a solution. If I lose the business that I have worked so hard to build, wouldn't it make those who are waiting to see me laugh at me proud? The more people try to oppose her, the more stubborn she becomes. This is Xiaojio's innate character. Otherwise, how could she be willing to go against the grain and go against the world? As he said, he waved his hand directly. "Forget it. Isn't there a low period in business anyway? Since our business is bleak now, why don't we just lower the price to attract customers again? I don't believe they won't come. After all, their health club is just because." The reputation was affected, but it was not a problem of other things, so Xiaojio was still very confident. When the flow of people increased, those rumors were gone, and then he would find ways to adjust the price back, right? Although there would be some short-term losses, Xiaojio was still a little proud. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. I will make a new price list later. Then I will make some flyers according to the method I taught you before, and then distribute them on the street. The plan officially started, and the shouts outside the door continued. Don't miss it if you pass by. Our health club is offering a big discount today. Not only will you get a discount, but you could also get an extra facial experience. The voices kept shouting, and as Xiaojio expected, it really attracted some ordinary people to come. Looking at the new price list, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Oh, it's really much cheaper today. Why didn't there have such activities in the past? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so frugal before. As those people said this, they began to spend money arrogantly, with the face of a nouveau riche. Xiaojio resisted the impulse of bleeding in his heart, and could only greet them with a smile at this moment. People gradually began to become bustling, which was better than being empty. As time passed, the health club fell into busyness again. The ladies and the young ladies in the capital also came one after another, but they were not here to pick up bargains. At this moment, looking at the busy figures in the store, there are all kinds of people, men, women, old and young, some wearing coarse linen clothes, some are extremely ugly, and some people even buy on credit. This messy scene is really dazzling, but it seems a bit unbearable to look at. Xiaojio did not notice the unhappy expression on their faces, but greeted them with a smile. At this moment, he said hurriedly, as if he had entered a rich man, "Isn't this Miss Lu and Miss Bai? You are finally here, but I am so anxious." Hearing these words, they said enthusiastically, and with an impassioned attitude, but they could still bear everything. Today, the two people had a stern face, and disdained Xiao's enthusiasm. Instead, they sneered and said, "Boss Xiao has good business today. The health club has a beautiful scene. It's okay that there are all kinds of people. Who are you looking down on by lowering the price so much?" Xiaojio's warm face was firmly pressed against the cold buttocks. At this moment, he was confused by their words. He looked at the two of them in a daze, and asked carefully, "I don't know what's wrong with this lady. Isn't it better to have a lower price? Everyone yearns for something, but Xiaojiu overlooked one point: the vanity and arrogance of the nobles. Facing Xiaojiu's words, the two people felt that the young man looked down at her and said unceremoniously, "In the past, some well-known people came here. I enjoyed doing skin care and health care with them. Now I can only mix colors and can't even put my feet down. You lowered the price so much. Do you think you look down on us?" After talking about it, the ladies were a little dissatisfied with the sudden price reduction, which hit their consumption psychology. They also felt that these people were not worthy of coming here at all. To put it bluntly, it was the arrogance that was at work. Xiaojiu seemed a little confused, and was instantly in an awkward situation. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "I overlooked this point. The reason why there is a gap between the rich and the poor is not groundless. The mentality between the two is very different, and even the world they have seen is extremely different." For these young ladies, Xiaojiu silently lowered the previous price so much, which was clearly an insult to them, and lowered their status. Seeing the two people's aggressive look, Xiaojiu didn't care so much and said directly, "First of all, I do business not to satisfy your vanity, but to help you solve your problems. If the two young ladies want to embarrass me because of the price issue, then I really have nothing to say, but I will not change easily because of you. Now is the difficult time for the health club. It is impossible for her to lose tens of thousands of people in Kyoto just to keep a few big customers. How can she do business like this?" Faced with Xiaojiu's resolute words, the two people's faces changed slightly, and they were even more unhappy at the moment. Miss Bai simply sneered, "I don't even bother to come to your shabby place. I want to see how much money you can make by relying on these poor people. Wait and see." After that, she shook Miss Wang next to her, "Let's go. It's better not to stay in this place. It's really dirty. I feel uncomfortable standing here." After that, the two people just looked up like a proud peacock and swaggered out of the health club. Seeing them like this, it really makes people feel speechless. Xiaojiu sighed and shrugged unconsciously, "Why are you showing off? I don't even bother to do your business. Some people can't be left alone so easily, lest they become more unscrupulous after being spoiled. If you don't know, you might think you are really God." Zhou Shui saw this scene and couldn't help but come up and carefully reminded, "Boss, the families of Miss Wang and Miss Bai are also powerful. If you offend them like this, and they want revenge in the future, our health club will already be in trouble. Isn't it adding insult to injury?" Now these people, it's good enough to be coaxed with a smile, but now their boss is particularly willful. But facing her trembling words, Xiaojiu patted Zhou Shui's shoulders and said firmly, "Listen to me, although we are doing business, we will not humble ourselves to the dust. If some people go too far, there is no need to be polite to them. This is my way of doing business. What's more, even if their family is rich and powerful, Xiaojiu is still the third princess. Even if their parents come in person, they will greet them properly." With a somewhat willful attitude, Xiaojiu simply returned to his seat and directly ordered, "Observe the customer flow, as well as our income and expenditure recently. I will make appropriate adjustments at that time." As time passed, although today's batch gained a lot of traffic, the rumors outside became more and more serious, and the health club still suffered a lot of damage. Even if the price is lowered, ordinary people are unwilling to come in again. Xiaojiu looked at the situation where his daily income was not enough to cover his expenses, and he felt a little entangled in his heart. He gently rubbed his eyebrows and complained, "If the price is too high, they think it is too expensive, and if the price is too low, they look down on it. I really don't know how to serve these ancestors." Chapter 142. Just when Xiaojiu was lost in deep thought, there was another restless movement outside the door, and a big man walked in with a swagger. He didn't care about the girl who was invited to greet him, but walked towards Xiaojiu with big strides. The sturdy and wretched appearance was really unbearable to look at. Xiaojiu looked up slightly, still a little confused, and asked helplessly, "Excuse me, strong men, what are you doing?" Looking at their appearance, they are not usually delicate people. "I'm afraid they are not here to get a facial now." Faced with this, the others couldn't help but sneer, "What else can you do? Isn't your health center offering discounts for beauty treatments? Can't we the men do it? Little beauty." As he said this, he laughed contemptuously and wretchedly, clearly teasing her nakedly. Facing the rude words of this group of guys, Xiaojiu also realized that the other party did not seem to have such a simple origin, and was not particularly simple, but she could not help but frown slightly, with a somewhat unhappy look, and warned directly, "I advise you to be more sensible. This is not a small workshop, and I will not allow you to be arrogant here." After that, she looked at Zhou Shui again, and while the two sides were fighting fiercely, Zhou Shui ordered someone to notify the county magistrate. Those people did not care, but just teased themselves. It has been spread outside. Don't you refuse all men? Brothers are so burly, can't they satisfy you? Why are you pretending to be reserved here? The more she talked, the more explicit she seemed. I'm afraid that unmarried girls would feel shy after hearing this. Qiaojiu seemed a little angry and scolded directly. Keep your mouths clean. You are not welcome here. Get out of here. Although I don't know who gave these guys the courage to go crazy and make trouble here, but being a hooligan in her territory is really ignorant of life and death. Although Qiaojiu has expressed her anger, those people are still unwilling to give in. They are still here and refuse to leave. Instead, someone wants to reach out and tease them. But Qiaojiu directly controlled them with a backhand and pushed them aside. He said angrily without any politeness, "What dare you touch me? Do you know who I am?" The dignified third princess is now being teased by so many onlookers, but the people around are watching the excitement, discussing the previous scandals while speculating on Qiao's next move, which is really speechless. Patting his red and hot face, he tried to keep himself calm. After calming down a little, Qiaojiu shouted again, "Come on, drive these people out. Don't let them run wild in my territory." Several people rushed over and planned to ask those people to leave, but these guys relied on their large numbers and strong bodies to smash things at any time. In a moment, the store was crackling, and the jars were broken all over the floor. You could also hear the provocative voices of those strong men. "Come on, keep coming, fight if you have the guts, see if your things are strong enough to smash." I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen people who are so shameless. Qiaojiu was so angry that he couldn't digest it for a long time. He just kept complaining in his heart. Sure enough, there are all kinds of birds in this big forest. Why am I so unlucky? In this restless heart, he looked again, and saw that the health center was in a mess. He felt uncomfortable, and didn't know what to say. Those people wanted to continue making trouble, but at this time, the government officials had quickly rushed in and controlled those people. "You came just in time, take these people away quickly, they are gathering here to make trouble. I will come back and make a compensation list for you later, you must pay me back everything you lost." Since they dared to throw, he might as well do this business. It's not a loss anyway. After saying this, he waved his hand, although those people were taken away, but the people's discussion was still chattering, still making fun of what happened just now, and some people even began to make sarcastic voices. "Haha, you still learn to be self-righteous in front of everyone. Is it to save your last bit of face? I really can't see that you still have such a mood." That's right, a dignified princess did such an absurd thing that was not faithful to her husband, and now she is pretending to be so powerful, it really makes women lose face. It's a bit disgusting. Everyone spoke as sharp as a knife, and it was hard to listen to. Zhou Shuilian stood up and said angrily, "You don't know anything at all. I've already said that this is just a rumor from the outside world. Why continue to discuss it here? What's the point?" But no matter what she said, no one took it seriously. Qiaojiu could only wave her hand. "Forget it, let's close the shop early today. I'm a little tired." No matter how optimistic and generous she was caught up in the discussion of the crowd, and was often humiliated by those rumors. Her heart was not made of iron. How could she be truly indifferent? Leaving the follow-up to the people in the store, Qiaojiu directly left this place of right and wrong in the crowd's discussion and abuse. 2 days later, after the previous disturbance by those gangsters, the business of the health club became worse and worse. Especially the main store she opened. Because of its large scale, the daily demand and expenses are not small, and now it is not enough to make ends meet. The head shopkeeper was a little anxious. He took the bill and reported to Qiaojiu, "Boss, our expenses are too high. I roughly calculated that in addition to the monthly salary for the servants, there are also our daily expenses. Now we can't support it. Although we minimized the losses every day and made the worst plan, we still couldn't hold on for a few days." For such a predicament, Qiaojiu couldn't help but feel an indescribable ripple in his heart. He could only sigh and waved his hand and said, "Okay, I know about this matter. I will think of a new way." Hearing this, although there was no definite answer, the head shopkeeper felt much more at ease. He asked tentatively, "Boss, our business is not good now anyway. Why not close the shop? What do you think?" After saying this, Qiaojiu immediately shook his head. "You can reduce expenses or lay off manpower, but the shop must not be closed. Now it is at the cusp of the storm. The more we do this, the more guilty we appear to be. We can't let those who come to watch the fun succeed." With a resolute attitude, the chief shopkeeper could only nod helplessly. It was not until the sun went down that Xiao Jiao dragged his tired body back to the palace. If you don't do anything all day, you will feel a little tired just sitting there. Sure enough, when you are idle, you will feel the most tired. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of this sentence and walked towards her yard. However, she couldn't help asking the maid who followed her, "What has the prince been doing these days? I haven't seen him for a long time." Hearing this, the maid answered truthfully, "The prince has been staying by the old lady's side and taking good care of her. He came a few times in the past 2 days, but you were busy with business, so you missed him." Because of the old lady's matter, Xiao Jiao didn't have the face to face Jiang Yifeng. He was afraid that he would be angry with him at that time. Now he heard that he came to find him, but he missed him again. He didn't know whether he was lucky or a little disappointed. He just nodded and said casually, "So that's the case." Then he walked back to the room, fell on the bed, and planned to have a good rest for a while. This day, I was really exhausted both physically and mentally. The window was wide open, and the cold wind at night blew gently, making people shiver. It penetrated Xiao Jiao's thin clothes and directly pierced her skin. Although she was in a dormant state, Xiao Jiao shivered subconsciously and was awakened by the cold wind. At this moment, she sat on the bed with a blank face, but there was an indescribable entanglement in her heart, and she couldn't help but look up at the moon outside the window. It should be round, but it is missing a corner. Even though it also emits silver light, it is not as pleasing to the eye as the full moon. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but sigh, but felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness and frustration. Is it really inappropriate to do business like this? These days, the hardships encountered by the health club have consumed all her energy, and tried every means to save it, but in the end it was a waste of effort. Now that the business is losing more and more, it is undoubtedly a fatal blow to Xiao Jiao. Now that the business is losing more and more, how can she continue to stalemate with the old lady? That night, Xiao Jiao couldn't sleep after waking up, so she simply sat at the window and looked at the moon. The more she looked, the more worried she became. When the sun rose, Xiao Jiao took out the men's clothes that she had kept in the bottom of the box and created a man's outfit. Then she opened the door and found that the maid had fallen asleep on the threshold, and she didn't disturb her anymore. He walked out the door slowly, wanting to relax and relieve the recent stress. Because he got up too early, the outside seemed particularly quiet, with the occasional chirping of birds flying over his head. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but smile. The early bird catches the worm, good. Chapter 143. Then, there were few people on the street. Xiao Jiao also started to wander around, walking around casually, and found it really boring, so I yawned slightly. I should have known not to get up so early. Even going out to relax is boring. It was hard to get up so early, but there was not even a stall outside. Only the breakfast shop opened relatively early, and the others were surprisingly lazy. After Xiao Jiao had a simple breakfast, he felt a little full, and the outside gradually began to get lively. While wandering around casually, he suddenly heard a melodious voice, which was enchanting and charming. "Hey, gentlemen, come and have a look. Today we have a new girl, who is so pretty and well-behaved, and is proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. I guarantee that I will serve you comfortably." A series of shouts. Selling girls is like selling goods, and there is no dignity at all. Xiao Jiao sighed helplessly, feeling that this kind of place was not suitable for a girl like her. Although she was not very girly, she was still a woman at heart. She wanted to leave, but a woman with heavy makeup and fancy clothes suddenly grabbed her sleeve and quickly came over. With a bit of shyness, she said shyly, "Sir, this is fate. Since you have seen it, why don't you go in? Drinking, eating, and listening to songs, isn't it happy? Why do you have to be alone on the street and worry about it?" After hearing this, Xiao Jiao was speechless for a moment. His mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly shook his head, trying to reject the other party's kindness. "No, I haven't been to such a place, so forget it." Xiao Jiao today was dressed in a more neutral style, like a scholar and a pretty boy. In addition, he was tall, so it was normal for people to misunderstand him. But he didn't plan to explain to them. Anyway, it was more convenient to walk like this. There were many people who knew him on the streets of Beijing. If he was recognized later, he would have to gossip about him, which was not very pleasant to hear. However, the woman didn't mean to relax at all. She leaned close to Xiao Jiao and said with a wrong face, "Sir, please pity me. As a courtesan, if I can't attract any customers in this brothel, my sister will be angry again." Looking at him about to cry, I felt pity for him. Xiao Jiao was slightly moved and wanted to give you the silver to send him off, but suddenly he noticed that his skin was a little dry, and he was inexplicably interested. After a little hesitation, he finally nodded, Since the lady has invited me so kindly, if I don't give her this face, it would be a bit unkind. So why not go in? After paying a little entrance fee, Xiaojio was taken to the top of the attic by the courtesan. The woman greeted him very warmly. Sir, this place is in a high position, and the location is very good. Whether you listen or watch the excitement below, it is the best position. This is a place exclusively for courtesans. Others don't have this blessing. As he said this, he looked a bit arrogant. Xiaojio smiled and nodded, and then said, Then thank you, Miss Wakue, for choosing such a good place for me. This is just a little thank you. After that, he took out a bill and put it on the table. It was also his first time to come to such a romantic place. I had to pretend to be like those men and keep giving money. Seeing this, the Huakue was so moved that she almost cried. She looked at Xiaojio in front of her carefully, and she felt happier and happier. The young man is handsome, and his clothes are gorgeous. He is generous. You can tell at a glance that he is a person from a big family. You must serve him well. I was outside the door, and saw that Xiaojio's clothes and dress were not ordinary. How could the Huakue easily block her way? I didn't expect that she would meet a treasure now. In addition to being secretly happy, her attitude towards Xiaojio became better and better, which made Xiaojio feel a little embarrassed. Okay, stop rubbing against me. I'm not used to it. Just drink, eat meat and watch the fun. We are all women, why bother to embarrass women? He didn't react to rubbing against me, which was a waste of his efforts. If she knew that I was a woman, I don't know what this courtesan would think. After taking a deep breath, Xiaojio casually cracked a melon seed and tried hard to ignore the indecent behavior of the courtesan in front of him. Facing the situation of the other party, the courtesan was a little confused, feeling that she was a hot-blooded person, but she was stuck to a cold but for a warm face. I remember looking at Xiaojio in front of me, and I still felt a little depressed. Don't be surprised, 9 out of 10 men are bad. How can I still meet a good one? Is this pretty boy shy? Although, not everyone has such luck. A customer came who is not only handsome and rich, but also doesn't like to take advantage of others. However, if there are any girls with such excellent conditions, why do you have to come here to consult and have fun? With a little confusion in her heart, the courtesan gently sat down beside Xiaojio, holding her arm with one hand, and asked tentatively, My lord, I wonder if you are trapped by love. I wonder what a Yao can answer for you. Hearing this, Xiaojio was slightly stunned. When did I get trapped by love again? It's because of business problems, but you probably can't help me. There are a few women here who can do business. Even if they have this brain, they probably won't sit here, right? With a little helplessness in his heart, Xiaojio just wanted to wave his hand to reject her kindness, but looking at the dry skin in her hands, it seemed that there were signs of cracks. As a professional beautician, it was really hard to watch. After struggling, he suddenly turned his head to look at the courteous courtesan and asked tentatively, Can I see your hand? The sudden words were a bit awkward and tentative, and full of caution. Yao was slightly stunned, but was slightly surprised. If another man said this, she would probably think he was a pervert, but Xiaojio in front of her was different. After working in the industry for many years, she could vaguely feel that the current person was not as dirty and vulgar as she imagined. Then, she nodded shyly and handed her hand over obediently, but she seemed a little shy. Please forgive me, I don't know if it's because of the weather. It looks a little rough and dry at this time, and it really hurts my hand. Just take a look. As a woman, who would like to show their bad side to others. Besides, Yao was a little excited about Xiaojio in front of her, which was something she hadn't encountered for a long time. She didn't want to erase this rare good impression from the other person's heart. However, Xiaojio didn't take his words to heart, but took her hand and began to observe carefully, then nodded thoughtfully, and subconsciously said his analysis. If nothing unexpected happens, the head of your bed should be facing the east. The weather has been dry recently, and you should get up every morning to bask in the sun at home. And you probably don't drink much water every day. Anyway, after a long logical analysis, Yao was amazed. At this moment, she looked at Xiaojio with admiration, and seemed a little at a loss. This young man's analysis is very profound and reasonable. How do you know this? Can you tell fortunes? It's really hard to see that this pretty boy can do such a profound thing, like those cunning old gentlemen. After hearing this, Xiaojio felt a little embarrassed, and hurriedly waved his hands and said, Don't think too much. How can I tell fortunes? But I am a little proficient in women's skin. If you are willing, I can help you improve this situation. What do you think? Another shocking statement. Yao also felt a little panic, and at this moment, she seemed a little unconvinced, and said awkwardly, Although the young master has delicate skin, He is a man after all, and it is a bit too confident to say such words. If it weren't for this, he would have believed it without a doubt from a woman's mouth. But she just thought that Xiaojiu in front of her was a pretty boy who looked like a girl. Xiaojiu didn't argue with her, but just smiled and said, "Can it work, Miss Yao? Let me try it, and you will know. When you go to the market today, I happen to have something that can help you moisturize your skin." After that, Xiaojiu took out the talisman he carried with him. When he opened it, the outside was oily, but when he gently applied it on his hands, it felt a little cold, just like ice cubes touching the skin, but it always made people feel an unusual sense of comfort. Yao was slightly stunned, and the expression on his face changed from disbelief to incredulity. After the other party finished the care, he looked at the cracked part of his hand again and was shocked. "It's really amazing. Just touching it actually changed it. What kind of treasure is it?" Seeing the other party's cheering look, Xiaojiu smiled and replied, "It can't be called a treasure. It's just a necessary moisturizing tool for women. I just took care of it for you. If you stick to it for a few days, you can avoid this kind of thing from happening again. If you like it, I will give it to you." Chapter 144. Seeing Xiao being so generous, Yao didn't know what to say for a moment. He just held the thing in his hand like a treasure, and couldn't help looking at her with gratitude, and thanked her repeatedly. "Thank you so much, I didn't expect you to be so kind. This thing must be very expensive, I can pay for it." Hearing this, Xiaojiu nodded and said honestly, "It is indeed very expensive. It was also 30 taels when it was sold. But we can be considered to have a fate, and now this thing can't be sold, it's not used. Why not leave it to those who need it?" When he said this, Xiaojiu couldn't help but sigh. The things in the health club are not very good now. The skincare products in the store can't be sold, and there are no customers, so these things have become useless decorations. Faced with these words, although I don't know what happened, but 30 cars is not a small number. Yao hesitated for a moment. Her income was not much to begin with, and most of it had to be handed over. Now that she had received a favor from someone, not only did she not give anything, but she kept asking for more. She felt a little embarrassed. She could only look at her gratefully, and after stuffing the box of skin gel into her arms, she suddenly hugged Xiaojiu's arm, and then said with tears in her eyes, "This young man, you are such a good person. I have no way to repay your kindness. If you want to find someone to talk to about being sisters in the future, Yao will definitely serve you for free." As she spoke, her gratitude turned into shyness. Xiaojiu was a little helpless, and she didn't know where her thoughts were drifting. However, Xiaojiu was not used to being called young master all the time, so he said, "Don't call me young master, just call me Boss Xiao, it sounds more comfortable. Anyway, he is the boss." Seeing that it was getting late outside, Xiaojiu did not listen to Yao's idea and stay overnight in response to her grateful attitude, but went back directly. "I really didn't expect to stay in that place for so long. No wonder men like to go there, listening to songs and music, and the beauty serves so attentively that even I don't want to leave." With a bit of self-mockery, Xiaojiu entered the palace all the way, still with the fragrance of rouge and powder from the brothel on his body, and the two guards couldn't help whispering, "Did you smell it just now? There is a familiar fragrance, as if it came from Mengxianju. What nonsense are you talking about? Our princess is a woman, how could she possibly get involved in such a place?" The two began to argue with each other, but even though they thought so, they really couldn't find a reasonable excuse to explain why that strange and familiar fragrance appeared on Xiaojiu's body. Xiaojiu didn't hear the discussion behind him, but just walked into his own courtyard. She lowered her head all the way, still thinking about how to save the health club, but she didn't know that someone was standing at the door, waiting for her for a long time. "Why, you don't even raise your head when you walk? How much do you dislike me? I don't know what kind of tone and attitude it is." Jiang Yifeng felt uncomfortable when he thought of those maids reporting about her coming out of the brothel. That kind of place where all kinds of people are mixed together, there are also the same kind of wretched people. It can be said to be a turmoil. A dignified third princess, as a daughter, actually went in and out of there. It was simply ridiculous. Faced with this wave of unfriendly voices, Xiaojiu was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but look up, not knowing whether it was fear or surprise, and asked a little uncomfortable, "It's so late, why are you here? Don't you go back and rest early? Or is the old lady? The situation is almost better. I don't know if it's because of jealousy." Anyway, Xiaojiu just felt a little uncomfortable all over. As a couple, he was ignored and became a laughing stock. Faced with this confusion, Jiang Yifeng did not answer directly. Instead, when he thought about Xiaojiu's visit to the brothel, he could not suppress his impetuous spirit, and could not help but sarcastically said, "It's getting late now. Why don't you spend the night in that place? Do you think it's honorable to come back so late from that place? Xiaojio was slightly stunned by the sudden sarcasm and did not understand what happened. However, facing the unfriendly attitude of the visitor, Xiaojio was not so hard-working. He had suffered enough grievances these days. In addition, the health club was not doing well, which was annoying. Now he had to come back to suffer this inexplicable anger. How could he swallow it? He asked directly and rudely, "What should I say? Why don't I understand? What kind of place did I go to? If you don't know, you might think you went to a prostitute, but thinking carefully, it seems that you really went to a brothel today. But he shouldn't know about this, right? Besides, it's okay to know. After all, what kind of absurd things can a woman do in there?" With this clear conscience, Jiang Yifeng felt depressed when he saw her arrogant face. "You went to Mengxianzhi today, and you must have been paid a lot by those girls, right? Don't forget your identity. You are the third prince's wife. You are a woman. You represent the face of our entire third prince's mansion. Do you really put your status here? He is a man. He always keeps his duty, and never lingers in that kind of romantic place. But he didn't expect that he would marry a lady he had been thinking about. Could it be that he was confused by the secular world? It's really ridiculous." With a bit of anxiety in his heart, Jiang Yifeng really couldn't control his impetuous spirit, and he also had a headache because the old lady didn't like to cross her legs, and now it's out of control. Who knew that she not only didn't understand him, but went to the brothel to have fun? Xiaojio didn't think there was anything wrong when the other party found out where he was going. "We are all women. I'm not looking for a man. Why are you so excited? If you don't accompany me, can't I go find some people to talk to?" He may not know now that because Xiaojio's business was ruined, many people dared not contact him rashly, but now the situation is out of control. In the final analysis, it was all because Jiang Yifeng was sneaky at the beginning, and had to climb through the window to apologize to her secretly. The so-called surprise has now turned into a shock. Everyone thinks that he has an affair with the outside world, and is an unclean woman. Even if she walked on the street with the identity of the third princess, she would probably be the kind of rat crossing the street, and everyone would shout and beat her. Would she feel good about it? The two people had different opinions on the matter of the brothel, and they quarreled directly without saying a word, and neither of them was willing to give in. Jiang Yifeng felt his eyebrows beating violently, looking at the unyielding woman in front of him, but couldn't help but said angrily, "Since you went to the brothel, do you know that the girls there are especially considerate, and which one is like you? Haven't you learned anything? You actually compared me with others. Have you already disliked me for a long time, and now you don't like me anymore?" Xiaojio just felt a little aggrieved at this moment. She was wholeheartedly for the palace and for him, but now she got such a result. The unreasonable attitude completely made Jiang Yifeng speechless. At this moment, he could only say angrily, "Forget it, I am too lazy to tangle with you so much. Since you don't know what to do outside, just stay in the palace and don't go anywhere recently." After saying that, the man waved his sleeves and didn't give Xiaojio any more chances to argue. He just followed and left. Looking at the other person's back from a distance, gradually disappearing under the dark corridor, Xiaojio felt uncomfortable all over. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and couldn't help yelling behind him, "You are too domineering. Where did I offend you?" But no matter what he said, he was greeted with an empty space. Xiaojio sighed helplessly, but still felt a little unconvinced, so he had to grit his teeth and said, "I have been noisy since I was a child. My father can't be trapped, let alone you." After that, she went back directly. Anyway, she could go wherever she wanted with Xiangfeng, and no one dared to stop her. The next morning, Xiaojio planned to go to the brothel again to see the effect of a Yao using his skin gelling cream. He found that 2 guards were watching at his door. Xiaojio frowned slightly and asked with a bit of dissatisfaction, "What are you doing here?" Hearing this, the 2 people clasped their fists respectfully and replied, "Reporting to the third princess, we are guarding here under the order of the prince. You are not allowed to go out unless there is a special situation. Princess, please don't make things difficult for me tonight." The 2 people's decisive attitude seemed to leave no room for negotiation. Xiaojio was completely confused and wanted to scare them, but it didn't work. He had to say, "Okay, you 2 remember, don't go out if you don't want to." After that, he retreated to the yard helplessly, and slammed the door shut. But then, she went straight to the backyard, looking at the high wall with a somewhat resolute attitude. "I've already said that no one can be trapped, I'm just climbing the wall, it's not like I haven't done this before when I was a child. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, the walls of my own house and other people's walls should be similar, right?" Xiaojio used a large water tank placed in the corner of the wall, put a few stones and stools under it, and then staggered with her skirt lifted up, trying to climb over the wall. Chapter 145. A petite figure in the courtyard was constantly climbing on the wall, trying to create a miracle. Xiaojiu gritted his teeth, and his body swayed left and right with the swaying stool below. He seemed a little nervous, but one hand kept trying to reach the wall. Try hard, you can reach it just a little bit. With such a resolute attitude, Xiaojiu took a deep breath and planned to tiptoe. At that moment, the stool under his feet could not hold back and tilted to the side. After realizing that the situation was not good, Xiaojiu couldn't help screaming "ah!" Then he fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the flower bed below was soft, otherwise his thin body would be broken into pieces. After hearing the noise, the maid ran over in panic, looking at Xiaojiu with a terrified face, still a little confused. "Princess, what are you doing? How did you fall down?" As she spoke, she helped Xiaojiu up, and looked at his green skirt, which was now stained with a layer of yellow mud, and felt a little guilty. Facing the other party's worry, Xiaojiu didn't care about the pain in his body. At this moment, he could only look at the high wall stubbornly, and simply rolled up his sleeves. With this unprecedented firm attitude, he said directly, "I don't believe it. With my many years of experience in climbing trees, I can't climb a wall today. After all, when I was a child, I was also the most naughty person. How could I easily choose to compromise at this moment?" After saying that, she was furious, intending to fight to the end with this wall, and was confused, but it was useless to persuade her many times. Xiaojiu stubbornly wanted to climb up the wall again and again, but she failed every time, and the maid was hit, and her hand was broken in order to catch her. She could only look at him with grievance, and said with a bit of pleading, "Princess, don't be so stubborn anymore. Since the prince won't let you go out, he will naturally not give you a chance to escape." As she spoke, she kept pinching her hands, which were really painful and a little panicked. At this moment, she felt aggrieved as if she had been beaten. Xiaojiu looked at his little appearance and felt a little sorry for him. The pain in his body began to come over him belatedly. He could only sigh and rub his eyebrows slightly. "Hey, what sin have I committed?" With a bit of trepidation in his heart, Xiaojiu still felt a little uneasy. "I don't want to be so stubborn, but the health club is so bad now. If I don't take charge, I'm afraid the shopkeepers will be anxious again. I don't know if I'm in a bad period recently. Anyway, my luck is not very good, and everything seems to be going wrong within a day." After taking a deep breath, Li Changde rubbed his brows and glanced at the aggrieved maid. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. "Tell me, if I go out dressed as you, will they find out?" The maid was at a loss for words. At this moment, she shook her head in fear. "Princess, please don't have such thoughts again. If the prince finds out, he will at least beat us to death." Although Jiang Yifeng is particularly fond of Xiaojiu and gentle, he still has the arrogance of a general on the battlefield. He is not so friendly to their disobedient maid. In order to ensure the safety of their lives, the maids are different from history. Seeing that he looked like he was going to swallow her, Xiaojiu also sighed helplessly. "In a dilemma," I said, "although I can't go out, I can only ask you to run errands for me. Go and help me check the situation of the health club. Just find an excuse. They should have no reason to stop you." Xiaojiu was the only one who wanted to trap Yifeng from beginning to end. "This matter is still easy to discuss." The maid nodded obediently, and went to the health club obediently with an excuse. More than an hour later, Xiaojiu had bandaged the small wound on his body, and the maid had returned, but her face revealed bad news. "What's wrong? Why do you look so cool?" Xiaojiu frowned slightly, and he always hated seeing these disappointing faces. But the disappointment was still to come. The maid said directly, "Princess, I told you not to be angry. The health club's business is bleak now, and the accounts are getting bleak. The shopkeepers are also beginning to report various problems." The maid told the clues she got one by one, without any ambiguity, but Xiaojiu's heart cooled down. Although it was expected, he still felt a little uncomfortable after hearing it. But he could only wave his hand quickly. "Okay, you don't need to say anything more. I know all these things. I will trouble you to go to the health club every day in the future, and report the news to me." After all, it was his hard work. How could he watch him fall like this? The only thing to be thankful for is that this little maid had stayed with him in the health club for a while before, so she was familiar with the affairs, and didn't need to worry too much. As time went by, he still went to the health club every day to check the situation, but the news he reported back was getting worse day by day. Xiaojiu's heart was also cold, and he felt a little uncomfortable all over. The huge pear blossom courtyard. But the season for pear blossoms to bloom is past, and there are only weeds and flowers in all seasons that are constantly competing for splendor, and it always feels like something is missing. Xiaojio sat alone in the yard. He did nothing, but his body seemed a little exhausted. Looking at the tea that was stained with fallen leaves at some point, the leaf was floating gently on the surface, and it looked like a leisurely boat on the river, but I couldn't hold my heart, and I couldn't help but start to think, is all my hard work really going to go to waste? I was sitting in the yard and sighing to myself, when the maid suddenly came over. Today, she looked more nervous than before, and her face was full of big words that something bad had happened. Princess, something bad has happened. Something big has happened in the health club. This is something I can't decide. As the maid said this, she almost knelt down in front of Xiaojio in excitement. Looking at her panicked look, Xiaojio was already used to it. After all, after these few days of tossing and turning, she was more or less able to bear it psychologically. Okay, you have been with me for so long. Don't you know what it means to be more open-minded and calm? Thinking about myself, although I am not a respected person, I am open-minded and cheerful. The most enviable thing is that I can look at things in a broad mind. Hearing this, the maid moved her lips slightly, and now the alliance had to say in panic, the prince said that your health club is not doing well, so he has put pressure on the shop assistants to close the shop, and he is planning to send them all away. Another shocking statement. Xiaojio had been prepared for the bad news to come, but she didn't expect it to be a bolt from the blue. This thunder directly hit her body, and partially, it was simply to take her life. Xiaojio was immediately frightened and pale, and at this moment, it was as if a spring was installed on her buttocks. She quickly jumped up from the chair and said in panic, the prince really has such a plan, didn't you stop him? Hearing this, the maid looked aggrieved and complained, Princess, it's not that I don't want to stop it, but I am powerless. In order to save the web page that was almost recorded in the health club, I'm afraid you have to come forward in person to deal with this matter. What he said was not without reason. Xiaojio sighed helplessly. At this moment, he felt uncomfortable all over. Oh, it's really a sin. Why did I encounter such a bad thing? Isn't it easy to do business as a woman? Why do other people's business go smoothly? But it's a series of twists and turns for me. Like a huge wave, I wish I could drown him in it. Without thinking carefully about why he wanted to do business, it was to give him a backer in the third prince's mansion, to protect the woman's face, and to break the damn rules. Now, no one understands his painstaking efforts, but it has brought him a catastrophe, which really makes people impatient. No, I must find the prince to make it clear about this matter. He can't do this to me. This is all the hard work I have spent. With a somewhat impulsive attitude, Xiaojio really dared not neglect his steps, but he was grabbed by the arm by the maid just after taking 2 steps. He quickly followed with earnest advice. The more at this time, the more you can't be impatient. According to my understanding, the web page is now determined. If you insist on going against him, I am afraid it will be counterproductive. Although it sounds a bit unhappy, there is still a lot of truth in it. Xiaojio scratched his hair in annoyance, paced back and forth, and simply sat back on the stool, feeling a little restless all over. What do you think I should do? The things that support my family are all being taken away. Do I really have to be a good wife and mother in the palace and fight with those concubines every day? I'm not that bored. Instead of doing this, it's better to find something to do, so that I can become stronger and have the strength to compete with them. Chapter 146. Under the advice of the maid, she finally decided to calm down after a long time. She did some exquisite dressing, and put on the skirt she had customized a few days ago. She also cooked delicious food and wine, and filled a large table. Even through the high walls, the fragrance could be smelled from outside, and passers-by couldn't help swallowing their saliva. What is the princess doing inside? Why is it so fragrant? Although she was curious, the door was closed and few people could see through it. She had nothing to say except envy. Looking at the table full of rich dishes, and the carefully decorated environment around, the maid couldn't help but show admiration, and couldn't help but sigh, Princess, you are really amazing. I didn't expect that you can go to the hall and the kitchen, and you can be both civil and martial. It's really admirable. There are probably not many women in the world who can do this. But it sounded a bit strange. Xiaojio frowned slightly, but couldn't help but look at her curiously, and asked with a bit of amusement, I understand that she is good at literature, but how come she is good at martial arts? I am a virtuous and weak woman, but Itachi can't even beat a chicken, let alone martial arts. Hearing this, the maid subconsciously said, when you teach people a lesson, your posture is not inferior to others fighting, and men like the prince who are so outstanding in martial arts and heroic, all submit to you obediently. Isn't that martial arts? It's not clear whether it is a compliment or a derogatory word, but it always makes people feel a little weird. Xiaojiu coughed twice, and didn't care about it anymore. She just waved her hand, and didn't want to listen to his flattery. You'd better ask someone to invite the prince over. No matter what excuse you use, you must fool him. Don't waste my efforts. The most important thing is that the matter of my health club must be settled, so as not to be taken away by him. It will be a loss. Hearing this, the maid didn't dare to neglect it, and hurried out to invite Jiang Yifeng. What a coincidence, she happened to meet him just leaving the study. He looked like he had nothing to do. This was a rare opportunity. Holding her breath, the maid came forward and blocked Jiang Yifeng's way. She quickly followed and said respectfully, Your Majesty, Wang Fei said he wanted to have a good talk with you. He specially prepared fine wine and delicacies, and waited for you in the yard. I hope you can give me some face. Faced with this sudden remark, Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned. His heart, which had already regretted and wavered, seemed to have gained a step at this moment. But on the surface, he pretended to be arrogant and said, What can she say? Is it about the health club? This is what he said. I don't know how to answer it. If I know that Xiaojiu has such a purpose, I don't know if he is willing to go there. After all, it is such a naked hangmen banquet. Not everyone is so stupid to run over to join in the fun. The maid was confused and shook her head, and then said flatteringly, What are you talking about? I have to be locked up in the yard. I was bored recently, and realized how good the prince was to her. Now I regret it. I just want to apologize to the prince for my past mistakes, so I specially prepared some rich feasts. If you don't go, it will be a bit disappointing. This is a very convincing statement. Jiang Yifeng nodded with satisfaction, a barely perceptible smile on his lips, and then he put his hands behind his back in a proud and arrogant manner, and just wanted to nod and agree. But another little maid rushed over, with a nervous attitude on her face. Prince, something bad has happened. The old lady's illness seems to have recurred, and now her body is constantly twitching. Then you should go and see her. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng's face suddenly changed, and he had no intention of eating. There was plenty of time to apologize, but the old lady's illness could not be delayed. At this moment, he glanced at the maid who was still waiting for news, and didn't have the extra energy to entangle with him so much, and said directly, Since she really wants to apologize, it shouldn't be a problem to wait a little longer. I have something to do now, so I won't bother you anymore. Go back and report. After that, he strode directly towards the direction of the old lady. With such a reply, the maid returned to Lihua Garden. Seeing Xiaojiu carefully decorating the things on the table, she looked like a good wife and mother. Compared with her usual self, she was completely different. Xiaojiu seemed to have heard footsteps, and raised his head. Without saying anything, he said happily, Prince, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. But when he looked closely, he was disappointed to find that the maid was the first to step forward, and there was nothing behind her. Xiaojiu couldn't help but frown slightly, and asked with a somewhat tangled attitude, What's the situation? Didn't the prince come with you? Or did he not want to come at all? When she thought of this, Xiaojiu felt uncomfortable all over. Jiang Yifeng had not come to see her once in these days, and he would not let her go out, as if the princess had become a decoration in the palace. Seeing the misunderstood attitude, the maid hurriedly shook her head and explained, Princess, don't be excited first. The prince is not coming, but he was delayed by something. He asked you to wait for a while. However, how long it will take is still unknown. Having said that, Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief. She said that she was not troubled by the waiting, but felt more calm in her heart. Fortunately, I thought he didn't want to see me anymore, but I didn't expect that I was just overthinking. Take a deep breath. Xiaojiu sat back in his seat. As long as he could look forward to the person he was thinking about, it would be fine even if he waited for a while. But as time passed, the sun had already set, and the dishes had been heated up several times, but the person he was thinking about never showed any signs of coming. I almost couldn't help but yawn slightly, looked at the situation in the sky, and couldn't help but feel a little entangled. I looked at Xiaojiu tentatively, and then carefully advised, Princess, we have been waiting here for several hours. The prince probably won't come. How about I take these dishes away, you go to rest early, and we can talk about anything tomorrow. Although he said so, Qiao shook his head stubbornly, but if he said he would come, then he will definitely come, he will never lie to me. With such an unswerving attitude, although he was a little uneasy in his heart, his eyes were bright, and he was unwilling to relax a bit. He always believed that the person he was looking forward to would definitely appear in front of him today. After taking another look at the slightly sleepy maid, She felt a little sorry for her, so she waved her hand. You have been here with me all day, go down and rest. I can stay here by myself. Hearing this, the maid shook her head in confusion. I am not tired. It is a blessing to be able to accompany the princess. Okay, let's go back quickly. If the prince is waiting, it will be inconvenient for you to stay here. Under such a dismissal, coupled with the fact that she was tired, the maid did not insist on going on, and she retreated obediently at this moment. Until the moon was hanging high above her head, the cold wind made people shiver, and Xiaojiao also felt a surge of sleepiness, and at this moment, he couldn't help yawning. Looking at the full moon in the sky, it seemed to be entrusted with the thoughts of countless people. I was afraid that if I just took a look, I couldn't help but start to feel melancholy. With a long sigh, a burst of unexplained emotion lightly broke through the sky. Hey, will you not come after all? With such an uneasy attitude, Xiaojiao supported his elbows on the table, his slender hands gently supported his head, his eyes were slightly green and drooping, and a wave of sleepiness surged, as if he was about to fall asleep at any time. At the same time, after Jiang Yifeng was busy with the old lady's affairs, he also planned to come to see Xiaojiao with a try mentality. But unexpectedly, I just walked into the door with a hurried step, but I saw a woman sitting on a stool in the dim candlelight in the courtyard, and she seemed to have fallen into fatigue. The delicious dishes that were placed before seemed a little eclipsed because they had been left for a long time, which could not deny Xiaojiao's painstaking efforts. Jiang Yifeng's expression could not help but be slightly moved, with a trace of complex emotions flashing on his face. He quickly took off his cloak, gently stepped to Xiaojiao's side, and covered her with it. Seeing the woman's slightly sad face, Jiang Yifeng felt more and more sorry, and an indescribable guilt surged into his heart. Gently holding her hair, he couldn't help but say with guilt, I'm really sorry, I'm doing this for your own good. It's better to be a dignified third princess, and stay in the palace than to be pointed at by those people. You should be able to understand my painstaking efforts after suffering so much anger. Jiang Yifeng still stubbornly believes that everything he has done is for the beloved woman in front of him, but who knows that Xiaojiao is not in a deep sleep at this moment. Hearing all his words, he seems a little unhappy. He slightly opened his eyes, sat up straight, and said with a bit of anger, So, this is the reason why you deprived me of all my hard work. Chapter 147. Originally, he planned to beg for mercy again and use a meal to resolve the complicated contradictions between the two, but who knew that what he got in return was no understanding at all. The last line of defense in Xiaojiao's heart was also completely broken. At this moment, his eyes trembled and stared at the other party, as if he wanted to get a relief. The struggle was useless, revealing a pitiful look, which really made people feel distressed and helpless. Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that it would happen so suddenly, but frowned again. What nonsense are you talking about? Can't I support you? The dignified third prince's mansion can't even support a princess. If this gets out, wouldn't it be ridiculed by the world? I thought that the third prince's mansion was so poor and miserable that it had to rely on a woman to make money to support the family. It was simply a great shame. Although I have always supported Xiaojiao in the past, I can't bear to see him go through hardships and exhaustion every day. It would be better to close the shop. Wouldn't it be better if I started it earlier? Hearing this, Xiaojiao sniffed and stopped entangled with him. He said directly, Forget it, let's divorce. I no longer see the trust and support you had in the past. Even so, our love for each other ends here. The unwavering eyes, the voice that tried to contain sobs, and the tears that could fall at any time, all appeared on Xiaojiao's face. The complex emotions intertwined together, seemingly forming a colorful picture. But the two words divorce directly stunned Jiang Yifeng. At this moment, he looked at her in surprise, and felt that everything just now seemed like a dream. Do you know what nonsense you just talked about? Even if there were many bad moods and emotional problems in the past, because he never thought that there would be such a sudden behavior, what about the promise of being in the same boat and growing old together? Is it just empty talk in his eyes? Jiang Yifeng was also full of anger at this moment, and naturally he was unwilling. This is absolutely impossible. The king treats you sincerely, and naturally he cannot abandon his daughter. It sounds very high-sounding. To put it bluntly, he is reluctant and unwilling. However, Xiaojiao has already thought of this, and simply said directly, It's okay not to leave, then you will pay back all the money you borrowed from me before, as well as the expenses of managing the palace, various living expenses, and, as the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Xiaojiao settled all the details, from small meals, shopping, to the huge sum of money borrowed before. The mouth was like counting beads, which was really depressing and hard to guess. Jiang Yifeng was speechless for a moment. Fong Zida stared at him in confusion, feeling a little bewildered. What do you mean? You clearly know that I have given all the money to the secret army. Isn't it obvious that you are embarrassing me by saying this now? Although there is no worry about food and clothing in the palace now, if a huge sum of money is really taken out, it may not be as easy as imagined. Just raising an army privately is time-consuming, labor-intensive and costly. This is obviously taking advantage of others' misfortune, but Xiaojio did it on purpose. He wanted to take advantage of the fire at this moment, and he couldn't do anything about it. I don't care. If you don't want to be reasonable with me, then return what you owe me. We will go our separate ways in the future. I don't mind if we keep this status. This firm attitude and resolute breath seemed to mean that he didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore, even if it was just to be a facade. Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath. I really didn't expect it. I thought that you and I were deeply in love, but now you say such hurtful words. It seems that I misjudged you. Jiang Yifeng's big hand slapped the table directly, and he couldn't help but take a look. The dishes on the table looked extremely ridiculous. I really didn't expect that you waited so hard just to tell me these things. You must have taken great pains, but I don't buy it. If you want to divorce, this is impossible. I will give you some time. You should think about it carefully and don't regret it. You know, if a woman is divorced by her husband, it will be a lifetime of infamy. In a strict family, she can no longer be the legal wife. After that, without giving Xiaojio any more extra words, he stood up and walked away from this annoying place with long steps. Looking at the other party's resolute back, Xiaojio couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart, and the choked voice finally came out of his throat. If you don't believe me, why do you have to trap me? Have you ever thought about my feelings? Xiaojio looked up at the sky calmly, and didn't expect that the carefully designed Hongmen banquet would eventually become a farewell banquet. The moonlight was bright, and the night passed without reason. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng never came to the garden again, but the guards outside increased their intensity, as if they were declaring war on Xiaojio. As long as you don't allow me, don't ever think about leaving my side. Like a trapped beast, Xiaojio repeated his actions every day, and even his range of activities was limited, mainly because he was a little bored. The maid couldn't figure it out, and couldn't help asking, Princess, what happened between you and the prince that night? But I feel that the prince is getting more and more angry. It stands to reason that as long as Xiaojio is angry and begs for mercy, there will be no problem with the relationship between lovers. But things seem to be counterproductive, and become more and more complicated and difficult. Seeing the puzzled look of the little maid, she sighed quietly. One hand casually pinched the bright red flower buds in the yard, and there was a little more helplessness. Perhaps we are both wrong. There was no specific answer, but this weak voice seemed to express complete helplessness. The maid did not continue to ask, nor did she say anything. The others just served Xiaojio obediently. When the weather got cold, she went to get a cloak for her to put on. The days were still like the flow of mountains and rivers, and there was usually no room for rest. Jiang Yifeng had been sleeping in the study for several days in a row, and he only felt a headache and depression. Is there no movement in Le Huayuan? What he wanted to wait for was just a simple apology. He was Xiaojio, and if there was a little regret, he might soften his heart immediately. However, the guard shook his head and said, the princess makes tea and drinks water every day, wanders around the yard casually, trims flowers and plants, and does not make any other noise. She looks sad, but seems to be contented, and seems to enjoy such a life. I don't know if what I said is right, but looking at the other party's gradually gloomy face, it seems that I understand that I am wrong, so I shut my mouth obediently. The whole study was dull and silent. Jiang Yifeng threw the book in his hand aside irritably. At this moment, he couldn't help scratching his head, feeling complicated as if he had overturned a 5-flavor bottle, which was not a good taste. However, the two people's discord was seen by outsiders. In fact, Bai Yu could be regarded as a subtle observer, and at this moment, he was happier than anyone else. The woman casually fiddled with her slender nails, with a smile on her lips. Her face was like a peach blossom. If she didn't speak, she would be exquisite, like an exquisite doll. It's a pity that she has a not very pleasant mouth. You said that since that night, the relationship between the two has become increasingly chaotic, and they haven't seen each other for several days? Following this, the maid nodded and added, moreover, the prince has been sleeping in the study for several days, and it seems that he is competing with the princess openly and secretly. What are your plans? If the relationship between the two has become so stiff, Bai Yu would be sorry for herself if she doesn't do something. At this moment, she waved her hand, and casually lay on the chair with her legs raised. She was so happy that she didn't want to leave. This is God's help. Although the woman herself doesn't cherish this kind of relationship, then don't blame others for stealing her love. After finishing speaking, she held the teacup slightly with one hand, shaking it gently around her mouth, looking thoughtful. After a moment, she suddenly had an idea and waved to the maid, "Come here and do as I say. You can say that the prince has been staying at the concubine's place recently, and he doesn't want to leave at midnight every day." After saying this, the maid was slightly stunned. Isn't this a fabricated thing? Others won't take it to heart. Perhaps others will not take it to heart and think it is nonsense, but Xiaojiu, who is locked in the pear blossom garden, is now a prisoner. How can he know what happened in the outside world? Moreover, the relationship between the two was not strong to begin with, and it was reasonable for Jiang Yifeng to go to another woman to anger her. Under Baiyu's arrangement, the news quickly reached Xiaojiu, and it was exaggerated. Xiaojiu was slightly stunned, but pretended to be arrogant and said, "What does this have to do with me? This is his own business. Even though I am the princess, I have no right to interfere." After that, she found a place to sit down and asked the maid not to mention any news about this matter. However, she still felt a little uneasy. The court began to change rapidly, and the party members were divided into two factions, one supporting Jiang Yifeng and the other supporting the emperor. At the same time, the emperor had become wary of Jiang Yifeng, who was powerful enough to compete with him. Chapter 148. In order to weaken Jiang Yifeng's personal power, the emperor deliberately let him spend money, first borrowing money to finance the construction of a new reservoir and the development of the river. However, this is a huge expense, and the three of them really can't afford it. After the court, two officials came to Jiang Yifeng's side, and now they followed with a flattering face and spitted. "This emperor is clearly deliberately causing trouble for the treasury, but he just wants to make money from you. Isn't it obvious that he wants to weaken your financial strength and make you unable to stir up trouble?" Although he said so, if he refused with various excuses after the emperor's order was issued, he would probably arouse other suspicion. If someone went a step further at that time and checked the accounts of the three princes' mansions, they would find very few. Then according to the whereabouts of the accounts, they would probably find out about the secret army, and then it would be a real loss. So now they can only sacrifice the small to protect the big. Jiang Yifeng raised his eyes slightly, and looked at the endless sky in the distance. Although he was somewhat open-minded, his heart was like the clouds rolling and fluctuating. For their enthusiastic accompaniment, Jiang Yifeng just smiled and shook his head, and then said, "Thank you two adults for considering me. The construction of a new reservoir in our country can be regarded as serving the people. There is nothing to refuse for this matter that I have no obligation to do. Although this matter cannot be known to others, and it is even more impossible to borrow money from court officials, there are too many people and eyes, and if the news leaks out, the matter will become even bigger." With a bit of helplessness, Jiang Yifeng returned to the palace all the way. He felt that he could not drink tea for a long time when he sat in his seat. His mind was floating, like a fish in the water, swaying up and down. What can we do? If we can't get the money for the new reservoir, it will be difficult to end it. I can't use the army's money, so I can only think of a way myself, but this is the most difficult thing. A familiar figure appeared in my mind. Xiaojiu. But on second thought, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly shook his head. "No, I absolutely can't bow to her at this time, otherwise, will our relationship really break because of this money? This is the greatest stubbornness Jiang Yifeng can get. He hasn't paid back the money he owed before, so how can he easily borrow money again and put himself in an unjust situation?" These days, Jiang Yifeng stubbornly took out all the savings in the third prince's mansion. It was difficult to even maintain basic life. He had to reduce expenses and sent away many maids and servants. "That's your indentures. From now on, you will all return to farming. The three princes' palace has a lot of people, and we no longer need those useless and idle people." After saying that, at Jiang Yifeng's signal, the butler distributed the indentures to the corresponding servants one by one, and completely sent them away from this luxurious place. Firstly, there were indeed too many people, and no place to use them, which was a reasonable excuse. Secondly, one less person means one less mouth, and one more mouth to eat. After those people left, Jiang Yifeng looked at the butler again, making the butler confused. He hurriedly said in panic, "Prince, although I am old, my bones are still strong. I can definitely do my best for you. Please don't drive me away." The others were dismissed, and this ambiguous look naturally made people panic. Jiang Yifeng smiled and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, you have been in my third prince's mansion for decades. How can I bear to let you leave like this? However, I have to trouble you for the next thing. The palace has encountered some difficulties recently. I hope you can reduce the expenses of everyone to the minimum. The old king is the person he trusts most in the entire palace. He has been with him since he was a child. He doesn't plan to hide anything at this moment." Facing these words, the housekeeper nodded very tactfully, and then said firmly, "Your Majesty, don't worry, I will definitely do things properly." After saying that, he was about to leave, but suddenly heard a command from behind. "If it is what the princess wants to do, let her do it, but don't save money on her." Hearing this, the housekeeper was slightly stunned, and finally nodded very cooperatively. Meanwhile, inside the pear blossom garden, Qiaojiu counted the days he had been trapped for 4 days, living a repetitive life every day, except for the change of weather. It seemed that there was nothing special. "Is there anything new happening outside? Why don't you tell me about it? It's really boring. I thought I could still be stubborn, but who knew that I couldn't stand it after just 4 days? The yard is big, but people will get bored after working for a long time. How can it be as free and easy as the fresh world outside?" Hearing these words, I was still slightly stunned, moving my lips, not knowing how to say it. As if noticing the other party's unnatural expression, Qiaojiu had a bad premonition in his heart and couldn't help asking, "If there is anything, just tell me directly, I won't blame you." Whether it was the bad news from the health club or other things, Qiaojiu had long been powerless to save the situation, and now he could only fight like a trapped beast here. Since the other party was so decisive, the maid didn't continue to hide it, and could only say quickly and clearly, reporting to the princess, "I don't know why," suddenly cut down on expenses, and dismissed a lot of idle servants. "Except for you, everyone else must be frugal. I always feel like something has happened." Although I don't know the specific situation, normal people can understand that this is definitely a prelude to something bad. The third prince's mansion has fallen to the point of being short of money. Isn't this obviously a joke? Qiaojiu was slightly stunned, and seemed a little impatient at this moment. "Are you sure you are not promoting the spirit of thrift? Anyway, whether it is modern or ancient, shouldn't this be the idea?" The maid shook her head. "I seem to have heard that the emperor asked the prince to invest in the construction of the reservoir, which will cost a huge amount of money. And I also heard that the prince has sold all the valuable things in the mansion, but it seems that it is not enough. If it is based on the previous situation, the new reservoir can still be considered to have surplus money, but now all the money is used to do other things. How can there be any surplus money?" Qiaojiu was slightly stunned. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, it seems that the emperor can no longer tolerate the third prince, and now he plans to exploit his power in an alternative way. As the saying goes, you can't move without money. The emperor obviously grasped this point, and didn't want Jiang Yifeng to stir up trouble again. He had to admit that he made a brilliant move. Qiaojiu couldn't help frowning, and one hand slightly pulled the corner of his clothes. Although he still had a little opinion about Jiang Yifeng in his heart, he couldn't ignore it at this moment. "Forget it, you go and prepare the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. I want a letter to bring to my father. He will definitely help the third prince overcome the difficulties. There is a problem with the health club now. Not to mention that they can't take out so much money. Even if they can, with their current relationship, I guess the other party won't accept it calmly. This matter always needs a strong middleman." In a blink of an eye, Qiaojiu's handwritten letter was sent to the Qiao family. Xiaoming used the glasses made by Qiuqiu to look at the content of the letter, and couldn't help but be a little more surprised. After closing the envelope, he took a deep breath, still looking somewhat helpless. The third prince's palace is short of money. Although there were many who didn't believe this, since it was sent by his own daughter, it was certainly not fake. After struggling for a moment, Xiaoming continued to hesitate and directly said, "Someone is here, go to the bank to take out all the money, load it up in a carriage, and send it to the third prince's palace with me. I need it urgently." 2 boxes full of silver can be regarded as a lot of money, and ordinary people can't use it up in dozens of lifetimes. For those who do business in Kyoto, it is really difficult to move forward without a deposit. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng, who was still troubled by money, suddenly heard a report, reporting to the prince, "Master Qiao is here to visit." Faced with this, Jiang Yifeng didn't know what to say, and naturally there was no reason to refuse. He could only adjust his mood a little, and then let him in. But unexpectedly, following Xiaoming closely, there were several servants carrying large boxes. Looking at their struggling appearance, I don't know what heavy objects were in them that could make them fly with milk. Jiang Yifeng hurried over. After all, he was his father-in-law. Although he had some conflicts with Qiaojiu, he still had to be respectful. "Father-in-law, you haven't been here for a long time. Are you here to visit Qiaojiu suddenly today?" Hearing this, Xiaoming glanced at him coldly, as if he didn't like him very much, which made Jiang Yifeng a little panicked and scared, fearing that the other party was here to care about the matter between him and Xiaojiu. However, Qiaoming said directly, "Nothing, I just suddenly remembered that the dowry I gave to my daughter was a little less, so I came here today to make up for it. It can be regarded as your things. After all, the person is already yours. I just hope that these dowries will allow you to treat my daughter well, and let her not suffer any grievances." Although Xiaojiu did not explicitly state the conflict between himself and Jiang Yifeng, anyone with a discerning eye could see that if there was no conflict, then why did Xiaojiu personally visit Jiang Yifeng for such a matter as borrowing money, but instead conveyed it in a letter? Obviously, he just didn't want certain people to know. Chapter 149. After the words fell, he only looked at Xiaojiu and looked at the people behind him. Those people immediately opened the box, and the white gold appeared in front of them. It was hard to tell how much there was, but it was definitely enough for him. Seeing the shining gold, it was really dumbfounding. Jiang Yifeng was stunned on the spot, and felt that everything was like a dream. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He swallowed subconsciously, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. I don't know how long it has been since I saw so much money at one time. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the poorest prince. Father-in-law, what are you doing? There is no need to say more words of gratitude. Just remember what I said, and take good care of my daughter. I don't want to see her suffer any grievances, otherwise I will take back the dowry at any time. The reason why the dowry was used as an excuse was just to give Jiang Yifeng a face, and also to stop the gossips. Otherwise, if the father-in-law gave money to his son-in-law, wouldn't it be obvious that the third prince's mansion had no money? It wouldn't sound good if it got out. Faced with this, Jiang Yifeng waited for a long time, and didn't know what to say. He took a breath and said with gratitude, "Anyway, thank you father-in-law for your help this time. Yifeng is very grateful, and will definitely take good care of Shujiu, and won't let her suffer any grievances. Don't worry. Jiang Yifeng is not a fool. Although he knows that the dowry is just a cover, the reason is just because of his wife, who is hard-mouthed and soft-hearted." Seeing his half-sincere attitude, Qiaoming didn't care about anything else, just waved his hand slightly. "I don't have time to be nagging with you here. There are so many businesses waiting for me to do, otherwise where will the money come from? Although it is just a merchant family, there is no official rank in it, but with the attitude of being rich enough to rival a country, Qiaoming can be regarded as admired by others. It's a pity that despite having such an excellent father, women's business is not favored after all, and Xiaojiu has long been despised and disliked." Seeing Qiaoming about to leave after delivering the things, Jiang Yifeng didn't dare to neglect him, and hurriedly greeted him, and sent him away. Looking at the figure of the clothes going away, he felt a little tangled and uneasy. It's obvious that you forgot it in one book, but you still have to say such hurtful words. What exactly does it mean? Slightly closing his eyes, Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, and listened to the exclamations of those people in the yard around the full of gold. Jiang Yifeng didn't hesitate, turned around and began to give orders. "Count the amount of gold, be sure to be very careful, and then report to the engineering department, and start the construction of the new reservoir immediately." After these orders were given, they immediately took action, which could be regarded as a temporary solution to the urgent problem. Jiang Yifeng was still hesitating whether to go to see the woman with a hard mouth and a soft heart, but he was afraid that if he went, he would be greeted with verbal battles and sharp words that he was not happy to hear. Just as Jiang Yifeng was sitting in the yard, drinking wine sadly, he was still in a dilemma. The housekeeper suddenly came up and said with a little panic, "Your Highness, something bad has happened. The princess has lost her appetite recently for some reason. She hasn't eaten much and doesn't see people. This person said that she doesn't move around in the yard much and stays in her room every day. I suspect she is sick." The sudden words were like thunder, which frightened Yifeng so much that he jumped up from his seat. He looked at him with a panicked look and felt a little uneasy. He couldn't help but blame him and said angrily, "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Why don't you call a doctor quickly? What if something happens?" Hearing this, the housekeeper quickly followed and echoed, "Your Highness, don't worry. Someone has been asked to invite a doctor. I just don't know if you want to go and see her. Maybe Wang Fei needs someone who can care about her now." After saying this, Jiang Yifeng naturally couldn't sit here, and hurriedly stepped towards Li Huayuan. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a series of coughs coming from inside, which turned into panic, and his heart trembled. Jiang Yifeng rushed in quickly, and just opened the door. He saw a woman lying on the bed, with a weak face, constantly making low groans. The doctor had just finished the consultation, and saw Jiang Yifeng suddenly, and couldn't help but be shocked, and hurriedly greeted respectfully, "Your Majesty, Why are you here? Nonsense, this is my beloved princess. How can I not come after something like this happened? As he said, he hurriedly asked, how is she now? The doctor didn't know what to say after hearing this. After struggling for a while, he answered truthfully, Your Majesty, you don't have to worry too much. The princess just caught a cold. I have already prescribed medicine and asked someone to boil it. It will be fine twice a day. It was said lightly, but Xiaojiao was most afraid of bitter things. Wasn't this obviously torturing her? Feeling distressed, Jiang Yifeng waved his hand casually and sent the doctor away. Then he sat down by the bed again, looking at the somewhat decadent Xiaojiao with a distressed face. He gently pinched her forehead and comforted her. Why are you so stupid, woman? If you had known this, why did you have to go against me? Now you are asking for trouble. Hearing this, Qiao didn't say anything. Instead, she supported the bed with her elbows, trying to sit up. Seeing this situation, Jiang Yifeng did not dare to neglect her and quickly helped her sit up. However, seeing that she was about to get out of bed, he had to follow her wishes. Until Luo sat down at the desk, he walked a few steps without making any sound, which was really suffocating. Jiang Yifeng looked at him picking up the pen and ink, and was really confused. So you are already like this, so you still want to write something? However, Xiaojiao was still speechless, just silently wrote the first two words on the white letter paper. Divorce. Obviously, it was two seemingly insignificant big words, but it went straight into people's hearts. Jiang Yifeng stood there like a fool for a moment, and he couldn't believe that it came from his arm. At this moment, he shook his head and said angrily, I don't know what I am doing. Do you really want to say goodbye to me? Can you really give up the relationship between us for so long? A series of questions. Xiaojiao seemed indifferent, one hand just stubbornly twisted on the paper, because of the illness, so the pen was a little bit distorted, but it did not affect its beauty and the content of the courseware. I have been looking forward to you for several days, and finally you are here, and it is not in vain. This is obviously a hidden meaning. Jiang Yifeng frowned slightly, and seemed to understand something in an instant. What does this mean? Could it be that you deliberately planned this cold, just to call me over and sign this divorce letter for you? What he said was not wrong at all. In order to get rid of this endless abyss as soon as possible, Xiaojiao took advantage of the cool night last night, and the cold wind, and directly poured a basin of cold water on himself. That cool feeling was truly deeply rooted in people's hearts. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and finally succeeded in reaching such a point, and met the person he wanted to see in his heart. Although his hands were trembling slightly, every word was clearly written. Jiang Yifeng couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he suddenly grabbed her hand and instantly became a little timid. Okay, let's stop making trouble. I know I was wrong. I will do my best to support you in everything. Don't be angry anymore, okay? At this moment, facing the determination of the woman in front of him, he really felt unprecedented fear and terror. He dared not imagine what kind of bad and decadent picture life would become when he left his side for a long time. With the sudden pull of the other party, Xiaojiao's big words suddenly slashed down, leaving a long ink mark. He couldn't help but glare at him, looking at the other party's nervous and guilty posture. He really couldn't bear it. After taking a breath, he continued, Okay, I won't hide it anymore. Actually, I want to travel outside to learn and do business better. I don't know when I can come back. Since I can't accompany you forever, it's better to break up and end it cleanly. Originally, I wanted to say goodbye to him in this way, but who knew that in Jiang Yifeng's eyes, I was so important and had an infinite bottom line. Such an excellent man held me in his palm, like a pearl, and I really couldn't bear to hurt his heart anymore. Facing these words, Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned. So, you were not angry with me from the beginning, you just wanted to find a way to do business? Xiaojiao nodded, but stubbornly began to write. Since you already know, you should also understand my painstaking efforts. Now that the palace is short of money, I can't let you take it all alone, right? Moreover, she couldn't just watch the health club she had worked so hard to run go to waste. Perhaps only by heading to the world of real business can she achieve her desired goal. Chapter 150. Facing the other party's behavior and the explanation just now, although he was a little reluctant. However, Xiaojiao also did it partly for himself. How could he live up to her kindness? After Jiang Yifeng calmed down, he gently pinched him with one hand, and said directly while writing a book, But I have understood that I misunderstood you before, and I shouldn't have lost my temper with you like that. While speaking, he took out her pen again, and then smiled. Don't write this kind of thing in the future. Do you know how sad and desperate I was when I heard the word divorce from your mouth? For a moment, Jiang Yifeng even felt that the air around him was sucked away by someone, and he was almost suppressed and couldn't breathe. But fortunately, Xiaojiu's heart was still with him, and the relationship between the two was not as bad as imagined and difficult to heal, so he was relieved. Xiaojiu was slightly stunned, and seemed a little hesitant, but I want to find a way to do business. I will go to brothels, various complicated places, and the black market. As a princess, if this kind of thing gets out, I'm afraid it will only humiliate you. With such torment and concerns, Xiaojiu really couldn't bear to drag Jiang Yifeng down. After all, he did everything on his own, so why should he implicate innocent people? Before she finished speaking, Jiang Yifeng blocked her mouth directly. Don't say these stupid things to me. We said we would grow old together. You are my princess for life. If even you are disgusted, who else can I accept? Although the words seemed to be bland, they seemed to be extremely penetrating directly into Xiaojiu's unspeakable, trembling heart. But after swallowing his saliva, he still felt a little incredible. You weren't very opposed before? Why did you change your mind now? It's not necessary just because you were in a momentary mood. I said I wouldn't implicate you, so I will never be stubborn to the end. This was Xiaojiu's last stubbornness, but for Jiang Yifeng, it seemed like a bayonet stuck in his chest. Unconsciously, Jiang Yifeng stretched out his hand and gently grasped the other's palm, and then sighed deeply. It was indeed a little impulsive at the beginning, and the matter of the old lady has always been brooding over, but later I thought, what's wrong with people's inherent pursuits? Not to mention that you are doing it for me. How can I still talk nonsense? So, Xiaojiu nodded with emotion, and asked tentatively, regarding the matter of the health club, you won't force it to close, will you? This is my hard work. The health club is Xiaojiu's main source of income. Now that he has finally opened a branch, he doesn't want to end it in the hands of the person he loves the most. Jiang Yifeng shook his head, and no longer had the stubborn attitude before, but just smiled and said, don't worry, from now on you are my creditor and my most beloved princess. As long as it is something you want to protect, he is insignificant, and this king will protect it for you even if he risks his life. These powerful words are really touching. Xiaojiu could no longer suppress the restlessness in his heart. He held back the tears that were about to well up in his eyes, and rushed forward, knocking the other person to the ground in a slightly awkward manner. When the two looked at each other, it seemed that they were so close that they could touch each other if they were a little closer. Xiaojiu was a little panicked and tried to sit up, but was held by the other party, as if he was going to push them down. Their stomachs pressed together, and they seemed to be one step closer. My dear princess, do you know that we have been in a cold war these days? My mind is really itchy. Now you are making me commit a crime, aren't you? After saying that, he pressed his backhand and directly buckled on Xiaojiu's top. Just as it was about to be clear, he suddenly heard a slight cough from Xiao, which directly interrupted Jiang Yifeng's impulsive thoughts. Jiang Yifeng quickly sat up and pulled Gu Jian, who was pressed under him, up from the ground. He rubbed her back slightly and said with a guilty look, I almost forgot that you caught a cold. You can't catch a cold. Fang Kai was really impulsive. Take a good rest. Anyway, as a couple, we have a long time to live together. Don't do such stupid things again in the future. So, Xiaojiu smiled and nodded. Since the prince has given the order, I will naturally listen obediently. But I can't let the prince worry anymore. It's also a sin. The two looked at each other with affectionate eyes, and there was an ambiguous scene in the room unconsciously. Just now, a maid came in with a tray. I thought she was going to send some snacks to comfort Xiaojiu, but I didn't expect to see the two of them up and down, and I felt a little embarrassed. I quickly said in panic, it's my poor eyesight. I shouldn't come here at this time. I go out now, and won't let anyone disturb you. With a bit of panic in her mind, the maid hurriedly followed him out, and closed the door directly. Seeing the hurried little appearance, Xiaojiu looked at the man in front of him again, and the two smiled at each other. Everything seemed to disappear in this shallow smile. Xiaojiu took a good rest for 2 days. At Jiang Yifeng's request, every time he went to that kind of romantic occasion, he would dress up specially to prevent others from recognizing his identity. But there were still a few bodyguards to follow him. If he offended someone who shouldn't be provoked in such a place where all kinds of people were mixed, it would not be good to get hurt. The days passed slowly and leisurely, and the news of people getting along again created a bit of irritation in Baiyu's ears at this moment. Baiyu was holding a blue and white porcelain vase from the previous dynasty, and smashed it to the ground without any hesitation. She couldn't help but get furious and said, it's ridiculous. How can a vixen be so resourceful? She said she would make peace. Doesn't she really take me seriously? She may not understand what it means for a couple to quarrel at the head of the bed, and make peace at the foot of the bed? It's not so easy to interfere in the relationship between the two. Just look at the blue and white porcelain vase that was smashed to the ground. It was already broken into pieces at this moment, and there was no point in saving it. You know, this is a top-notch treasure, one is priceless. How could he smash it to the ground without blinking an eye? It really makes people feel a little distressed. The little maidservant next to her swallowed her saliva slightly, and then she came up again, with a stiff upper lip, and carefully comforted her. Miss Bai, don't be angry first, maybe the two of them are just pretending to be in the eyes of others for the sake of their status, and they are not actually reconciled. This comfort was really not to the heart's content. Bai Yu glared at him unhappily, and said sarcastically, only a fool like you would say such a foolish thing. This huge palace, aren't you going out to do something? Who are you putting on a show for? The implication was that he had determined the fact that the two of them had reconciled, and he was even more annoyed. He grabbed a teacup casually, and the more he saw the maid trembling, the angrier he got. It's all because of you useless people. Usually I ask you to give some advice, but it's useless. Now you are talking nonsense here. After saying that, he threw it unceremoniously. The maid was naturally scared, and subconsciously dodged it. Looking at the white porcelain teacup, it was priceless, and it fell to the ground and broke into pieces with a snap, which was really heartbreaking. For a moment, he even wished that it was himself who fell to the ground, and it was worth it to exchange it for such a white jade porcelain cup. You dare to hide from me? Are you tired of living? Let me teach you a lesson today. Bai Yu was angry but had nowhere to vent, so she simply picked up a branch from the side, which she usually broke to beat the servants to vent her anger. This branch hit the maid who had just dodged, and she heard a sharp scream coming from the front. Otherwise, she would feel a little pleasure. Miss, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, and don't do this again. The aggrieved look, if you don't know, you would think that she was insulted by an unclean person, and now she wants to jump off the building to commit suicide. However, the more clearly she yelled, the happier Mei Yu felt. It seemed that some abnormal psychology was at work, and she kept whipping with the stick in her hand. She stopped for a while, until she was tired. Seeing the maid covered with bruises, she couldn't help but said angrily, You are an eyesore. Get out of here. You don't have to serve me anymore. I don't know how many times this month the maid has been replaced. She is so pitiful that it makes people feel sick. And because of the old lady, Xiaojio didn't dare to make a big noise every time he went out. He was very careful, and tried not to let the old lady find out. As long as the old lady was out, she would definitely stay in the room and pretend to be sick to be safe, so the old lady didn't know what was going on. When she was free, she used the beauty methods and ancient books to study how to become a man. My face is too neutral after all. It would be bad if someone recognized me by mistake. A few days ago, she almost ran the risk of being recognized when she went out dressed as a man in men's clothes. Now it has inspired Xiaojio's fighting spirit in this regard. After 2 days of unremitting efforts, Xiaojio finally used the methods in ancient books to study the human skin mask. In order to see how good the effect is, he specially took this thing to wander around outside, and asked everyone he met, This girl, do you know me? Chapter 151. The people who were questioned were all confused by the sudden appearance of this strange man. Xiaojio could only lie that it was his cousin who came to visit, and he also took out a token to show them, so that others believed it, but they still talked about it privately. Don't mention it, the princess's name is really beautiful. Isn't it? I don't know if she is married yet. Come on, even if she is married, you are not eligible. After Xiaojio left, several people were talking there wantonly, and it seemed more and more heated. However, a maid behind them heard it, and couldn't help but come up and join in the excitement, and asked directly, What are you talking about here? The sudden voice pulled everyone's thoughts back. Seeing that it was someone around the concubine, they didn't dare to gossip, so they had to report the matter immediately. Xiao Chui was slightly stunned, but at this moment, she was a little entangled. I haven't heard that the princess is going to invite a cousin to come as a guest. How come he suddenly appears out of nowhere? With a little entanglement in her heart, Xiao Chui couldn't help but follow their instructions, and followed the so-called cousin to join in the fun. Looking at the tall figure, although the figure is thin and well-proportioned, it is more like a woman's figure, slender and well-proportioned. Xiao Chui felt more and more distressed, and followed the footsteps little by little, but found that this so-called cousin actually walked directly towards the pear blossom garden where Xiaojio was imprisoned, and she couldn't help but be shocked. Didn't the prince say that no one is allowed to approach here? Why is he here? Did the teacher give permission? With complicated and tangled emotions in her heart, Xiao Chui followed him with increasing curiosity. Xiaojio didn't notice the movement behind him, but just weighed his steps. At this moment, He was walking around the high wall and came to the backyard in a blink of an eye. In order not to alert the enemy, he disguised himself as being under house arrest. In the eyes of outsiders, he couldn't easily reveal that he had been released from house arrest, otherwise it would be inconvenient to go out in the future. Xiaojiu looked around in this hesitant body, and then he carefully came to the high wall again, and even climbed up the high wall with a wooden barrel he had prepared in advance. This time he jumped down and finally landed safely. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chui was shocked and covered her mouth in fear. Did I see it right? This man actually climbed over the wall and ran into the princess's yard. Could the two of them have some affair? There is a difference between men and women, and with this sneaky attitude, it is as if the words bad intentions are written directly on their faces. Even if someone doesn't want to be alone, it will be useless. In panic, Xiao Chui did not dare to neglect more, and hurriedly followed the footsteps, and went directly back to the place where the concubine lived. She made it clear about the so-called cousin, which surprised the concubine. Did you see it clearly? The maid nodded and said with certainty, I saw the man climb in with my own eyes, and his behavior was extremely sneaky. If it was really a simple cousin, why would there be such a cautious relationship between the two? I'm afraid there is a private affair between the two. In front of the concubine, Xiao Chui spoke without restraint. He Fei, however, was moved by the words, and could not help but be overjoyed. He looked out and slapped his palm on the table, which was so joyful. I really didn't expect that this woman looked noble and proud on the surface, but in fact, she was just like that. She actually cheated on the prince. I want to see how you explain it later. Although Jiang Yifeng had reduced her to a humble life in her own courtyard, as long as she could defeat Xiaojiu, she still had some room for recovery. Besides, having an affair with her cousin is no small matter. Hearing this, Xiao Chui was slightly stunned, and asked tentatively, Madam, do you want me to go out and publicize it? If we make a big fuss about this, we might be able to catch them in bed, and see how she explains it. Hearing this, the concubine quickly waved her hand, and shook her head, and then glared at her unhappily, denying, Are you stupid? The relationship between the prince and the princess is as solid as a rock. Where can we take advantage of it? If we publicize it now, it will undoubtedly be like stirring up trouble. By then, people will be on guard, and where can we find definite evidence that they are having an affair? So it is natural to take this matter slowly and steadily. As long as there is a momentary mistake, the concubine can take it as a lifeline in her hand, and she is not afraid that Xiaojiu is cunning and wants to fool this matter. Having said this, Xiao Chui did not act rashly, but just quietly waited for the driver that the concubine kept talking about. At the same time, Baiyu had already sent someone to call Xiaojiu over, on the pretext of praying for the baby in her belly. Xiaojiu stood at the door, and looked at the maid who came to deliver the message. He couldn't help but feel a little entangled in his heart. Finally he said, I know. I will change my clothes and go over later. You go back and report first. After that, he closed the door directly. He turned around and saw the maid listening beside him. He stepped forward and said, Princess, are you really going? That Baiyu is being attended to you for no reason. He is either a traitor or a thief. I'm afraid that praying for you is fake. He wants to use this to murder you. Seeing that the other party was so anxious, Xiaojiu had no reason to be so attentive. She felt a little more warm-hearted, and then smiled lightly. Don't worry, as the saying goes, when the enemy comes, the general will stop it. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. She has already hit this child, and she has raised her head to find me. If I can't get through, I'm afraid I will be criticized. As he said, he walked into the house again, and teased casually, Besides, I want to see what tricks this woman can play. The two of them have been fighting for so long. Baiyu can only be called a defeated general in her hands. Naturally, she will not admit defeat, lest she thinks she can do it. After casually picking a plain and elegant dress and dressing up reluctantly, Xiaojiu went to the place where Baiyu was, that is, the ancestral hall. This place is where the spirit tablets of ancestors are placed, and it can be regarded as a place where blessings gather. Xiaojiu stood here and looked at so many memorial tablets, but she felt a little creepy. She looked at Baiyu, who was smiling, and she felt that there was a knife hidden in her smile, and she had the impulse to kill her at any time. After struggling for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, You are going to bring me here to pray for blessings? I thought we were still going to go to a temple or something, but I didn't expect it to be so hasty. Hearing these incredible words, Baiyu turned her head slightly to look at her, and replied with a faint smile, What's the matter? There are ancestors here, and they can naturally bless you and your child. Does the princess think there is something wrong? If I deny this, I don't know what the old lady will think when I go back to tell her. Shouldn't I say that she is disrespectful to her ancestors? How can she serve others in the future? Xiaojiu swallowed slightly and swallowed what she wanted to say, then smiled and said, Miss Bai, what are you talking about? I am the princess of the third prince's mansion, and a member of the Jiang family. It is naturally my honor to stand here. It's rare for this guy to buy himself two good faces today, and I don't know why. But since we are already standing here, we are not afraid of him doing something new. Then he asked, since you agreed to bring me here to pray, you can't just stand here all the time. Can't we do something? This reminded Bai Yu of something. She suddenly slapped her head and apologized with a big laugh. I'm sorry. I forgot about it just now because I was excited. Princess, please take a look at this. As Bai Yu spoke, she took out a large jade plaque in her hand. It looked like the best mutton fat jade and looked quite decent, but what does this have to do with praying? Xiaojiu's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't quite understand. What's the story behind this thing? Maybe it's a magical instrument of Guanyin, the goddess of childbirth. After all, this jade rui is inlaid with rubies, which looks very luxurious. Maybe I guessed it right. Bai Yu smiled lightly. There is no special story. Maybe I accompanied the old lady to the temple before, and was blessed by the Buddha by chance. This jade rui is of extraordinary significance. The old lady and I believe that it is very meaningful, so it must be of good significance to you and the child. Seeing Bai Yu suddenly change, he was particularly respectful and polite to himself. Xiaojiu couldn't help shaking his shoulders, and felt a little creepy. It's strange. Did this guy take the wrong medicine today, or was he possessed by someone? Why did he change so much? Not to mention, once Bai Yu became serious, he felt a little uncomfortable, but he still nodded in cooperation. Looking at Xiaojiu's confused face, that look of disbelief, Bai Yu didn't intend to explain more. Instead, he looked at the sky outside. The sun had risen high, just right above their heads. Then he spoke again. Well, now the time is almost up. Please kneel with me in front of the ancestral temple, and use this jade rui as a blessing instrument to bless you and your child to be safe and sound. After saying this, Bai Yu came over, holding the jade rui in one hand and supporting Xiaojiu with the other hand. He was so gentle and considerate that he wanted to kneel down with her, which made people feel a little uneasy. Come on, I do it myself. Xiaojiu shyly shook his arms and knelt down quickly, but his eyes kept looking back and forth at Bai Yu. Chapter 152. After everything was ready, Bai Yu kept mumbling to him, saying some words of blessing to her uncle and the so-called child in her belly, which made people feel particularly comfortable. What on earth is this guy up to? She is so normal that she is almost not like her. It's not that Xiaojiu is narrow-minded, it's just that the sudden change is so fast that it's hard for people to adapt. But when he was daydreaming, Bai Yu suddenly handed over the jade rui in his hand and said with a smile, Princess, the prayer is done. Next, you hold this jade rui, and then think about the safety of mother and child in your mind, and the Buddha will definitely bless you. Although it was a bit mysterious, Xiaojiu still opened his eyes obediently, spread his two palms apart, and wanted to hold the jade rui in both hands to take it. As if it was something sacred, the jade rui was handed over to Xiaojiu's hands, like a big treasure, heavy, but it made people feel an incomparable sacred awe. It's really so magical. Although I'm not a theist, I have to admit that once the sense of ritual arises, everything will become grand. After taking the jade rui, Xiaojiu lowered his eyes and wanted to look at this sacred object, but when he looked closely, he found something wrong. He couldn't help but look up at Bai Yu and said, Why are there so many cracks on your jade rui? The cracks are so numerous that they almost run through the entire jade rui. It feels a little uneven to the touch, as if it was thrown by someone and then deliberately assembled. Hearing this, Bai Yu laughed and said, What nonsense are you talking about? The jade rui is intact. Please be careful, princess. If it is damaged, it will be troublesome. This is both a threat and a warning, which makes Xiaojiu feel uneasy. He can only hold it carefully in his hands, and dare not feed it too much. However, no matter how careful he is, when he picked up the jade rui and wanted to change its position, and put it in the palm of his hand, the jade rui suddenly broke. The two sides began to be unbalanced, and were about to fall into pieces. Xiaojiu was so scared that he dropped the jade rui on the ground, then jumped up in surprise, looking a little bewildered. He looked at the broken thing with a panicked face. At this moment, it had become a mess. He couldn't help turning to Bai Yu and asking, What's the situation? Why did it suddenly break? I said there was a crack on it. As he spoke, he was glad that he had reacted in time, otherwise if this thing was sleeping on his hand, it would not be a good thing if it cut his finger. However, Bai Yu didn't care about the panic it revealed, and the behavior that almost got injured just now, but looked at the broken jade Rui in panic, and couldn't help glaring at Xiaojiu, and then said angrily, "Princess, you are really too much. This is a gift from me and the old lady. Why did you drop this jade Rui directly on the ground? It's too inhumane." This bite back made people speechless. Xiaojiu was stunned for a moment, and quickly shook his head and said, "I showed you just now that when I borrowed that thing, there were many cracks on it, but you didn't listen. You clearly saw that it broke in my hands, and then I threw it on the ground." But no matter how he explained, Bai Yu didn't listen to a word. Instead, he lifted his skirt and left the ancestral hall in a rage, leaving Xiaojiu alone, looking a little lonely and desolate. "No, what did I do wrong? It was obviously broken by himself. You saw it, right?" Turning his head to look at the maid who followed him, Fawn also nodded quickly. "I can testify that he did sleep by himself, but don't you think it's a little strange? This thing is obviously the best mutton fat jade, made of extremely hard. Why is it so magical that it suddenly broke when it fell into Xiaojiu's hands, but there was no movement when it was placed in Bai Yu's hands? Is it intentional, or is it really that God is blind and gave him such a bolt from the blue?" With a little anxiety in his heart, Xiaojiu also seemed a little at a loss at this moment. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress his inner depression, but he couldn't help but stroke his eyebrows with one hand and rub them casually to relieve his pressure and emotions. After a long sigh, he looked up to the sky and howled, "It's really unlucky. Why did I have to get into such a mess? I don't know what Bai Yu will do when she turns around. Since it has become like this, the things have been broken, and naturally there is no way to save it." Xiaojiu picked up a piece casually. "I want to see what's going on." He looked at the crack. It seemed that there was something wrong, and subconsciously rubbed it with his hands twice, and there was a trace of white transparent strips. In an instant, he couldn't help but suddenly realized, yes, this thing was originally broken, and someone deliberately glued it together. Did she do it on purpose to trick me? Xiaojiu swallowed his saliva, and at this moment, he seemed to be more and more depressed. But at this moment, Bai Yu went back and reported the matter of Yurui to the old lady without any exaggeration, and insisted that Xiaojiu deliberately broke this precious thing and ignored her good intentions. The old lady was so angry that she slapped the table with one hand, and the lid of the pot jumped twice, which seemed to symbolize her anger at the moment. "It's really unreasonable. I treated her so well, but this woman didn't know how to respect me. After she got pregnant, she really didn't take me seriously. She touched my face in front of my ancestors." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Under Bai Yu's instigation, the old lady directly asked someone to find Xiaojiu and confront her face to face. Facing Bai Yu's sharp words, she insisted that she was arrogant and domineering, and it was the old lady who broke Yurui's heart. She felt a little depressed. After taking a breath, he continued, "Madam, this matter is really not my fault. Bai Yu did something to Yurui and deliberately framed me. Please understand, madam." After defending himself, he couldn't help but glare at Bai Yu coldly. "You know what you did. Why are you talking nonsense here? I hope you will take care of yourself, and don't let me down for my trust in you. Before, I thought she was so kind because she had reformed, but I didn't expect to be hit so hard." Bai Yu didn't think so. With the old lady's attention to Yurui, and the fact that Yurui was broken in Xiaojiu's hands in public, Xiaojiu couldn't explain the whole story even if he had 10 mouths. At this moment, the old lady was getting more and more angry. Xiaojiu simply used the same trick again, and said directly, "Old lady, think about it carefully. I am already pregnant, so I naturally want to do everything I can for the child. I am naturally grateful that you can ask for the jade Rui for me with such kindness. How could I be so stupid as to offend you in front of our ancestors?" Using the relationship of the child, the old lady can always keep things quiet. When talking about the child, the old lady seemed a little hesitant again, and the fire that had just risen just now unconsciously subsided a little. Bai Yu curled up her fists slightly, and she was so angry that she couldn't help but said angrily, "When something happens, you know how to use your own child as a bargaining chip, as a shield. Who knows if there is really a child in it? Others are pregnant, they are all well served by 8 sedan chairs, but she just happened to be pregnant. As a mother, she is not only doing business, but also running around. How can she look like a pregnant woman?" Although Xiaojiu has suspected this matter for a long time, he has no evidence and can't act rashly, so as not to make the old lady unhappy, and he may pack up and leave at any time. This happened to touch upon the old lady's opportunity. She had been looking forward to the arrival of a grandson, so how could she allow anyone to destroy her hopes? She could not help but glare at Bai Yu and warned him sternly, "No matter when and where, I hope you can pay attention to your identity and the way you speak, and don't just say things that spoil the fun. This killed Bai completely. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only admit his defeat and shut his mouth. Despite Yurui's matter, the lady still felt a little unhappy, but after all, she had a child to support her, so she had to endure it even if she was unhappy. Just at this moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from outside. Old lady, I think there are some things you should not make so early conclusions. Even if she is pregnant, it is still unknown whether the child is our heir. The sharp voice, familiar accent, and the words full of provocation really made people feel a little uneasy. Xiaojio couldn't help but turn his head and see the concubine wearing a gorgeous dress, swaying her body and talking. The cold eyes glared at Xiaojio coldly. The words just now were not satisfactory, but they were also meaningful, as if there was some secret that could not be told. The old lady frowned, and the blue lines on her forehead were clearly visible. She was getting more and more restless. Why don't you keep quiet? What nonsense are you talking about? As the concubine of the prince, you are well-educated and well-mannered. How can you say such absurd and unreasonable words? If it weren't for the fact that the concubine had a strong support from her mother's family, the old lady would naturally not be so polite to her. They usually get along harmoniously, but now that she said something unpleasant, she is a little unwelcome. Chapter 153. Faced with the old lady's unhappy attitude, the concubine did not show any fear, but faced the challenge head-on. At this moment, she laughed wantonly and said with infinite sarcasm, Old lady, I am not talking nonsense. My maid saw a man sneaking over the wall into the princess's yard. After saying this, Xiaojio was slightly stunned and had not reacted yet, but immediately denied it. Don't talk nonsense there. When have you seen a man in the yard? Relying on the long-standing grudge between the two, Xiaojio naively thought that she was making something up out of nothing and started to make up stories without evidence. My wife couldn't help but frown slightly, but it was related to the face of the third prince's mansion, so she naturally couldn't be ignored. She said directly in a stern voice, You are talking more and more confused today. Is there something wrong with your brain? Faced with this blame, the concubine was still not afraid, but locked her eyes on Xiaojio. With a playful look on his face, he said, What? Am I wrong? I heard recently that your cousin is very arrogant in the palace. I specially asked someone to inquire about it. You didn't let your cousin come over at all. Then who is the so-called cousin? Another shocking statement. Xiaojio looked at it carefully for a moment. Could she be talking about the appearance of me disguised as a man before? Who knows that this appearance can be misunderstood, but it is indeed too similar. Most people can't tell the difference. In fact, it is just to test and confirm the existence of such an identity, so this excuse was made. But the so-called cousin does not exist. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojio tried to suppress the restlessness in his heart. No, I must not let them know about this, otherwise how can I go out and play in the future? Originally, I just need to change my appearance again in front of them. But I pretended to be pregnant to do business outside, which was already very unpopular. If they knew that I played these weird things, I guess they would not let me touch anything. In order to defend my humble sovereignty, Xiaojio was absolutely unwilling to tell this matter unless he had no choice. Seeing Xiaojio silent for a while, with a look of embarrassment flashing on his face, the concubine felt more and more ecstatic, and at this moment hurriedly added fuel to the fire and said, Old lady, you have seen it all. If he has a clear conscience, how can he be so shy? It is obvious that he is guilty. It must be said that if this guy pretends to be a storyteller outside, he can probably make a lot of money, and his stories are really more bizarre than one another. The old lady also began to doubt Xiaojio's attitude, and couldn't help but twist her eyes slightly, obviously mixed with a hint of ambiguous taste. With a somewhat unhappy tone, she directly questioned, As a princess, you should explain this kind of thing. The cousin of unknown origin climbed over the wall to enter the courtyard, and the broken jade Rui. The so-called new accounts and old accounts are settled together, which is also the old rule of settling accounts. Xiaojio was slightly stunned, feeling a little embarrassed. He took a deep breath, then smiled and said, Madam, please listen to my explanation. Rui's incident was really an unintentional mistake. The strange man who climbed over the wall was actually a doctor. After saying this, the concubine covered her mouth and laughed mercilessly. Doctor? Do you think we are all fools? What kind of doctor needs to sneak over the wall so secretly? Is it a doctor who is having an affair with you? This is really not human words. It is really hard to refute. Xiaojio hid a pair of jade hands in his sleeves. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress his rapidly beating heart, lest he accidentally jump out, and then it would be embarrassing to reveal his true identity. Took a deep breath, simply gritted his teeth and spoke, saying loudly, "This is the doctor that the prince invited for me. He wanted to check my pregnancy status, but because the rules could be broken during the confinement, he let the doctor climb over the wall. No matter whether his excuse is reasonable or not, anyway, he has thrown out such a backer. Even if they don't want to admit it, then you absolutely have no room for negotiation on this matter." Several people were slightly stunned, and you couldn't help but join in the fun. Thinking about what happened today, it was fun to be noisy. Oh, the prince is not a person who doesn't know how to adapt. Could it be that you are using Wang Li's name to cheat here, and say some nonsense that shouldn't be said? The sarcastic voice really makes people feel uncomfortable. Xiaojio took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anxiety in his heart, and then glared at her. "You are not even as good as a maid in this third prince's mansion, as a wild girl of unknown origin. Do you have the right to speak here? Shut up." In fact, Xiaojio has tolerated him for a long time, but this guy really doesn't know the limit at all, acts recklessly and arrogantly. Although she always called Xiaojio the princess, she didn't take her seriously at all. Who could tolerate such a thing? If she didn't teach her a lesson, she really thought she was just a sick cat. Bai Yushang was hit hard by the sudden words. Taking advantage of Xiaojio's difficult situation, she started to complain to the old lady with a wronged face. "Old lady, you see, I mentioned his guilty conscience, and he was a little anxious and uneasy. It is obvious that he must be using netizens as a cover. Otherwise, please come and confront her face to face, and see how she will quibble then." Just like that, Jiang Yifeng was still busy with official business in the study, but because the matter they said was related to Xiaojio, he had to put down everything and ran to the old lady's yard without stopping. Looking at these women rarely gathered together, it was not a harmonious and beautiful scene. Some people were too proud, some were very aggrieved, and some were very angry. What on earth happened? Jiang Yifeng hurried over and looked at Xiaojio, who had been kneeling on the ground. He subconsciously wanted to help her up. Just as he stretched out his hand, he was directly scolded by the old lady. "What are you doing? Do you want me to help him up again? Don't you see what kind of character you are as a lady?" Although he wanted to save the child and didn't want to make it difficult to rescue him, the continuous attacks and the old lady's age made it impossible for her to bear such a panic scene. In his heart, he had already regarded the woman in front of him as a fickle person who had an affair with the outside world. A long time ago, wasn't there a rumor that she had a secret meeting with a man outside? Maybe it was true. Jiang Yifeng didn't dare to act rashly and asked directly, "Even if you want her to kneel, you have to tell me why. You didn't call me here to watch the fun, right?" This full of indignation, as if his wife had been caught by a trick, really made Bai Yu and the concubine next to him feel a little angry. The concubine took the lead in taking on the responsibility of scolding Xiaojio, adding fuel to the fire, exaggerating rhetoric without ambiguity, and making blunt metaphors. Finally, he emphasized, "You have to be careful. Fei Wang was previously rumored to have had a secret meeting with another man. Now the so-called table has openly climbed over the wall and entered her yard. I'm afraid they have been secretly giving and receiving for a long time. The child may not be yours." After saying this, Xiaojio now wished that he was deaf. He scolded him so badly. If the situation allowed, I really wanted to get up and slap him in the face and tell her how to produce evidence to explain the matter. Jiang Yifeng was also confused by what he heard, and only saw the woman next to him gently pulling his sleeve. Then he shook his head again, shook his head sincerely, and said, "Your Majesty, don't believe that the man who climbed over the wall is the doctor you found for me. You also said that you asked me to call him cousin because you have a good relationship with her." His timid voice and aggrieved attitude made people feel a little bit sorry. Jiang Yifeng's lips were moving slightly at this moment, his mind still in turmoil. Although they knew that this matter had nothing to do with them, those people took this opportunity to ask, "Prince, this is not the first time that the princess has met with a man in private. You don't have to give her face anymore. Just expose her hypocrisy in front of us, and then write a divorce letter." Looking at Bai Yu's impatient look, those who didn't know would think that her husband had a mistress outside, and now she was the one who caught the adultery. However, although Jiang Yifeng brought her to the third prince's mansion to settle down, he never gave her any status from beginning to end. Now saying such impassioned words really makes people feel a little ridiculous. Xiaojio didn't continue to argue, but stared at Jiang Yifeng quietly with his sincere eyes, as if waiting for his answer. Even if the other party really doesn't believe him, in addition to the loss in his heart, he can still use the disguise technique he learned to prove his innocence, so this is not without a way out. Facing the noisy voices around him, and the fierce reactions and attitudes of those women, Jiang Yifeng moved his lips. Although he felt a surge in his heart and felt that something was wrong, he still cooperated and said, "She is right. It is indeed the doctor I invited. He was able to climb over the wall for special reasons. You are making a fuss and misunderstanding." Chapter 154. The sudden words and powerful attitude made those who wanted to continue to exaggerate speechless. On the contrary, the old lady breathed a sigh of relief. If such a fickle thing really happened, she would have to question whose child this was. "Prince, don't think of the old relationship and indulge her so arrogantly because of your temporary kindness. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. Your indulgence now will only make her more indulgent. If she does something that will bring shame to the palace in the future, and have an affair with a man from the outside world." The concubine seemed unwilling to give up. She wanted to use this incident to completely move to Xiaojiu, but she didn't expect Jiang Feng to say such a reversal of the situation. How could she be willing? The pair of expectant eyes even wanted to penetrate the soul directly to Jiang Feng's side and humiliate Xiaojiu severely. Even Bai Yu beside him seemed a little unconvinced. "Yes, Your Majesty, you must not say such a thing that goes against your conscience just because you are soft-hearted or because of your face." Hearing the two people singing the same tune, one of them wanted to bury Xiaojiu in the water and drown him. Jiang Feng had a headache. I really felt that his ears were a little unfriendly. This roar directly intimidated everything present. "Enough, don't you understand what I said? Don't you know what I did? Why do you still want to point fingers here? One of you wants to turn the palace upside down. If you are really so free, you might as well leave here directly. The territory of this palace is too small to allow you to stir up a big storm." The thunderous voice was deeply engraved in the hearts of the two women. At this moment, they were so scared that their bodies trembled suddenly, and they didn't know what to say. One of them moved her lips slightly, swallowed her saliva subconsciously, and tried to keep herself calm. Now that the words have come to this point, if they insist on saying that the doctor of unknown origin has a special relationship with Xiaojiu, I am afraid that things will not end so well. As the saying goes, a man who knows the current affairs is a hero, and the concubine shut up tactfully. However, Bai Yu was still a little unwilling and brought up the old things again. Even so, the princess has become more and more arrogant recently. It's a pity that I accompanied the old lady to personally ask for the jade ruby. If you dare to break it in front of our ancestors, then the matter can't be let go. Faced with these words, Xiaojiu really admired his stubborn character, but the old lady was a little unhappy. It was not easy to calm down the matter just now. Why did it come again? After staring coldly at Bai Yu, she then warned in a low voice, "Haven't we already said it? Don't mention this matter again. Why don't you learn your lesson?" Jiang Feng, a court official, has a hard time doing things, and now he has to deal with these trivial matters at home. The old lady saw her in such a dilemma, and she really couldn't bear it. But Bai Yu was entangled in this matter, and refused to give in. Instead, she said righteously, "Old lady, she can now smash the jade ruby that you personally asked for her. Then she will make a big fuss in the palace in the future. I don't know what extraordinary things she will do. How can you let it go?" The more he talked, the more serious it became. If you didn't know, you would think that Xiaojiu had killed the old lady. How did things get so heated? Your Highness, listen to me. I really didn't break the jade ruby. It was Bai Yu who tampered with it with glue to deliberately frame me. I have evidence. As long as I bring the glued jade ruby over to show them, even if I will be bitten back, I am the thief crying thief here, but there will always be someone who will believe in me unconditionally, right? With a look of expectation, Jiang Feng was still a little uneasy. Although he had just proved Xiaojiu's innocence, he was indeed making that thing up. He really couldn't let it go until the so-called strange man was resolved. In addition, Bai Yu kept messing around here, which was really annoying and difficult to calm down. Then he yelled at him, "Enough, isn't it just a jade ruby? Although you think it is more important than your life, then the king will give one to compensate you. Why bother here? Can't our huge Sanwang mansion afford the money for 2 jade ruby?" As he said, he helped Xiaojiu up with one hand, lowered his head and said softly, "Let's go, you are pregnant now. If you are angry with these women, we will not let any of them go." I don't know since when Jiang Feng also chose to use this fake child to escape the cruelty of reality. Xiaojiu moved his lips, and didn't know what to say for a while, but just nodded slightly, and then looked at the old lady and said softly, "Old lady, if there is nothing else, I will withdraw first, and greet you later." Just like that, Bai Yu felt like she was slapped hard in the face. At this moment, she felt angry and ashamed, and didn't know what to say. The old lady also closed her mouth, but wanted to open her mouth to keep Jiang Feng, and her mind began to become uneasy. After watching the two people leave, She glared at the two female demons who were making trouble next to her. Now it's good, Wang Yan is angry. But it doesn't mean you are very happy. Will you dare to make trouble like this again in the future? After saying this, Baiyu and the concubine looked at each other. Neither of them was convinced. And at this moment, they came to the old lady tacitly, and then said guiltily, "Old lady, we were impulsive before, and we didn't ask for the reason. I hope you will forgive me generously. Since this matter has passed, we can't just keep on being angry and bear it by ourselves, right? After all, in this palace, the only one who can support them is the most noble old lady." Seeing the two people's timid attitude, the old lady didn't say much, just waved her hand, and casually sent them away. "Okay, you guys go back quickly. I feel a headache after being tossed around by you." While speaking, the old lady gently clenched one hand into a half circle, propped her elbow on the table, pretending to take a nap, and the two people naturally didn't want to continue to disturb them rashly, so they left obediently. At the same time, accompanied by Jiang Yifeng, he returned to Lihua Garden with Xiaojiu. Just after entering the door, seeing the man close the door with a turn of his hand, Xiaojiu felt a little embarrassed, and seemed a little at a loss, and asked tentatively, "Prince, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng didn't say anything. He grabbed Xiaojiu's waist, and pushed her against the door. The imprisoned little body seemed a little panicked. At this moment, she just stared at him blankly with a pair of clear eyes, which was a bit ambiguous. "Why don't you say anything? Don't you plan to explain to me about the strange man?" He didn't know how long he had been holding it in for. If he wasn't afraid of gossip from outsiders, Jiang Yifeng would have asked a long time ago. Hearing this, Xiaojiu couldn't help but cover her lips and chuckled. "I thought it was something. Let me go first. I tell you what's going on." Jiang Yifeng was very cooperative and freed her from the imprisonment. Xiaojiu walked all the way to the room and sat in front of the dressing table. Jiang Yifeng followed behind her silently. She fiddled with the rouge and powder in front of her and seemed to be at ease. He began to stick the transparent skin again, which looked like powder, which was a bit puzzling. "What are you doing? Why put this stuff on your face? Don't you feel bored? Just wait and see quietly. Don't you want an explanation? This can't be explained in a few words. I just want to tell you this. Although he has developed a method to disguise himself as a man, he has always been suffering from no one to share his joy." Xiaojiu is not very happy. As time passed, half an hour later, Xiaojiu had undergone visible changes. Jiang Yifeng was completely confused. Looking at the woman in front of him, who had no shadow of his own princess, it would be better to say that she was a naked man rather than a woman. But the delicate facial features show that he is a handsome man. He has all the masculine qualities and sharpness between his eyebrows, but he doesn't have any feminine features at all. "How is it? Are you stunned? This is the cousin I was talking about." Xiaojiu swayed at him in a cocky way, and touched the hem of her skirt, which was a little out of tune with her face. She sighed helplessly. "If I can't change into men's clothes, then people will never be able to tell who I am." Jiang Yifeng came to his senses, and suddenly realized, so that's the case. "Why didn't you tell them? You even asked me to make a false certificate for you, making things so complicated. Come on, if I tell them, they will say that I did all these useless things in the future, and it will be inconvenient to disguise myself and go out. Now that the prince has promised me the identity of a doctor, it will be much easier for me to sneak in and out in the future." Looking at Xiaojiu's cocky and arrogant look, Jiang Yifeng finally let go of the complicated vigilance in his heart. However, the more he looked at the man in front of him, the happier he felt. "You know what? Now that you look like a man, many handsome men in the capital will be willing to lose to you. I don't know how many women will fall for you." Chapter 155. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Jiang Yifeng was rarely interested in Xiaojiu's new look, and he was in a very good mood. Thinking carefully, he suddenly thought of something, and pulled Xiaojiu out the door, making everyone look confused. "Where are you taking me?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng turned around and smiled, and then said mysteriously, "Have you forgotten what day it is today? If you don't remember, I don't mind helping you recall it." The more he talked, the more confused he became. Xiaojiu didn't have time to ask more. He just felt that the other party was holding his hand, and his body was out of control. He didn't even recover his body as a girl, and just let him take him out. The people around him looked at them, and didn't dare to say anything more. They regarded them as two handsome men with high looks, and they were really envious. When people walked onto the street, they heard a crackling sound from the sky. When they looked up, fireworks were blooming everywhere, like a colorful sea of flowers. It was so beautiful that people couldn't help but want to stay at this moment. Xiaojiu couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at Jiang Yifeng with a puzzled look and asked, "What good day is today? Why is it so lively outside? I haven't seen such a lively scene for a long time. I have been unlucky recently, and I don't have any extra thoughts to worry about other things." For a while, my mind was a little dazed. Looking at the corners of the woman's lips blooming, she has a man's face, but she has an indescribable style. For a moment, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help pinching her face, and couldn't help sighing, "You silly girl, today is the Lantern Festival, and it's lively outside. I was planning to take you out for a walk at night, but I didn't expect it to be in this posture." The words awakened the dreamer, and Xiao suddenly realized it. A pair of clear eyes, in the gorgeous fireworks, could not help but look into each other's eyes. Those deep eyes seemed to be able to swallow people. Just staring at them, Xiaojiu actually had an impulse to blush and heartbeat. But she swallowed slightly, and for a moment, she couldn't help but whispered, "Why are you looking at me all the time? Don't you feel awkward with my appearance?" After all, she is now dressed as a man. If two grown men look at each other affectionately like this in the eyes of outsiders, I don't know what they will think. However, facing Xiaojiu's shy appearance, Jiang Yifeng seemed to be more and more unable to stop. At this moment, he directly put one hand around her waist, and pulled her tightly to his chest. A soft whisper rushed into Xiaojiu's ears. "Do you know? It was not until this moment that I realized that what I liked was not your appearance, but you as a person. It has nothing to do with gender or anything else, just because I like the person in front of me called Xiaojiu." Xiaojiu blushed and his heart beat fast in this sudden situation, and he didn't know what to say. He just raised his head with a pair of clear eyes, and rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "You are also an old couple. Why are you talking about these things? People around are watching. You should be serious." After saying that, he twisted and broke free from the other's arms, and turned to open the folding fan in his hand seriously, and then warned, "But if I go out with this outfit, I have to be responsible for myself, so as not to be spread by others. If you have anything to say, go back and say it, don't show it on the street." Faced with this warning, Jiang Yifeng could only nod obediently, regretting that he had let him go out like this, and he could not touch anything, so he could only treat him as a brother. The streets were brightly lit, and there were colorful lanterns outside, and the sparks were also of various colors, which was really beautiful. The crowd kept wandering around, holding lanterns in their hands, or holding other things, candy men, candied haws, all kinds of delicious and fun things. Anyway, they were having a lot of fun. Everyone seemed to have a smile on their faces, and all the sorrows seemed to disappear at this moment, and were thrown behind their minds. It was indeed a good place for people to relax. The fan in Xiaojiu's hand was gently shaking on his chest, and he became more and more like a man of the family. The two of them walked freely and unrestrainedly, but they didn't know that the eyes around them had unconsciously gathered on them. Only waves of discussions came to their faces, and everyone looked shy and whispering, "Oh my God, look at these two men, they are so handsome. If I'm not mistaken, it seems that the taller man in black is the third prince, but who is the handsome man next to him?" Everyone speculated and envied them, and their eyes wandered on the two of them. However, because of the reputation of the third prince, Xiao, who met everyone for the first time with a man's face, seemed more lovable, and her kind face became more approachable. After hearing those movements, Xiaojiu felt a little embarrassed, and couldn't help but gently lean towards Jiang Yifeng, and said with a smug look, "Listen, those girls like me very much. If I were born a man, I would definitely confuse them, and what would you have to do?" Seeing Xiaojiu's smug attitude, Jiang Yifeng just nodded helplessly, with a faint smile on his lips and eyes full of pampering, which made people feel a little strange. Is this still the god of war Jiang Yifeng they know, who fought bloody battles on the battlefield, and was iron-faced and invincible? If you are proud, it's fine, but you have to be relaxed and tense. These girls don't recognize your identity as a daughter. Don't mess around with them, or you will get yourself into trouble later. Jiang Yifeng simply warned and walked among the crowd, but his eyes suddenly looked at the place where candy men were sold in front of him. He thought of something. "Don't you like candy men the most? This king will buy one for you. You stand here, and don't move around. Be careful not to be bumped by others." Seeing Xiaojiu nodded obediently, Jiang Yifeng walked towards that place with a satisfied look on his face. Xiaojiu felt bored, just stood aside silently, fiddling with the palace belt in his hand casually. Listening to these voices of praise, I felt a little depressed. If I were a girl, and you recognized me as the third princess, you would have cast me into the dust. As long as Xiaojiu, who was born to a daughter, could be so popular, why should she worry about the health club? With some inner entanglement, Xiaojiu moved her legs in boredom, but saw a small ball in the distance rolling to her feet. Xiaojio was slightly stunned, looking at the ball, which was extremely delicate and well embroidered. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary thing discarded by someone. Whose ball is this? With a puzzled look on his face, Xiaojio bent down and picked up the ball, looking around with a wandering gaze, trying to find a person who fits the identity of this ball. At this moment, a little maid stumbled through the crowd and rushed over. Seeing the round ball in Xiaojio's hand, she stepped forward and snatched it away, and glanced at her unhappily. "What are you doing? You can't touch my lady's things?" Xiaojio was a little embarrassed by the unfriendly attitude. If she hadn't experienced the low period of the health club before, and suffered the cold words of the crowd, she probably wouldn't be so good-tempered now. She just explained briefly, "This thing fell right at my feet, so I just picked it up. You can take it away when you come." After saying that, she glanced casually in other directions. She really didn't want to deal with this little girl, who didn't know right from wrong, so as not to add a lot of cowardice to herself. But it was this attitude of not wanting to fight with the world that made the little maid misunderstand him. At this moment, she became even more unreasonable. "This young man is very handsome. Why does he speak and act so inappropriately? Who are you looking down on?" For a moment, Xiaojio felt that his ability to understand was a little worrying. At this moment, she tried her best to suppress her good temper and said jokingly, "Isn't your young lady waiting for the ball? Why do you insist on pestering me here? Are you in love with me?" Sudden words made her face flush. Xiaojio, dressed as a man, was originally very handsome and elegant. Most women would be moved when they saw him, not to mention that she was just a little maid. After such a chat, she became even more impatient. You are really too much." The little maid bit her lips, but the shy taste was revealed on her face. Although this was an angry attitude, in fact, her heart had already been like a blooming spring flower. Xiaojio saw it in his eyes, but did not say it out loud, but he seemed a little helpless in his heart. It seems that there is no harm in being a man, at least when dealing with women. One sentence can do it. Just when I wanted to sigh for my proud move, I heard a sharp voice. "You girl, what are you doing standing there? Why do you take so long to pick up something?" As the voice came, a pretty woman in a pink luo skirt, surrounded by maids behind her, came towards us and stopped directly in front of the little maid. The little maid was slightly stunned, and then realized her outrageous behavior just now. She quickly came to her senses, and immediately poured a basin of dirty water on Xiaojio. She shamelessly accused him, "Miss, you are not trying to waste time. It was this gentleman who picked up the ball, and was arrogant and rude. He even flirted with me just now." Chapter 156. Faced with this sudden false accusation, Xiaojio, as the person involved, was completely confused. This is a blessing, not a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. He did a good thing, but was bitten back. He really helped an ungrateful person. He was really wronged. In a blink of an eye, the eyes of the so-called young lady were also transferred to Xiaojio by the help of the maid. Just a glance, with the help of the thousands of lights in the sky, but a glance of the white skin and clear eyes that have been there for thousands of years, like a Taoist master living in a fairyland. Not stained with right and wrong, there is a feeling that people cannot blaspheme. Whose son is this? Why does he look so extraordinary? Why haven't I seen him before? The young lady was stunned and didn't come back to her senses for a long time, which made Xiaojio a little embarrassed. But when she looked into the other person's eyes, and looked closely, she felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. Isn't this the young lady of the Minister of War? I was lucky enough to see her once at a party before, but I didn't have a deep relationship with her. But Xiaojio's memory is still good. At that time, he was thinking of expanding the network resources of the health club, so he paid more attention to it. Unexpectedly, he happened to meet an acquaintance today. It was a coincidence. So it's you. Xiaojio just wanted to say hello to ease the embarrassment of being framed, but before he opened his mouth, he saw the young lady suddenly said, "Sir, it's really because my maid is ignorant that I offended you just now. Are you okay?" I don't know why, I always feel that the young lady's sudden attitude seems to be a little wrong, but I can't tell for a while. Xiaojio shook her head generously. Forget it. Since the other party didn't recognize me, I won't get involved in this mess. At least she is polite to me now. If she knew that I was the third princess, she might be misled by the reputation of those health clubs and scold me. She didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, otherwise how could she do business in the future? After a short moment of hesitation, she said awkwardly, "Miss, there is no need to be polite. It was just a misunderstanding. Since Miss is so righteous, then let's let it go. I leave first if there's nothing else." As she said that, Xiaojio planned to move to another place to avoid being embarrassed by the crowd watching here. Who can feel comfortable being treated like a monkey by so many people for no reason? But just as she was about to take 2 steps, the military lady stepped forward and blocked her way, then lowered her eyes shyly and said, "Sir, I don't know what your name is. Today is a great day, and I am alone. I wonder if you are interested in going to the lake to enjoy the beautiful scenery together." The sudden chat was a bit old-fashioned, but it didn't seem to be the point. Xiaojio was slightly stunned, and then looked at his shy look, and instantly understood something. No way, does she have any idea about me? Seducing the daughter of the Minister of War is not so simple, and it also involves deception. Xiaojio was so depressed in his heart. He was not satisfied with the certificate, and he was in high spirits again. He went out wearing men's clothes, but he accidentally ran into a peach tree. Now he was covered with flowers. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojio tried his best to suppress the restlessness in his heart, and then he pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled generously. "I'm really sorry. There are people waiting for me at home, so I can't delay. Goodbye, goodbye." Although it was said tactfully, serious people should understand that Xiaojio just wanted to use his family to shirk the woman's approach. Hearing this, the lady's expression changed slightly, as if she had suffered some great humiliation. Look at the maid who picked up the ball just now, standing there indifferently at this moment, and becoming more and more impatient. "Stop right there. Since you said that there is someone waiting at home, why do you still want to seduce my maid? Or do you think I am not as good as my maid? It's simply humiliating this lady. Where is the person? Take him back to me." After the order was issued, several servants rushed over directly, and each of them grabbed Xiaojio's arm with one hand. Seeing this sudden scene, Xiaojio was still a little confused, and hurriedly said, "What are you doing? I've said that it was just a misunderstanding. Miss is such a righteous person. Are you still going to make trouble for a misunderstanding? The key is that people are not making trouble for misunderstandings, but for people." The lady didn't care, and waved her hand at this moment. "What else do you want to do? Take the man to the sedan chair for me. Can the man I like row away?" As she said, she turned around and planned to tie the man up and take him to her sedan chair, forcing some feelings that shouldn't exist. How could the people around dare to stop and watch the excitement obediently? Some people even made some ridicule. "Look, this handsome guy is really a blessing from heaven. He was snatched away by a beautiful lady in public. When will this good thing happen to me?" Some people really enjoy watching the fun, and those sarcastic remarks really make people feel a little depressed. Xiaojio looked around and tried hard to find a figure he could rely on, until he saw several people queuing up at the place where the Candyman was sold. Finally, he got the Tangren he had been thinking about, and Jiang Yifeng, who was walking towards him, couldn't help but shout, "Prince, help, help, this guy wants to kidnap me." Xiaojio's legs were so anxious that he almost jumped up. At this moment, he kept dancing, as if a mouse was in his body, and he felt a little uncomfortable all over. Through the bustling crowd, Jiang Yifeng was still immersed in the joy of getting others and being happy when he wanted Xiaojio later. Hearing this voice, he was instantly a little unhappy. Looking up suddenly, I could not help but feel a little more nervous when I saw the scene where the scumbag was not right. "Xiaojio." As he said that, he rushed over, not caring about the Tangren, who had been waiting in line for a long time. He casually stuffed it into his sleeve and rushed towards the crowd. He kicked them aside with 2 flying kicks. I followed Jiang Qiuzhou and asked nervously, "What's going on? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Hearing this, Xiaojio breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately you came in time. These people, they are unreasonable. He wanted to take me to the lake." Xiaojio really didn't have the face to say it out loud. These people were attracted by his beauty, so they robbed the beautiful man in the street and did such an unkind thing. I didn't know how Jiang Yifeng would laugh at him later. Although the words were vague, Jiang Yifeng vaguely understood something and felt angry and amused, but the two of them had not been in harmony for a while. The young lady came over, and at this moment, looking at Cheng Yaojin who suddenly appeared, she angrily said without tact, "Aren't you the third prince? What do you mean by this?" Seeing the man she liked, she fell into the arms of others in a blink of an eye. Although they were 2 men, the young lady still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, as if her beloved man ran away with another woman. As she spoke, she glanced at the little trash, who were solved in a few strokes, and her heart was very depressed. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng glanced at her coldly and asked unceremoniously, "Is he the one you don't know how to live or die and want to touch this king?" The young lady wanted to be entangled. Although she had a father, who was the Minister of War, she couldn't match the identity of the third prince and the dignified god of war. It is always bad to offend rashly. Then she smiled shyly and said, Your Highness has misunderstood me. I just want to invite this young master to go boating. I don't have any other thoughts. Jiang Yifeng didn't show much good expression for these words. He opened his thin lips slightly and uttered a cold word, get lost. Although it was only one word, it was clean and clear, with a bit of irresistible majesty. The young lady felt her body tremble. Although she was extremely unwilling, she couldn't twist her arms and thighs. At this moment, she could only grit her teeth and obediently suffer this loss. The head glared at them coldly and said unhappily, What are you doing? Hurry up and leave here. You are disturbing the prince's interest. A person said, running quite swiftly, as if he regarded this place as a disaster scene. Xiao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, gently broke away from the man's arms, and then showed a smile after surviving a disaster, and said frankly, Okay, you showed up in time, otherwise you might really be abducted by them. As she said, she couldn't help but look up and look at him gratefully, but unexpectedly found that Jiang Yifeng's face at this moment was faintly flickering with a haze, as if he was angry because of what happened just now. Xiao Jiao was confused. What's wrong with you? Thinking carefully, it seems that she didn't do anything. After all, it's not her fault that she is handsome. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng pulled her away from the crowd. The man's footsteps and tall figure were always in front of him all the way, as if he was deliberately making trouble with her. Hey, don't be silent like this, I always feel a little scared. Along the way, Jiang Yifeng didn't give much reaction until he came to a place with fewer people on the lakeside, and then slowly stopped at the shore. Suddenly turned his head to look at Xiao Jiao, pursed his lips and said, I told you not to hook up with others casually, not even women, why don't you listen? Hearing the meaning of these words, Xiao Jiao suddenly had an unconventional guess, looked at him with a bit of surprise, and asked tangledly, You can't even be jealous of women? Chapter 157. You didn't expect it, Xiao Jiao really guessed it right. Looking at the man's depressed expression, he was indeed jealous of the lady just now. For a moment, Xiao Jiao only felt that his angry look was so cute that people didn't know what to say. He quickly grabbed the other's big palm and coaxed carefully. Okay, I didn't think about this matter carefully. I will never do this again in the future, okay? After saying that, he didn't forget to throw a coquettish eye at the other party, although it seemed a bit too strange to do such a move to him with his current male body. But for Jiang, he should be no different from his usual self at this moment, right? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng was amused by her appearance, and the anger in his heart had been reduced by half. Just uncontrollably, he took the bridge in front of him into his arms, and hugged her tightly, wishing to integrate her directly into his body, and become a part of his life. In the cool night, it was like two grown men hugging each other from a distance. This picture was probably going to make people imagine and talk about it with relish. But Jiang Yifeng never cared about these things. Instead, he said nervously, Do you know? Your existence even exceeds my own life. Don't betray me for the rest of your life, otherwise you will regret it. Although it was said as a warning, it made people feel indescribably moved. Xiao Jiao felt a warm current flowing into his heart. He gently patted his back and comforted him softly. Okay, I will never leave you in my life. After all, we are married couples. You want me to leave, and you are not happy. The two of them were joking among themselves. The cool night breeze was blowing, but it made people's hearts more moved, like a beautiful night scene painting, which made people linger after seeing it. Xiao Jiao's arm gently swayed between the others' backs, but Xiao Jiao suddenly felt that there was something meaningful in Jiang Yifeng's sleeves, which seemed to be shaking restlessly along with his arm. Gently pushing the other party away, he took a tentative look at his sleeves and couldn't help asking, What treasure do you have in your sleeves? Why do you keep moving? This shocking remark suddenly enlightened Jiang Yifeng, and he realized that he had bought her a candy man. He couldn't help but slap his confused head. This prince is really ridiculous. He forgot such an important thing. As he said this, he hurriedly took out the broken candy man, which looked a bit horrible. However, from the broken outline, it can be seen that Jiang Yifeng should have had someone make a couple of candy figures, but now they have become a couple without heads. Seeing this thing, Xiao Jiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although he knew what the other party was thinking, he still couldn't help but tease, Could this candy figure be made by you? Why is it so special? For a moment, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Yifeng was so wrong that he didn't know what to say, but he said stubbornly, This is not made by me. It may be because it was broken when I shook it just now. But you are not allowed to think it is ugly. After all, this thing is hard to come by. You know, he almost lost his wife to get this candy man, so he had to eat it with tears in his eyes no matter how ugly it was. Xiao Jiao nodded, and seeing his serious look, he couldn't stop laughing. He took the candy man and licked it, feeling sweet and having an indescribable sense of happiness. The two of them wandered on the street again. Although it was getting late, because of the special reason today, there were more and more people, and the street was very lively. At this time, a group of people in front of them attracted their attention. Xiaojio patted the man's shoulder, then tiptoed to look ahead with curiosity, and couldn't help saying, "It seems that something happened inside. Let's go and take a look." Taking advantage of the nature of joining in the fun, Xiaojio took the lead and stepped forward, and did not forget to lick the tang man in his hand that was about to end. Jiang Yifeng shook his head helplessly, and had to follow the steps obediently, and dared not be negligent at all, for fear that he might be seduced by some ill-intentioned woman, which would be a loss. With his petite figure and handsome appearance, no one competed with Xiaojio, and he was quietly squeezed to the front. But just as he stood firm, he heard a groaning voice. "This young man, my leg is bleeding from your carriage. You have to give an explanation before you leave. You can't just sit there and watch." The man crawling on the ground was a man with blood on his leg, ragged clothes, unkempt face, and a small broken document in his hand. At first glance, he was a beggar outside Kyoto. "Today, I took advantage of the Lantern Festival to sneak into the city. But who would have thought that I was so unlucky at this time? I didn't get a few cents, and I was hit by someone and got into a bloody disaster. It was really unlucky." This series of shouts and the surrounding discussions made the coachman look unhappy. He glared at him coldly and said unceremoniously, "You are a stinky beggar. It's obvious that you are here to blackmail me. I have already given you money. Get out of here quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." In fact, the beggar still had a decent purse on him, while the coachman had no money, but it was obvious that he had already paid once. But the beggar was unwilling to give in. I'm afraid he felt that the money in his purse was not enough to pay for his medicine, so he was entangled here. Now the coachman seemed a little anxious, and he simply said something harsh. After the driver finished speaking, he sat on the carriage. Although he was about to drive away from this place of trouble, the beggar just followed him and approached him with a sad face, and began to show off unscrupulously. "Oh, all the neighbors, come and see, this guy bumped into a beggar and refused to give money. He looked down on us poor people. He is so arrogant." Seeing this scene, it is hard to tell who is right and who is wrong. One is impatient, and the other is shameless. Xiaojio was speechless for a while, but when he saw the driver getting on the carriage, he seemed a little irritable and uneasy at this moment. He actually drove forward without the beggar blocking him in front. "I'm afraid that if this guy doesn't get out of the way, the carriage will run over him. How can I return this? Isn't this equivalent to killing someone in the street?" Xiaojio frowned. Although he couldn't tell who was right or wrong, the driver's extreme situation was obviously wrong. As he spoke, he quickly pulled the beggar to the side and warned him, "Are you going to die? What if I hit you to death?" Facing these words, the beggar shook his head and saw that it was a handsome young man. He pulled his sleeve and cried, "Young man, you are a good person. This guy hit me and wanted to get rid of me with these few taels of silver. I am just a poor beggar. How can I pay for the medicine?" A speechless voice came in the air. Xiaojio felt speechless for a moment. He just saved his life. Why did she pester him? But looking at the driver sitting in the carriage, he felt that it was a bit unsatisfactory. Even if the beggar did something wrong, he was reporting the customs, which was better than taking human life and doing such impulsive things. "Brother, isn't your behavior a bit too much? Can't you talk about it properly? If you really take his life, do you think you can leave here safely? A society ruled by law should always be polite." Hearing this, the driver held a whip in his hand. Seeing another nosy person, who didn't know how to live or die, he couldn't hold back the irritability in his heart. At this moment, he took a deep breath, followed by a look of bloodshot eyes, and glared at him angrily. The whip in his hand was a naked threat. "I don't know what it is, but you guys are all against me, so get out of here, or don't blame me for being ruthless with the whip in my hand." As he said this, he looked threatening, as if he was going to whip him at any time. Xiaojio was slightly stunned, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a black shadow flash past him, and snatched the whip from the other person's hand. Then, he kicked him off the car fiercely. The driver prostrated himself on the ground and wailed. He glared at the driver, "Who dares to attack me?" Jiang Yifeng's tall and handsome figure landed steadily in front of Xiaojia, and then he said softly, "How is it? Didn't this guy's dirty words affect your sister Lu's mood today?" This doting look, after all, Xiaojio is now dressed as a man. If he is seen by the crowd like this, and sees him treat a woman like this, others will be envious. Hearing this, Xiaojio shook his head and just locked his eyes on the driver. Can you talk properly now? I didn't intend to get involved in such trivial matters. I saw your inhumane look just now, so I have to think about whether you should pay more. Seeing that things were not going well, the driver was relieved, and at this moment, he could only say aggrievedly, "Oh, it's not that I don't accompany this young master, I gave him all the money. Where do you want me to find the money?" Chapter 158. So, I don't doubt that what the other party said is false. After all, the purse has been handed over. I can't mortgage others here, right? Xiaojio put his hands on his chin slightly, and suddenly locked on the carriage while shaking it left and right. Just now, this guy was protecting the carriage tightly. He seemed very anxious. I don't know what treasures are in it that make him so nervous. With some inner entanglement, Xiaojio gently pointed to the carriage. Since there is no money, then use the things in the carriage as collateral. Okay, what do you think? The words were shocking, and the driver was instantly terrified. At this moment, he was like seeing a ghost. His arrogant attitude was completely gone. How could he allow them to say these nonsense here recklessly? At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Absolutely not. You don't have any valuable treasures, so don't make trouble with me anymore." The driver almost wanted to cry. As he spoke, he quickly rolled and crawled from the ground, sat up, and then climbed onto the carriage, tightly protecting the things in his carriage. The more he did this, the more eye-catching he became, and his guilty conscience was exposed. Isn't this telling others that something is wrong in the car? Xiaojio couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yifeng next to him. After receiving the lady's order, Jiang Yifeng also seemed to find something wrong. Just because there was no search warrant, searching other people's things indifferently was also an illegal act. At that time, I'm afraid he would be criticized. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yifeng said coldly, "Since you hit someone but have no money to compensate, just go to jail for a few days, and wait until you have money to compensate the person." After saying that, he waved his hand and summoned the secret guards, who followed him secretly, and began to order, "Take this man and his carriage back to the palace intact." Several people agreed in unison, but the driver was unwilling and said in panic, "It's unfair for you to do this. I have already compensated, so let me go." But no matter what he said, it seemed useless, and he could only become a lamb to be slaughtered. After the man was taken away, Xiaojio glanced at the crowds, who were still watching the excitement, and then waved his hand and said, Okay, everyone go away, there is nothing to do here, today is the Lantern Festival, you should have fun, don't ruin your fun for these insignificant things." Smilingly sent away the onlookers, and went to see the injured beggar, who was still sticking to Xiaojio, because he had not received any money, and had not received a reasonable and proper solution. Jiang Yifeng seemed a little unhappy. He stepped forward and said coldly, "It is unreasonable for beggars to appear in Jingdu. Do you want the soldiers to see you and throw you out? These beggars usually beg from passers-by at the entrance of Jingdu, and live in the dilapidated temple of Changwang. For the prosperity and easygoing atmosphere of Jingdong, they are absolutely unwilling to allow these people to appear. In fact, the appearance of these beggars here is a naked violation of the law. If they are seen by patrolling soldiers, they will be imprisoned and beaten. It is because they are easygoing and kind that they do not intend to make a big deal out of this matter." Hearing this, the beggar was slightly stunned, but now he moved his lips with a face full of grievance and begged for mercy. "Please don't treat me like this, I really don't want to leave, but because I was hit by that person just now, my leg is not very convenient to move." Faced with this grievance, Baba's words could not help but look down, and then he remembered that his leg was injured. Seeing more and more blood flowing, it was obviously not too optimistic. In desperation, he had to be a good guy, begging for mercy, and looked at Jiang Jingfeng, and said shyly, "Prince, let's take him to the clinic, after all, he is also an innocent person who suffered." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng sighed helplessly, and nodded obediently. "You are talking about you can't stand your temper at all. However, there is nothing to do now anyway, just think of it as doing a good deed today, and do good deeds in the future to bless the two of them to be together for a long time." Xiaojio arranged the beggar in the carriage, and he and Jiang Yifeng rode on the same horse, close together, which was a different experience. "Why are you so close to me? There are so many places behind me, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Xiaojio rolled his eyes at him unhappily, but his heart was pounding. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng said proudly, "Now that this carriage has been forcibly occupied, how can this horse compare with the space of the carriage? I can only wrong my wife." Hearing this, he said so confidently and logically, "Except for this guy, there is probably no one else." Xiaojio sighed helplessly, but he was still happy in his heart, and arrived at the clinic in half an hour. The festive atmosphere today is excellent, but this clinic is not welcome. Who would want to walk in here during the holidays? Wouldn't it be bad luck for yourself? With the help of 2 guards, the beggar was helped to the door of the clinic. Seeing someone outside, the doctor greeted him with surprise as if he had seen a living Buddha, but the first person he saw was a beggar, and he couldn't help but frown. How did you, a beggar, come to Kyoto? Aren't you afraid of being caught? The beggar seemed a little aggrieved and didn't know how to answer. He just changed the topic and said, "Can you help me take a look at my legs? My legs were pressed by the wheels of the carriage before, and now I feel so painful. I always feel that the bones inside should be crushed. In those months, as long as I moved a little, I felt like a heart-wrenching pain, which really made people a little impatient." Upon hearing this, the doctor glared at him coldly, with a look of contempt on his face, and said sarcastically, "You are a stinking beggar. I am afraid you don't have much money on your body. Do you know how much money it costs to fix a broken bone? Can you afford it? You'd better go back to your temple." As the doctor said this, he turned around and left. Today's business was not good, which was already irritating enough. He opened this door, but got nothing. Others were out there enjoying themselves, but he had to work hard to make a living. He felt really wronged. 7 Now there is a beggar who teases him like this. How can he say that he feels at ease? Facing the doctor's cold words, Qiaojiu felt that he couldn't bear to listen to them. Looking at the beggar's lonely face, his heart couldn't help but soften. At this moment, he clenched his fist and coughed twice in a pretentious manner, attracting Dave's attention. "Doctor, as a doctor, shouldn't you do good deeds and save people? Why are you still picking patients?" The sudden words were extremely pleasant, just like the graceful lark, but when he turned around, he didn't expect that it was a handsome young man, which was a bit surprising. Just looking at the Dr. Jiang Qiao, he looked him up and down. Seeing that he was wearing fine brocade and silk, he knew at a glance that he was not short of money. At this moment, he couldn't help but be more attentive. "This young man, I wonder if you have any illness." Although the different attitudes made the beggar feel that he had lost his dignity, it was really a bit embarrassing. Qiaojiu couldn't stand his snobbish style. He said angrily, "This gentleman is my friend, or he came with him to see the doctor. You can't see that he is sick, but you are talking nonsense here when you are not sick?" Faced with this round of sarcasm, the doctor's face changed slightly. He really couldn't connect the ragged beggar with the rich young man in front of him. But since he took the initiative to admit it, he naturally had nothing to say. Just looking at the doctor's cunning look, his eyes kept making wishful calculations, and it was obvious that he had no good intentions. "Why, are you going to save him or not? If not, I will move to another place." With a somewhat triad mentality, Qiaojiu was actually not very willing to move, for fear of delaying the treatment, and it would be bad if he was left with some disability. Hearing this, the doctor quickly turned around and put on a smile, and then said attentively, "Sir, why are you so excited? As a doctor of prestige, saving people is my duty. How can I not save him? It's just that his medicine fee. After all, isn't it just about money?" Qiao simply waved his hand. "Forget it. If his medicine fee is not enough, I am willing to make up for him. So there is nothing to say, right?" However, hearing Qiaojiu's generous gesture, the doctor became more and more complacent, and opened his mouth like a lion. At this moment, he straightened his back seriously, not. He kept looking at the little beggar and said directly, "Since you are so straightforward, then you should listen carefully. I will charge this beggar 10 times the price of ordinary people for medicine. After all, he is of low status, and has been convicted for sneaking into the capital. I will also take a big risk. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person. He just wants to extort money in various ways, and pretends to be so here." Qiaojiu felt that he had nowhere to vent the pressure in his heart for a while. This old man can be so shameless in doing business. If I were like you, he would have closed down long ago. Chapter 159. Faced with the doctor's big mouth and lack of medical ethics, Qiaojiu really couldn't swallow this anger. At this moment, he glanced at Jiang Yifeng next to him, and suddenly his eyes rolled. Then, he gently pushed Jiang Yifeng and deliberately raised his voice. "Your Majesty, I wonder how much the monthly salary of the imperial doctors in the palace is. Why do I feel that this doctor is even better than them?" This disguised ridicule, the doctor did not pay attention to the monthly salary, but was directly confused by the word Your Majesty, and was still a little confused. "Your Majesty?" After carefully looking at Jiang Yifeng, he saw that this man was dignified and had a fierce aura between his eyebrows. It was obvious that this was not what other people should have on their faces. For a moment, even though the matter had not been confirmed, I was already a little panicked. If the current prince knew that a small doctor like him was asking for such a high price, I wonder what the etiquette would be. Seeing the doctor's panic, Chiaggio couldn't help but sneer. Prince, I can't afford the money anyway. I wonder if the prince can do it for me. There was something behind this. Jiang Yifeng looked back at her, but cooperated and said sarcastically, the doctor must be willing to charge such a high price. He must be a miracle doctor. I'm afraid that after this look, the person will be able to jump up and down immediately, so the money spent is worth it. The doctor became more and more panicked as he listened, and he couldn't care so much. He hurriedly shook his head and said awkwardly, what are you talking about, Prince? How can I have this ability? You don't have the ability, but you charge so much, just because he's a beggar? The emperor has already said that everyone is equal. I think you are disobeying the emperor's order, and this is a big mouth that should be beheaded. The charges are getting higher and higher. Jiang Yifeng's calm attitude is like a fatal knife piercing his heart deeply. At this moment, he is so sad that he wants to cry, but has no tears. He took a deep breath and begged for mercy. Please spare my life, Your Majesty. This time, I was confused for a while. While speaking, he glanced at the dirty beggar again. I'm afraid that others would not even want to touch him. The doctor grabbed his arm and carefully helped him inside. My lord, your legs are inconvenient. You can't stay outside any longer. Come in quickly. I take a good look at you. A good man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. If he offends the third prince, wouldn't it be like destroying his own job? Who would be so stupid? Seeing the other party's active appearance, Chiaggio didn't say anything, but just glanced at Jiang Yifeng silently and threw a naughty wink, as if to reward him for what he had done just now. Jiang Yifeng understood and accepted it. Although Chiaggio was still dressed as a man, he couldn't help but gently pinch her waist, as if only in this way could he completely satisfy his inner desire. After half an hour, after the doctor's diagnosis and treatment, 2 splints were added to the beggar's legs. This gentleman's leg was crushed by a heavy object, and the bones of his ankle are dislocated, so this board needs to be fixed for a few days and cannot be loosened. I will pick 2 more medicines for the rest, and you can go back and rest for a few days. Remember not to touch water or eat spicy food. After the doctor finished speaking, he respectfully ordered the prescription and the medicine he had prepared. He also saw the dosage of the medicine, which was several doses, and it should be enough to recover the knee. This doctor is quite generous now. What did he do before? Chiaggio sneered with a bit of contempt, and felt angry when he heard him taking advantage of others just now. However, he still silently took out the purse from his waist and asked, how much is the medicine? I don't owe you anything. Seeing Chiaggio being so reasonable, the doctor was slightly stunned. But looking at Jiang Yifeng behind her, who was cold and bloodless, he shook his head with a little panic in an instant. Isn't it obvious that collecting money is asking for my life? Although there was no business today, it can be regarded as getting acquainted with the third prince, such a big figure, so it is not a loss. The doctor tried to force out a smile, barely avoiding Jiang Yifeng's sharp eyes, and then said, I am sorry for offending you just now. I didn't recognize the great man, and I offended you and did some ridiculous things. I won't accept the money for the medicine this time. Just consider it as my apology to you. Anyway, judging from their dress, they don't look like they need this little money. Now that I've done a favor, maybe they will be easier to talk to in the future. Hearing this, Chiaggio was slightly stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. However, looking at the doctor, seeing his tangled and hesitant expression, it was obvious that he was still a little distressed. After all, who wants to work for nothing? After a short moment of entanglement, his eyes turned, and he simply took back the purse generously, and then smiled calmly. Since you have said so, it is not appropriate for me to continue to stalemate. Let's go! Chiaggio led a group of people, and left the clinic in a swagger. There was still the sound of fireworks outside, but it was much smaller than before. Faintly, you can hear the doctor sighing in relief from behind, as if he had sent away several big Buddhas. Walking alone on the street, Chiaggio looked back at the direction of the clinic, but he couldn't see the place anymore. He just waved to the lips behind him, and took out his purse, and handed it to him. Give the money to the doctor. We don't owe him a favor. Faced with this, the beggar didn't quite understand, but he stepped forward and said, Sir, didn't the doctor say he didn't want money? If you use your high-ranking official's salary to oppress the people, what's the difference between you and an ordinary robber? Besides, your herbs are not cheap. This time, I will rely on you. After doing a good deed, I hope you can take care of yourself. Chiaggio glanced at the beggar. Although he felt sympathy and pity for his identity, his behavior was really unbearable. He left on purpose just now, because he wanted to teach the doctor a little lesson and make him worry more. He didn't intend to get it for free. After the guard took the money, he turned around and left. Xiaojiu gave half of the remaining money to the beggar. After sending him away, the two of them felt bored and went back to the mansion. By the way, do you want to go check on the man we caught today? Just after walking into the door, Xiaojiu suddenly thought of something. After all, he was still a little curious about what was in his car. It was inconvenient to search on the street at that time. Now that he was in his own territory, he didn't have to stick to anything. Jiang Yifeng looked at the sky in the distance and shook his head. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's time to rest now. The man's gentle voice was like the sun after the rain. Xiaojiu, who was originally stubborn, couldn't help but obey at this moment and nodded obediently. After a night, when the sun rose, the dew around had not completely dissipated, and leaves fell one by one. The animals also began to become active, making bursts of summer sounds. Xiaojiu yawned slightly. After breakfast, the two went to investigate about that arrogant groom. Reporting to the prince, this is the sedan chair we found during our search. According to your instructions, no one has approached or made any rash moves. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded with satisfaction, and then gently shook his hand. Go and check the carriage carefully to see if there is anything special inside. Hearing this, several people rushed forward and checked the carriage inside and out, but found that the carriage was empty. Reporting to the prince, there is nothing inside. Hearing this news, it was obviously not satisfactory. Xiaojiu frowned slightly. At this moment, he weighed his chin with one hand, and still felt that something was wrong. It's strange. He was driving an empty carriage alone. Why is he so nervous? It was obvious that he must be guilty. It was definitely not as simple as they imagined. As he spoke, with a sense of uneasiness in his heart, Xiaojiu took 2 tentative steps forward, carefully inspected the carriage, and simply sat in front of the carriage and rode forward. With that move, Xiaojiu once again realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly jumped down, and ordered those people, go and see if there is anything under the carriage, or if there is any secret compartment inside. The weight is wrong. It was obviously an empty carriage, but the weight felt like it was carrying 2 people, and it was obviously a hidden secret. Several people rushed forward again, and after a careful inspection, one of them immediately said, reporting to the prince and princess, there are a lot of things under the carriage. It seems to be some gold, silver and jewelry. As he spoke, he took out the things under the carriage one by one. This group spent about an instant's stick of time to collect the items. Although the items were not big, each of the gold, silver and jewelry looked priceless, and some of them even came from other groups. They were priceless and hard to come by. Seeing the pile of gold, silver and jewelry, Xiaojiu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. I didn't expect that this ordinary carriage would have a different world underneath. However, this also attracted more attention. Why would a good carriage have so many things? Chapter 160. Xiaojiu frowned slightly, and could not help but glance at Jiang Yifeng next to him. He saw that the other party seemed to be in a bad mood, as if the situation was not as simple as imagined. What do you think about this matter? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng shook his head. The person who tied the bell should be the one who untied it. Why don't we ask the driver? After that, he planned to ask someone to bring the driver back, but the subordinate said in a tangled voice, reporting to the prince, the driver is no longer in our palace. Yesterday, the prince came and took the man away with an excuse without caring about your face. Another bolt from the blue, the people in the 3rd prince's mansion were taken away so quietly, it's unacceptable. Turning around, I heard Jiang Yifeng's furious voice soaring into the sky. Such an important matter, why didn't anyone come to remind me? Faced with this rebuke, the others didn't know how to respond. They just felt wronged. Your Highness, you were resting yesterday, the prince said someone at night. I didn't dare to disturb you rashly, so I made the decision on my own. After all, he is just a commoner, and he is the prince's man. I just don't want you to offend the prince now. It was quite aggrieved, but now that such a mountain of gold and silver was found in the carriage, I'm afraid things are not that simple. Xiaojiu couldn't help but step forward and continue to ask, since you said that it was the people of the prince's world who took the coachman away, did he mention the carriage? After saying this, the subordinate shook his head. I didn't mention it. I just want one person. Faced with this answer that seemed a little unsatisfactory, the two looked at each other, their complex eyes intertwined, and they looked a little tangled. Looking at those small gold and silver mountains, and then looking at the subordinates in front of him with a wrong face, Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath and felt a little depressed for a while. At this moment, he waved his hand and said impatiently, you go down and accept the punishment for this matter. What kind of punishment is it? Don't let me say more, okay? The man nodded in fear and retreated obediently. The yard fell into emptiness again, leaving only the small gold and silver mountains, which made people feel more like a hot potato. Xiaojiu couldn't help but take a step forward, a little confused. What do you think the prince meant? Why did he take such a person away? And why did he not want so many gold, silver and jewelry? In theory, the driver who could get the prince's protection should be his man, so these gold, silver and jewelry must be related to the prince. But the prince chose the most insignificant driver and left these gold, silver and jewelry with them. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng lowered his eyes and shook his head gently. This matter cannot be speculated, but these things are not easy to show up. Now there is no witness, and it will have a bad impact on us if it is spread out. So, Xiaojiu nodded silently, but he kept this so-called prince in his heart, and was curious about what she was thinking. When the court was held the next day, the court was solemn. The prince stood at the front holding the jade scepter, but his eyes would occasionally glance in the direction of Jiang Yifeng. There was a bit of worry in his eyes, as if he was afraid of something. Others might not be able to figure it out, but Jiang Yifeng, who had evidence at home, was not a fool. Wasn't it obvious that he was guilty? However, Jiang Yifeng did not say anything publicly in the court. He just finished the morning exercises in a daze. After everyone dispersed, Jiang Yifeng still strolled outside the hall. As expected, the prince came up and tried to get close to him with a sincere face. Third brother, I didn't quite understand what the emperor said just now about the disaster relief plan of diverting water from the south to the north. How about we find a place, and you can tell me the details? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng rolled his eyes at him slightly, but then smiled and shook his head. If the prince doesn't understand, it's natural for the teacher to help you. If I talk to you casually, it would be bad if I deceived your highness the prince. Please be sensible, your highness the prince. As he spoke, his steps did not stop for a moment. This kind of unrestrained and unhurried attitude made people more entangled and uneasy. The prince was slightly stunned. Looking at the other persons gradually receding back, he felt like he was putting his hot face on a cold, which was really unbearable to look at, but his heart was even more turbulent. Has third brother not discovered the treasure yet? Although the chances were slim, as long as the other party did not mention the matter, the prince still had a chance to buy time for himself. Taking a deep breath, the prince looked forward leisurely, and a wave of impetuousness rose in his heart. Third brother, we are brothers. I just hope that you can take this brotherhood into consideration and not make things too ugly. Fortunately, he took the driver to the prince's tutor last night, so there was one less witness. Even if he wanted to stir up trouble, there would be no definite evidence at that time. With such a fluke mentality, the prince was not there, and continued to hesitate. He simply turned around and left this place, but his heart was uneasy. At the same time, there was a new piece of news in Kyoto, and the noise was so loud that it wanted to drown the third prince's mansion directly. Jiang Yifeng returned to the palace after leaving the court. When he entered the door, he saw several maids gathered together, talking and laughing, and it was so lively. Have you heard? The prince is walking with a handsome young man, hugging and kissing each other. Yes, I heard that handsome young man is the man that the daughter of the Minister of War likes, but our prince snatches him away. He is so handsome. The conversation became more and more confusing. Jiang Yifeng was stunned on the spot, still a little confused. Seeing that they were getting more and more unruly, he was directly rumored to be a homosexual. For a dignified third prince, this is not right. Wouldn't he be ridiculed later? Jiang Yifeng clenched his fist and coughed twice, attracting the attention of several people. Noticing the movement behind them, the maids were so scared that they immediately stood in a row of 4, but looked at Jiang Yifeng, and a smile appeared on their lips. All she could think about was the cold third prince and the ambiguous affair with the pretty boy from the outside world, which was really unbearable to watch. What were you talking about just now? Why are you all so reserved now? Accompanied by this low roar, everyone knew that the matter had become serious. At this moment, no one dared to take the lead in charging. They were all speechless. Seeing their dumb appearance, Jiang Yifeng felt more and more depressed. Just when he wanted to speak, Xiaojiu came over with a twisted body. The melodious voice penetrated Jiang Yifeng's eardrums through the wind. Okay, don't embarrass them anymore. How dare they say such things in front of you? As he spoke, Xiaojiu gently waved his hand and sent away the innocent maids. Then he held Jiang Yifeng's arm with one hand and leaned on his shoulder with a warm face. The abnormal behavior made Jiang Yifeng panic and at a loss. What's wrong with you? Why are you as weird as those people? Usually, Xiaojiu would not act so sweet and coquettishly with him. That's because you are interested in other men. I'm jealous. I just want to please you. Xiaojiu looked at him with a pair of innocent eyes. Even if you look up from below, Jiang Yifeng's angular face is still perfect and impeccable. It's really hard to understand. Although such a handsome man is interested in men, how many women will be disappointed? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng was stunned. He shook his arm slightly, and couldn't help frowning and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean you are interested in men? Ah, you probably didn't hear the rumors outside when you attended the morning court today? Ever since you tyrannically snatched a handsome young man from the daughter of the Minister of War, the young lady was not convinced and spread rumors about your homosexuality everywhere. Now you are very popular in Kyoto. The love-hate relationship between the cold-faced god of war and the indecisive young man has now become a popular storytelling topic in restaurants or tea houses." As he spoke, Xiaojiu couldn't help laughing out loud, even though he knew that the indecisive young man was himself. Jiang Yifeng was still somewhat at a loss, until he saw him laughing so happily. Then he suddenly realized, and couldn't help but frown, and then said unhappily, "You are the third princess. How can you be the same as those people who don't know right from wrong? How can you be the same as those people who don't know right from wrong, and actually criticize me here? Anyway, Xiaojiu has already said it, and there are a lot of people outside. Anyway, one more is not too much. Okay, I believe you are innocent. After all, no matter how many pretty boys there are in the world, they can't compare to your wife, who is so beautiful, capable, and virtuous." She said it in a very good way. Seeing her playful look, Jiang Yifeng was really helpless and shook his head and smiled lightly, gently stretched out his finger, and ran across her nose. You, when can you make me worried less?" Although she said so, the taste of doting was indeed hard to ignore. Chapter 161. In the following days, Jiang Yifeng sent people to the home of the Minister of War to make arrangements, and the rumors outside began to gradually dissipate. However, the prince still looked like he was watching closely, and he lived in fear all the time. It took only 2 days for Xiaojiu to receive an invitation from the crown princess. With only this invitation in his hand, Xiaojiu seemed a little entangled as he sat in his seat. After all, the prince's incident had just happened before, and now the crown princess, who had no intersection with him, had rashly sent him an invitation to a family banquet. This was obviously a hangmen banquet, and going there would definitely be a life-and-death rhythm. Should I go or not? The other party is the crown princess. Xiaojiu pulled his hair, trying to get a little inspiration from it, but found that it was useless. Just when he was depressed, the invitation in his hand suddenly disappeared and slipped directly from his hands. Then a voice came. "What is this? I see you've been staring at it for a long time. I don't know what treasure it is." With a bit of a joking atmosphere, Jiang Yifeng took the invitation and sat next to Xiaojiu to open it. He was quite surprised that this invitation came from the crown princess. "Crown princess?" Xiaojiu nodded helplessly. "Isn't it from the crown princess? This is not a show of courtesy. It's either a traitor or a thief. Who knows? What if you go? What if you get skinned?" Although this is a bit exaggerated, after all, she is the third princess. She can't go in vertically and come out horizontally. However, Xiaojiu is not the kind of person who likes to get involved in trouble, and he is such a big figure as the future crown prince. Isn't it obvious that he is looking for trouble for himself? Jiang Yifeng carefully weighed the invitation, then sneered. "It seems that this prince is still ruthless and wants to attack the people around me. I ignored him before, and never made this matter public. I thought he would be quiet, but he was so guilty that he couldn't hold back anymore. If there is anything, you can come to me." But when the tentacle involves Xiaojiu, Jiang Yifeng is not such a good person to talk to, and don't care about brotherhood. Looking at the man's gradually sharp eyes, Xiaojiu vaguely felt a little uneasy for the prince, and asked in a tangled way, "What do you think about this family dinner? Should we go or not? In fact, it is a bit difficult to go or not. After all, the other party is the crown princess, and many people can't flatter her. If you don't go, you will definitely offend her face. If you go, you will be in trouble. It won't benefit him. What if he gets tricked?" In a dilemma, Jiang Yifeng threw the invitation aside, then gently held Xiaojiu's hand and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you, so you can just say you're sick and don't go. I negotiate with them about this matter. If they are dissatisfied, we have a handle in our hands." Although he didn't want to get involved in the court disputes, since he had already stirred up a hornet's nest, this matter couldn't be brushed off so easily. Xiaojiu nodded, and according to the method Jiang Yifeng said, he really refused the crown princess, but this matter was heard by the concubine in a blink of an eye. "What did you say? That woman actually refused the crown princess's invitation. She's really arrogant." The crown princess, who might be the future queen, is a person that many people want to curry favor with, but Xiaojiu rejected her without blinking an eye and with a random excuse. Isn't this just a case of people getting angry? Facing the dissatisfied look of the concubine, Xiaohua said carefully, "Madam, I heard that the princess seems to have caught a cold, so she can't go. But I saw her watering the flowers and grass in the yard yesterday. She is in good health." The concubine glared at him coldly, but couldn't help but groan. She thinks she is the third princess, and she can be arrogant and look down on everyone because she is favored by the prince. She is really different. The words are full of jealousy, which makes people feel a little creepy. She dare not speak again, for fear that she will accidentally anger the big Buddha in front of her, and then she will be unlucky again. The concubine rolled her eyes for a few times, but suddenly an idea came to her. Since this woman is ungrateful and missed this great opportunity to curry favor with the crown princess, don't blame me for coming later. With this idea, the concubine actually impersonated and came to the crown prince's mansion. At this moment, she came to visit the crown princess in the name of Xiaojiu. Even without an invitation, she could easily enter the crown prince's mansion with such an identity. Upon hearing the news about Xiaojiu's arrival, the crown princess seemed very attentive. She couldn't sit still in the courtyard and rushed out of the door to greet him enthusiastically. She had not met the rumored third princess a few times, and the concubine now was a little unfamiliar. She simply treated her as Xiaojiu and greeted her with a smile. "Third princess, you are finally here. I have been waiting here for a long time." As he spoke, he enthusiastically pulled the concubine's hand and dragged her inside, but when she heard the wrong name, she waved her hand quickly and smiled awkwardly. "Crown princess, you recognize the wrong person. I am the concubine of the third prince's mansion. Our princess is sick, so I will replace her." Faced with these words, the crown princess was slightly stunned. Her face, which was originally enthusiastic, suddenly became gloomy. She glared at her coldly with a hint of displeasure. "You are not the person I want to invite, so what are you doing here?" Originally, Xiaojiu was invited, but now a concubine came. Firstly, it was not giving him face, and she, the crown princess, was personally greeting this little concubine, so she naturally felt unhappy. After taking a deep breath, she glared at her coldly. "Concubine, right? I hope you can understand that the person I am inviting this time is not you, so I am sorry that I cannot entertain you. Please go back directly." When the concubine heard this, she felt like she was slapped hard in the face, and her face was burning hot. This was too disrespectful. If it were an ordinary person, the concubine would have turned against him, but this was the crown princess, and now she had to endure it even if she was not welcomed. No, a little impatience can ruin a big plan. I must curry favor with the crown princess. I will have a backer in the palace in the future, and maybe she can help me deal with Xiaojiu. With such a wishful thinking, the concubine still had a far-fetched smile, and then emphasized again, "Please don't be angry, crown princess. It is true that our princess is sick, but I don't want to offend you, so I let you come instead, which can be regarded as a token of my heart." Having said that, the crown princess looked her up and down in a tangled way, and finally nodded helplessly. "In that case, then you come with me. I specially set up a private banquet today. Since the third prince's concubine doesn't have that blessing, then the concubine can only do it for you. Take him to her own courtyard." And the two of them sat in front of the dining table. The feast on the table was mouth-watering. According to the system of their third prince's palace, it is naturally impossible to reach such a standard, not to mention that he is just a concubine. At this moment, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at those delicious dishes, and praise them superficially. "You are worthy of being the crown princess. The food is really fine and rich. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to be so extravagant." But in the eyes of the crown princess, she looked at the concubine with a bit of contempt, and at this moment, she felt that his superficial praise was a bit unpleasant. Ignoring this sentence, she directly asked, "That? I think it is necessary to explain to you about the driver before, and I hope you can tell the princess." In fact, she wanted to pass this matter to Jiang Yifeng's ears. Faced with this inexplicable remark, the concubine was slightly stunned, looking at him blankly, and still a little confused. "What driver? I really can't understand why the crown princess, who is of noble status, would be entangled with a lowly driver." And from what she said, it seems that the banquet was specially held for this matter. Seeing the other party's blank attitude, the concubine was slightly surprised again, and couldn't help frowning. "Don't you know anything? It was about the Zhongyuan festival 2 days ago, and you brought back a person." The crown princess went to the extreme, not wanting too many people to pay attention to this matter, and just looked at her tentatively. However, The more she talked, the more confused she felt. The concubine shook her head in confusion, feeling a little embarrassed and unable to get off the stage. She said in a tangled manner, "Crown Princess, I really don't understand what you are talking about. Can you please explain it clearly?" So sure that the other party was just a novice who knew nothing, the Crown Princess was completely speechless, and looked at her with more and more dislike. I also carefully prepared a table of food, but I didn't expect that an ignorant woman would come. It's really a waste of my thoughts. Took a deep breath, with an impatient attitude, she stared at the wine glass in front of her and drank a glass, and then said, "If the concubine has nothing to do, please go back. I'm a little uncomfortable, and can't continue to entertain. I'm really sorry." After saying that, she glanced at the little maidservant serving beside her. She understood and stepped forward and said respectfully, "Concubine, the gate is over here. I take you a ride." Chapter 162. Without any warning, everything went smoothly, but the concubine was inexplicably asked to leave the prince's mansion, which was really embarrassing. After walking a short distance, Imofei couldn't hold back the impetuous spirit in his heart, gritted his teeth, and pounded his fist heavily on the carriage wall, and then cursed. "Is a crown princess so great? You treat me so badly, it's too much." Thinking about the embarrassing situation just now, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I have been holding back my anger for a long time, and I don't know how to vent it. And the other party is the crown princess, and I am just a small ant in front of her. As long as she wants, she can control my life and death with a light kick. Realizing that the concubine was going crazy again, the little maidservant who followed her was a little nervous, and hurriedly comforted her. "Madam, don't get excited first. It's not the third princess's fault after all. He must have done something to offend the crown princess before, so he claimed to be sick and didn't go, and deliberately left a gap for you to suffer such humiliation. Since the crown princess can't afford to offend, but the third princess of low status, the concubine can still find something for her to do, although it may make her feel happier." Hearing this, Che Fei found a way to step down, and at this moment he became more and more indignant, blaming all the things on Xiaojio without any clue. I said, "Such a good opportunity to curry favor with the crown princess, how could she turn a blind eye?" It turned out that she had planned to wait for me to step into the trap. What a deep-minded and extremely vicious woman. The concubine was getting angrier and angrier as she cursed along the way, and she really didn't want to swallow this bitter taste. As soon as she returned to the palace, she lifted her wide skirt and walked directly to Xiaojio's yard, wanting to settle accounts with her. But as luck would have it, the man came up empty-handed. "Madam, I'm sorry, our princess just went to the health club. She won't be back for a while. If you have anything to say, just tell me, and I pass it on to her later." Seeing Xiao Chui being so sensible, the concubine couldn't help but sneer. "You little bitch, what do you know? I tell you, can you express my thoughts?" After saying that, she turned around and lifted her skirt, and then said to Xiaohua next to her, "Let's go back. I'm really angry today. I have to find a way to calm down." If she hadn't just come back from a trip outside, the concubine would have simply rushed to the health club with a machete, and had to find a bridge to question him face to face. It's impossible to be humiliated like this for no reason and still be indifferent, right? Back in her own yard, the concubine drank several sips of tea in a row before she felt that her heart could calm down a little, but after thinking about it, she still felt uncomfortable all over. Looking at Xiaohua next to him, he directly ordered, "You come here." Xiaohua was slightly stunned, and took a step forward tremblingly. He really couldn't afford to offend this volcano that could erupt at any time. "What do you want, madam?" "I'm already so angry, but Xiaojio is completely unaware, and is busy making money there. Don't you think it's unfair? Why don't you tell her to get back here?" This was too righteous. Xiaohua didn't know what to say. This is a dignified third princess. Why should she let her control? However, because she couldn't afford to offend the big Buddha, she could only nod her head obediently in the end. "Please wait for a moment, madam. I will go to find that woman and give you an explanation for her schemes." As she said this, Xiaohua took a maid to cheer her up, and went to the health club together. "Your business is pretty good, at least not as good as before for my mother-in-law, but it's still not too lively and prosperous." Xiaohua took advantage of the opportunity, and walked in with her companions. The busy Xiaojio reluctantly pretended to be respectful, and stepped forward to block her busy figure. "Princess, my wife has something to find you, and I hope you can take time to go back." It was respectful, but it was more like an ordering tone, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Xiaojio frowned slightly, and couldn't help looking at him twice more, only to find it a little ridiculous. "Your wife is always busy. I don't have time to accompany her to play those meaningless things here. You should go back quickly. I'm quite busy now. Every other day, it's either by you, or this or that one or two who find things for her to do in various ways. Xiaojiu has long been accustomed to it. If the health club hadn't been doing good business today, she wouldn't be here with a coach to tell a maid so much. After saying that, she just bypassed it, and Xiaohua went to other places to be busy on her own. Looking at the other party's pretty figure and busy posture, Xiaohua felt extremely embarrassed. It happened to be a maid, and I didn't know how to refute it. After being embarrassed, she spoke again. It's really a very important matter, which concerns Our Lady's face. I hope the princess can give me some face. If this person can't be invited back, she will inevitably be scolded if she goes back. What should she do at this moment? However, facing the other party's attitude, she simply turned a deaf ear to the request and put all her thoughts on these guests, who come and go. After being dumbly cheated again, Xiaohua had no face to stay, and could only leave this place of right and wrong with a tangled face. However, as soon as Xiaohua left, 2 more maids came behind her. Judging from their clothes, they should also be from wealthy families. Excuse me, who is the third princess? As soon as she entered the door, she heard a childish and respectful voice coming towards her. Xiaojiu was slightly stunned, and turned his head again, only to find that there were 2 more maids, holding a tray in their hands, with a small wooden box on it, and no one knew what kind of treasure it contained. Because he had never seen the other party's face, and didn't know which family the maids were from, Xiaojiu decided to act cautiously, reluctantly put down the busy things in his hands, stepped forward and asked, what can I do for you? So you are the third princess. We are here on the orders of the Crown Princess to invite you to the Crown Prince's mansion for a chat, and want to discuss with you the recipe for beauty and skin care, and hope that the third princess can give you this face. Hearing what the other party said, Xiaojiu was a little stunned, and felt more and more entangled. I really didn't expect that after so much difficulty in evading, she actually found this place directly. It seems that this Crown Princess is really the type of person who will not give up until she achieves her goal? Although this kind of resolute character is somewhat similar to his own, he is always being harassed in such a presumptuous way, which makes people feel a little impatient. What should I do now? If I don't go, I'm afraid it's not right to do it on the face of others. I pretended to be sick and refused the invitation before, but now I'm standing here intact. The other party even came to my door in person. If I refuse in front of him, it seems inappropriate, right? Under such a dilemma, Xiaojiu sighed helplessly, and could only say, since it is the invitation of the Crown Princess, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Please wait for me to pack up, and come right away. After simply changing clothes at the back, Xiaojiu followed the 2 maids, and took the carriage all the way to the Crown Prince's mansion. At this moment, the Crown Princess was still waiting at the door, looking at the oncoming car, with a bit of nervousness and anticipation. Now I have come this far. If you really don't give me some face, then don't blame me for being rude. Some people's faces can't be slapped one after another. After all, as the Crown Princess, she condescended to let someone come to invite her in person, which was a rare face. If this idea fell into Xiaojiu's ears, I'm afraid he would ridicule the Crown Princess for no reason. Anyway, she insisted on being shameless. Why did she have to involve herself? After getting off the carriage, there stood a pretty woman with a beautiful figure and beautiful face. Looking at this peach blossom that was blooming in spring, she was temporarily beautiful. Just that moment of effort, it was almost enough to make people unable to take their eyes away. It's just like the rumors, a beauty in troubled times. This time, the Crown Princess was very confident, and definitely recognized Xiaojiu. She hurried forward and greeted him with a smile. Princess San, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Now I feel relieved to see you. Let's go in quickly. The food inside is getting cold. Seeing that the other party was holding her hand and dragging her into the Crown Prince's mansion, if you didn't know, you would think that the girl from the brothel was too enthusiastic, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Xiaojiu twitched his mouth awkwardly, trying to ease the atmosphere, and then tentatively said, Crown Princess, there is no need to be so enthusiastic, I can go by myself. As he spoke, he pulled out his hand again, stood beside him awkwardly, and followed the other party to the courtyard. It was another feast, but the dishes were just heated up and not changed. Looking at this scene, it is estimated that a lot of thought must have been put into preparing for the knock. Xiaojiu could only sigh for no reason. It is a blessing, not a disaster. It is a disaster that cannot be avoided. After all, I have to accept the arrangement of fate. At the invitation of the Crown Princess, Xiaojiu sat opposite her obediently, but he seemed a little restrained. Don't be restrained, third princess. Just treat her as your own sister. Why don't you try the dishes made by the royal chef of this palace? I wonder if they suit your taste. Chapter 163. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, Xiaojio recalled his previous experience of going to a brothel, but it was too familiar. The two of them declined for a while, but Xiaojio didn't move his chopsticks, just drank a few cups of tea casually, just pretending. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm gradually faded, Xiaojio no longer continued to be polite with him, and patiently asked, I heard that the crown princess invited me to the banquet today to ask me about beauty and skin care. I don't know if the crown princess has any problems with her skin recently. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Although he knew that the other party's purpose was not here, Xiaojio was not vague at all when it came to pretending to be stupid and young. As a result, the crown princess didn't know how to answer at that time, and waved her hand awkwardly. Oh, that's right. I heard that the third princess's beauty and skincare skills are unique. I wonder if there are any special methods. When it comes to this aspect, Xiaojio had to use his professional knowledge and talk to her like flowing water, regardless of whether the other party could understand it or not. The crown princess was confused and a little impatient, so she simply interrupted her and smiled twice. Oh my god, I really didn't expect that there is so much knowledge in this, worthy of being the third princess. After simply ending the topic with a wonderful compliment, Xiaojio just cooperated with a few commercial fake smiles, and did not let people see any flaws. But looking at the crown princess's face, the far-fetched smile, with a bit of twisted posture, is obviously a person who can't hide things, and I don't know if it is deliberately exposed to Xiaojio. However, Xiaojio never likes to take the initiative, so he just lets her keep pretending like this. After a short while, the crown princess couldn't hold her temper anymore, so she tentatively asked, By the way, I heard that the third prince's mansion recently caught an assassin. Is this true? Naked probing, referring to the assassin, is actually the substitute driver. Xiaojio naturally knew what he was talking about, so he answered truthfully, There is no assassin, but before the Lantern Festival, I saw injustice and punished a driver who contradicted others. As he spoke, he suddenly changed the subject, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then asked suspiciously, But I heard that it seems that you took him away. This tactful style of painting, very smooth connection, almost speechless, the crown princess instantly turned from active to passive. I quickly followed with a smile and explained, Oh, the coachman used to drive for the prince. Because he is a relative of the prince's nanny, he opened a small profit. You don't mind, do you? If they nodded, wouldn't it make them look petty, and it would also highlight the importance of the coachman, which would be more likely to reveal something. It seemed that every word the two said was a contest of open and secret struggles, full of details. However, regarding the carriage, Xiaojio always pretended to be stupid and avoided talking about it, or made excuses to get nothing and perfunctorily passed it over. The crown princess didn't ask anything, so she naturally felt depressed, but she was also glad that she didn't ask anything. Does he really know nothing? Or has the treasure never been discovered? With inner entanglement, she couldn't help but take a closer look at Xiaojio in front of her. The other party had a calm and composed face without any flaws. The crown princess simply breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, since he doesn't know anything, because the garage matter has built a bridge with the third prince's mansion, it can make friends with the third prince's wife and win over the third prince. Maybe I can do something for his highness in the future. With this idea of having the best of both worlds, the depressed look on the crown princess's face gradually disappeared, and she simply showed a generous smile, and then said, Fortunately, the prince and the princess are broad-minded and didn't care about the driver. I am really grateful. Why say this? What is really admirable is the benevolence of His Highness the Crown Prince. The two people forced each other, about Xiaojio's words being flawless and particularly likable. The Crown Princess was very pleased to hear this, so she simply raised her hand and grabbed one of Xiaojio's hands. Third Princess, although this is the first time I meet you, I feel like we are old friends. Maybe this is the so-called fate. If you don't mind, why don't we call each other sisters in the future? What do you think? This expectant look was warm and gentle. If she easily refused, it would be unreasonable. Xiaojio nodded and agreed generously. I just happen to think the same as my sister. I hope that we sisters will benefit each other and have more exchanges in the future. The two of them became more and more engaged in the conversation. In fact, they were hiding their own motives. After a few hours, the two were still chattering. Xiaojio kept telling the Crown Princess some health secrets and beauty secrets. From the initial lack of interest to the final obsession, the change in the Crown Princess's expression also symbolizes a woman's pursuit and desire for beauty. I really didn't expect that my sister is so knowledgeable. I feel a little ashamed of myself. I hope that we two sisters can visit each other more often in the future to increase our feelings. I also want to ask my sister about many things about beauty. Xiaojie nodded, confirming that the other party had completely let down his guard, and the stone hanging in his heart slowly fell. Looking at the sky in the distance again, the sun has gradually set slowly in the west, and the sky in the distance is stained with a blush, and then he said, "Sister, it's getting late now, and I should go back, otherwise the prince will say that I don't have a degree." After saying this, the crown princess also felt a little dry in the mouth, so she simply stopped forcing it and nodded madly. She gently helped Xiaojie up, just like a real sister, and glanced at the maidservant beside her. Juan understood and turned away. The crown princess seemed very enthusiastic and insisted on taking Xiaojie to see her out. After reaching the door, she suddenly grabbed his hand and said, "Don't worry, sister. This is our first meeting. I can't let you go empty-handed, lest you say that I am not kind. I will give you some jewelry as a symbol of our friendship." As soon as these words fell, the maidservant who had just turned away came over dragging a large tray, which was filled with priceless treasures. What about red agate jade ruby, jade bracelets, Zhu-yin gemstone necklaces, etc.? If it were an ordinary family, it would last for several lifetimes. Xiaojie was stunned on the spot, and was a little panicked. Are these all for me? I have seen people giving gifts, but I have never seen such generous gifts. The prince's mansion is really generous. No wonder they were able to collect so many things under the carriage before. Yes, there is nothing good to give to my sister. I can use these vulgar things to express my feelings. I hope my sister will not despise them. This is really a comparison. The so-called vulgar things can only be obtained by Xiaojie after spending several years, right? Forget it, since you are so enthusiastic, don't blame me for being rude. Just think of it as your investment in my health club. Anyway, the current health club has not seen much business improvement due to the previous turmoil. Now she comes to show her warmth. After a simple thank you and farewell, Xiaojie did not stay any longer and took the carriage back to the palace. It was already dusk, and the wind seemed a little chilly. It seemed to penetrate the pores and get into the heart when it hit people's skin, making people shiver. Upon hearing the news about Xiaojie's return, the concubine seemed a little restless. At this moment, one hand slammed heavily on the table. This woman actually knew to come back. She caused me to have such a big grudge with the crown princess before. I will not let her go so easily. The concubine also learned from Xiaohua that Xiaojie was invited to visit the crown princess later, and now she felt even more embarrassed. With a somewhat angry look, he rushed out of the house, as if he was going to call for punishment. Seeing Xiaojie, who had already gotten off the carriage, the concubine rushed up without saying a word, and sneered at his nose. "I thought you were so noble, pretending to be sick and saying you couldn't go, but at the same time you were half-hearted, and you owed someone else's cigarettes. It's really hypocritical. I'm afraid you will be scolded and kicked out of the house, right?" Although she said so, it was only based on her experience after being frustrated by the crown princess before. After hearing this, Xiaojie raised his eyes slightly and glanced at him. He didn't intend to pay more attention to it. Instead, he looked back at the accompanying maid. "By the way, take out all the things that the crown princess gave you. Sell those that can be sold. If they are better, take them back to my room as ornaments." The maid nodded and took the things out. They were a little heavy. It was just a simple tray, but on it was a luxurious mansion. The concubine was stunned, and didn't even come to her senses. These are all given to you by the crown princess. How is it possible?" She even saw the fine mutton fat jade ruby that she had always wanted to collect from the objects on the tray. That is, she heard that this thing was placed with the crown princess, so it was like trying to please the crown princess. Maybe she would take this thing as a reward if she was happy. But she never expected that the thing she had been thinking about would fall into the hands of her enemy in the blink of an eye. How could he feel? Chapter 164. The atmosphere instantly fell into an awkward moment. The concubine stood there with her eyes dumbfounded. She was like a fool, motionless. Seeing Xiaojie trying to walk in with the things, the concubine couldn't hold back her temper. She stretched out her arms and blocked the other party's way like a hen protecting her calves. "Stop right there. What despicable means did you use to let the crown princess give you this fine mutton fat jade for no reason? You are just a daughter of a merchant. Your status is not worthy of this good thing at all." The more she talked, the more unconvinced she became. The concubine was almost crying in anxiety. She had never felt so aggrieved. Hearing these words, Xiaojie was slightly stunned and seemed a little puzzled. She turned her head and took a look at the mutton-fat jade on the tray. Combined with the concubine's unconvinced expression, she instantly understood something. At this moment, holding the piece of mutton-fat jade, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth, deliberately angering her. "Oh, I didn't want these things at first, but the crown princess insisted on giving them to me, saying that we hit it off at first sight, and were like sisters, so I naturally couldn't refuse. It was really embarrassing." The last tone was deliberately prolonged, with a naked teasing meaning, which made people feel more and more ashamed. The concubine clenched her teeth, and her bright red lips turned pale at this moment. "You, don't go too far. What's wrong with bullying you? If you have the ability, you can also ask the concubine for 2 pieces, and see if she is willing to pay attention to you. This guy always makes trouble for me on weekdays. Recently, I have caught an opportunity, and I have to teach her a lesson to prevent him from being so arrogant in the future." Hearing this, the concubine was speechless. If she really had this ability, she would not have been driven out with such disgust. She looked at the mutton-fat jade with a distressed look and said in a provocative way, "Didn't you say that you disdain these things? Mutton-fat jade is priceless. Do you dare to give it to me?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu was slightly stunned. He had never seen anyone so naive. He seemed to be treating him like a fool. After a moment, she smiled helplessly and raised her eyebrows at him and said, "Sorry, even if I don't like this thing, I won't give it to you even if I give it to buy you. You can't get it if it doesn't belong to you." After saying that, she glanced at the maid behind her and said, "Don't stand here any longer, hurry up and bring the things in, lest some people keep staring at my treasures," which is really no different from the hooligans on the street. After saying that, she took a melodious step and chopped towards her courtyard, and her swaying figure was like a romantic lotus dancing in the wind. It's beautiful, but some people feel uncomfortable looking at it. This damn woman is simply too much. On the one hand, she felt sorry for her fine mutton-fat jade Rui, and on the other hand, she was so angry at Xiaojiu that she could only say that she deserved it. Xiaohua beside him was indifferent, and too lazy to get involved in this mess, so she let him sulk on his own. After returning to the courtyard, Xiaojiu simply sorted out the jewels that were given as rewards. Then he said, "You can sell these jewels, because I don't usually carry them with me. You can just put these bottles and jars in an empty place, so that we can add a little more wealth here, so that people won't say we are shabby." Most of the things that the money brought were from the health club, so Xiaojubi sold them outside. Now the crown princess is quite capable, and she enriched her empty house in an instant. Xiao Chui nodded, but when she looked at the extra mutton-fat jade Rui, she couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Princess, there's another thing here. Is it also placed in the room?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu picked up the mutton-fat jade Rui, looked at it carefully for a while, and touched her round body with a little heartache. It is indeed a rare treasure, but it's a pity that it is not as pleasing as the concubine's angry look. With a playful attitude, he put the thing on the table directly, and then said, "Didn't Baiyu always complain that I broke one of his jade Rui? With that kind of quality, this thing can probably be exchanged for several. You can give it to her." Xiao Chui was stunned by these casual words. Aren't these two people usually incompatible? Why is the princess so merciful? With inner entanglement, Xiaojiu added another sentence. "Remember, be more public. Make sure to let people know that it was from me." After saying that, a big smile appeared on the corner of her lips, and she lay on the bed with a satisfied look on her face. After the next day, almost everyone knew that the princess had forgiven the past, and gave Baiyu a fine mutton-fat jade Rui, which was worth a fortune. But what others saw was Xiaojiu's generosity, but in the eyes of the concubine, it was a completely different story. "What are you talking about? She actually gave such a precious thing to Baiyu, that lowly woman. Isn't it obvious that she is against me? When I stood at the door yesterday, I guess anyone with eyes could see my desire for the mutton-fat jade Rui. I don't want to see the monk's face, but the Buddha's face. Even if it is not given to me, there is no need to humiliate me like this, right? Everyone in the palace knows that she and Baiyu are in the same camp. Now such a big treasure has been given to Baiyu, but I have only got a bamboo basket water drawer. Isn't it embarrassing for her to get off the stage? Damn, this princess is really getting too much." With a little bit of dissatisfaction in her heart. In the following time, whenever the concubine met Baiyu, she would speak coldly and sarcastically, and the arrogant Baiyu was confused. "You just got a jade Rui, although it is a treasure, but because it was sent by Xiaojiu, you don't like it very much. However, good things should be accepted by all. Why does this concubine want to make things difficult for me? What's wrong with you? Are you jealous of me?" She curled her lips, and showed a little more dislike. She had never been wronged like this before. However, It was indeed strange to think about it carefully. Since she had this mutton-fat jade, this concubine had almost changed her attitude towards me. What is the origin of this thing? Why did she give it to me? And why did the concubine dislike me so much? With some confusion in her heart, according to Bayu's understanding of Xiaojiu, if someone showed kindness for no reason, he must be a traitor or a thief. This thing must be something extraordinary. Under the dilemma, Bayu couldn't help but go to find Xiaojiu out of curiosity and wanted to find out. Just after entering the yard, I saw Xiaojiu busy watering the flowers and grass. Because the business of the health club is not very good, he has been free recently. Princess, I want to know if you are free now. I have something to ask you. When he came in, he was very free and easy, as if he was talking to an ordinary person. Obviously, he forgot that he was nothing in the third prince's mansion. Xiao Chui was a little dissatisfied. At this moment, she glared at her coldly. She wanted to open her mouth to warn her and teach her what the rules are, but she saw Xiaojiu turned her head. Facing a smile, it made people feel a little cautious. Oh, isn't this my sister Bayu? You came to me specially today. Are you here to thank me? It's a bit exaggerated to say thank you. Anyway, Bayu has always been an ungrateful person, a guy who eats at home and excludes others. Jiang Yifeng brought her back from the battlefield, and now she is causing trouble for him every day. Bayu stepped forward and said in a tangled tone, "Didn't you send me a mutton-fat jade rui this morning? What is the origin of that thing? Why do I feel that it is not right? If it was right, he would not have given it to her. Who would want to waste such a precious thing?" Xiaojiu smiled lightly, and did not intend to hide anything. He said everything. Why are you nervous? This is not only a good thing, but also a reward from the crown princess. Ordinary people don't have such an honor. Don't I have to take care of you? The more he talked, the more outrageous it was. The more good things there were, the more unbelievable the treatment was. She actually thought of herself first. Stop pretending here. You know this is a precious thing. Why does the concubine always use this thing to mock me? Is there any other story behind it? Bayu folded her arms and looked arrogant, as if someone owed her 1,000,000 or 800,000. However, what he said was not wrong. It was indeed a hidden secret. I have always wanted to use this thing as a decoration to pay for the fair, but I think this kind of precious thing is more suitable for you. If you think she is jealous of you and mocks you, why not transfer this thing to her? She will accept it happily, and even look at you differently. These light words really make people feel that there are some words, and they always feel that something is wrong. I am not a sweet dog. Why should I be so humble to please the concubine? Ignoring this problem, Bayu can finally understand the concubine's thoughts. But thinking about the fine mutton-fat jade rui, it is a priceless treasure, and I really feel reluctant to give it up. Why would I give her such a precious thing? With this thought in mind, Bayu simply ignored the matter, and let the concubine suppress her without any reaction. Anyway, as long as she was the lifesaver of the third prince, she would not be killed by him. She couldn't offend the third prince for a piece of mutton-fat jade rui, right? Chapter 165. Bayu and the concubine, the two women have been fighting over and over for a piece of mutton-fat jade, and Xiaojiu just sat back and watched the fight. Fortunately, the two of them were focused on fighting each other, and had no other thoughts on themselves, so they had a rare 2 days of peace. Similarly, Jiang Yifeng learned about Xiaojiu's meeting with the crown princess, and he came directly to the pear blossom garden when he had time. Just now, when he entered the yard, a faint scent of tea came towards him. Xiaojiu sat in her seat, looking very relaxed. Hearing the sound of slow steps, Xiaojiu turned his head and took a look. He saw that the other party was dignified and upright, but there was a hint of worry on his face. He couldn't help but teasing, but what happened? Why does the prince look so depressed? In fact, the first time Jiang Yifeng rushed to his side, when something happened could only be because of his own affairs. Normally, he kept all the court affairs to himself, so why would he worry about this? You are asking even though you already know the answer? You went to see the crown princess. Did she do anything to you? Jiang Yifeng came closer nervously, unable to suppress the complicated and tangled emotions in his heart. His terrified look made him look like a panicked child. Xiaojiu couldn't help but smile lightly, and his eyes moved with a bit of playfulness. Didn't she do something? And it was quite noisy. I don't know what to do. The more he talked, the more outrageous it was, and Jiang Yifeng became more and more nervous. He was in his prime, but because of excessive tension, several blue marks squeezed out of his forehead. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? If they dare to touch you, even if it offends the entire prince's mansion, I will definitely seek justice for you. The reason why I haven't been entangled in the matter of finding jewelry in the carriage before is just because I don't want to get involved too much and want to live such a peaceful life. But if the other party is restless first, then don't blame me for turning my face and being ruthless. After confirming the other party's extremely nervous posture, I am afraid that if I don't tell the truth, Jiang Yifeng will really take a knife and kill me in the prince's mansion. Xiaojiao quickly grabbed his arm, gently pulled her to sit next to him, and comforted her softly. Okay, don't worry, I was just teasing you just now, look at something. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the house. In just a short while, he took out a few treasures and placed them on the table. Look, these are what the crown princess gave me. Your wife is so smart, what can she do to me? Looking at the ornaments on the table, they are all priceless treasures, indeed things that the crown princess can show off. Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned, still a little at a loss, and couldn't help asking, what's going on? He didn't bully you but gave you something instead. Could it be that he has some other intentions? Otherwise, isn't this just to shut me up? Xiaojiao shrugged helplessly, and then added, you know what, the crown princess is really a clever pig trying every way to get me to talk, and I'm lucky that I'm clever. I didn't let the secret slip, otherwise I wouldn't have gained her trust. Not only did he not get exposed, but he also got a bunch of treasures, which can be considered a gain. Jiang Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Suddenly, Xiaojiao hugged his waist, exposing his arms, and locked him tightly on his chest. Xiaojiao seemed a little confused, trying to struggle, and hesitantly said, what are you doing? What else can I do? I let you deceive me just now, but I am so worried. Why don't you let me hug you to relieve my tension? This is a very reasonable statement. Xiaojiao's heart also warmed up after listening to it, and he squinted his eyes at the things on the table. I sorted these out, and I think they are quite suitable to put in your room. What do you think? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng shook his head. Forget it. You took out most of your belongings in your room to buy it for the health club, and it's empty. How can it be a princess room? Just move it to your own room. This really touched Xiaojiao's heart, and he looked at the other party with expectation. Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned, and suddenly realized that Xiaojiao's purpose did not seem so simple. After coming over, he couldn't help but chuckle again. My wife is really clever and weird, trying to trick me in all kinds of ways. If you want something to expand the house, just tell me directly, and go back to me to get it in a few days. Why beat around the bush? If he didn't react, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Xiaojiao smiled lightly, couldn't help but stand up, and kissed Jiang Yifeng on the cheek. Thank you for your love, husband. Although the things were not handed over, Xiaojiao's kindness was still conveyed to the old lady. The weather was slightly cool, and the old lady had nothing to do. She sat on the rattan chair and rocked gently, listening to the maid next to her reporting about Xiaojiao. She nodded with satisfaction. This girl is getting more and more sensible, and she also knows what it means that the husband is the most important. This woman has always been particular about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. This behavior of offering treasures on her own initiative is easy to be welcomed. The old lady was originally a woman with traditional ideas. Because of this incident, her previous dissatisfaction with Xiaojiao was more or less washed away. When she thought of this daughter-in-law being even more cheap, the old lady felt much more comfortable. She couldn't help but smile while sleeping, as if the stone in her heart had fallen. As time passed slowly, the sky gradually darkened, and Xiaojiao fell into a shallow sleep in the courtyard with the breeze of 2 nights. When Jiang Yifeng arrived, he only saw Xiaojiao lying on the table, and shook his head helplessly. You really don't pay attention to your body at all. What if you catch a cold here? You cry again later. With a bit of helplessness, Jiang Yifeng took 2 steps forward and gently took off the cloak and draped it on her back. Then he sat next to her, supporting his head with one hand and quietly admiring Xiaojiao's sleeping profile, but with a lingering attitude. You are simply incomparable. Hee, you look quite well behaved when you wake up. Why are you so arrogant in front of me on weekdays, with a carefree look, and don't know how to pay attention to your image at all? As he spoke, he could not help but gently fiddle with Xiaojiao's nose with his hand, blocking her nostrils and preventing her from breathing. After feeling that the breath was not so smooth, Xiaojiao could not help but frown slightly, swaying her body shyly, and then moving in another direction, and constantly muttering to himself, Don't touch me, I want to sleep. But the more he said this, the more Jiang Yifeng could not restrain his little boy's temper, and kept fiddling with her face. Xiaojiao was really impatient, and she opened her eyes dizzily to see who was so ungrateful that he actually did such a despicable and vulgar act while she was sleeping. But the first thing that came into her eyes was Jiang Yifeng's handsome and upright face, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. She was in a daze as if she was dreaming, and asked shyly, "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng smiled twice. "You are my wife, and now it's late at night. It's time to undress and go to bed. Is it strange that I am here? The implication is that I came here to sleep." Qiaojiu's face turned slightly red, and the sleepiness in his mind was instantly awakened. He rolled his eyes at him unhappily, and then curled his lips. "Jiang Yifeng, you just know how to tease me. Now, I was just dreaming about delicious food, but now I feel the cool moonlight, which is a bit chilly." Jiang Yifeng still had a thick face, and laughed more and more wantonly. "Madam, I haven't slept yet. How dare you go to bed first? But now that I'm here, we can go to bed properly." After saying that, he suddenly picked up Qiaojiu by the waist, dragged her into the room, and gently put her on the bed. Then his huge body pressed over like a dark cloud, and a strong breath also floated towards him. Qiaojiu was slightly stunned, and her already shy face became even redder at this moment, and she even felt embarrassed to face him directly. Then he pouted, quickly spread his hands, pressed her chest, and warned, "Don't come over, I'm not feeling well today." Anyway, women always have such a few days a month. Jiang Yifeng understood, and seemed a little disappointed, so he could only sit obediently by the bed depressed, looking at Qiaojiu with a wrong face, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Qiaojiu felt speechless for a moment, and quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't show such a pitiful expression. People who don't know will think that I bullied you, and I will be looked down upon again if it gets out." The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. Jiang Yifeng held Qiaojiu's hand awkwardly and gently shook her arm. "I only see you for a few hours a day, and you only know that I am a vicious king. Don't you plan to say something else?" After saying this, Qiaojiu was slightly stunned and said that it was indeed the case. One was busy with business, and the other was busy with court affairs. Anyway, no one could ever rest. For a moment, Jiang Yifeng showed such an aggrieved expression, which was not unreasonable, so he had to pat him on the shoulder gently. Okay, I didn't think about this matter carefully, and I will spend more time with you in the future." Chapter 166. In the cool night, Jiang Yifeng hugged Qiaojiu tightly. Although he did nothing, he felt particularly comfortable and fell asleep. When Qiaojiu woke up the next morning, Jiang Yifeng had already left the room, and there was not even a word left on the bed. Qiaojiu yawned slightly, and still felt in indescribable pajamas, but he was still stubborn and dispelled the sleepiness. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I know when she left. Why didn't she tell me?" Although he couldn't help him, he undressed deliberately. After the maid came and washed and dressed simply, Qiaojiu had just sat in the yard when the housekeeper came over with an account book in his hand. "Princess, you finally woke up. I've been waiting here for a long time." Hearing these words, and looking at the butler's staggering steps, Qiaojiu really found it funny that he was old, but he wanted to imitate the young man's brisk steps, so he had to wave his hand. Come on, slow down." Hearing these words, the butler stopped, with a faint smile, and handed over the things in his hand respectfully, saying, "Princess, please take a look, this is what the prince asked me to give to you." Hearing these words, Qiaojiu didn't understand, but when he took the heavy book and looked at it, there were two big words written on the cover, accounts, which was particularly eye-catching. "Why did you give this to me? Do you want me to help check the accounts? Did the accountant take a leave?" Qiaojiu was confused. He couldn't figure out the accounts of the palace. Although he was the princess, he had no right to ask or interfere. After all, the rules of the palace are very strict, and women cannot interfere in financial issues. Qiaojiu doesn't want to do anything that will cause gossip. The housekeeper smiled and shook his head at this. I explained, "Please don't worry, princess. This is a special order from the prince. He said that the account office will be handed over to you in the future. You will be in charge of all expenses and income in the future." Another shocking statement. Qiaojiu couldn't even believe his ears. This was simply going against this feudal ideology. The prince wouldn't really say that, "Don't fool me." Although in my own ideas, it is reasonable for women to manage the household and finances, but my own ideas are incompatible with this society. But seeing the butler's serious nod, Qiaojiu felt it was incredible. He took a deep breath, but looking at the thick account book, he was speechless again. "No way, I'm already busy taking care of the business alone. You really know how to find things for me to do." Although he knew that the other party just trusted and recognized his performance, to some extent, Qiaojiu also had his own things to do, and he felt overwhelmed by the busyness. Looking at Qiaojiu's hesitation, the butler thought he was still bound by those traditional concepts, so he hurriedly followed and comforted him. "Princess, you can abandon the secular views of the outside world on you. The prince has spoiled you to be the happiest woman in the world, so you should not disappoint him. Is this a question of whether to pamper or not? Maybe in the eyes of others, it is recognized, but for Xiaojiu, who deals with accounts every day, this is undoubtedly the most fatal thing. Embarrassed, Xiaojiu smiled and waved his hand, and put the account book on the table. One hand supported the table, and he felt that his legs were a little weak because of fear. He smiled and said, "Well, let's talk about this later. My store is quite busy today. I have to go and see it first." After that, regardless of what the other party thought, he ran away without a trace. I was afraid that if he stayed like this, he would die. In a blink of an eye, he came to the health club. Just as Xiaojiu said, I don't know what happened in the past 2 days. The business of the health club is indeed good. People come and go every day, and several big orders have been received. Boss, today the wife of the Wang family sent someone to order 50 boxes of condensed fragrance cream from us, but our inventory is a little insufficient. Do you want to discuss it with him? Hearing this, Xiaojiu was slightly stunned. He really couldn't figure it out. No, why would one person order so many condensed fragrance creams? This thing is very valuable, not a cheap product. It's serious, and it's not something with a particularly long shelf life. 50 boxes are enough to last until death. Is Mrs. Wang crazy? It's not that I still have doubts about customers, but recently, there have been a series of large orders of various kinds, which feel a little unreal. After taking a deep breath, Xiaojiu really couldn't suppress the complicated emotions in his heart. He always felt that there seemed to be something wrong here. He simply waved his hand and ordered, according to my instructions, don't accept any new orders next time. Change these things first. As for Mrs. Wang, I will go to talk to her. After that, he made an appointment with Mrs. Wang to meet at a tea house. She looked dignified and elegant, and her skin was well maintained. She didn't look like someone who needed some perfume cream. Oh, third princess, what do you want to talk to me about? Mrs. Wang seemed very enthusiastic. She came to meet the bridge as soon as she saw it, as if she had met her ancestor. She walked up to her without thinking about herself, who was also a lady from a wealthy family. She was older than him, so it seemed too hypocritical. Her hospitality was a bit unnatural, which made people feel uncomfortable. Xiaojiu waved his hands awkwardly and said, "Madam, you don't have to be so polite. Let's sit down first." After the two sat down, Xiaojiu reluctantly got to the point, "Well, I came to tell you that regarding the 50 boxes of condensed fragrance cream you ordered, we can't make so many for the time being because of the raw materials. Can you reduce it a little, or?" Before he finished speaking, Madame Wang interrupted Xiaojiu and said enthusiastically, it's okay, I will still pay for the 50 boxes. As for how much you can take out, it's up to your mood. I'm not such an unreasonable person." From what he meant, it was not a question of being reasonable. It seemed that this was a bit too accommodating, right? The things could not be obtained, but the money was still given. Is this the legendary stupid people with a lot of money? Xiaojiu still couldn't understand this idea. At this moment, the alliance shook his head and said, "No, Madame Wang, you don't have to be like this. Give as much as you should." Embarrassed, Xiaojiu couldn't help but take a closer look at Madame Wang in front of him. He had hardly dealt with her before, and couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Madame Wang, you also know that my small shop's business has not been very good recently, and there are some bad rumors. Why do you?" The next words must be understood by anyone with a discerning eye, but Madame Wang said it vaguely this. "After all, you are the third princess, I naturally believe in your character, so I plan to support you." She said it seriously, but the listener was not a fool. Xiaojiu felt a little embarrassed to the point of being speechless. After taking a breath, he swallowed slightly. "Come on, Madame Wang, if you tell me the truth, I will give you 10 maintenances for free in the future. What do you think?" Although Madame Wang's family is not a disaster of poverty, it is obviously wrong for a woman to spend so much money to buy such luxurious and useless things here. When she heard about the 10 free maintenances, Madame Wang was slightly stunned, but now she seemed a little moved. Her originally confident expression began to show some entanglement. "Don't worry, the person behind this is doing good things, and I just want to thank him. Madame Wang, please tell me the truth." Xiaojiu was a good fool, so Madame Wang simply believed him and answered truthfully, "To be honest, the family is under strict control, and the master doesn't let me spend money indiscriminately. But the crown princess came to me and gave me some money, and also paid for the purchase of the condensed fragrance cream, saying that she wanted to support you." When Xiaojiu heard that it was related to the crown princess, he was stunned. On the spot, he frowned slightly, but he was a little entangled in his heart. This crown princess is really a thief, and it seems that she has not completely let down her guard against me. After being entangled, he nodded, and heard Mrs. Wang hurriedly said, Boss Chiao, the Crown Princess does not allow us to disclose this matter, and I hope you cannot tell it to others. If the Crown Princess really does not want them to disclose it, how can Xiaojiu realize that he is doing good deeds in secret? Xiaojiu nodded awkwardly, and was speechless about Mrs. Wang's naivety. After returning, he heard that there were several new orders coming in. But although we said that we would not accept the orders, those people insisted on sending them to the door stubbornly, and if we did not accept them, they would still say something, and I would make the decision on my own. Zhou Shui was so wronged. It was the first time she saw such a warm customer, which made them, the business people, a little overwhelmed. Hearing this, Xiaojiu frowned slightly, holding the order in his hand. Looking at another unfamiliar large order, he could only sigh, it really is haunting. Chapter 167. In order to avoid the Crown Princess from pestering him, Xiaojiu would directly close the door of the shop, directly expressing his firm attitude, which can be regarded as the most resounding response. After hearing about this, Zifei was stunned, and kept losing his temper in the mansion. That damn Xiaojiu is really too ungrateful. She is just the daughter of a merchant with a low status. She became a phoenix after flying off the branches, but she is arrogant. This series of cursing sounds made people feel a little harsh. Even the birds on the branches outside felt that it was too noisy and flew away. Seeing this, the maidservant next to her had to step forward and carefully persuade her, Crown Princess, why do you have to make a big fuss for that kind of woman? With such dignity, why do you have to please her like this? After saying this, the Crown Princess's arrogance subsided a little, and she nodded thoughtfully. What you said does make some sense. After all, I am the daughter of the Prime Minister. Why should I be so submissive to him? As her eyes turned, she suddenly had an idea in her mind. I remember that the princess's birthday banquet is coming soon. It's just right to hold a banquet at this opportunity. Then I can find a chance to show her my power, and let her see how powerful I am. With this idea in mind, the Crown Princess quickly sat down at the desk, picked up a pen and wrote a letter, and handed it to the maidservant. Send this letter to the palace, remember to make it grand, the princess is coming of age. Such a big day should be lively. As she spoke, her thin red lips slightly raised with a bit of indescribable charm. They exchanged their thoughts, and left with their things. In a blink of an eye, the palace heard about the princess's banquet. The princess's mother has been in great favor recently, and the emperor also attaches great importance to this birthday banquet, so all ministers, who have no official duties must attend. Xiaojiu and Jiang Yifeng, with noble status, can't avoid attending such an event. As the prime minister's concubine, the concubine must also attend according to her status. In order to maintain her dignity, Jiang Yifeng also specially asked someone to make a set of clothes for Xiaojiu. The concubine was jealous, but it was useless, so she could only secretly ask someone to make clothes for her. However, Bai Yu, who didn't receive the notice, seemed a little depressed, so I shouted that I wanted to go with them. Your Highness, you three have all left. I am left alone in the palace. I really feel bored. Why don't you take me to the palace to broaden my horizons? With a look of expectation, Bai Yu wanted to disguise himself as a newborn baby, which would be the most lovable. It's a pity that at such an old age, he is still forcing himself to be cute, which really makes people feel a little disgusted. Xiaojiu glanced at him slightly, but the concubine next to him was still mocking Bai Yu, because of the previous mutton fat jade incident. What do you think the palace is? Can any cat or dog sneak in? I advise you not to humiliate yourself. After a few words, Bai Yu frowned slightly. He was dissatisfied with his status and position, and now someone hit him in the heart. What do you mean? You are just a concubine. Why are you so arrogant? If you don't know, you will think you are so capable. The two of them disagreed, and the concubine clenched her teeth at this moment. If it weren't for Jiang Yifeng standing here, she would have lost her temper long ago, and had to show this ungrateful woman a lesson. After struggling for a moment, she looked at Jiang Yifeng shyly. Prince, you see that Bai Yu is so ignorant of etiquette. When we go out, why don't we find etiquette Nani to teach her how to behave, so as not to lose your face in the future? There was something behind these words, and Bai Yu became more and more unconvinced, but she couldn't get angry too much because of her image. Jiang Yifeng really couldn't stand the two women chattering in his ears, like words. He didn't want to take the concubine with him, but her status was there, and it was against the rules not to go. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaojiu next to him suddenly stepped forward and spoke for Bai Yu. Your Highness, I think Bai Yu has been in this mansion for a long time, and it is indeed time for her to go out and broaden her horizons. She can't stay like this all the time. Why don't we take her with her? What do you think? As he spoke, he couldn't help but playfully glance at Jiang Yifeng's clever and cute appearance, which made people want to pinch him. Jiang Yifeng's impatient heart calmed down a lot at this moment, but he still didn't understand Xiaojiu's approach. Do you really want to take her with you? Although he didn't stay in the mansion much on weekdays, he still knew something about the grievances and hatreds between these three women. The last concubine was troublesome enough. If there is another one, who knows what will happen? I am afraid it will be like a volcanic eruption. However, Xiaojiu was worried that he could not afford the fare by himself. Maybe Bai Yu could help him with the fare. He nodded firmly at this moment. The concubine was a little unhappy. She puffed her lips and said, Princess, Bai Yu has no name or status in our three princes' palace. What kind of identity do you have to take her with you? This arrogant look, every word is naked irony, deeply attacking Bai Yu's already unwilling heart. At this moment, she clenched her teeth, and her hands hidden under her sleeves had already curled up into a ball. The dull pain from the nails piercing her skin really made people feel a little uncomfortable. You damn woman, just wait for me, isn't it because of a piece of mutton fat jade? You are against me everywhere. Don't give me a chance, otherwise, I will not let you have an easy time. With the entangled thoughts, Bai Yu didn't know what to do for a while, but Xiaojiu had already thought of a way out for him. Isn't this simple? You just disguise yourself as my attendant maid, and then we can enter the palace together, right? Although the palace is a little stricter, 1 or 2 attendants and maids are still allowed to follow. When you heard that you were dressed as a maid, Bai Yu felt a little unhappy. Her identity was in front of her, and she had no choice but to dress up as a maid. After returning to the room, Bai Yu was extremely aggrieved. At this moment, staring at the bronze mirror in front of her, she became more and more dissatisfied when she saw her beautiful face in it. 1 or 2, you want to humiliate me. If that's the case, then I show you what it means to be someone you can't reach. With this thought in mind, Bai Yu did not say a word and dressed up in front of the mirror, turning herself into an extremely charming woman, thinking of outshining the others. As expected, after she appeared, Bai Yu was dressed up in a gorgeous way, which was simply the most abrupt existence in the crowd. It did attract a lot of attention, but Jiang Yifeng was the only one who remained indifferent. Seeing Xiaojiu, who was inferior to herself, was like a simple little white flower in front of her, and the concubine was simply used as a foil for herself. Bai Yu felt more and more happy in her heart. Although she was just a maid, following the carriage, she still enjoyed the envious eyes of the people around her when they looked at her. After waiting until the gate of the palace, today's banquet was excellent, and the outside was heavily guarded. Everyone had to show their identity token to enter the palace. Jiang Yifeng cancelled his own prince's order, and after getting the approval, he was about to go in, but the soldier suddenly said, Wait, you can't go in. The person who was stopped was not someone else, but Bai Yu, who was dressed up. According to the person, he was stunned, and then hurriedly explained that second brother is the third prince's person. It didn't say that she was Xiaojiu's maid, but directly said Jiang Yifeng's person. The concubine glared at her coldly, and couldn't help but whispered sarcastically, Don't you weigh your own weight? How dare you be so shameless, and stick to me here? But despite saying so, Bai Yu didn't take it seriously. Instead, she looked at the 2 guards expectantly. However, Feng still shook his head and said, Today is the princess's banquet. You are dressed so gorgeously. Do you want to overshadow the princess? As soon as these words came out, Bai Yu was speechless. At this moment, she felt extremely wronged and quickly explained, Well, I am naturally beautiful, and I don't want to dress like this. Hearing these words, the concubine couldn't help but said, Oh my, you are really shameless, invincible in the world, you even want to smear the white powder on your face, and you still have the nerve to say such shameless words? The more he said, the more outrageous it was. Bai Yu was speechless instantly, but Jiang Yifeng didn't intend to let this trivial matter go. Standing at the door like a fool, he entangled with the 2 guards for a long time, but turned back and glared at Bai Yu coldly, and then ordered, Okay, since your dress is not in accordance with the rules, you can go home. After that, he glanced at Xiaojiu behind him, gently took her hand, and said gently, Let's go in. It's not good to catch a cold in the cold wind outside. Bai Yu was left outside like this. At this moment, she wanted to go in, but the 2 unsympathetic guards were unwilling to let her go no matter what she said. She could only stamp her feet in a depressed mood, I'm so angry. Similarly, the 3 people had already entered the palace. The meeting was being prepared enthusiastically. Most of the officials and young ladies had gathered together, and the scene seemed particularly lively. Chapter 168. Because of Jiang Yifeng's high status, it is inevitable that many people come to curry favor with him. As the third princess, Xiaojiao follows Jiang Yifeng and naturally becomes his face. She smiles whenever she sees anyone. She is very polite, and her manners are very elegant, which makes many people admire her. They really can't believe that this is just the temperament that a merchant's daughter can cultivate. The third princess is really different from the rumors. If you look closely, she has a dignified temperament and elegant manners. She is a lady from a noble family. Yes, the prince is really lucky to have such a good wife. It is really enviable. These two flattered him so smoothly that they almost forgot what their mother's name was. Seeing them talking so much, Xiaojiao just chuckled and said, "Thank you for your kindness." The couple is harmonious, and the couple is a beautiful sight wherever they go. Others can't help but come over to take a look. Gradually, they followed the flow of people to sit at the banquet. Seeing the royal family members gradually come on stage, the voices of others became smaller and smaller, and they gradually regulated their behavior. Xiaojiao and Jiang Yifeng chose to sit in the first row by the side. Although it was an inconspicuous position, the presence of the two people seemed to be a ray of light that could attract other people's attention at all times, making it difficult to ignore. Don't say it, this prince and princess really look like a perfect match. Around Jiang Lian, there was a burst of discussion, and they all praised the two of them, but they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. From time to time, she looked in the direction of Xiaojiao, and drank the glass of wine in her hand again and again, unable to calm down for a moment, as if she wanted to use this fruit wine to get herself drunk and make up for the regret in her heart. However, Miss Fan from the Shangshu family, who was sitting next to him, had been in love with Jiang Lian since she was a child, and her eyes always stayed on him. But she found that in her eyes, there was only Xiaojiao stuck in the corner. She felt a little uncomfortable. The hand holding the wine glass was heavily placed on the table at this moment, and she couldn't help whispering, "What a shameless vixen, she is obviously already a wife, and now she wants to seduce my brother Jiao." With a somewhat unhappy attitude, Fan Tingting couldn't help but glare at Xiaojiao twice, and at this moment, she wanted to scratch her face directly to calm down her unhappy mood. After taking a deep breath, he seemed to be unable to hold on any longer, so he had to call Xiaojiao by her title, "Third Princess, I heard that you were born in a humble family, and are the daughter of a merchant. It is not appropriate for you to attend such a banquet for dignitaries, right?" The implication of this was that he was blatantly talking about Xiaojiao's humble status. I used a respectful title, but it sounded full of sarcasm, and it was obviously not from the heart. Xiaojiao was talking and laughing with Jiang Yifeng, and was affected by the sound. At this moment, he couldn't help but glance in the direction of Fan Tingting. He asked in a low voice, "Prince, who is this person? I don't know how I offended her." Xiaojiao was busy with business on weekdays, and rarely attended such occasions. It was reasonable that he didn't know the ladies of these families. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng shook his head. "Except for you, I am not interested in any woman, you know that, but no matter what her status is, if she disrespects you, then I will not let her off easily." Hearing this, Xiaojiao was afraid that if he did not stop him, he would really get impulsive, so he quickly held her hand and said, Okay, this is the princess's birthday party, you can't make trouble here, it will be bad if you are criticized." So Jiang Yifeng had to nod and said, thoughtfully, "It doesn't matter, anyway, a gentleman, revenge is never too late." It was the first time I heard that a war god general actually used such words to vent his anger for his wife. If others saw it, they would probably say that Jiang Yifeng was really petty, but in Xiaojiao's eyes, there was an indescribable feeling of being touched. This man really thinks of me in everything, even disregarding his own reputation. Seeing that Jiang Yifeng was thinking more about himself, Xiaojiao was not willing to cause trouble for him, so he simply pretended not to hear anything. He picked up the wine glass and smiled widely in front of Jiang Yifeng, saying, "Prince, let's have a drink." Fan Tingting was ignored without any warning. Seeing the two people showing their affection as if no one was around, she felt very angry. This woman is really too much. I don't know how many thousands of years of cultivation she has to endure. Fan Tingting's anger was difficult to dissipate for a long time. Just when she was about to say something, she saw the queen, the emperor, and today's protagonist Princess Gong'an come out. Everyone stood up and saluted him. After a few simple courtesies, the banquet officially kicked off. There was singing and dancing, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. However, facing the beauty in front of him, and the wonderful singing and dancing performances, Jiang Lian only had Xiaojiao in his eyes, and Fan Tingting also had Xiaojiao in her eyes. However, the attitudes of the two people were completely different. One was out of sadness of unrequited love, and the other was out of jealousy. As the music slowly fell, the last dance also came to an abrupt end, and everything seemed to have come to a perfect end. It's really wonderful. Princess Nanyang applauded, causing a chorus of echoes from the audience. However, Fan Tingting locked her eyes on Xiaojiao and spoke in a high voice. How can the third princess be so ungrateful? Everyone is clapping and cheering, but you are the only one drinking and thinking. You are indeed the daughter of a merchant, but you really don't know the rules at all. The high voice seemed to be spoken to everyone present. The attention of a group of people was attracted, and at this moment, they all fell on Xiaojiao and Jiang Yifeng, who were oblivious to the world around them. Although it was such a sarcasm, the behavior of the two people was still acceptable in the eyes of the emperor and the queen. After all, Jiang Yifeng, as the biggest threat to the throne, is now obsessed with women, so the emperor is naturally relieved. However, due to Princess Pingyang's face, he couldn't help but cough twice. Third princess, although you are of humble origin, you are now the wife of the royal family, and you can't neglect the rules. Xiaojiao was slightly stunned, attracted by the sound. Looking at the eyes gathered around him, he felt that he had become the focus of the whole audience. Embarrassed, she smiled generously and said, "The emperor is teaching me that I have not considered this matter carefully. I must pay attention to it in the future." Regardless of their status, without the support of businessmen, India's economic lifeline cannot function normally, but it is closely related to us, and it cannot be useless. With the last stubbornness, Xiaojiao wanted to carry forward the business of women. If she compromised in front of the emperor at this moment, how could she carry out her ideas generously in the future? However, after hearing these words, the concubine couldn't help but sneer and started to dismantle the stage without any hesitation. Princess Sayan, don't flatter yourself. This world belongs to the king. All people in the world have reasons to exist, but the high and low have always been divided. Deliberately raising it can't cover up the fact that it is lowly, right? After saying that, she gently held the wine glass, thinking that she had won, and couldn't help but drink proudly. Seeing her smug look, she frowned slightly, but in the next second, she covered her lips and smiled lightly. Sister, you don't have to say that. The daughter of a merchant can still be superior to you. You should think about what kind of identity you are. Why do you have to make innuendos here and say things that are incompatible with your identity? Isn't it a joke for everyone? Another shocking statement, but it was eloquent. The concubine's face changed instantly. She was originally a concubine, and now she married into the palace, but she was still held by a merchant's daughter. Isn't this obviously a slap in her face in disguise? For a moment, the concubine felt ashamed and put down the wine glass in her hand. She couldn't help but glare at her, But for a long time, she couldn't say anything. After all, she was just a concubine. If she said something that was incompatible with her status here, she would be criticized, and it would also bring shame to her mother's family. Even if she was very reluctant, she could only suffer such a loss now. She lowered her head and closed her eyes obediently, drinking alone in front of her. That eloquent rebuttal undoubtedly restored Xiaojiao's lost dignity and raised herself by the way. It was simply wonderful. The people around him quieted down instantly, and the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Jiang Lian took the lead and praised her without hesitation. You are worthy of being the third princess. Not only are you eloquent, but you can also make money. You are really a role model for women. I really admire you. As soon as these words came out, the people around looked at Xiaojiao with a little more appreciation. After all, not every family can earn tens of thousands of taels of silver by marrying a wife. Xiaojiao smiled to express his gratitude, but the crown princess was not happy. She snorted with disdain. As a concubine of the third prince, you still can't get rid of the bad habits left by your humble origins. It is illegal for women to do business, and it is against women's virtues. You actually have the nerve to show off here. What are you thinking? Chapter 169. The sudden words of the crown princess once again plunged the banquet into embarrassment. The atmosphere, which had been relieved, entered a white-hot stage again. Some people were speechless. The one who recently started to ridicule was the crown princess. If they rashly helped Xiaojiao to speak, it would be equivalent to indirectly offending the crown prince. This was not a good sign. Xiaojiao glanced at the crown princess, who looked smug, and couldn't help but mutter a little in his heart, but I didn't expect that this crown princess is a grudge holder. She wanted to be on good terms with me before, but was rejected by me. Now she has directly forced her to become an enemy, which is really not worth the loss. However, the so-called regret, these two words do not exist in Xiaojiao's dictionary. The people around him started to talk a little again, and they just started to talk about things with such words. As for Jiang Yifeng next to him, he didn't rush to help speak. Instead, he held the wine glass in his hand, and stared at the swaying wine with interest. What he was more interested in was how Xiaojiu could get himself out of trouble at this moment. Xiaojiu ignored the words of these people. Instead, he stood up and walked directly to the center of the crowd. He bowed slightly to the princess. "Your Highness, today is your birthday banquet. Those irrelevant words should reduce your interest. I have a treasure to give you. I hope the princess will not despise it." As she spoke, she took out a delicate little box from her sleeve, bit her waist slightly, held it in her palms, and waited for the other party's reaction. Hearing this, the princess was slightly stunned. She originally wanted to watch the fun in the crowd, but if she didn't accept it now, wouldn't people say she was stingy? After a short moment of hesitation, the crown princess next to him suddenly urged, "Princess, you should take it quickly and open it for everyone to see what treasure this generation of merchant daughters has given." This remark aroused the interest of others. It seemed that the previous ridicule of identity was still a bit unsatisfactory, and now they were going to use objects to describe people, and make a deeper ridicule. Xiaojiu lowered his head, and glanced at the crown princess slightly, and finally couldn't help but mutter a little more. This woman is really watching the fun, and not minding the big things. Since you are not polite to me, don't blame me for not being polite to you. With a little dissatisfaction in her heart, the princess quickly responded, and waved to the maid next to her, "Go and get it." After the box was out of her hand, Xiaojiu straightened up with a slightly sore waist. After the princess got the box, she opened the box in front of everyone. But the moment the box was opened, a burst of light suddenly appeared inside, just like the stars at night. The others were slightly stunned, and even a little panicked. This natural light can only shine with the moon, which is so beautiful that the candles around were suppressed. What is it? How can it shine by itself? With a bit of surprise, some people even stretched their necks and looked at the treasure box. The princess was also attracted by the light, squinting her eyes slightly, and took a closer look, only to find that there were 3 exquisite beads inside. She took it out and held it in her palm. The beads were neither too big nor too small, and they were just right for earrings. Even when held in the palm of her hand, it still emits a dazzling brilliance, and it is the most eye-catching thing on the scene. What is this? It looks like a night-shining pearl, but I always feel that the size seems a little wrong, and it is so neat and can shine. Apart from the night-shining pearl, the princess really can't think of anything that can compare with it. But thinking carefully, this is very different from the night-shining pearls she has seen. As a daughter of the royal family, the moon-shining pearls she has seen before are big and bright, but they are not as small and exquisite as this one, shining and dazzling and eye-catching. The eyes of others were instantly focused on one place, as if the beam of light had its own magic power, and a small discussion was heard again. "It's really too beautiful. If this thing is made into earrings and hairpins, it will definitely compete with the bright moon. Oh my, what kind of treasure is this? I don't know where to buy it. I also want to buy some back." At this moment, those people no longer cared about the previous humiliation of Xiaojiu, and they all praised this treasure. If it weren't for the situation, I'm afraid some people would not be able to resist asking in detail. The group leader finally couldn't help it, fiddling with the 3 exquisite little things, and only then did he turn his attention back to Xiaojiu, and couldn't help asking, "Princess, what is this? Why is it so exquisite, and as bright as the moonlight?" Faced with this question, Xiaojiu answered very calmly, "Princess, this is a mermaid pearl. Legend has it that it is condensed from the tears of mermaids. I'm afraid there is no fourth one in the world. I got it by chance. I think this princess is the emperor's favorite daughter, comparable to the bright moon in the sky. Only a treasure can be worthy of your supreme status." The flattery was so wonderful that the master was so happy. At this moment, the smile on his face was so strong that he couldn't stop smiling for a long time. But in fact, these were indeed night-shining pearls. It was just that when Xiaojiu followed his father to do business in his early years, he met someone who owned these 3 night-shining pearls by chance. He was very happy because of their exquisiteness and smallness, so he bought them. I didn't expect that they would be useful in such an occasion today. It's a pity that those people didn't know the pearls, and didn't like such treasures. The princess was so satisfied that she didn't have any previous prejudices. She was still completely captured by these 3 pearls. At this moment, she couldn't help but praise them. "You are worthy of being the 3rd princess. You are really ingenious. This gift is very much appreciated by this princess. Thank you very much." Being able to stand out among many treasures, and get the princess's praise, she is definitely a dragon among people. For a while, many people looked at the occupants, and there was a little more appreciation. After feeling the changes in the people around her, the crown princess was so angry that she couldn't help but sneer. "Humph, it's just a few small beads. You praise them to the sky, but they are just some illusory names. What's the big deal? The sour words can be smelled through the air. Xiaojie couldn't help but sneer, and no longer concealed his modesty. Anyway, he was liked by the princess, so he was no longer polite to her. He said loudly, "What the crown princess said is a bit unpleasant to hear. Are you saying that the princess's third palace cannot compare with this holy full moon, or can you find a treasure that can compare with it? Although they are too conceited and have countless treasures, it is not easy to find such a unique existence." The crown princess was speechless for a moment. If she continued to belittle the 3 beads, she would be disrespectful to the princess. Her eyes slightly swept over the high position, and she could vaguely see that the princess's face changed slightly, as if she was warning the crown princess. The crown princess did not say anything more, and could only suffer in silence. However, the concubine was an extremely ignorant person. She did not understand the situation at all, but directly said, "So what can a merchant's daughter like? It's just some vulgar things that are not worthy of being in a high-class hall. I guess you don't like to see it normally, right?" As soon as these words came out, although for the concubine, it was still a satire on Xiaojie's lack of real talent and vulgar vision. But in fact, this statement also directly threatened everyone present. Everyone looked at this treasure very carefully. Doesn't she mean that they have no vision? The concubine had dug a hole for herself. Unconsciously, several pairs of eyes were staring at her, who was originally inconspicuous, as if they were looking at someone who was unforgivable. The princess understood the meaning and understood the connotation more deeply. She was even more unhappy with her dissatisfaction, and put the 3 beads carefully into the box. Then she glared at the concubine coldly and warned her bluntly, "You mean, this princess has no vision, or do you think you have no ability? You are just a concubine. You have repeatedly contradicted the 3rd princess. Is it really that the 3rd brother is too indulgent to you?" The words were loud and clear, with a bit of strong momentum. The concubine's body was slightly left, and she looked at the princess with a blank face at this moment. After careful consideration, he suddenly realized, "Oh my God, how could I say such a rebellious word? I was really impulsive. Just now, I couldn't bear to see Xiaojie shine, so I said such a thoughtless word. Now it's too late to regret it." Then, he stood up and hurriedly walked to the center, and apologized, "Princess, I didn't mean that, please." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yifeng finally lost his temper and scolded him. "Okay, don't say anything more, just sit there and shut up. Isn't it enough for you to embarrass the 3rd prince's mansion? I'm afraid that if he continues to make trouble like this, he will really lose face." "I have never been so embarrassed." Xiaojie finally gave them the face of the 3rd prince's mansion's rejection, saying that the evaluation was not his own work, but he turned the tide and made things out of control, and even made the princess unhappy. Faced with this loud roar, the concubine was speechless for a moment, as if she had been humiliated. She obediently retreated to her seat, and dared not say anything else. Chapter 170. After the concubine shuts up, everything will finally return to peace. Jiang Yifeng gently took Xiaojie's hand at this moment, and then he said loudly, "She is the 3rd princess of this king, married with a formal marriage, and carried in a sedan chair. She is also the most talented and business-minded woman in Kyoto. You are incomparable, so you have no right to say anything here. Please take care of yourself, those who are restless." After that, he personally poured a glass of wine for Xiaojie, and then said softly, "Madam, you must be thirsty after arguing with those ignorant people for a long time just now. Drink something to quench your thirst." This gentle gesture and considerate attitude are simply enviable. This is clearly telling everyone that Xiaojie is not only of noble status, but also a woman who even he should respect. Just ask, is there any woman who can make her husband do this? I guess there is none. This is telling everyone with actions that even though Xiaojie was born as a merchant's daughter, she has nobility and love that no woman can envy. Such a move once again amazed everyone present, especially the crown princess. Facing the crown prince, who lived a life of debauchery every day, she felt even more unhappy in her heart. Damn it, why can this woman, who was born so humble and lowly, take all the benefits? With inner reluctance, the crown princess took a deep breath, drank the wine in front of her, and tried to make a calming gesture. But the corner of her eye suddenly fell on Jiang Lian, who had been staring at Xiaojie. The pair of affectionate eyes, deep affection and a little regretful, although the seat was a little remote, but the fiery gaze was the most eye-catching. After looking at Jiang Lian again, Van Tingting, who had been staring at him, understood something. Van Tingting has always been interested in the 9th prince, so why don't we have something more interesting? An idea suddenly came to her mind, and the crown princess suddenly raised her wine glass and glanced in the direction of Jiang Lian, then smiled and said, "Ninth prince, I heard that you had some contact with the third princess before. I wonder what you think of the third princess." Jiang Lian was slightly stunned by the sudden words. He didn't want to pay much attention to the person who had just attacked Xiaojiu, but if he wanted to evaluate Xiaojiu, it would be like the endless flow of the Yellow River. Looking in the direction of Xiaojiu, the words that had been buried in her heart for a long time were really hard to suppress, so she simply praised directly. Although the third princess is also a woman, she is always strategic, farsighted, and proficient in business. This series of remarks revealed a full appreciation, and did not reveal her feelings too obviously, but it resonated with many people. But it doesn't matter who said this, but it was Jiang Lian's mouth that always made Fan Tingting feel a little uncomfortable. Damn, what's so good about this woman that you deserve to praise her with so many words? A raging fire of jealousy continued to burn in Fan Tingting's heart. You know, although the ninth prince is famous for his talent, he has never observed any woman so carefully, let alone these words of appreciation and praise, and only occasionally complimented a few words. Where has it ever been so heartfelt? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. After a long time, Fan Tingting couldn't hold back her anger. She looked at Jiang Lian, who was obsessed with Xiaojiu. So she stood up and said, "Your Highness, today is your birthday party. I don't have anything to show off. I've heard that my dancing is the best in Kyoto. How about letting me perform a dance?" This is just a boast, but it's true. Fan Tingting's dancing skills are outstanding. She has crushed many noble ladies. She can be regarded as the pinnacle. Hearing this, the others watched the excitement. Some people cheered, "That's great. I heard that Miss Fan defeated the most famous dancing girl in Fangdu, with a stunning dance when she was young. Now we can feast our eyes." After the words fell, others were more expectant, and their eyes were fixed on Fan Tingting. With the noise and restlessness of the crowd, Jiang Lian slightly restrained his gaze and accidentally glanced at Fan Tingting. Seeing this, he began to imagine, "I know that as long as I am talented, His Majesty the Ninth Prince will definitely have my presence in his eyes." With joy in her heart, Fan Tingting became more and more confident about the decision she made. The princess also nodded. Since Miss Fan has this intention, this princess is naturally happy to accept it. "I trouble Miss Fan." Fan Tingting walked out and casually picked up a piece of silk to support her dance. However, after a glance, his eyes suddenly fell on Xiaojiu, and he said directly, "Princess, these musicians are too vulgar and are not worthy of my exquisite dance. I heard that the third princess is an excellent pianist. Why don't you have the third princess accompany me for a song? What do you think?" Xiaojiu didn't know when he became an excellent zither player. He knew at a glance that he was trying to cause trouble for himself. The princess nodded. "Princess San, what do you think?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded generously. "Okay, but I haven't played the zither for a long time. If my zither skills are a little rusty, please don't be offended, Miss Fan." The two of them pretended to be polite, and prepared for their positions. Looking at the 7-string zither in front of him, Xiaojiu gently touched it with his bare hands, tried the tone, and then nodded with satisfaction. The assistant praised, "It's a good zither. If you don't play some decent songs, I'm afraid it will be an insult to the person who created it." With such a firm belief, Xiaojiu plucked the strings with his bare hands, and shook them slightly, making a pleasant sound. Fan Tingting also danced gracefully, but her mind was all on Xiaojiu. The sharp eyes stared at Xiaojiu like jackals and tigers all the time. Seeing her serious look, he couldn't help but secretly ridicule her. "Haha, since ancient times, the accompaniment has never been up to par. Today, I will be the most beautiful among all the beauties, and completely crush your limelight, so that His Highness the Ninth will look at me with new eyes." With this mentality, Fan Tingting danced very hard, and you follow this rhythm. However, who could have thought that Xiaojiu's song of high mountains and flowing water directly touched the heartstrings, and the people present were so fascinated by it. Sometimes it was like a majestic waterfall, rushing down 3,000 miles, and sometimes it was like a gurgling stream, winding across the stone platform. The changes in this song, ups and downs, and twists and turns, fully show the scene of high mountains and flowing water. Fan Tingting seemed to be unable to keep up with this rhythm. She was a little flustered. She didn't keep up with one beat, and another slow beat followed closely. Her dance was not satisfactory, but few people cared now. Anyway, there is such a heavenly music, who has the heart to appreciate the meaningless dance? A song of high mountains and flowing water, with Xiaojiu's hands lightly placed on the strings, finally ended. After a while, the scene was silent for a while, and everyone was immersed in it, and it took a long time for them to come back to their senses. Instead, Fan Tingting, who was angry and embarrassed, couldn't help but glare at Xiaojiu, and said angrily without any courtesy, "Third princess, you did it on purpose. Playing this kind of music is clearly to embarrass me. I couldn't keep up with the tune and insisted that it was someone else's fault." This shit pot was put on Xiao. I really felt that some screenwriters just pulled the thoughts of the people present back because of his unreasonable trouble. Looking at Fan Tingting with a dissatisfied face, someone couldn't help but say, "Miss Fan, what you said is a bit wrong. The third princess's song just now was like heaven and earth, comparable to the name of the current piano saint. She can insult a person's identity, but she can't erase a person's talent." Most of the people present were dignitaries, who studied hard and were slightly proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, so they naturally understood the truth. Moreover, according to common sense, how could an excellent dancer not be able to keep up with the changes in the rhythm, let alone such an excellent rhythm? It is clear that he has a problem. If Fan Tingting could cooperate well, it would be a real harmony. It's a pity that Fan Tingting had other thoughts in her mind, and she was confused for a while, so she performed poorly. Seeing that everyone was sensible, Xiaojiu just raised the corners of his lips lightly, and didn't make any more excuses for himself. He rubbed his fingers that were a little painful, and then stood up and looked at the princess. "Princess, this song has ended. It was indeed my negligence just now. I didn't expect that the most famous dancer in Kyoto would not be able to keep up with the rhythm of Gaoshan Lu Shui, and ruin this visual feast. I'm really sorry." There is something behind his words. What kind of visual feast is that? It's clearly an auditory feast. Fan Tingting was insulted again. She gritted her teeth and wanted to say something, but the princess said, "Princess, don't blame yourself. It's because Miss Fan's foundation is not good enough that she failed such a beautiful song." The so-called talent was once again fully demonstrated on the unpopular Xiaojiu. She was also known as a talented woman in Kyoto. At this moment, she couldn't help but admire her more, especially the song of high mountains and flowing water just now, which even captured her heart. She had an impulse to make friends with the woman in front of her. Seeing the princess's appreciation of the strong, everyone present was speechless again, and no one mentioned her low status. However, the concubine was a master who refused to accept it. At this moment, she said directly, "Princess, I have been learning piano skills since I was a child, and I can be regarded as a little successful. I wonder if I have the honor to play a song for everyone." Chapter 171. Hearing this, the others were slightly stunned. The wine glass in Jiang Yifeng's hand floated in the air again. He couldn't help but look at the concubine twice, but he felt a little more depressed in his heart. What does this woman want to do? Because she has lost face enough today? Now it has become a habit for her to stir up trouble, and she doesn't know what it means to restrain herself. Xiaojiu couldn't help but glance at the concubine, and then reminded her, "Have you forgotten what the prince said just now?" Although this song of high mountains and flowing water made everyone temporarily forget the unpleasantness just now, it doesn't mean that the concubine had done nothing before. Hearing this, the concubine glared at her coldly and said coldly, "I just want to play a song for the princess to cheer her up. Is this not okay? The main thing is that Xiaojiu played a song of high mountains and flowing water alone and stole the show. She has learned piano, chess, calligraphy and painting since she was a child, and there is nothing she can't compare to him. At this moment, she is naturally unwilling to fall behind. Now she is puffing out her chest, looking confident, as if she has seen the scene where everyone praises her, and she is praised as the most watched." Xiaojiu sighed helplessly, and the princess felt a little uncomfortable, but after all, she was the concubine of the third prince's mansion, and it would not be good to refuse directly. She had to give her face, so she could only say impatiently, "Since the concubine has this intention, why not play a song and try it out?" In this way, the concubine became even more arrogant, and there was no impatience in her voice, but it seemed that she was recognized. At this moment, he held his head high like a proud peacock, and after paying his respects, he walked sideways to the seven-stringed harp. He held up the big show, and sat down steadily. His posture was quite elegant, but it looked a little unsightly. Xiaojiu returned to his seat again, glanced in the direction of the concubine, and drank a glass of wine helplessly at this moment. "This is still more soothing. What's the use of just sulking?" This seemed to be said to himself, but it was more like said to Jiang Yifeng, who was gloomy next to him. Seeing the concubine messing with this matter, it was also a headache. The concubine didn't think so, and still didn't notice the look of disgust watching the fun around her. At this moment, her 5 fingers gently plucked and began to wander freely on the strings. To be honest, if the talk was good, it was just after the pinnacle of production just now. It seemed that the song the concubine was talking about now was just SOSO. But just as everyone was enjoying the conversation, they suddenly heard the strings of the zither burst with a bang. The concubine hurried down the hill and pushed the one that was about to threaten her. There was another bang, and the zither was pushed to the ground, with a crack on the body. Seeing this incredible scene, everyone was stunned, and no one dared to believe their eyes. At this moment, everyone looked at the concubine in fear, and someone couldn't help but say in shock, "You actually overturned this group. Do you know how precious this zither is?" Yes, this zither, but the ancestors only thought that the zither was the treasure of the palace, and the current princess Yen Chunkai took it out. I didn't expect that you would knock it over directly. It's simply a heinous crime. The love created by the skilled craftsmen of the Celestial Empire is now being trampled on by the descendants, and it is the most precious treasure of the palace. At this moment, the concubine moved to a simple 7-stringed harp, which is the face of the ancestors and the face of the palace. Hearing this series of gossip, Jiang Yifeng looked at the concubine's panic-stricken look, and at this moment, he couldn't help but stroke his eyebrows with one hand, and really regretted bringing this woman to such a scene. It feels like a dog wearing a human cargo, running around at the banquet, and he has to clean up her mess. The concubine still didn't understand the importance of the matter. She just came back to her senses from the shock just now, and still treated herself as a wounded treasure, constantly patting her chest to calm the atmosphere. He couldn't help but complain. The quality of this zither is so low, the string suddenly jumped and almost hit my face. Luckily I acted in time, otherwise. He was about to say this, but the princess was furious, and she couldn't hold back her desire to insult him, and she shouted sharply, "How dare you? This is the only one in the world made by the royal craftsman, and now you have destroyed it, and you say these insignificant sarcastic words. Who do you really think you are?" Not to mention that he was just a concubine. Even if she was a princess, if she destroyed this zither easily, I'm afraid it would be unacceptable in Huangshan, and she would have to apologize. But who knew that this concubine, instead of apologizing, was making some sarcastic remarks, which was clearly a slap in the face. After hearing this sharp rebuke, the concubine realized the seriousness of the matter, and knelt on the ground in panic. At this moment, she said tremblingly, "Princess, I really didn't know that this love was so precious. There was indeed an accident just now." Looking at the concubine's hesitant and unclear words, it is estimated that she has not thought clearly about how to explain the occurrence of this accident. She can't say that it is the quality problem of the 7-stringed harp again, otherwise it will make people angry. This woman really will cause trouble for me. If I had known that he would cause trouble, I should not have brought him to this occasion. Jiang Yifeng was so regretful at this moment, but it was too late. What can he do if the disaster has already happened? Helplessly, he had to step forward quickly, grab the concubine's arm, and whispered, "Shut up, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless and unable to save your worthless life." The words were so powerful that the concubine was frightened and quickly shut her mouth, not daring to defend herself any more. Then, Jiang Yifeng turned to the princess and clasped his hands together and said, "Princess, I am stupid and did something wrong without knowing it. I just said something that I shouldn't have said. I will definitely deal with it impartially, and won't make it difficult for you." Hearing this, the princess curled her lips. Although she felt sorry for the precious 7-stringed harp, she couldn't really lose face for the third prince. Although some people are called the third prince on the surface, they are actually excellent in martial arts. This is also the first war god in the early years. People with him should be treated with some mercy. Third prince, there is no need to say something polite. Since we are all family, this time it will be a warning to the concubine. If you make this mistake again in the future, you can't go around it so easily. Hearing this, she was relieved in her heart. Fortunately, this princess is also very sensible, and knows not to provoke our prince, otherwise I will really be in trouble. With such a fluke mentality, the concubine was very happy in her heart. For the first time, she felt so happy to have a backer. At this moment, as the third princess, Xiaojia would not be able to say anything, so she had to step forward and say, "The princess is really kind and generous. As the third princess, I have a lot of responsibility for this matter. I would like to thank the princess on behalf of the concubine." In order to avoid her stupidity, she only knew how to stand there in a daze, and she didn't understand the ways of the world, and she was still self-righteous here, which really made people speechless. However, Xiaojio's kindness was taken for granted. Seeing her suddenly speaking, the concubine said angrily, "What does this have to do with you? It was obviously the prince who helped me hold the scene. Don't be so sentimental here. Who needs your help?" It would be better if she didn't say this. It was like saving an ungrateful wolf. Now that he doesn't repay her, it's fine. Instead, he comes to bite her. Where in the world can there be such an ungrateful person? It's really hard to get used to it. She couldn't help but sarcastically said, I really didn't expect that the concubine always looked down on others, but she is such a character. It seems that this punishment today is what the princess wants to give. This favor, but the concubine herself is unwilling. After saying this, she looked at the indifferent Jiang Yifeng with an apology, turned her head and glared at the concubine, and said directly and bluntly, You have caused a lot of trouble in today's banquet. First, you spread those rumors to stir up the situation, and now you have destroyed the things of the ancestors. You should go to the outside and entertain the guests for this princess. This banquet is divided into the inner and outer sections. The inner section is mainly responsible for entertaining the noble princes and ministers, and the outer section is for some petty officials who can't enter the elegant hall, so they can only have fun outside. Facing these words, the concubine's face changed slightly. This is obviously a satire on her low status and difficulty in entering the elegant hall. Then he quickly shook his head in fear and said, Princess, I know I'm wrong about this matter. Please give me another chance. However, looking at the indifferent princess, the concubine felt like crying without tears, and looked at Jiang Yifeng for help. But not asking her out personally was Jiang Yifeng's greatest kindness, so how could she foolishly speak for him here? He just lowered his eyes, glanced at the pitiful concubine, and directly scolded in a low voice, Why don't you leave quickly? Are you still embarrassing yourself here? These cold and indifferent words, without any mercy, the concubine saw that her last life-saving straw had disappeared, and she could only leave with grievance at this moment. Looking at her lonely and depressed back, Xiaojio shook his head regretfully. It's really stupid. Don't say that he didn't give her a chance. It's her who didn't cherish it well. Chapter 172. After the farce subsided, the others also breathed a sigh of relief. The concubine had caused such a big incident. If they did not speak out, it would be unreasonable. However, Jiang Lian, who had been drinking, felt a little tangled when he saw this scene. At this moment, he could not help but feel a little more sympathetic towards Xiaojio. With such a shrewd woman causing trouble in the mansion, I guess the lady's life is not easy, right? The concubine's unreasonable behavior alone is enough to annoy people. In such a public occasion, it is conceivable how much trouble that woman would cause in the palace on weekdays. With a little heartache in his heart, Jiang Lian's pair of cold eyes unconsciously rushed directly towards Jiang Yifeng, and the dissatisfaction was almost written on his face. Suddenly he said, The third prince has many wives and concubines, but it's a pity that none of them are good at dealing with people. It's a pity that the third princess is such a virtuous and talented woman who is proficient in business. It's really not suitable. The sarcastic words were not ambiguous at all, as if they were spoken to everyone present. Jiang Yifeng had just sat down when he heard the voice. He glanced in the direction of the voice. As expected, it was this guy. Then, he didn't take the words to heart. Instead, he took Xiaojio next to him with one hand, and smiled with his lips raised. My family affairs don't need outsiders to worry about it, and I am very attentive to the third princess. How can people who can't see it comment here casually? Isn't it a bit against the rules? The gentle gesture of holding Xiaojio's hand, and the smug smile on his face, were obviously a naked declaration of war. Jiang Lian's face changed slightly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He just felt extremely anxious, and at the same time, he wanted to defend Xiaojio because of the concubine's incident just now. At this moment, he couldn't help but say angrily, You can see it or not, the concubine's unreasonable behavior just now has caught everyone's attention. How can we have peace with such a domineering girl causing trouble at home? These two inexplicable people started to fight openly and secretly as soon as they disagreed with each other. Xiaojio was confused, but others were enjoying it with the attitude of spectators. As the atmosphere gradually became more subtle, he couldn't hold his temper anymore. He gently tugged at Jiang Yifeng's sleeves again, rolled his eyes at him, and whispered, Okay, just say less. You know he doesn't mean any harm. They were all for the sake of justice. Although this was an insult to Jiang Yifeng, it was a bit unreasonable for two brothers to fight for justice for a woman in such an occasion. After all the civil and military officials in the court were watching here. Don't they want to save face? Faced with these words, Jiang Yifeng tried to calm down his anxious mood at this moment. He couldn't help but glare at Jiang Lian. He could only suppress the complexity in his heart. His eyes swept over Xiaojio softly. Since you said so, I will listen to my wife. It doesn't matter if he makes too much of a fuss. Why did these words make people feel more and more uncomfortable? It was obviously intentional. Xiaojio was so upset that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. You don't want to cause trouble? You want to die a big fat turbot, and you won't stop until you make some trouble. Although Jiang Lian is usually calm and composed, this situation is doomed to end badly, since he took the initiative to provoke Jiang Yifeng. As the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Seeing Jiang Yifeng's arrogant attitude just now, he obviously ignored his existence. Jiang Lian couldn't help but get furious. He simply took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said angrily, I heard that the third prince is a master of swordsmanship. Today is the princess' birthday banquet, and I am a little itchy. Why don't we have a competition to cheer everyone up? It's called a competition, but it's actually a fight for dignity. Jiang Yifeng had already disliked this guy, and nodded in agreement. Since my ninth brother has such an idea, then I will naturally obey your order. Seeing that the two of them were arguing one after another, they were afraid that they would not stop until they were dead. Xiaojio couldn't help but roll his eyes at him again, and gently elbowed Jiang Yifeng, and couldn't help but blame him in a low voice. You said not to make trouble. Why are you still competing with others like this? Isn't this obviously embarrassing me? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng gently grasped Xiaojio's hair, and then said softly, Don't worry, I will definitely defend my feelings for you, and I must win this time. Hearing this, Xiaojio was stunned for a moment. Is this a question of winning or not? I told him not to make trouble, but this guy really ignored his words. But before he could say anything, he suddenly leaned down, and a strong breath came to his face, with a faint scent of grass. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yifeng's thin lips came close to Xiaojio's ear, which was an extremely ambiguous scene in the eyes of outsiders. Xiaojio's face turned slightly red, and he wanted to push him away at this moment, but suddenly heard a voice coming over. Besides, Lao Jiu has always had feelings for you. I have disliked him for a long time. Today I take this opportunity to poke his sharpness in front of everyone. Let him know what kind of man can be worthy of such an excellent you. Although the voice was gentle, it was mixed with a competitive mind. Xiaojio really couldn't understand why these two grown men would play the game of jealousy, just like when they were two girls. On weekdays, one is as cold as ice, and the other is as calm as water. Why can't they keep their temper in such occasions? I really hope that they can keep their aloof attitude all the time, so that I can feel more comfortable. Xiaojio sighed slightly, and felt that his thoughts were complicated and hard to guess. However, the others seemed to be watching the excitement, and not minding the big deal. The princess smiled and said, It's been a long time since I saw the two brothers fighting. In this case, let's move the venue, and make room for the two of you. Under the arrangement of the princess, several people came to the wide outer field. With the platform, the people around seemed to become spectators. Two people held bows and arrows, and used the target in the distance. Ordinary people couldn't see where the center was, but the two of them looked covetous. While staring at the center of the target, he looked at the other party from time to time, as if he wanted to wipe out the other party with his eyes, to achieve the purpose of intimidating his majesty. Tell me, who will win the first place between the ninth prince and the third prince? Is there any need to say this? The third prince has been fighting on the battlefield for many years. He is a brave and good fighter. The arrows he shoots from his mouth have never missed the target. Hey, you are a little too absolute. The ninth prince is also a leader among many princes, but he doesn't like to fight with the world on weekdays. He is also a top existence, but he doesn't want to show his edge. In a real contest, it is not certain who is right and who is wrong. The crowd's discussion was boiling like boiling water. Everyone was immersed in such a scene, and couldn't extricate themselves. Only Chiosha was a little worried. You must not bear any hatred in your heart because of this matter. In fact, the two people were not so petty. The princess was in a rare mood today, so she simply acted as a referee and said directly, Listen to my command today, let's shoot 3 arrows, and see who has a higher hit rate, and the winner is. After that, as the atmosphere around her gradually quieted down, the princess also became nervous at this moment. After seeing the two people ready, she suddenly gave an order, Fire! Only 2 swoosh sounds were heard, and the 2 arrows rushed out directly, like a meteor flashing by, and instantly fell on the target. Everyone's eyes were all focused on the direction of the target, and at this moment they couldn't help but become more curious, who is the best? The princess came over, and saw the same ending. She couldn't help but force a laugh, as expected of the two brothers. Their swordsmanship is superb, and no one can match them. They hit the bullseye as well. After hearing this, neither of them was happy. They looked at each other again. There was a flash of light between their eyes, which made people afraid to get close. The second arrow followed, but Jiang Yifeng didn't shoot it directly. After the ninth prince's arrow was released, the arrow in his hand had not been released yet, which was really confusing. What's going on? Why didn't the third prince shoot the arrow? Facing the noisy low voices, and the confused look from Jiang Lian next to him, Jiang Yifeng seemed particularly calm. He raised his head slightly and smiled. Nothing, just considering that as an elder brother, there are some things that should be given to the younger brother, so this arrow is given to the ninth brother, and I will not continue to show mercy in the future. This is really too much, and the others have already smelled a strong smell of gunpowder, and now they are more excited. Jiang Lian's hand holding the workpiece paused slightly, and at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little more depressed, and then sneered. Since the third brother said so, don't blame me for a fatal blow next time. After saying that, without waiting for the princess to give orders, he aimed directly at the target, and the third arrow shot out directly, still hitting the bull's eye, becoming the most outstanding existence. Chapter 173. 3 consecutive arrows hit the bull's eye, which seemed to have determined the outcome. Others couldn't help but look at Jiang Yifeng with concern. Some people started to talk about Jiang Yifeng, who was a little too arrogant just now. Will the third prince lose just like this? That would be embarrassing. Although he gave up one arrow, it was also because of his arrogance that led to such a defeat. I'm afraid he will be criticized and become a laughingstock in the future. However, facing these discussions, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but sneer. I have fought so many battles and fired thousands of arrows, but I have never lost. Today is the same. After saying that, he put the farmhand against his chest, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, following the long sword, but not aiming at his own bull's eye, but falling on Jiang Lian's target. The others were a little confused, but Jiang Yifeng pulled the bow and arrow to the full, and even his tender hands were bruised red, but suddenly there was a whoosh. The arrow was on the string, and it flew out vigorously, as if carrying an invisible pressure, and everyone couldn't help holding their breath. It was just a moment, but suddenly there was a sound of something breaking. Looking closely, the arrow that Jiang Lian had shot was directly split into 2 halves by the latecomer, and now fell to the ground, replaced by Jiang Yifeng's arrow. There was an uproar in Chengji. This was not only hitting the bull's eye, but also directly hitting the slender arrow, which not only tested the eyesight, but also the strength of the palm control and various factors, which was not something that ordinary people could do. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lian's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but curl his fist slightly, with a surge of discomfort in his heart. The princess was also a little surprised, and hurried forward to take a closer look, and found that the arrow that fell on the shoulder instead, although it had shot a distance from the center of the target, the force was something that ordinary people could not do. At this moment, he turned around and looked at Jiang Yifeng with a face full of surprise. So ecstatic. Third brother, you are really too powerful. If you use more force, I am afraid that this heart will be shot out directly by you. In fact, Jiang Yifeng has this ability. But if this arrow is not on the target, then wouldn't the arrow he shot become meaningless? After laughing twice, he glanced at Xiao Jiao, who was watching next to him, and smiled proudly at this moment. It seems that our competition this time seems to have become a draw. Although he said so, anyone with a discerning eye could see that if it was more particular, Jiang Yifeng would definitely be the final winner. After all, the swordsmanship of the 2 people is the same, and they can hit the bull's eye, but to be able to do so superbly, 100 steps through the willow, is not the strength that everyone has, and Jiang Lian obviously can't reach such a high level. The low voices of other people began to spread, revealing the discussion of who would win this time. It was obvious that Jiang Lian was the one who was excluded this time, but although he was a little unwilling in his heart, he had to admire him. He had to step forward with his arms folded, and said very sincerely, Third brother, there is no need to be so humble. It is true that you won this time. I am ashamed of myself. I will definitely practice swordsmanship diligently in the future, and I will not lose to you again next time. This humble and polite attitude made people talk about it. The princess quickly stepped forward to help. To be honest, in this swordplay, the third brother did win a little, but my ninth brother is humble and polite, and he has never lost in terms of moral courtesy. They both have their own merits, so don't mind it. Jiang Yifeng smiled lightly, and didn't say much. When he turned around and was about to leave, Fan Tingting, who was watching from the side, saw the disappointed look on Jiang Lian's face. At this moment, she couldn't hold back her temper. She stepped forward and said, This competition is not fair at all. The third prince has been on the battlefield for a long time, and wields swords and guns every day. It is reasonable for the ninth prince to lose to him. If you have the ability, why not compete in something else? Hearing this, everyone once again locked their eyes on the 2 men. Anyway, They just wanted to watch the excitement and fight hard. After all, these two are like gods. One is known as the Kyoto talent, and the other is known as the god of the battlefield. If it comes to literature, Jiang Lian may have a certain advantage. After all, who can imagine that a rough man who has been on the battlefield for many years will also write and write? Although, Jiang Yifeng is not an ordinary rough man. Faced with this proposal, the parties involved did not have any extra thoughts. After all, the winner had just been decided, and they also won a face for themselves. Next, Jiang Yifeng just glanced at Jiang Lian casually with a frivolous look in his eyes. What do you think of these suggestions? If you are interested, I might as well compete with you. Anyway, the two of them were competing in archery just now, and I had a slight advantage. Jiang Lian was naturally better in the aspect of literati. It would be fairer if they played around in their respective fields and decided who would survive and who would be eliminated. Hearing this, Jiang Lian moved his lips in a tangled way. Although he wanted to win, he didn't want to take advantage of others. However, Fan Tingting came over quickly and urged frantically, "Ninth Prince, what are you still hesitating about? I also want to see the talent of the third prince." She said this, but in fact she just wanted to see him make a fool of himself and slap Xiaojiu in the face. This was Fan Tingting's real purpose. Hearing this, Jiang Lian looked up at the expressionless man in front of him with mixed emotions, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, taking advantage of someone's misfortune. In the end, he chose to agree. Even if it was to be able to show his talent in front of Xiaozhou, he didn't want to continue to be a coward. Since we are competing in talent, then we don't limit this area. Whether it is reciting poems or playing music, we can all give full play to our abilities. What do you think? In this way, he was also afraid that Jiang Yifeng was not outstanding in some aspects, and it would be bad if he won unfairly. After hearing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded confidently. "Since you said so, I will follow your instructions." Next, Jiang Lian looked at the grand scene of the banquet, with flowers flying everywhere. At this moment, he took this opportunity to compose a poem as a birthday gift for the princess. After a poem was finished, everyone applauded warmly. Mindue said in admiration, "As expected of the ninth prince, he is indeed talented. If he recites a poem casually, it will probably be a masterpiece that is popular among the people." The wonderful words of praise can be regarded as recognition of the exquisiteness of this poem, the finishing touch. Even the princess felt a little shy. "Thank you, ninth brother." So, the ninth prince nodded, and then looked down at Jiang Yifeng who was indifferent in front of him. "Third brother, it's your turn next." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded thoughtfully, and at this moment, looking at the surrounding scene, he shook his head incomprehensible. Instead, he sat in front of the table, holding a pen in his hand, and began to wander on the snow-white paper, and the mountains and rivers of the pen and ink were all magnificent. After half an hour, Jiang Yifeng's realistic ink painting was exposed in front of everyone. When others looked closely, they found that the painting was in black and white, and it was just some ordinary people, and there was nothing special about the surrounding mountains and rivers. The third prince seems to be unique. Some people didn't know how to praise him, but they couldn't say that his painting was bad, so they could only casually perfunctorily say a few words, which seemed to be far from the ninth prince's masterpiece. Seeing this, Fan Tingting hurriedly stepped forward and said, "It seems that the third prince's painting skills need to be improved. Compared with the talent of our ninth prince, he is really a little behind. Don't insist on wielding swords and guns in the future. In fact, his painting is not particularly ugly, but has a simple texture of local customs and people." Jiang Yifeng didn't even glance at him for this sarcasm. Instead, he lifted the painting and placed it for a while, waiting for the cold wind to dry it, and then all the scenes were displayed in front of everyone. However, it just didn't get everyone's praise. Xiaojiu looked at the painting, which had many people in it, each with their own pots and pans, and was happy. He instantly understood something. At this moment, he stepped forward and smiled directly. "Everyone, don't you think this painting has a special meaning? Although the face is plain and the painting is rough and simple, it symbolizes our current life. As a third prince, he has read the 4 books and 5 classics since he was a child. How could this conversation be so rough? I'm afraid it was done on purpose, just to set off this picture of people's livelihood. This picture has a profound meaning, symbolizing the harmony of the people and the peace of the world. It also hopes to be the situation after the war. It is not an ordinary landscape painting. If you insist on comparing it with those flashy things, I am afraid it will lose its own connotation." After saying this, the others suddenly realized it, but after being pointed out, they really felt that it was a bit unbelievable. One is a poem to please the princess. Although it is well written, It does not have the exact time when Jiang Yifeng came with his ambition for his country. Everyone once favored this ordinary but profound painting, and Jiang Lian lost again. Chapter 174. It was only 2 hours, and Jiang Lian lost 2 games in a row to his rival. He was depressed. He kept silent at this moment, and only said a few compliments. As if she felt that the atmosphere was not right, the princess took the lead to make peace. Okay, we are just a friendly competition, and there is no need to decide the winner. Hurry up, and take your seats to continue eating and drinking. There will be a singing and dancing performance by Miao women next, which will also be interesting. With this warm greeting, others took their seats one after another. Before this beautiful woman twisted her waist, they seemed to have forgotten everything that happened before. Only the person involved was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Jiang Lian still couldn't help looking in the direction of Jiang Yifeng, but he felt a little ashamed in his heart. It seems that her choice may be correct. Third brother is indeed outstanding, and has foresight that others can't reach. Such a man may be the most reliable. While drinking, he solved problems. Xiao Jiukai looked in that direction with a little worry, but was instantly jealous in Jiang Yifeng's eyes. He couldn't help but hug Xiao Jiu's waist, and said in a low voice, "Why are you looking at other men? Aren't you afraid that this king will be unhappy?" Hearing this, it would be fine if she didn't say anything, but Xiao Jiu was upset. "Tell me, why did you insist on agreeing to compete with others? Look at how you made others look like this. How will brothers get along in the future?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng smiled for no reason, gently rubbed her little head, and comforted her. "Don't worry so much. He is not such a petty person. Instead, you worry about other men every day. We are almost jealous. Do you want to consider Hong this king?" With a playful look on his face, he asked for candy like a child, which made people feel helpless. Xiao Jiu rolled his eyes at him, picked up a piece of grape casually, and stuffed it into his mouth without peeling it. "Eat a grape, block your mouth, and you can't eat this vinegar." Jiang Yifeng cooperated very well, and ate the grape with the skin, but still had a smile on his face. "It's sweet, as long as it's fed by the lady. Even the grapes with skin are sweet, and this king feels very comfortable." Xiao Jiu just wanted to give him a contemptuous look for the man's sudden disgusting behavior. Although the two people dislike each other here, in the eyes of others, the show of affection was a shocking one. It was not until the end of the banquet that the prince finished all his work and hurried to the banquet. Although he came a little late, as the prince, he was able to come here to take charge, which was a great honor for the princess, so he naturally gave him a warm reception. "Brother Crown Prince, please sit next to the Crown Princess. This seat is reserved for you for some time." Hearing this, the Crown Prince subconsciously glanced at the two people sitting in the corner, a man and a woman showing affection. They looked very pretty, but they didn't seem to notice his existence. For a moment, he was a little dissatisfied. Those two people, this Crown Prince really doesn't take them seriously. With a restless atmosphere in his heart, the Crown Prince sat next to the Crown Princess. Although he smiled on the surface, he asked about Jiang Yifeng and the others in private. Originally, the two brothers didn't interact much on weekdays. Today, it was all thanks to the driver that she noticed him. The Crown Princess quickly recounted everything that happened at the banquet. She couldn't help but glared at Xiao Jiu angrily, and then said in a low voice, "Your Highness, do you know that those two people have been in the limelight today? The third prince crushed the ninth prince, and the third prince's wife was favored by the princess." The more she talked, the more she felt wronged. The Crown Princess was also a person of noble status, but now in the eyes of the princess, she was not as good as Xiao Jiu, who played a song of high mountains and flowing water. How could she swallow this bad breath? Hearing this, the Crown Prince frowned slightly, and couldn't help glaring at them. The two people sitting in the corner were still talking and laughing as if no one was around, showing their affection. It was really a bit uncomfortable. They are indeed too outstanding. If I don't strike back at their arrogance, I will think that this prince is useless, and will be easy to bully in the future. With a little dissatisfaction in his heart, the prince coughed twice, and there was a mystery in his words. "I heard that the third prince and the third princess stole the limelight today, which is really enviable." The sudden words directly attracted the attention of the two people, and they inevitably took time to cast extra eyes on him. "Your Highness, you are joking. It's just a casual exchange. How can you be in the limelight? It's a bit unreasonable to say that." After saying this, the prince nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, although it's a casual exchange, it's really unreasonable to take the limelight today, and our precious princess's glory disappears. This is a mockery of the two of them stealing the princess's limelight, which seems to be intended to provoke a conflict." At this, the princess frowned slightly, glanced at the prince, and then whispered, "Prince, You said these polite words, but you said it was a discussion. Today, my princess's birthday banquet was very enjoyable, thanks to the third prince and the third princess. Whether it is their talent or all aspects, they are all worth learning from. You should be humble and ask for advice in the future. The prince is the fifth among all the princes and princesses, and he and the princess are siblings from the same mother. Because of the previous incident, the princess has a good attitude towards Xiao Jiao and his wife, and she also sees some differences in them. Naturally, she wants to win over her brother's network, so that it will be easier to build bridges in the future and pave the way for him to ascend to the throne. But facing these words, the prince felt a little uncomfortable. Sister, what you said is wrong. Third brother is usually aloof and arrogant. He doesn't care about anyone except his wife. How can I easily marry someone so high? The implication is another naked irony. Others vaguely heard the taste of war, and no one dared to say anything rashly. Similarly, Jiang Yifeng and Xiao Jiao, who felt targeted, couldn't help but look at the prince at this moment, but didn't say anything. After all, although the prince wanted to stir up trouble and trigger conflicts, the princess still had a pair of sharp eyes. She still had a little sense of propriety. Now, she was a little more unhappy with the prince's words. Your Highness, how can you say this? Now that you are the prince, you are already the best among people. You should be more prudent, lest your father hear it. The words Your Highness were almost shouted out with gnashing teeth, which was clearly a naked warning. Hearing that the princess actually called him like this, it was obviously the rhythm of anger. The prince could only calm down a little at this moment, and felt a little impetuous in his heart. Damn it. I don't know what kind of magic potion you gave my sister to make her so respectful to you. With his inner reluctance, the prince still picked up the wine glass and stood up directly from his seat, and glanced at the princess next to him. The princess understood, and reluctantly twisted her body, like a green snake, and stood up from her seat, and directly followed the direction of Xiao Jiao and the others, and said with the wine glass, Third brother, I offended you a lot in my words just now, and I hope that third brother will be magnanimous and forgive me without holding a grudge. In this way, the princess nodded with satisfaction. Even if these words have been said to this point, it would not be appropriate if the two of them did not give some face. They could only helplessly accompany the prince to play a show. Your Highness, you are too polite. Both parties said some high-sounding words, and on the surface they looked like they were on good terms. After drinking, it seemed like they had turned hostility into friendship, but they had their own thoughts in their hearts, and it was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. After sitting down, the crown princess felt more and more that it was not right. Your Highness, are we just going to compromise with others like this? Thinking carefully, because of the previous driver's incident, the two had to please the third prince's mansion in order to find the ill-gotten gains that had disappeared. After destroying the evidence, there would be no worries. Hearing this, the crown prince took a deep breath, and suddenly looked at the little girl who was serving the crown princess beside him, and glanced at the direction of Xiao Jiao in a signal to the crown princess. Only seeing that Xiao Jiao was empty beside him, although there was no maid serving him, it was Jiang Yifeng who personally served tea and water, and the last one was very thoughtful. The crown princess understood and suddenly said, Oh, I just noticed it. Why does my sister want the third prince to serve tea and water in person? There is not even a maid to serve. There is one by his side. If you want to take it, my sister, take it. After that, regardless of whether Xiao Jiodong agreed or not, she glanced at the servant Xiaolu and said, Xiaolu, the third princess will be your master in the future. You have to treat her like me and serve her attentively. Do you understand? After these words fell, Xiaolu was slightly stunned, and then hurriedly nodded and said, Please rest assured, Crown Princess, Xiaolu will do her best. After that, she walked all the way to Xiao Jiao and took the lead in kneeling respectfully. Third Princess, I will follow you and serve you in the future. I hope that the third princess will not dislike me. After these words fell, Xiao Jiao was stunned. Chapter 175. Looking at the smug look on the crown princess's face, Xiao Jiao knew that this was just a maid sent to monitor him, and she said it so high-soundingly, which really made people speechless. Jiang Yifeng next to him did not speak, as if the decision was given to Xiao Jiao. At this moment, Xiao Jiao was entangled for a moment. If I reject Dai Zifei's kindness in front of me, I'm afraid I will be criticized by others. I don't want to be criticized for being ungrateful, rude because of a little maid. I'm afraid it will be annoying. In the end, he could only bite the bullet and nodded reluctantly. Thank you for the crown princess' kindness. I will accept this maid. With a somewhat helpless attitude, the maid was very proactive. After responding to this, she quickly stood beside Xiao Jiao, looking smart and well-behaved. After Xiaolu's arrival, the banquet was soon declared over. It is getting late now, so today's banquet will end here. Thank you all for coming to my banquet today. I will arrange carriages to take you and your families back to rest. After these polite words, the others also said a few polite words and gradually dispersed. Xiaojiu yawned slightly and gently held Jiang Yifeng's arm with one hand. Just as he was about to leave with him, he suddenly heard the princess say, "Princess 3, I had a deep connection with you at that time. We hit it off at first sight. I wonder if you can stay and have tea with me and chat for a while." Xiaojiu paused slightly because of the sudden enthusiasm and looked at Jiang Yifeng with entanglement. The man looked at the princess with affectionate eyes. Seeing his face full of enthusiasm and seemingly harmless, she could only say softly, "It's okay, go if you want to go, I will wait for you to go back together." With these words, even if you go to the mountains of swords and seas of fire, you can rest assured. At this moment, he could only nod his head, move to the side of the princess, and bow slightly, "Princess. Well, then there is no need to be so polite. Please follow me to the palace. You and I hit it off at first sight. I also have something to give you. Just treat it as a testimony of our friendship." Suddenly it became a testimony of friendship. Xiaojiu was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't refuse. He could only follow his meaning and follow the princess all the way to the backyard. Just when he sat down, he saw two maids suddenly holding trays with some jewelry and various glass jades on them, and they came directly towards him. Sitting in front of Xiaojiu, he bowed respectfully, and the two plates were placed on the table. Xiaojiu was a little confused, looking at the valuable jewels, and didn't understand for a moment. "I don't know what the princess means by this. I said I have something to give you. These words are the gift between us." The princess smiled calmly, and her gentle look really didn't show any malice. "It's just that the princess gave something that could support an ordinary family for several lifetimes when they met for the first time. Isn't this too enthusiastic?" Xiaojiu pulled the corner of his mouth slightly, and felt a little speechless for a moment. It turned out that poverty limited his imagination. At this moment, he could only wave his hands hurriedly, stood up in panic, shook his head and said, "The princess is too annoying, these things are so valuable, I just arrived. It is not appropriate to take so many things back. If the princess is willing to condescend to make friends with me, I also know that you are treating me with sincerity. So forget about these jewelry and vulgar things. After all, the princess and the prince are biological siblings, and the prince has secretly embezzled and accepted bribes. If I accept the princess's things today, one day in the future, I will inevitably remember this diligence." The princess was slightly stunned, and looked at Xiaojiu with more appreciation. At this moment, she couldn't help but chuckle. "I really didn't expect that the third princess is also a person of temperament, and doesn't care about these jewels and foods. In this case, this princess will definitely give these things to you. You can choose whatever you want. If you think these are not enough, you can even go to this princess's treasure house. I will definitely make you my friend." Seeing the princess's stubborn look, Xiaojiu was quite depressed at this moment. "I really didn't expect that someone would still give his own kitchen knife to outsiders in various ways. Isn't it unreasonable for me to be so disrespectful?" After struggling for a moment, Xiaojiu's eyes swept over the jewels, and suddenly grinned at this moment. "Since the princess is so enthusiastic, then I won't be polite. Only children make choices. I want all these things." The sudden words formed a sharp contrast with the attitude of refusal just now. The princess was startled again. Xiaojiu gave quite a few surprises. At this moment, he couldn't help but take a closer look at Xiaojiu. Seeing her serious attitude and confident words, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Just now, the third princess was quite polite. Why is she so greedy now, and wants everything? For a moment, the princess thought he couldn't restrain his greedy nature, and the original admiration disappeared a little. However, Xiaojiu smiled calmly. "Princess, you are joking. Everyone loves money. Since the princess wants to make friends with me, she must give me these jewels. If you must accept me, you will naturally choose to take all of them? How can I treat the princess's kindness perfunctorily? If I don't want it, it also shows that our friendship is priceless. Who made the princess so stubborn just now?" This gave Xiaojiu the opportunity to speak well. Facing his clever argument, although it seemed a bit unreasonable, it just suited the princess's appetite. At this moment, she looked at Xiaojiu and laughed loudly, not caring about his crooked words. "Since the third princess said so, then all these things will be given to you." Although Xiaojiu's words were convincing, but this silly answer made the princess feel a little more relieved for no reason. This third princess is obviously greedy for money, but she still finds such a fancy excuse. She seems to be impatient, and not very smart. I guess she won't have any edges with the prince, and maybe she can be used at that time. With this thought, the princess breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Xiaojiu's husband is already a very dangerous existence. In addition to Xiaojiu's outstanding performance at the banquet before, it is inevitable that she will be a little afraid of him, but she didn't expect that it was just on the surface. He was still a dull person in private. Xiaojiu accepted all these gold, silver and jewelry with peace of mind. Seeing that she looked satisfied, the princess smiled and said, "Princess 3, you are half smart by pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth. The prince is the heir to a country and the future emperor. I just hope you can recognize heroes with wisdom and don't take those detours." The implication was that she should not go against the prince. Looking at the princess, who was full of talent, Xiaojiu also smiled and nodded, pretending to be stupid, and said, "Princess, you are joking. The prince is so wise and has learned a lot of martial arts. As a National Reserve manager, he should be admired by everyone. How can I be reluctant to give up a hero?" The two women competed with each other. Xiaojiu's answer was impeccable. The princess was more and more satisfied with it. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart, "As long as you put your position right, maybe we can really become friends." There is no true love in the harem. It's rare to meet such a free and easy and talented woman. She really has such an idea, but it depends on whether Xiaojiu will give her this opportunity. Ignoring the ever-changing thoughts in the princess's heart, Xiaojiu counted the jewels by himself, pretending to be greedy for money. The princess saw it, looked at the gradually darkening sky, and then said, "It's late today, and it's getting dark. I let a few people escort you away." Hearing this, Xiaojiu shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness. The prince should still be waiting for me to go back, so there's no need to bother you. I can go by myself. You can't carry so much money by yourself," the princess said tentatively, thinking that Xiaojiu was wary of her. However, Xiaojiu weighed these things and found that it was indeed a bit difficult for one person to carry them, but it didn't mean that he couldn't carry them. At this moment, his eyes slightly swept to Xiaolu next to him, and then he smiled with a cracked mouth. "It doesn't matter, the crown princess is not a maid given to me last time. Now that it's officially put to use, I have to thank the crown princess more." Hearing this, Xiaolu's face froze slightly, and it really turned green like her name. After looking at the jewels, she asked shyly, "Princess San, you don't want me to carry these things alone, do you? Or are they too expensive? If I can't carry them properly?" "Don't be so modest. The crown princess said you are smart and capable. You won't make a mistake even in carrying things. Otherwise, I will have to send you away." Xiaojiu smiled generously. These words made Xiaolu speechless. The princess saw it, and knew that Xiaojiu did it on purpose. For this woman, she had a few more speculative and uneasy thoughts. "It seems that you were playing dumb before. Such behavior is also a wise person. You should not provoke her more on weekdays, so as not to cause trouble for yourself." No, Xiaolu was forced to do business without caring about their affairs. She held the things in her hands and walked cautiously. Behind him, there was a constant warning about the cocktails. "Xiaolu, you have to be careful with these things. They are very valuable, and they are gifts from the princess herself. If you accidentally break one of them, you won't be able to afford the compensation with your 10 heads. Chapter 176. After going through hardships all the way, I finally left the palace. The moment I stepped out of the palace gate, I happened to see a sedan chair parked outside the palace. A man with his hands behind his back was looking at the scene inside the palace gate with expectation. It was not until he saw Xiaojiu's pretty body swaying towards him that Jiang Yifeng hurriedly stepped forward, gently holding her cross-legged wrist with one hand, and asked nervously, "How is it? Did the princess make things difficult for you?" After all, the princess is the prince's biological sister. No matter how much she admires Xiaojiu, family affection is more important than anything else. He was afraid that the princess would not know what was good for her, and would do something to hurt Xiaojiu. Hearing this, Xiaojiu smiled and shook his head, and instead glanced at Xiaolu, who was following behind him. "Look, the princess not only didn't embarrass me, but also wanted to eat all my jewelry. Your wife has made a lot of money for our family. Don't you think she is very smart and capable?" Seeing Xiaojiu's happy face, Jiang Yifeng noticed that the two trays in Xiaolu's hands were now one in each hand, and the things on them were all priceless, jewelry, jade, and ornaments. "This are all rewards given to you by the princess?" Xiaojiu blinked playfully. "Of course, since the princess is so kind, I really can't bear to refuse her, so among the many choices of rewards, I just want them all." This was said so calmly that Jiang Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and then he understood Xiaojiu's deep intentions. At this moment, he couldn't help but chuckle. You You are a little smart ghost after all. Such a capable wife. I am really lucky to marry you. This is a serious compliment, without any insulting attitude. The brighter Xiaojiu smiled at this moment, the more desperate Xiaolu behind him was. She held the two trays in a stalemate for a long time. I felt that the things on them were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, like a mountain pressing on my wrist, and I was almost unable to hold on. Then I couldn't help but beg for mercy. Princess San, I put this thing on the carriage for you first. Xiaojiu turned his head, and glanced at her lightly at the sudden voice. Seeing Xiaolu's face, her lips trembled, and she was obviously about to collapse. But he pretended to be playful and teased. These are all glass and jade. If they are placed on the carriage and broken, who will pay for them? The implication is that he deliberately wants to embarrass Xiaolu, and let her hold on for a while longer. Xiaolu was really crying without tears at this moment. She regretted the arrogance she had shown in front of Xiao Xiao before. She begged for mercy in a hurry. Princess San, I really can't hold on any longer. If I fall down, it will be bad. Can you find someone to help me take over for a while? This person should be timid when he should be timid. Now he has learned that Xiao Jiuxiang has a hidden knife and kills people invisibly. He regrets it. What kind of master am I following? I'm afraid I will be tortured to death in the future. What's the point of monitoring? If the crown princess had known that she would struggle a little more when she pushed herself out, she would not have no way out now and suffer such tormenting grievances. Hearing this, Xiaojiu smiled generously. Seeing her so cowardly, he smiled again and said, if that's the case, then pack the things and carry them on your back. It's safer to carry them than to ride in a bumpy carriage. There was a dead silence in the air, but Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but gently put his hand on his mouth. The overly obvious snickering made Xiaolu feel a little uncomfortable. She had to bite the bullet and agreed yes. After saying that, she really took the 2 pieces of soft silk to carefully pack the things and carried them on her back. Although her hands were freed, her tired body couldn't stop at all. She followed the carriage silently and walked forward. There were 2 people sitting in the carriage. Today, they were arranged clearly, neither crowded nor relaxed. Xiaojiu leaned gently against Jiang Yifeng, feeling that in this cold night, such an embrace was particularly warm, and from time to time he observed the situation of Xiaolu outside. Seeing Xiaojiu's encouragement, Jiang Yifeng was a little puzzled for a moment. Why? Are you afraid that she will suddenly run to the crown princess to report that you bullied her? This joke was not at all level, so she rolled her eyes at him, and then said with a distressed face, if it weren't for giving her a warning and letting her see how powerful I am, otherwise I wouldn't give her these precious jewels as toys. If I accidentally break them, they are worth a lot of money, and I can't find anyone to compensate me. Although the things are free, but in my hands, they become my own, and I will put them into the account treasury in the future. If others destroy my money, for a businessman, isn't it just touching her neck? Looking at Xiaojiu's distressed look, Jiang Yifeng felt that she was so cute. Suddenly he thought of something and asked again, you love money so much. I asked you to take charge of the account office of the palace before. Why didn't you do anything? I heard from the housekeeper that you didn't seem to be happy about it. No one would be happy about this. Xiaojiu had to manage the accounts of the health club and the accounts of the family at the same time. Isn't it obvious that she was exhausted? The next second, Xiaojiu couldn't stop moving her cheeks, like a puffy little goldfish. At this moment, he glared at Jiang Yifeng with a look of despair, and then complained mercilessly, I really doubt whether you have any opinion about me, so you want to use those things to torment me. Do you know how tiring it is to settle accounts? If you are not careful, you will lose your hair. Although Xiaojiu is a little genius in business, he can't stand Jiang Yifeng's tormenting himself like this. Facing this aggrieved little expression, Jiang Yifeng suddenly realized that he had made a too hasty decision before. At this moment, he hurriedly apologized, I'm really sorry, it was my fault that I didn't consider it carefully before. I originally wanted to confront the secular world and let them raise their concept of women to a higher level, but I forgot that you were also busy. However, if you figure it out one day, you can always take my order to take over the account office directly. This kind of thing can't be done by others. It should be done by the person who is closest to you and trusts you the most. The previous accountant has been in the third prince's mansion for nearly 20 years, so he is naturally trusted. And now, with less than half a year of experience in rescue, he has also gained the trust and honor that others have gained in 20 years. How many people would envy this? At this moment, Xiaojiu felt that he was somewhat ignorant, but he was still moved by Jiang Yifeng's consideration and trust. At this moment, a pair of soft eyes stared at him quietly, and the atmosphere suddenly became charming. Thank you, Your Majesty, for always trusting and supporting me. If it weren't for his father's company and Jiang Yifeng's support along the way, Xiao Jiao really couldn't imagine what kind of strength he would have to face the world's prejudice against women, to eliminate the desire to do what he wanted to do, but others didn't dare to do. The soft words were like the wind in June, gently floating by Jiang Yifeng's ears, and an unspeakable restlessness instantly surged in Jiang Yifeng's heart. The thin lips moved slightly at this moment, and the pair of eyes filled with desire stared straight at Xiao Jiao, as if the words of conspiracy were written in his eyes. Tell me, how come you are so charming that even a single word can make people fall for you? How many lifetimes of blessings did I have to cultivate to have the honor of holding you in my arms? As he spoke, Jiang Yifeng couldn't control the agitation in his heart. He lowered his head slightly, and wanted to vent his desire towards the warm lips. Xiao Jiao blushed, and naturally knew what the other party was thinking. He closed his eyes subconsciously, but at this moment the carriage suddenly stopped, and a voice came from outside at an inopportune time. The prince and princess have arrived at the palace. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and the curtain outside the door was lifted. The two people's eager behavior was seen by the maid, which was a little embarrassing. That princess, I'm really sorry, you guys continue. This said, the good thing has been interrupted. Who has the heart to continue? Jiang Yifeng coughed twice, helplessly straightened his waist, and rushed towards him with an ambiguous tone. It doesn't matter, when we go back, don't we have plenty of time? If someone else said this, it might be a hooligan, but it came from Jiang Yifeng's mouth, so affectionate and full of charm, it made people feel a little bit difficult to extricate themselves. Xiao Jiao rolled his eyes at him unhappily, pushed him gently with his hand, and then sat up straight. Don't talk to me here, or get off quickly. It's not good to stay in the carriage, and be laughed at by those little mates. How can you show your power as the master in the future? Following Xiao Jiao and the others all the way into the third prince's mansion, Xiaolu finally took off all the jewels from her body, just like a donkey unloading a mill, and finally fell into a relaxed state. Well, it's good. None of the jewelry is damaged. Go find the housekeeper to arrange a place for you to stay. In the future, you must serve me well, just like you did today, working hard without complaint. Xiao Jiao roughly checked the gold and silver jewelry. Anyway, they are valuable things. How can they be damaged just like that? He just wanted to give Xiaolu a warning. Xiaolu nodded reluctantly, then turned around and left. Chapter 177. After a night, Xiao Jiao slept very comfortably. The next day, Xiao Jiao was rewarded with a lot of gold, silver and jewelry, and was appreciated by the princess. This matter soon spread throughout the palace, and attracted the envy of many people. The concubine listened to the maid telling this series of things, and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth and threw the teacup in her hand heavily on the table. It happened that when this person was unlucky, drinking water would get stuck in her teeth. The slightly scalding tea splashed on the concubine's fingertips, with a hint of pain. At this moment, she was so scared that she quickly threw the teacup away. The cup broke into pieces on the ground in an instant. The concubine felt a thump in her heart, and she became more and more annoyed. Damn it, even this cup of tea is against me. What's wrong with this world? Why do all people have to revolve around that woman? What am I not as good as her? Tell me. The concubine's vicious eyes were directly piled on Xiaohua, who was responsible for serving next to her. Xiaohua was stunned. Her delicate body trembled suddenly. She knelt on the ground in fear, and said tremblingly, Madam, calm down. Xiao Jiao must have used some despicable means to confuse the princess, so she trusted Xiao Jiao. When the princess finds out that the woman is just a hypocritical person, she will hate her to the core. After hearing these words, the concubine was used to hearing these self-deceiving words, and she no longer felt anything. She just felt a headache and annoyed. What you said is all bullshit. Is there any practical effect? I want to make that woman lose her reputation and live a life worse than death. Do you understand? They all went to that banquet, but they enjoyed very different treatments. The punished foreign minister negotiated with those low-ranking officials and let his status be insulted. But Xiao Jiao was appreciated by the princess. Not only did he get money, but he also got a maid. How many people envy him? The more she thought about it, the angrier the concubine's chest was heaving, as if a mouthful of water was boiling inside, rolling constantly, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Xiaohua next to her didn't know what to say. At this moment, she just lowered her head slightly and became a silent mute. Anyway, it was useless for her to say it. Not saying anything would make her feel better, and the disaster would not be brought to her head. But because of this silence, the concubine heard the constant insults coming out of her mouth. She felt like a jumping clown, showing Xiaohua what it meant to be a shrew scolding in the street, and she became more and more unconvinced. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Suddenly, she picked up the teapot and smashed it directly at Xiaohua without any hesitation. Seeing this, Xiaohua was not careful enough to dodge, and the teapot instantly fell on her face, and the boiling tea spilled out, making it difficult to breathe. Ah! After a heart-wrenching scream, Xiaohua fell to the ground like a shrew, and her face instantly turned red because of the boiling tea. In addition, she was hit hard by the teapot, and blood kept flowing from her jaw. The red liquid instantly dyed her neck red, as if she had walked out of a pool of blood. It was so scary that people dared not speak. At this moment, Xiaohua did not dare to complain at all, but knelt on the ground, knocking her head hard, and kept shouting for mercy. "Madam, please spare my life, Xiaohua knows I was wrong." A series of voices, like a woman who had suffered great injustice, now pleading for the abyss in the court. For what she did, the concubine did not feel any guilt, but instead said with a face full of resentment, "What a bad luck thing, get out of here quickly, don't let me see you, the more I see you, the angrier I am." Now, even if the concubine really wants a maid to serve her, it is Xiaolu who is rewarded to Qiaojiu by the crown princess, so that she would feel more face. Instead of Xiaohua who follows her side, and only gives bad ideas, Xiaohua did not dare to neglect it. At this moment, she was eager to leave this place like hell. She stepped on the steps, and hurriedly crouched down and left. She walked all the way, covering her chin, until she left the concubine's yard. The crying sound finally began to surge down sharply. As for the maids and servants passing by, no one dared to go forward to comfort her, for fear that they would accidentally anger the jackal behind her, and they would be the next unlucky ones. Even if she was not a direct descendant of the concubine, as a concubine of the palace, she still had the capital to teach them a lesson. Xiaohua cried and bumped around, wanting to go back quickly to find medicine for her wounds, otherwise she would be left with scars, and she would not be able to stay with the concubine, and would be driven out of the palace. Then where could she, a prostitute, go with her ugly face? But at this moment of urgency, Xiaohua did not pay attention to the movement in front of her, but felt that she suddenly bumped into something. The whole person stepped back and fell to the ground again, and once again felt a wave of pain sweeping over her. Qiaojiu was also a little panicked, and subconsciously couldn't help but say, "Who is so blind and reckless in the palace?" If it weren't for Xiaolu behind her who caught her in time, Qiaojiu would have fallen on her buttocks, and it would have been a horrible sight. He kept steadying his feet, and Qiaojiu took a look at the person who bumped into him. He didn't see the other person's face, but he saw the blood flowing out from between her fingers first, which was really scary. Even Xiaolu behind him was shocked at this moment. She quickly took 2 steps back and said tremblingly, "Who is this? Could it be a madman who killed people? Someone is coming." Just when Xiaolu was about to ask someone to control this person, Qiaojiu's eyes lit up, and he took the man's face into consideration. He instantly recognized the other party's identity, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Xiaohua, how did you get yourself into this state?" On weekdays, the concubine always opposed him, and she liked to follow a little maid who relied on her power, that is, Xiaohua, in front of him. Even if Qiaojiu was stupid, he would not be so stupid that he couldn't even recognize her. At this moment, this bloody appearance was indeed a bit confusing. Hearing someone calling her name, Xiaohua endured the pain and raised her head to see that the woman in front of her was wearing jade and gold silk today, with a large peony flower on her head that was graceful and circling. The simple hair accessories made her look particularly dignified and elegant. There is a kind of majestic posture like mountains and rivers, which makes people subconsciously feel awe when looking at it. At this moment, the area is a little unbearable to look at. I don't know if it was because of shame. After all, I usually helped the concubine, and did not oppose Qiaojiu, and I always despised his identity as a merchant's daughter. Now that I have fallen into such a state, it is inevitable that I have a little more inferiority complex in front of people who used to dislike me. I had to stumble to my feet and said in panic, "I will see the princess. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." After that, she was like a panicked thief who wanted to run away after doing something wrong. However, Qiaojiu hurriedly glanced at Xiaolu next to him, and then quickly scolded, "Xiaolu, don't let her go, stop her quickly." The Sanwang mansion, which was always harmonious on weekdays, was a close maid next to the concubine. Now it was in such a state, it must not be so simple. If Qiaojiu didn't check it out, I'm afraid he would feel a little uneasy when eating today. Hearing this, Xiaolu quickly took a step and ran to Xiaohua, stretched out her arms to stop her, and then gritted her teeth and warned, "You dare not listen to the princess's orders? Don't you want your own head?" After hearing this, Xiaohua was a little nervous, but Qiaojiu was confused, It seems that the crown princess usually takes care of the maids because of her status. Why do you say I am so unforgivable now? Xiaojiu disciplines servants and advocates a set of rules and regulations. No matter how exaggerated it will not directly cost someone their head. However, it must be admitted that Xiaolu's words are very useful. Xiaohua was stunned on the spot after hearing it, and dared not move. Xiaojiu was too lazy to bother with her, but he walked over with his eyes slightly lowered, carefully examining the wounds on her face. Clearly visible were the burning scars, the wound on her jaw that was broken by a heavy object, and the wound on her cheek that was bleeding continuously. If you don't look closely, the untreated wounds look a little disgusting. If it weren't for her strong psychological quality, she really couldn't bear this situation. After a short moment of hesitation, he asked the same question when he first met her. Tell me, what happened? Why did you suddenly become like this? Was it the concubine who did it? With her bad temper, it's not unreasonable for her to do such a thing. Facing this question, Xiaohua moved her lips. Even if she wanted to find someone to redress her grievances, how could she afford to offend the concubine? If she said something bad about her in front of Xiaojiu today, I'm afraid it would reach the ears of the concubine tomorrow. It would not be as simple as a burn or a beating. Maybe she would just get a layer of skin peeled off and never see the sun tomorrow again. At this moment, she could only stammer and shake her head to deny. Princess, you think too much. It was the servant who accidentally knocked over the teapot when she was cleaning, so she got into this mess. Please don't investigate further. This was as if she was treating Xiaojiu as a fool, but she didn't want to talk to her at this moment. Hurry up and tell me, otherwise I will go directly to the concubine to ask questions, and then I will have to deal with the crime of deception. Chapter 178. Under this threat, Xiaohua finally lost her temper and told him everything. Then, she suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop, holding Xiaojiu's skirt tightly with both hands, looking pitiful and choking, saying, Princess, please save me. I have been following the concubine all the time, and I am afraid my life is in danger. Because of the injury, her eyes were bloodshot at the moment, and the tears kept flowing. Her eyes were red from crying. Although Xiaohua followed the concubine and bullied others, she did all kinds of evil, but this moment really made people feel a little distressed. At this moment, Xiaojiu couldn't help but sighed, looking at the wound on her face, and then reluctantly comforted her. Okay, this matter will be decided for you. The concubine is so willful, that's it. If there is really no one to discipline her, I'm afraid that this third prince's mansion will be turned into a hell on earth by her. After that, he raised his eyebrows at Xiaolu and ordered, You go find a doctor to treat the wound on his face. If he has any root of disease in the future, it will be bad. Hearing this, Xiaolu nodded. Xiaohua couldn't help but be moved. At this moment, she saw clearly what kind of kind person she had been targeting. She really regretted it. She kept saying, Thank you, princess. I will repay you by working like a cow and a horse in the future. Okay, after the doctor has seen it, you go to the housekeeper and ask for 50 taels of silver, and then leave this place. Just say that this is what the princess ordered, and he won't say anything. After all, Xiaohua has now fallen into this situation. If she goes to settle accounts with the concubine, who is vindictive, will not let Xiaohua go easily. Letting her leave now is also for her future. With tears all over her eyes, Xiaohua followed Xiaolu to find a doctor for treatment with gratitude. As for Xiaojiu, she did not dare to neglect him at all. I wanted to take advantage of the good weather today to stroll in the garden, but now I am afraid I have to visit the concubine, who I don't want to pay attention to. After waiting for Xiaohua to leave in the courtyard has not been cleaned yet. The concubine just vented her temper and complained that the mess was unsightly. Then the maid came to report, Madam, the princess is here, and she doesn't look very happy. Should we find an excuse to turn her away? Anyway, all the anger of the concubine now is because of Xiaojiu. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm afraid that when the two women see it, the concubine might do something crazy, so that the innocent servants will suffer. Hearing this, the concubine gritted her teeth, clenched her hands into fists, and her long nails were deeply embedded in the flesh. She couldn't help but sneered. That bitch is here to show off to me on purpose. Do you really think I'm afraid of her? Let her get out of here. Xiaojiu, who was standing at the door, heard the sharp voice and arrogant attitude clearly. At this moment, he walked in with a swaying figure. Looking at the mess in the yard, it was really unbearable to look at. The maid just wanted to turn around to inform Xiaojiu, but she didn't expect that he had already come in. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. Instead, Xiaojiu took the initiative and directly scolded, You are the concubine of the palace, the daughter of the prime minister. Li should be well-behaved, gentle and virtuous. Look at what you look like now. Vulgar, rude, overbearing, and ferocious like wolves and tigers. Everyone who sees him is in awe of him. There is no trace of the demeanor of a great man. The concubine, who was already unhappy with the sudden blame, suddenly looked back and met Xiaojio's cold eyes in an instant. She was a little more frightened for no reason. At this moment, he swallowed his saliva, but he stiffened his scalp and sarcastically said, "What does it have to do with you? You are just a small merchant's daughter. Do you think that a wild chicken can really become a phoenix by flying up the tree? Don't forget that I am the concubine of the prince's mansion, and the daughter of the prime minister. No matter how unbearable it is, you are not worthy of blaming me." This extremely arrogant attitude seems to have not figured out what his current identity is. Xiaojio sighed helplessly. Looking at the somewhat crazy concubine at this moment, he couldn't help but sarcastically said, "You are of noble status, but you did such a thing to Xiaohua. Is this what a lady should be like? Don't you think you are simply hypocritical and really inhuman?" Thinking of Xiaohua's bloody face, I am afraid that such a scene will fall into the hands of those unforgivable ruffians, who will do such cruel beating and scolding. Who would have thought that the concubine who boasted of her noble status and arrogance would be so cruel when she beat and scolded the maid, showing no mercy at all? How could she have considered her own status and family background? However, after the series of accusations, the concubine did not grasp the point, but said angrily with an incredible look, "What did you say? That bitch actually went to complain to you. She really doesn't want her life anymore. I will make her live a life worse than death." As the concubine Zhu Jian looked sick, Xiaojio was really impatient. At this moment, she suddenly said angrily, "It's ridiculous. Xiaohua has always been loyal to you. She is a human, not a beast. Even if you are her master, what qualifications do you have to take her life as your life?" Xiaojio often couldn't understand why people had to be divided into different levels, and the higher level people could be unscrupulous, and didn't take the lives of the lower level people seriously at all. Perhaps in the eyes of others, such behavior has long become a rule, but Xiaojio just didn't believe it. Since she has accepted the identity of the head of the third prince's mansion, she will never allow such a vulgar atmosphere to exist in it. The two women confronted each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The concubine had no advantages, but she was particularly stubborn. She knew she was wrong but refused to correct it, and became more rampant. She refused to obey discipline. The more Xiaojio wanted him to restrain himself, the more the concubine deliberately opposed him. At this moment, she said directly and generously, "It's just a maid. Since you care about him so much, you can kill me or go to the prince and the old lady to complain, and see what they can do to me?" Indeed, it was just an insignificant maid. Who could shed a tear for him? But Xiaojio didn't belong to this era, and perhaps he hadn't completely integrated into such a concept. At this moment, he was really impatient. With a cold look, the concubine saw her stubborn attitude and said directly, "I have said it before. There are rules and regulations for maids and servants to punish if they make mistakes, and it is not allowed to beat and scold them at will. Since you violated my order, I will dismiss all the maids and servants in your courtyard as the third princess today, so that you can experience their importance and see if you dare to do so to them in the future." After that, Xiaojio directly passed this order to the housekeeper. People followed orders and really dismissed the maids and servants serving in the concubine, leaving none of them behind. In a moment, the originally large courtyard, which was originally full of busy figures, was now left with only the concubine, and no one could help. In the courtyard, the withdrawal was venting his anger wantonly, whether it was the surrounding flowers and plants, or those jade articles, none of them were spared. "Xiaojio, you bitch, why do you treat me like this? I will never let you go." With all her resentment, the concubine couldn't stand this situation of no one serving her, so she ran to the old lady to cry, "Old lady, you must make a decision for me. The princess relied on her power to deliberately find fault with me. She also deprived me of all the maids and servants in my yard. Now I am alone and lonely. Where is the system that a concubine should have?" The crying was like a pear blossom in the rain, which was really pitiful. The choked voice further set off the concubine's tragic experience. Although she said a series of things, she only mentioned Xiaohua's matter in passing. The old lady was slightly dissatisfied when she heard this. "This Xiaojio is really going too far. You are a concubine, and a concubine of the prime minister. You grew up in luxury. How can you be self-reliant without maids and servants?" If she had not married into the third prince's mansion, the concubine would have been a pretty girl who had never done housework. How could she withstand such a torment? With a bit of dissatisfaction, the old lady directly asked someone to call Xiaojio over. Looking at the concubine curled up beside the old lady's knees, her red eyes seemed to have experienced a period of earth-shattering and ghost-like crying. Xiaojiu couldn't help but sneer. I knew you would not be content, but I didn't expect you would not be able to bear it so soon. Now you know how important those maids are? The old lady didn't quite understand what he said, but was confused by the concubine's appearance. She couldn't help but frown and glared at Xiaojiu. Did you really remove all his maids, leaving no one? Faced with this question, Xiaojiu didn't hesitate at all, but nodded decisively. Indeed, she doesn't deserve to be served at all. You are talking nonsense. You are obviously targeting me on purpose. Didn't you just beat and scolded a disobedient maid? What qualifications do you have to treat me like this? The concubine puffed up her chest at this moment, as if she was going to fight with her, but in the end, she took her own White Lotus route, and used the old lady as a bargaining chip to vent her anger. Beating and scolding maids, even in such a wealthy family, is a common thing, and the old lady naturally favors the concubine. Chapter 179. Xiaojiu was lectured, but still had no intention of backing down. Instead, he raised his voice and said, Old lady, even if you beat and scold a maid, there should be a limit, right? Beating someone until they are bleeding. What kind of rule is this? Is this the tolerance that women in our third prince's mansion should have? If it gets out, people will laugh at it. People who don't know will think that the prince married a demon. Thinking about how miserable Xiaohua was, if it weren't for the fact that the old lady was old and had an old illness, Xiaojiu would have to bring Xiaohua here to let her take a closer look at how the concubine beat and scolded the maid. Hearing this, the old lady was slightly stunned and couldn't help but glance at the concubine, broken head and bleeding. What did the maid do wrong to make you so angry? Hearing this question, the concubine's face changed slightly. In fact, she knew very well that Xiaohua did nothing wrong. It was only her damn jealousy that made her take it out on her. Who knew it would turn out like this? She contradicted me, so I lost my temper and beat her. The concubine hesitated. She couldn't even speak clearly, which clearly revealed her guilty conscience. Xiaojiu couldn't help but sneer. What do you mean she contradicted you? I have asked about everything clearly. You were jealous of me being appreciated by the princess, so you took out all your anger on her. Now you are so embarrassed to shirk responsibility here? Then she added, and I have said it before, the rules and regulations in the palace are there. If the maid really did something wrong, there are rules and regulations to punish her. How can you be so cruel? You are really a vicious woman. After these words fell, the concubine was speechless. But she gritted her teeth, grabbed the old lady's trouser leg tightly with one hand, and cried, Old lady, don't listen to her nonsense. She is deliberately using this maid to make trouble for me. You must make the decision for me. Seeing the concubine pretending to be pitiful and shameless, Xiaojiu really wanted to poke out his eyes. So called out of sight, out of mind. I don't know what sin I have committed to watch her such a poor and disgusting acting. At this moment, he just stared at the old lady quietly, obviously not affected by the concubine's nonsense, but asked in a humble and dignified manner, Old lady, this matter should be handled by me, but since he has already come to you. If the impact is really bad, if it continues for a long time, I am afraid that it will be the face of our third prince's mansion that will be lost in the future. Please make a decision. Anyway, since the concubine has come here, she naturally cannot be allowed to return empty-handed. It is not the result that Xiaojiu wants to see if she retires after crying. Hearing this, the old lady frowned slightly, unable to stop her anger, glared at the concubine that Chui was taking care of, and said bluntly, You are not a quiet person at all. You are a lady from a wealthy family, but you did something so unbecoming of your status, and you still have the nerve to cry here. Who gave you the face? After the resounding rebuke, the concubine was completely confused and seemed a little dazed. She hurriedly shook her head and tried to make a final defense for herself. No, old lady, don't listen to that bitch's nonsense. The concubine forgot what it meant to be respectful and inferior for a moment. The old lady was even more upset by such vulgar words and interrupted her directly. Enough, don't continue talking. It's really a disgrace to the family. Then, she looked at the expectant one again, and then added, It seems that what the princess said is right. You really lack discipline, which has developed this unscrupulous and outspoken character. If you let it develop, it will only cause trouble. From now on, you should go to the Buddhist temple to copy scriptures, cultivate yourself well, and stabilize your impetuous heart. After these words were finalized, Xiaojiu smiled with satisfaction. On the contrary, looking at the dissatisfied concubine, she fell limp on the ground, and the whole person was in a daze. It seemed that she had not recovered from the words, and she shook her head hurriedly. This is not my fault. Why punish me? I am not wrong. At this moment, the concubine's mind was obviously not clear, and she seriously pushed all the responsibilities to Xiaojio. It was a pity that the old lady was tired of her style and gave an order. Come here, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take the concubine to the Buddhist temple. When she repents, let her out. After the concubine was taken away, the old lady's ears were finally quiet. She locked her eyes on Xiaojio, who was sitting next to her, and then showed a kind smile and asked, although you showed your prowess at the princess's banquet before and earned enough face for the prince, is this true? Although the old lady did not go to the banquet, she would not lose out on the things that should be paid attention to. Naturally, she also knew that the concubine had offended the princess and was punished. It was also partly for this reason that the old lady made up her mind to temper the concubine's competitive nature, so as not to lose face for the palace in the future. Xiaojio maintained a polite smile and nodded in cooperation, and then followed up with humility. The princess is kind and talented. We can be said to appreciate each other and hit it off at first sight, so the relationship naturally improved. Having said that, the old lady nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You are becoming more and more like a great man. If Fomer has you by her side, I can put my heart at ease. Although Xiaojio was a little humble when she was born, she did not slack off because of this. Getting to know noble people and communicating with them is also good for Jiang Yifeng's future development. This is what the old lady appreciates about her. The two chatted briefly for a while, and the old lady was also quietly amused, and she liked this daughter-in-law more and more. Several days had passed this year. Without the disturbance of the fair, Xiaojio re-established the rules and regulations for the palace, and no one dared to neglect them. Xiaojio could be said to have spent a few days of peace and quiet. The only special thing was that Baiyu was stopped outside the palace banquet because she was dressed too flamboyantly. Baiyu went home and locked herself outside the door, and never came out. Princess, you said that Miss Bai has been staying indoors all the time. Could she be harboring some bad thoughts again? Xiao Chui next to him was a little fidgety. It was really that the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was anxious. He also knew the insidiousness and cunningness of Baiyu. He had always been a eunuch, and at this moment, he was inevitably more vigilant. Hearing this, Xiaojio smiled lightly, raised the corners of his lips slightly, and gently held the bright red rose with one hand, with a somewhat happy gesture. At this moment, his words were light, and seemed careless and a little lazy. Now that I have finally had a few days of peace, why should I care about it? As the saying goes, when the enemy comes, the general will stop it, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Why should I disturb my quiet and leisurely life because of those insignificant people? You know, such a leisurely life is not available every day. Now it happens that the concubine is punished to copy Buddhist scriptures, and Baiyu stays at home. There are no unruly people in the palace, and Xiaojio is more than happy. How can she care about other things? Faced with Xiaojio's optimistic and open-minded attitude, Xiao Chui nodded thoughtfully, and did not say anything else. On the other side, Xiao Daming was running his own small shop, but suddenly heard a noise coming from outside. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to buy things, I'm here to find my cousin. His name is Xiao Daming. Can you please inform him for me? Xiao Daming was slightly stunned. His skinny body was blocked by the tall goods, and he was lying on a recliner at the moment, listening to all these words. He couldn't help but raise his eyes, tilted his head slightly, and glanced forward, looking a little strange. Who is this stinky boy? Why don't I know him? He didn't want to pay more attention, but just when he was about to retract his head, the man suddenly rushed over, grabbed Xiao Daming's arm directly, and said with a happy face, "Cousin, I finally see you. You know that I have missed you very much along the way, and I am full of expectations." Xiao Daming couldn't bear the sudden cousin, and at this moment, he quickly shook his arms, and carefully looked at the person in front of him. Seeing that the other party was dressed in such a poor way, with ordinary fabrics patched up, and the shoes had been worn out due to long-distance travel, and the toes were almost exposed, which was really horrible. Then he said with a look of disgust, "Don't talk nonsense, kid. I may have a poor relative like you, and not everyone can be my relative. I am afraid you are just interested in my money. I, Xiao Daming, am not stupid enough to do this. If you don't want to buy anything, just leave." After saying this, he stood up slightly, and didn't intend to negotiate with the other party anymore. But before he took a step, the man shamelessly pulled his sleeve and said in panic, "Cousin, my mother is the sworn sister of your mother's sister. My name is Wang Kun. We played together when we were young." In fact, Wang Kun didn't remember whether this happened, but he had to find a relationship to connect the two people's feelings anyway. Chapter 180. Xiao Daming was entangled so much that his ears felt a little messy. What sister, cousin, I tell you, I don't know you, leave quickly, otherwise I will report to the police. With a bit of disdainful attitude, this guy is not leaving any money unsearched, and it is obvious at a glance that he wants to rely on himself to get a good job in Kyoto. Who is Xiao Daming? When will he let others take advantage of him for nothing? He doesn't recognize this extra relative, even if he is a real relative, let alone this kind of person who is not related at all. After saying that, I plan to leave, but Wang Kun was just like a dogskin plaster, so stubborn that he suddenly said, Cousin, don't dislike me first, I can do everything, whether it is cleaning or washing clothes and cooking, I can also mix the kind of perfume powder used by women. Anyway, Wang Kun packaged himself and spoke so well, which did attract Xiao Daming's attention. At this moment, he turned his head slightly to look at him. His eyes turned and something came to his mind. Are you really that capable? Of course, without some skills, how dare I come to Beijing to find you? Wang Kun looked wretched, and he was out of tune with the people in Kyoto. His excessive flattery made him look like a gangster. Xiao Daming didn't have so many thoughts. He thought, now Xiao Jiao is more popular than me. This kid looks rough. If I can use him to hit Xiao Jiao, she will kneel down and beg me in the future? With this happy thought, Xiao Daming put his hands behind his back and stared at Wang Kun. He instantly changed his previous disgusted attitude and laughed. Oh, my tone was a little harsh before. I didn't expect you to have so many things. I do have a good job to recommend to you. It depends on whether you have the ability. Hearing this, Wang Kun was so happy that he nodded and said, Cousin, you can arrange things for me to do. Even if it's just sweeping the toilet, I can do it, as long as... Wang Kun said, poking his thumb and index finger at each other, and his eyes turned. As long as the money is in place, it's fine. Don't worry, as long as you find a job there, the money is much higher than in other places, and it's not dirty or tiring. It depends on whether you have the ability. Xiao Daming directly pushed the position of Xiaojiao Health Center to Wang Kun, and taught him to pretend to be stupid and sell vegetables, trying to show his advantages. But he didn't say that he and Xiaojiao were cousins. After all, a person who is expelled from the Xiao family, what qualifications does he have to use their storefront to talk about things? And now that he has a small business, why should he be so thick-skinned to lick it? Wang Kun listened to these words and really went directly to the health center. Coincidentally, Xiaojiao was now recruiting new people. As for the unfamiliar Wang Kun, he only heard him talk about his miserable life. Xiaojiao also had a hard life, so he could not help but feel a little more sympathy. Come on, since you want to come here from a long way to find a livelihood, I will give you a chance. I hope your performance will not disappoint me. Although he had no experience with the other party, and his behavior was vulgar, Xiaojiao still couldn't help but be kind in his heart and took Wang Kun in. Xiao Daming, who was far away, saw all this and couldn't help but secretly rejoice at this moment. Xiaojiao, you drove me out of the Xiao family at the beginning, and it was a glorious time. Now I must make you lose your reputation and taste the feeling of being despised and helpless. With resentment in his heart, he waited until the evening. After Wang Kun finished his work at the health club, he returned to Xiao Daming's residence. Tao Daming specially vacated the interview room in the yard as a place for him to sleep, and Wang Kun was also happy. Anyway, it was good to have a place to live, so how could he choose so much? Just as the parties were about to go to sleep, Xiao Daming suddenly pushed the door open with an oil lamp, sat down next to the table, waved to Wang Kun, and asked like a master, How is it? Did everything go well in the health club today? Hearing this, Wang Kun hurriedly got up from the bed, came over, poured a pot of tea with a diligent look, and then nodded and smiled. But Li Le and the others treat me very well, and they are very patient in teaching me how to do things. Looking at Wang Kun's honest and simple face, he was very cheerful and happy when talking about work. Xiao Daming felt a little unhappy and continued to ask, What are you doing in there now? What? I don't know the details. I just entered school, and they taught me how to do skin care. I won once today. They all praised me for doing a good job and being talented. Wang Kun said it happily, but Xiao Daming felt uncomfortable. You can even accept such a fool, why can't you accept my cousin? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and look at Wang Kun, trying to suppress the impetuous spirit in his heart. He waved his hand and said, Okay, I get it. Just do your job well there. If you can make a name for yourself in the future, it will be a pride for the family. After that, he ignored him and left with the oil lamp. The next morning, Wang Kun didn't even have time to eat, and went to the health club early. His positive attitude showed that he really wanted to make a name for himself there. Xiao Daming stood at the door, watching Wang Kun hurrying out, but couldn't help sneering. He's just a country bumpkin, thinking he's found a decent job and can't fit in here? He's really stupid. Hearing this complaint, the housekeeper next to him also came over slightly and asked cautiously, "Sir, since you don't like this Wang Kun, why do you keep him in the mansion? Isn't this obviously asking for trouble?" Hearing this, Xiao Daming shook his head and suddenly asked, "I asked you to inquire about the recent situation of the health club before. What's the situation now?" After asking this, the housekeeper hurriedly replied in panic, "Sir, Boss Xiao is not in the health club recently, and it is managed by his two sub-shopkeepers. He is busy with business and new people at the same time, which is not bad." After saying this, Xiao Daming said happily, "That's really God's help. Please send 2 people to the health club to take care of my good cousin's business. I have to give her a big surprise." As he said this, Xiao Daming whispered in the housekeeper's ear for a while. The housekeeper was slightly stunned and said tentatively, "Sir, is this not good? If someone finds out, then we—" "Why are you panicking? I take care of everything. Besides, even if I'm really discovered, I'm his cousin. Can he send me to jail?" With this shameless attitude, Xiao Daming opened his folding fan and chatted with himself, so calm. Today's sunshine is good, and there are more pedestrians than usual. As a place for people to experience relaxation, the health club has a constant flow of customers. Zhou Shui stood at the door and asked the maids to attract business according to Qiao Jiu's prescription, and began to teach the newcomers how to get started quickly. Wang Kun worked very hard. With his previous experience in the field, he was one step ahead in conditioning. He was only here for 1 day, and he was quickly asked to try to receive guests. Zhou Shui came over and looked at Wang Kun's skilled movements. She couldn't help but say with admiration, "You are quite talented. If you work hard in the future, you may be able to get a small manager or something like that. It's worth your trip from afar." Patting Wang Kun on the shoulder, Zhou Shui walked to the next apprentice and instructed her how to operate correctly. The health club was still noisy and lively. Wang Kun had received several guests for most of the day. However, not long after receiving the praise, a noisy voice suddenly came from outside. "Everyone come and take a look. Look at what my face looks like after being treated by their therapist. Do you still not care about your skin and face?" Zhou Shui couldn't help but frown at the sudden voice, and the Assassin's League walked out quickly, and saw a woman wrapped in a veil, with a choked voice at this moment, constantly using those words to attract passers-by. In a moment, a large number of people gathered at the door. Even through the veil, one could vaguely see the red rash under the woman's veil. It was really unbearable to look at. People couldn't help but start to discuss, what's going on? What does it have to do with Zheng Health Center? Is there something wrong with them? Questions and criticisms rang out one after another, but the woman quickly followed suit and said, "How dare you say that? I just came here for treatment this morning, but not long after I went back, you became like this. Who do you think is to blame?" As the woman spoke, she suddenly pulled off her veil, and her face covered with rashes was instantly printed in front of everyone. Everyone gasped. Some of them couldn't believe what they saw. "Oh my God, isn't this a health club for skin care and beauty? How could they make people look like this? Such a big girl is such a pity. Isn't it? Could they have used some inferior stuff? This person is too evil." Amidst all the discussions, I couldn't hold my temper anymore, so I quickly walked over with my skirt lifted, and then whispered, "Girl, please don't talk nonsense." Chapter 181. Looking at the noisy scene, Zhou Shui naturally knew that if she continued like this, she would probably destroy the signboard. How could this be possible? But this woman was unyielding. At this moment, she glared at him. Zhou Shui pushed her to the ground without hesitation and then shouted, "You are the shopkeeper here. It is because of you that my face has become like this. I don't care. You have to pay me." Zhou Shui only felt a pain in her buttocks, but she didn't care about so much. The unreasonable look of the woman in front of her really made her a little overwhelmed. At this moment, I could only bite the bullet and comfort her with my good temper. "Miss, please don't get excited first. If it is really our fault, we will definitely find out and give you an explanation. Can you please stop making trouble here? This is not good for our reputation. What if it is a misunderstanding? Stop talking nonsense here. In just 2 hours, you made my face look so horrible. What misunderstanding can there be? You must have used some inferior medicinal materials or despicable means. It was intentional." The woman insisted that this matter was the fault of the health club. Zhou Shui was speechless for a while. I watched the woman start to speak nonsense there, saying bad things about the health club. and she added fuel to the fire. Even if it had nothing to do with her face, she had to say it. Listen everyone, this place is a profitable business, eating people without spitting out bones. You are not in trouble, but you are lucky. If you are as unlucky as me, you will end up with disfigurement. The more the woman spoke, the more people came, and the discussion began to stir up a frenzy. Oh, I heard that this health club had a bad reputation before, but I didn't expect it to get better and better. Oh my God, I was thinking of bringing my wife here for a skin care treatment so that I could show it to my relatives and save face. But who knew that this place was full of such thoughts and attitudes? Fortunately, I was a step late, otherwise I would have fallen into their trap. A series of discussions came and went at the door, and Zhou Shui was really impatient. At this moment, he glared at the woman, gritted his teeth and warned in a low voice, "Miss, I have said it before, if it is our problem, we will definitely take full responsibility, but you are here to wantonly spread rumors to destroy our reputation, which is not good. If you insist on doing so, don't blame me for reporting to the police." Who knew that the woman was not afraid of trouble, and said arrogantly at this moment, "Is it your turn to report to the police for such a thing? It's really the thief crying catch thief. I have exposed the matter that should be brought to the government for reasoning. You can do whatever you want." While talking, the police rushed directly towards the crowd, and they were still talking. She kept yelling, "Officials are doing business, all outsiders, please disperse." Seeing this, the woman hurried over and pointed at Zhou Shui and said, "This is where I was disfigured. This is the owner of this family. We can't let them go on like this. We have to shut it down and investigate. Don't worry, we will definitely take care of your matter." The official glanced at Zhou Shui, and without asking any questions, he gave an order, "Seal this health club. No one inside can escape. Take them all to the jail, and interrogate them strictly later." Aren't you being too careless?" Zhou Shui gritted her teeth and tried to make a final struggle for herself. Those people were not unkind, but the health club had not been able to show them the right favor. You know, the health club's business was so prosperous, and it had experienced many plots by people, big and small, and the officials had come several times. But every time Qiaojiu confronted them head-on, he showed them evidence and made them speechless, and he didn't even send them a gift or anything, so naturally, he wouldn't show them any favor at this moment, which was the so-called lack of favor. As the group of officials rushed into the health club, they could sense all the people inside, and sealed the health club. Zhou Shui was arrested, and she didn't even have a chance to tip off Qiaojiu. At this moment, she felt a little guilty. I really feel guilty for the boss's trust in me, and now I have made this health club like this. He took a deep breath, because of this incident, not to mention the branch, even the main store was implicated and forced to close. This incident caused a frenzy in Kyoto. Even Jiang Yifeng suffered losses in name because of this. They all thought that they were corrupt and took bribes, cutting corners and making huge profits. After all, it was because of Jiang Yifeng's support that Qiaojiu had the motivation to continue to run the health club despite all difficulties. Therefore, in the eyes of the common people, Jiang Yifeng and Qiaojiu are now like snakes and rats in the same nest. When Qiaojiu received the news, she felt that there were only 2 large white seals on the door of the health club. She almost lost her balance. The maid next to her was so scared that she quickly supported her. "Third princess, are you okay?" Hearing this, Qiaojiu shook his head in disbelief, looking at the gate, still unable to accept the fact. How is it possible? The health club has always been adhering to the best service, the best attitude, and the most high-end materials, but how could this happen? Faced with Qiaojiu's unacceptable look, the maid didn't know how to comfort her, and could only carefully advise, "Princess, don't get excited first. How about we go back to the prince to discuss it?" No, the prince has been involved, and now he is being secretly controlled by others. Criticism, I can't let him worry about this matter, and continue to invade him. After thinking about it, Qiaojiu tried hard to swallow the tangled color in his heart, and then he hurriedly ordered, "Let's go, there must be something strange about this matter. Let's go to the government to see if we can bring them out first and find a way to prove their innocence." There are dozens of people in the health clubs, big and small, who are locked up in the big cell. Some people still hope to support their families. Just because Qiaojiu's health club was implicated, they really feel guilty about their relatives. Not daring to hesitate, the 2 of them came to the government together with the maid, but they were not allowed to visit. Due to the large number of prisoners, for safety reasons, no one is allowed to visit now. You go quickly. The guards were merciless, and Qiaojiu was a little fidgety for a while, so he simply showed his identity. "You see clearly, I am the 3rd princess. Don't you even listen to my orders." It is because you are the third princess that you can stand here and talk to us, otherwise you would have been in the dark and damp prison. I also hope that you will not overuse your status, otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless about the matter of the health club. After all, Xiaojio is the owner of the health club and the leader of the group. It is still their greatest kindness not to bring her to the cell to be punished together, which is not unreasonable. At this moment, Xiaojio had no way out at all. He could only fumble around on his body for a while, take out some trivial gestures, and hand over all the money he had close to him. Then he said in panic, "They are all innocent people. I hope you can show mercy, and don't do anything to them. These are just a little reward. There will be more later." Weighing the shadow in his hand, a ray of joy burst out in his eyes, and at this moment he smiled a little. Then he took the money without any hesitation, and then pretended to be serious and said, "Don't worry, princess, we are not vulgar people. We also value evidence, and will not act rashly without evidence." Hearing this, Xiaojio's uneasy heart calmed down a little, but there was still some unspeakable entanglement in his heart. What is going on? Why did such a mistake happen? It shouldn't be. As if seeing Xiaojio's worries, Xiao Chui next to him said tentatively, "Princess, I heard that the health club is recruiting new guys recently. Do you think it's because their skills are not mature, so they made mistakes in some aspects leading to?" This statement made sense. She rubbed her forehead slightly, and felt a little uncomfortable. "Forget it, it's getting late. Let's talk about it when we get back. It's useless to speculate here." The two returned to the third prince's mansion. As soon as they entered the door, they suddenly saw the old lady coming towards them. She looked serious and obviously not very happy. "Old lady, why are you here?" Xiaojio was a little nervous. He also knew that the old lady had always disapproved of her opening a health club. Now one wave has not settled, another wave has risen. It is estimated that 9 out of 10 are here to find trouble. Hearing this, the old lady really rolled her eyes at her, and then she said in a low voice, "Let's go in and talk. The prince is there, so as not to let those servants see our family scandal." The old lady is not greedy for enjoyment at her age. Just for the sake of having a good face, she will never give in. Because he had suffered a loss, Xiaojio could only nod obediently like a little rabbit, silently following the old lady and walking into the main hall. Jiang Yifeng sat in his seat, looking at Xiaojio, who was coming towards him, with a sad and timid look on his face, and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He quickly came over and asked with concern, "You have been running around outside all day today. What have you gained?" Chapter 182. Hearing this, Xiaojio shook his head guiltily. "I got nothing. The government didn't want me to see anyone. I didn't find out anything. I just ran around for a day in vain." The more he talked, the sadder he felt. Xiaojio felt a little overwhelmed for a while. On the contrary, the old lady saw the two of them in this situation, and felt a little disappointed. She sat down directly, and said in a hard voice, "You still have the nerve to feel wronged here. You can hear the noise outside. Because of the incident in your health center, our third prince's mansion is simply disgraced. Even Fomer was implicated. Do you know that?" After the sudden scolding, Xiaojio lowered his eyes obediently. Jiang Yifeng gently held her shoulder with one hand, and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I believe you. This matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Please don't listen to the rumors outside, and wait for the truth to come out. You really married a wife and don't care about anything. The emperor is already quite afraid of you. If he deliberately makes trouble for you by taking advantage of this matter, what will you do?" Although the old lady didn't care about the affairs of the court, she was not a fool who knew nothing. She didn't miss anything she should pay attention to. Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned. There was indeed such a relationship, but at this moment, he said stubbornly, "Even if the emperor really doesn't like me, it may also lose her dignity to use this kind of thing against the king, so please don't worry about it." Looking at Jiang Yifeng's unconditional defense for himself, Xiaojio was really moved at this moment. Suddenly, she knelt down. "Old lady, this time it was indeed my fault for not supervising the matter properly, which led to the health club's mistakes. Please give me another chance, and I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter and clear our name." With this resounding attitude, the old lady seemed a little impatient. "What do you mean? Are you still going to hold on to your broken business? Not to mention that you are pregnant now. The criticisms from those who oppose women doing business can drown you with a mouthful of spit from them. Why are you so persistent?" After saying this series of words with a bit of a look of disappointment, the old lady couldn't help but sigh, and suddenly continued, "In my opinion, you should just close your shop, be a good wife to the third prince, give birth to your child quietly, and don't do those things that bother you and make trouble for yourself." The old lady said this more than once, but this time her attitude was not so tough, but the words gave people an irresistible meaning, as if she had made up her mind. Xiaojiu's heart trembled suddenly, and he stood up directly. At this moment, he hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, this is my hard work. I was determined to make it all over the world. Now I haven't even achieved the tip of the iceberg. How can you let me give up so easily? No matter what, I don't want to say anything. I have survived so many difficulties and hardships in the past. If I choose to retreat at this juncture, won't all my previous efforts go to waste?" With full of reluctance, the lady suddenly frowned, and the ravines in her eyes set off her anger to the fullest. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold back her anger and said angrily, "How long are you going to be stubborn? Since ancient times, women without talent are virtuous. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Is it just to prove the so-called female talent? There are many places where women's talents are reflected. Being proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting is already amazing. Which man would not be admired and respected by her? But Xiaojiu chose the most unpopular way to prove her talent. Isn't this obviously against the world? Even if it is something that cannot be put on the table, the stubborn attitude will only make him frustrated." Facing the old lady's series of resounding scoldings, Xiaojiu did not mean to retreat at all. Instead, he said confidently, "Music, chess, calligraphy and painting are talents and virtues, but so is business. I just want to break the rules and open up a new path for women's development. Why can't you, who is also a woman, understand me?" This question hit the old lady's heart. She thought back to the time when she was also a lady from a noble family, and her music, chess, calligraphy and painting were admired by thousands of people. But what can you do after getting married? After all, you can only be a virtuous wife favored by outsiders, and you don't have the weight of words in front of men. However, after the baptism of the secular world, the old lady has long been accustomed to these things. Now Xiaojiu's persistence and stubbornness make her feel indescribably moved. At this moment, the old lady sighed deeply and said calmly, "What are the consequences of your stubbornness? Don't you understand now? Do you really want the entire Sanwang mansion to fall into public opinion with you? Can you consider others?" A series of questions are also the reason why the old lady wants to force it to close the health club. The current Sanwang mansion is already treading on thin ice. How can it withstand the rumors outside? Facing this series of questions, Xiaojiu was silent for a moment, but suddenly his eyes revealed an extremely firm taste, and he said directly, "Old lady, please give me 3 days. I will definitely solve the current troubles, free the Three Princes mansion from public opinion, and let Yangshengwen regain its glory." Although there is no absolute certainty, Xiaojiu is determined to do so. There is no chance to turn the tide until the last moment. Since Xiaojiu has chosen this path, he is not the kind of person who can give up easily. What if you can't do it? The old lady narrowed her eyes slightly. This remark was undoubtedly a huge stone, which put Xiaojiu under great pressure. Xiaojiu was silent for a moment, then she said, "If I can't do it, then I will close the health club according to your instructions, and I will not do business anymore, and I will concentrate on being the third prince's wife, taking care of my husband and children." The words were so powerful that the old lady agreed without thinking too much. "I will give you 3 days. I hope you can do what you say. Anyway, the third prince's mansion has come to this point, and there is no need to worry about the extra 3 days. If it only takes 3 days to make Xiaojiu give up that illusory dream, it is worth it." After the two left, Xiaojiu looked at the sky and the afterglow of the sunset, and her mood unconsciously began to feel uneasy. Jiang Yifeng glanced at Xiaojiu in a tangled manner. His mood was so complicated that it was indescribable. "Are you really determined to make this bet with the old lady? Do you know that 3 days is a tight deadline? You should have no idea now, right?" Looking at his disappointed look when he came back before, it was enough to explain everything. If it was really because of this bet that a woman full of expectations and dreams would be reduced to an ordinary woman. Hearing this, Xiaojiu tried to squeeze out a big smile, and said with a little teasing, "It's obviously me who is in trouble. Why do you look more anxious than me? What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't your business my business? And this is what you want to do most." Jiang Yifeng sighed slightly, not knowing whether his support was right or wrong. Although Xiaojiu fulfilled her wish, she had to go through such a series of setbacks and blows, which was undoubtedly fatal for a woman. Fortunately, Xiaojiu was strong in her heart, otherwise how could ordinary people bear this? Xiaojiu held an indifferent attitude. "Don't worry, I don't have any advantages, but I have a stubborn temper. I can't allow failure in what I want to do." While speaking, Xiaojiu's hand passed through the flowers, and stepped on a beautiful rose. "Look, how beautiful it is." After speaking, Xiaojio walked directly towards his yard. Looking at the woman's back gradually going away, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but sighed. Your unique charm makes people worry about you for no reason. When will you understand my feelings? After a day, Xiaojio specially asked someone to go to the bank and took out a large sum of money from his savings. No one knew what he was going to do with it. Jiang Yifeng was waiting at the door early. Today, he wore casual clothes and still wanted to go out. Looking at Xiaojio holding a big box in his hand, he couldn't help but frown. What are you doing? Hearing this, Xiaojio was forced to stop and smiled with a little effort. To bribe that dog official, I must meet Zhou Shui to know the specific situation. So I don't believe that money can make the devil work. They really regard money as dirt. He turned and looked at Jiang Yifeng in plain clothes. For a moment, he was a little puzzled. Why are you dressed like this? Don't you have to go to court today? What else can I do? I am worried about you alone. If those people dare to make things difficult for you, I can still support you. Since I can't help Xiaojio with business, I can't continue to be a person who doesn't care when something goes wrong, right? However, in response to Jiang Yifeng's kindness, Xiaojio shook his head. Come on you, the third prince, just stand there, and people will be like seeing a big Buddha. What evidence is needed for this matter? Lest the whitewashing obtained by suppressing the identity will make people talk about it later, and they may even pull out all kinds of abuse of power for personal gain. Xiaojio is a person who pursues innocence. If she suppresses with her identity, it will not have any effect at all, but will only make her health club's reputation worse and worse. For now, the safest way is to find out the truth. Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned. So, do you think I can't help you? For a moment, Jiang Yifeng felt that he was so incompetent in front of Xiaojio. Chapter 183. It can't be said to be unreasonable, but if Jiang Yifeng intervenes in this matter, even if the truth is revealed, he will definitely be criticized. In order to stop the gossip, Jiang Yifeng, a person of high position and power, is really not suitable to intervene in such matters. After thinking for a while, in order to prevent Jiang Yifeng from being hurt, Xiaojio could only sigh helplessly, and said reluctantly, Okay, don't bother about it anymore. If you really want to help me, why not lend me 2 guards with strong martial arts skills to protect me secretly? After all, this time, if someone really deliberately makes trouble in secret, then his personal safety will really be a problem. With this, Jiang Yifeng can also understand that this is the biggest concession made by Xiaojio, and he can only nod his head, and suddenly said in a stern voice, Black wind, black water. As soon as these words fell, 2 black figures instantly rushed down from the high wall and knelt directly in front of Jiang Yifeng. Xiaojio was almost frightened by them. At this moment, he covered his chest and tried to relieve the restlessness that was floating up. He said with a smile, Next time you appear, can you be a little more low-key? It's easy to scare people. If it weren't for his strong psychological endurance, 2 black shadows suddenly jumped out halfway, and those who didn't know would think they were assassins. However, when these words came out, the 2 people didn't react at all. Xiaojio fell into an awkward situation in an instant. He felt like he had just made a joke to the air. He looked at Jiang Yifeng tentatively and asked in a tangled way, Are these the 2 guards you want to give me? I always feel that these 2 people don't seem very friendly. Jiang Yifeng nodded and explained, They are all my loyal guards. Although they have no orders from me, they will only obey the orders of this king for their entire lives. Now this king will hand them over to you. Then, he said to the 2, Do you understand? From now on, the third princess is your master. You must protect her. If there is any mistake, you will pay with your lives. After these words came out, the 2 people were even more energetic than hearing them. They immediately clasped their fists and answered loudly, Yes, your majesty. Looking at these 2 people who were like spirited young men, Xiaojio pulled the corners of his mouth slightly and said shyly, Thank you. With Heishui and Heifeng, Xiaojio went out again, but took the silver and went directly to the government office to find the county magistrate. Looking at Xiaojio, who was coming towards him, she was wearing ordinary plain clothes. She was not like other noble ladies, who wore brocade and gorgeous clothes as soon as they went out. She was more like an ordinary citizen. The official frowned slightly. If he hadn't been lucky enough to see her a few times, he would have really thought that the third princess she claimed to be was just an impostor. At this moment, with a somewhat lame smile, he stepped forward and bowed slightly to Xiaojio, performed a courtesy reluctantly, and asked tentatively, I don't know what the third princess came for? Is there a case of a relative to be tried? Anyway, it's impossible for this official to change, so he came here to surrender himself. Generally, he has something to ask of others. As for Xiaojio, The county magistrate had already guessed how satisfied she was, so he quickly added, if this relative committed the crime, and the evidence is irrefutable, the third princess doesn't need to bother with me. What's the point? I am an honest and upright official. He was really shameless in saying this. If it weren't for the fact that he had a relative, who was his uncle in the court, would he have been able to stay here for so long with his money-for-money approach to solving cases? But it's okay. It would be much more convenient for such people to ask him for help. Isn't it just a few stepping stones? Xiaojiu didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He just glanced at him. Xiao Chui, who was following behind him, understood and slapped the box in her hand. When he pried open the lock, the county magistrate almost let go of the golden gold and closed his eyes subconsciously. But then his eyes widened like bells, and he looked at the gold bars in the box with greed. There were 4 bars, which was not a small amount. Seeing that the other party wanted to get into the mirror, Xiaojiu couldn't help but feel a little disgusted, and urged again, how is it? Have I put enough thought into it? The county magistrate dared to say anything when the door-knocking brick was already in front of him. He nodded and smiled. Princess, you are too polite. If you want to do something, just say it directly. Why do you need to give gifts? Although he said this, he quickly snatched the box of gold from Xiao Chui's hand, and held it in his palm like a treasure. He picked up one at random, and put it in his mouth to test the goods. The county magistrate's grinning look was like a person who had been hungry for several days, and suddenly saw food. The appearance of eating voraciously was unbearable to watch. Xiaojiu really couldn't bear to look at it, so he hurriedly urged, why are you in such a hurry now? There will be plenty of opportunities to check the goods later. Do you think this princess will lie to you? Take me to see Zhou Shui and the others. In the blink of an eye, a group of people sat decadently in the dark and damp environment in the cell. Some huddled together, some sighed, and some expressed their pity. My family has an old mother, a wife and children, and now I have to live a ridiculous life in this prison? My family is the same. If I had known earlier, I would have worked honestly, and not gotten involved in this muddy water. Now I am still carrying an unjust crime. God really has no eyes. As the boss, Xiaojiu felt more and more guilty after hearing the complaints. At this moment, he moved his lips and felt a little uneasy. Until that slender and pretty figure landed at the door of the cell, those people were also concerned about their own sadness. They had no time to care about other branches, and did not notice Xiaojiu, who came quietly. Xiaojiu had no choice but to clench his fist and cough twice to attract the attention of those people. I'm really sorry, guys. This matter is beyond my expectation. I will definitely investigate it, and give you a clear name. The sudden words were like seeing a beam of light in the darkness. Everyone's eyes could not help but turn to the direction of the ball, enthusiastic and expectant. One by one, they rushed to the door of the building, and at this moment, they were holding the railings, and they couldn't help asking in a panic, Boss, you are finally here, you must make the decision for us, we have always been dedicated, where did those mistakes go? Yes, someone must want to frame us, anyway, this kind of thing is not the first time. Who knew that just this time, he was so unlucky. He was sent to the prison without even a room to struggle, and he really felt very aggrieved. Xiaojiu calmed everyone down, and then hurriedly chased Zhou Shui. After understanding the situation of the day, he also murmured in his heart, so that's how it is, maybe that woman is the breakthrough point. After muttering for a long time, when he raised his head again, he was still looking at everyone expectantly. Xiaojiu sighed slightly, feeling a little distressed, and emphasized again, don't worry, even if we really have a problem, I will never let all of you get implicated. At most, as long as the person with the problem is found, whether he is intentional or unintentional, he can't disappoint the expectations of other innocent people, right? After simply instructing the county magistrate to take good care of him, Xiaojiu left the county government office in a casual manner. However, all of Xiaojiu's actions were under Xiao Daming's control. When he heard that she went to the prison to visit those people, he couldn't help but sneer, this stupid woman, does she really think she is a detective? I want to redress those people's injustice, it's just a joke. Thinking of Xiaojiu's helpless look, Xiao Daming couldn't help but feel happy. Even sitting in the yard, drinking tea indifferently, he could smile foolishly. The housekeeper next to him was speechless. After struggling for a moment, he said, Master, are you going to let her continue to investigate like this and leave it alone? If the investigation leads to us, such worries are not unnecessary. After all, there are too many loopholes, such as the disfigured woman, and for example, there is another Wang Kun. Xiao Daming pondered for a moment, then suddenly stood up, you are right. We can't let our guard down, and sit there waiting for death. We must strike first and teach that woman a lesson. so that she knows how stupid it was to kick me out of the house. Xiao Daming is a man who does what he says, so he went straight to the government and foolishly reported Xiao Jiao for bribing officials and visiting the prison without permission. After all, he thought Xiao Jiao simply bribed the jailers, so he was able to meet Zhou Shui and the others. He had never thought that Xiao Jiao directly bribed the county magistrate, who asked the county magistrate to accept his money. However, this time he was in trouble. The county magistrate was furious when he heard this. Is that stinky boy deliberately against me? He actually reported it to me. Does he want me to sentence himself to jail? The county magistrate became more and more angry, but because someone outside had complained, he could not ignore it as a county magistrate. Moreover, he had accepted money from others. If he was accidentally reported, it would not end well. He could only hold his breath and said, "Bring him in." In the yamen, Xiao Jiao was also summoned. He and Xiao Daming confronted each other in court. The county magistrate was embarrassed alone. Chapter 184. As the third princess, you actually broke the law knowingly, bribed the jailer, and visited the prison privately. This is simply a heinous crime. Please deal with it impartially. Xiao Daming's voice was as loud as a firecracker. Even if you were standing 100 miles away, you could probably hear clearly what he was shouting. Xiao Jiao, standing next to him, was really impatient. Seeing Xiao Daming so arrogant and wanton, she couldn't help but sneer. I said don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. Since you know that I am the third princess, it's easy for me to visit the prison. You can use these crooked ways. If you really want to sue me, you might as well produce strong evidence, otherwise I will sue you for slander. This powerful words made Xiao Daming speechless for a while. After struggling for a moment, he didn't want to expose the fact that he had someone to follow him. But now he had to use his trump card, and said with a stiff upper lip, "Who said I don't have evidence? I have witnesses." After saying that, he clapped his hands directly, and with 2 crisp slaps, a servant in cloth hurriedly walked in panic. He glanced at Xiao Daming and greeted him respectfully. "Master, don't talk nonsense here. Didn't you say that you saw our third princess take a huge sum of money and enter the prison area?" This statement was not very clear, but the huge sum of money alone was enough to explain everything. The servant nodded repeatedly. It is indeed like this. The third princess is of noble status. I didn't understand it at the time. I watched there for a while, but found that the money in the hands of the third princess was gone when she came out. After seeing the servant finish speaking, Xiao Daming couldn't help but laugh out loud, and glared at Xiao Jiao again. The witness is already here. What else can you quibble about? If you have the guts, tell us where the money went in front of everyone. This. Xiao Jiao was silent for a moment. There was really no way to explain the ins and outs of the money. I was afraid that the other party had witnesses in hand, and had the opportunity to speak well. He was entangled in the left and right, but instead looked at Xiao Daming carefully, but couldn't help muttering. My servant appeared near the cell. This is definitely not accidental. Could it be that he sent someone to follow me deliberately? But since he has never been in contact with me, why did he suddenly pay attention to me? Is there something he is guilty of? With this thought, Xiao Jiao's shrewd eyes kept wandering back and forth on Xiao Daming, making him feel a little guilty. At this moment, he pursed his lips, widened his eyes, and puffed out his chest, suppressing his inner fear, and said with a stiff face, "Why are you looking at me like this? Do you want to bully others? You think you are so great. I am not afraid of you." Looking at the other party's swollen face, and pretending to be rich, Xiao Jiao couldn't help but sneer. Looking at the county magistrate, who was wiping his sweat with a handkerchief, it was obvious that he was the most guilty one. After all, he took so much money from him. If it really got out of hand, it would not be easy to deal with it if it was reported to the higher-ups. Yawned slightly at this moment, and had to say obediently, "Sir, what do you think about this matter?" The sudden question was like a sword piercing the county magistrate's chest. I don't know if it's because of weakness, but at this moment, he broke out in a cold sweat. His fat body trembled, and the flesh on his face shook visibly. At this moment, he suddenly said, "How dare you, you unruly people, to frame the third princess? It's ridiculous. I know it's a false testimony. After all, this is your own person. Who can guarantee that it's not your instructions?" Although he also took the money, Xiao Daming's money was not enough to fill his teeth, not to mention that he couldn't beat the arm, who dared to offend the third princess easily. Unless he didn't want his life anymore, and planned to go to the third prince's mansion to sit down and talk with Jiang Yifeng. Just look at the county magistrate wiping his sweat while talking. At this moment, he must put all the blame on Xiao Daming, otherwise he would be the one who died. Seeing his exhausted look, Xiao Jiao's slightly curved lips were smiling calmly. At this moment, he turned his eyes to Qiao Daming. See, our official is experienced, and has seen through your lies at a glance. What else do you have to say? After these words came out, Qiao Daming was speechless for a moment. He looked at the county magistrate in astonishment and muttered in his heart, this dogged official, I have given him a lot of money and gifts over the years, but now he is an ungrateful wolf. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I thought that I had bribed the county magistrate for so many years, and one day it would be useful. Who knew that it was still a dog that I had fed with great effort? If I lose both the wife and the army, it would not be worth it. But as the saying goes, the arm cannot twist the thigh. With the identity of the third princess, I will never be able to climb up in my life. Qiao Daming muttered in his heart, this dog official is now biased towards Qiao. If I continue to be so stubborn and insist on my own opinion, I am afraid it will only backfire. A good man will not suffer a loss in front of him. I will let you go today. With a bit of lost spirit, Qiao Daming knelt down hurriedly at this moment, and said in panic, please calm down, sir, maybe my blind subordinates have seen it wrong, let's just forget about this matter. Since he doesn't speak for himself, it should be okay to smooth things over, right? Hearing this, the county magistrate also breathed a sigh of relief, and gave him an arrogant look, as if praising him for being a bit humorous. Then he waved his hand again, and turned to look at Qiao Jiao attentively, Princess San, since Qiao Daming has already said so, and you are coordinating some family relations, just forget about it. After all, you have received so much, you should not look at the monk's face, but the Buddha's face. You always have to pay attention to some diligence in money. It would be best if this matter is trivial. However, Qiao Jiao carefully looked at Qiao Daming, but did not intend to let him go. Instead, he sarcastically said, sir, don't talk nonsense. He has been expelled from my Qiao family a long time ago. My Qiao family can't tolerate such a narrow-minded, despicable and shameless villain. Today he actually reported me. You have to investigate it carefully. Why don't you temporarily detain this princess? As he spoke, his slightly narrowed eyes were like a sharp knife, slashing at the county magistrate. Although he said so, the words filled with dangerous atmosphere clearly showed that something was wrong. The county magistrate shuddered, as if every pore on his body was sweating, and the clothes he was wearing were almost soaked through. How come this third princess doesn't know when to stop? It's obvious that she wants to embarrass me, or she deliberately opposes Qiao Daming really. To be more practical, Qiao Jiao had already bribed me. If this matter could turn hostility into friendship, everyone would be happy, but this happened, making it difficult for the county magistrate to back down. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Qiao Jiao, who was wearing a simple outfit, but the jade hairpin on her head was given to Qiao Jiao by Jiang Yifeng from the batch of things awarded by the emperor. It was the most precious and exquisite existence, and with Qiao Jiao's unique noble temperament, even the simplest clothes could not cover its edge. Take another look at Qiao Daming. Although he is dressed in brocade clothes, he looks bright and beautiful, but his face is almost written with the word vulgar. It is really hard to put him in the same place as the noble men. If you offend the third princess, it is equivalent to offending the third prince at the same time. Isn't it obvious that you are putting your neck on the knife? On the contrary, Qiao Daming is just a commoner. Now he is not favored by the third princess, so it doesn't matter if he is used as a knife. With such thoughts, after weighing the pros and cons, the county magistrate finally spoke tactfully. Princess, what are you talking about? Qiao Daming has always been a thief, like a rat crossing the street, and everyone shouts and beats him. You have a good reputation outside, and you are a noble third princess. How can you be the kind of person who knows the law and breaks it? In my opinion, it is Qiao Daming who doesn't know what's good for him, and he should go to jail. As he said that, he suddenly knocked on the table and gave an order. Come here, Qiao Daming framed the third princess. Lock this unruly person up for me. As the order was issued, two yamen runners stepped forward and each held Qiao Daming's hand. Qiao Daming was completely confused, and still a little unconvinced, and couldn't help cursing. Even the things that shouldn't be said came out of his mouth subconsciously. Sir, I gave you so many things. How can you treat me like this? Did that woman also give you some benefits? The more he talked, the more fortunate it was that this was not a public trial, otherwise it would be heard by the people, and rumors would spread everywhere, and his official hat would be in vain. Hurry up and take that bastard away. If he dares to say another word of nonsense, cut off his tongue. The county magistrate was so angry that he had never met such a person who jumped the level in his life. Looking at Qiao Daming being dragged away, Qiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, she raised her eyebrows slightly, and seeing the furious county magistrate, she said with a little sarcasm, Your Excellency is really perceptive, and I really admire you. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Hearing this, the county magistrate was truly relieved, and hurriedly stepped forward to see her off in panic. "Third princess, I am really sorry today. Please go slowly." Xiao Daming probably never dreamed that he would lose more than he gained. And not only did he fail to punish Xiaojiu, but the county magistrate even smiled and sent him off. Chapter 185. After leaving the government office, it was already sunset. Xiaojiu had a simple rest for the night, but it felt like a year. "I got up from the bed before dawn, and I really felt that I had wasted too much time the previous night. There are only 2 days left now, and I still have no clue. I don't know if it's too late." With this idea in mind, Xiaojiu went directly to the address of the person whose face was poisoned and ulcerated according to his investigation yesterday. The woman was very fierce, and she cried all day long, which made people feel a little distressed. Especially when she saw Xiaojiu suddenly. "You said he was the owner of the health club." She hated him even more and gnashed her teeth. "It's all you who made me like this. You have to pay me money to compensate for my appearance." A few days ago, although the woman's face was ulcerated, she thought she could be cured by going to the pharmacy to get some medicine, but who knew that the more she treated it, the worse it got. Now she can't go out to see people at all. She can only hide in the house facing the mirror every day, crying non-stop. Even her husband despises her. "Mrs. Liu, please don't get excited. I came here to help you this time." Xiaojiu tried to calm the other party's emotions, but he couldn't stand the broom in the other party's hand. It was shaking left and right, and he wanted to hit him directly on the head. Xiaojiu was hit several times, and his hand was broken because of the whistle. The skin on his hand was broken, and it was fine. It soon seeped out. Xiao Chui, who was watching, was so panicked that she quickly snatched the broom and threw it aside quickly, and then scolded, "Don't be ungrateful. This princess condescended to come to greet you in person, but it was not for you to treat like this. Moreover, this matter was originally wronged. How could the medicinal materials in our store be poisonous?" The arrogant manner of speaking, the words reveal an indescribable majesty. Madame Liu was slightly stunned, but at this moment she became more and more impatient, and she cursed directly, "You have harmed me to this point, and you relied on your status to avoid imprisonment. Now you come here to ridicule me. Do you really think that no one can control you? Do you believe that I will report you to the emperor and put you, the vicious woman, in jail to vent my anger?" The more she spoke, the more exaggerated she became. Xiaojiu was speechless for a while. As a woman, she naturally knew what her appearance meant. She just looked at her with a worried face, and hurriedly comforted her. "Don't get excited first. Our health club has been doing business for so long, and has always been based on integrity and the people. We will never put any pressure on you. And I may be able to help you restore your face. I just hope you can cooperate with me to investigate the matter." As these words fell, only one sentence was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Mrs. Liu suddenly stopped crying, and her violent panting also slowed down. Her pupils widened, as if she had seen some surprised treasure. She hurried over, grabbed Xiaojiu's shoulders with both hands, and said in panic, "What did you say just now? Do you have a way to cure my face?" "Yes, I am proficient in various beauty and skin care methods. I will never let you live with this face for the rest of your life. You have to believe me." Xiaojiu's firm words have already shown her determination. This was originally an incident in the health club. Even if it was not for the investigation today, she would never stand by and watch. Mrs. Liu was silent for a moment. The two women looked at each other, as if they were sizing each other up, thinking about whether her words were credible. But just when the atmosphere fell into silence, Mrs. Liu's husband suddenly came out. He happened to hear Xiaojiu's shameless words just now, and directly grabbed Xiaojiu and pushed him to the side. "You vicious woman, stop fooling people here. You have harmed my wife like this. Isn't it enough for me to face this ugly face every day? What do you want to do to her now? Are you trying to kill her to silence her?" Then, he pinched Mrs. Liu fiercely, and angrily said, "You stupid woman, the health club has made you like this. Can you still trust their boss? I think the third princess is the culprit, and she is just making dirty money here with the gimmick of a princess. It's really despicable. Anyway, his wife is already like this. Rather than living with this ugly face for the rest of his life, even if he is thrown into prison for insubordination, maybe he can keep his eyes clean." The two people's resolute attitude obviously kept people at a distance, but Xiao Chui took it seriously, and was a little impatient. She took a step forward. Her already irritable character was about to explode again, but Xiaojiu quickly stopped her by holding her hand. "Don't get excited about this matter. Don't do bad things." Taking a deep breath, since this method didn't work, Xiaojiu changed his strategy directly, and suddenly took off the priceless jade pendant from his waist and hung it directly in front of the two people. This jade pendant is made of the best white jade. If you go to the pawn shop, you can get at least 100 taels of silver. Do you think this is enough for your compensation? Are you willing to cooperate with me? As the saying goes, money makes the devil work. Xiaojiu didn't expect them to trust him. He couldn't just refuse something with real money, right? The sudden words made the two people who were originally tough speechless, staring at the jade pendant with trembling eyes, and Madame Lu stepped forward and snatched it away. She looked around, but was snatched away by her husband next to her. Then there was a series of praises. Yaya is indeed a good treasure. I didn't expect the princess to be so sincere. We all offended her before. Is this the legendary change of attitude faster than turning a page? Xiaojiu was speechless for a moment, and could only twitch his mouth awkwardly. He didn't want to waste more time talking to her, so he asked directly, if you are satisfied with this thing, please answer my question, Madame Lu. Of course, it was the care that others did for you that caused your face to become like this? After saying this, Madame Lu directly exposed Wang Kuan, and added with a look of disgust, this young man looks very fierce, but he does things carelessly, and almost poured the ointment on me. Xiaojiu didn't listen to the insignificant complaints, but silently imprinted the two words Wang Kuan deeply in his heart, and then left. Xiao Chui followed silently, thinking about the priceless jade pendant. She felt that it was not worth it. Princess, that thing seems to be specially picked for you by the prince from the emperor's reward, and you just gave it to them? It's a pity, and their health club is innocent in this matter. When have they ever done such despicable second-rate things? Now they are inexplicably compensated with hundreds of taels of silver, which is simply ridiculous. Hearing this, Xiaojiu turned his head slightly, and glanced at Xiao Chui, who was full of dissatisfaction. But at this moment, he chuckled and comforted her. Okay, the prince has given so many things as rewards, and it doesn't matter if there are only one or two things. But this matter happened in the health club after all, and we have to give people a proper explanation. Sighing slightly, Xiaojiu did not have time to pause for a moment, and directly said, is that Wang Kuan also imprisoned in the prison? Although Xiao Chui usually followed him to release himself, she also took care of the news from the health club, so she knew more or less about these things. Xiao Chui was slightly stunned, but at this moment she was a little confused. That Wang Kuan, I haven't seen him very often. Whether he is there or not, it may depend on whether there is a list of official uniforms. But now it is noon. I am afraid that the people in the government will not pay attention to us, and we are all going to eat. When it comes to eating, Xiaojiu's stomach suddenly churned like a river in sea, and he touched it subconsciously, and then there was an embarrassing gurgling sound. Xiaojiu blushed, pulled the corner of his mouth, and looked at Xiao Chui, and then said helplessly, I was so busy today that I forgot to eat. This place is not far from my father's home. Why not go home and have a meal? Anyway, it's convenient to be close. All the way back to the Qiao family, the fragrance could be smelled through the door. Xiaojiu did not let the guard at the door alarm Xiaoming, but quietly planned to give Xiaoming a small surprise. However, when he walked into the main hall, he found that there were 7 or 8 meat and vegetable dishes on the table, as well as the best turtle soup. He was quite surprised. Did Dad know that I was coming back today, so he specially prepared such a rich meal? Anyway, it didn't look like the amount for one person. But at this moment, a person suddenly walked over with small wide steps, wearing a cloth, looking like a rough man, a stranger. With a smile on his face, he walked in front of Xiaoming and surrounded him to the main hall. Xiaojiu was a little confused and met Xiaoming's eyes. Xiaoming was a little surprised. Oh Xiaojiu, why did you come back suddenly? I didn't know to tell Dad in advance, but it's a coincidence today, and there are a lot of meals today. This daughter of his family gave surprises more than once or twice. After a moment of surprise, Xiaoming quickly got used to it. However, Xiaojiu looked at the Wang Kun in front of him, but he still felt a little strange. He didn't look scary, but he shouldn't be considered a friend because he was dressed simply. Dad, I don't know who this guy is. As soon as he said this, Xiaoming slapped his forehead and said happily, Oh, look at my memory, I almost forgot to introduce you. This can be regarded as your distant cousin. It's not a blood relationship, but when Xiaoming lived in the countryside, he had met him a few times. Now, Wang Kun came here by himself, so he naturally had to entertain him warmly. Chapter 186. After a brief introduction, Xiaojiu finally understood that the person in front of him was the one who caused Mrs. Lu's face to be poisoned. At this moment, he couldn't help but frown slightly and said angrily, I really didn't expect that the person who harmed my health club like this was actually you. After all these twists and turns, I thought it was someone with ulterior motives who was malicious, but I didn't expect that in the end it was actually a distant relative of mine. It was really ridiculous. Is she using her own people as a scapegoat? Xiaojio was really unconvinced the more he thought about it. Wang Kunqi hurriedly shook his head in fear and said, "Cousin, I really didn't mean it. I don't know why her face is like that." "Then you tell me, knowing that you are relatives with us, why do you hide your identity and enter the health club? Is there any other purpose?" Xiaojio didn't even have time to eat. His business was ruined by him like this. If there are some things that are not clear, Xiaojio doesn't plan to recognize this relative anyway, so as not to cause trouble for himself. Hearing this, Wang Kun suddenly lowered his eyes, and for a moment he was lost in predictions, as if he had something to hide, which made him even more annoying. "Why are you silent? Did I get it right? You really sneaked into my health club for a purpose." Thinking carefully, Wang Kun had just arrived and had a clear goal. He went straight to the health club, but did not sign up for special treatment. This obviously meant he had a purpose. With a bit of speculation in his mind, Xiaojio felt more and more disgusted with this relative who suddenly came to seek refuge. Looking at the angry Xiaojio, Wang Kun really couldn't bear the psychological pressure, so he hurriedly explained in panic, "Don't get me wrong, in fact, I didn't know at first that you were the owner of this health club. He only said that he would arrange a job for me, and that the people here were good and the treatment was good. As long as I agreed to work here, he would provide me with accommodation." Who knew that such a thing would happen after just 2 days? The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. Wang Kun had never expected these things to happen. If he hadn't run fast because of fear when the soldiers came that day, he would probably be locked up in the prison like those people now. But it's true that enemies meet on a narrow road, and it's really a coincidence. When he heard that it was related to Qiao Daming, Xiaojio couldn't help but be a little more vigilant, but he stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. "I used to think it was strange to see the guy in the court, and he even sent someone to follow me. Could it be that he was secretly making trouble?" As a person who was expelled from the Qiao family, Qiao Daming has always been resentful. In recent years, he has been constantly opposing Qiao Ming in business, but he has always failed because he can't twist his arm against his thigh. But he didn't expect that he would attack him today. "I was wondering why this guy suddenly opposed me again." It turns out that he had planned it long ago. It seems that this matter is related to him in 9 out of 10 cases. With a little displeasure in his heart, Xiaojio carefully trained Wang Kun. Perhaps because he came from the countryside, he still seemed a little unfamiliar with entering and leaving Jindu, with a bit of the honest air of a countryman. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Facing this hot look, Wang Kun didn't even dare to breathe. Instead, Qiao Ming, who had been watching from the side, was still a little confused. "Xiaojio, what happened? You just said that something happened in the health club. What exactly happened?" Xiao Ming's business was busy running around every day, so it was normal that he didn't hear some things, but he didn't expect that after a few days, something happened in the health club. Xiaojio didn't know how to explain it, so he simply described the current situation of the health club and also roughly drew some of the details. Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel panic, and couldn't help but glare at Wang Kun with a look of disappointment. "You little brat, why did you think of Qiao Daming a traitor? Now you've made Xiaojio like this, are you worthy of my warm hospitality?" For the sake of relatives, Qiao Ming really wouldn't lose his temper with him so elegantly at this moment. He would have picked up a big board and kicked him out, all the way to the government office. Facing the two people's continuous bombardment, Wang Kun seemed more and more aggrieved. He suddenly knelt on the ground, tightly pulled Qiao Ming's trouser legs, shook his head in fear and said, "Uncle, I really didn't mean it. I didn't know Qiao Daming's mind was so vicious. I know I was wrong now. Please let me go. I just want to find a job and get a foothold in Beijing so that I can take better care of my family. He has a wife and children at home, and he can't live a leisurely life." He heard that he could make a lot of money in Beijing, so he took the risk and came to rely on relatives with a thick skin, but who knew that it would be such a result? In this way, it is indeed a bit pitiful. Qiao Ming hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xiaojio tentatively, and said earnestly, "Xiaojio, it's not easy for him either. If I really send him to the government, his life will be ruined. What should I do with his wife and children? Look, is there any other solution to this problem? Even if it means paying a little money, it's fine." These words were said lightly, and Xiaojio was speechless for a moment, which hurt his father's kindness. At this moment, he sighed slightly and said, "It's not that there is no way. Since Qiao Daming wants to bring me down, why not push this matter onto him? It can be regarded as getting rid of a person with evil intentions and putting an end to worries. In fact, Xiaojio has been thinking about this matter. He has always been a person who does not offend others. Although Qiao Daming intends to destroy all her hard work, she will not continue to be soft-hearted. Then, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at Wang Kun, and said directly, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. As long as you put all the blame on Qiao Daming, you can not only avoid jail, but also get a sum of money. After that, he took out a small bag of silver from his body. This is for you to spend temporarily. There will be more after the matter is done. At that time, you can take the money back to the countryside to live, or do some small business, but you have to cooperate with me during this period. What do you think? But it is a business that is sure to make money. Normal people will probably choose to agree. Wang Kun is not a fool, so he nodded quickly. He can get the money and avoid jail. It's the best of both worlds. Don't worry, sister, I will do what you say, and there will be no mistakes. Qiao Daming will receive the punishment he deserves. Seeing that there is only 1 day left, Xiaojio didn't dare to waste a moment, and directly reported to the court, accusing Qiao Daming of a false accusation. Qiao Daming was brought up again, and the county magistrate sat on the high platform. The scene was solemn again and again. Because he was surrounded by the halo of the third princess, Xiaojio did not have to kneel down with them like they did. The body standing tall and pretty, with a demeanor that looked down on the crowd, even the county magistrate sitting on the high hall seemed to be somewhat eclipsed by this. Glancing at Xiaojio, Qiao Daming couldn't help but sneer, what else do you want? Do you really want to force me to death? Originally, he could be released after being detained for a few days, and this retrial clearly has other intentions. Hearing this, Xiaojio's beautiful eyes slightly curved, with a smile hanging on the corners of her mouth, staring at him with a disdainful look. Why are you so anxious? You threatened Wang Kun to poison the health club, which affected my reputation and caused various losses. We have to settle this account here. The sudden words were like thunder in his ears, and Qiao Daming was completely stunned. Perhaps someone had touched his heart, so he couldn't help but feel a little angry at the moment. He clenched his teeth and spat. Stop talking nonsense here. I don't like you. Now you want to use this kind of thing to slander me. What evidence do you have? With the spirit of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, Xiaojio really admired that everyone could be so shameless. Yawning slightly, Xiaojio looked at the county magistrate calmly, and then spoke softly. Sir, this kind of person will not cry until he sees the coffin. Why not just invite witnesses and make a quick decision? After all, if this matter is delayed for 1 day, my health club will lose 1 more day. After saying this, the county magistrate nodded and ordered directly. Come here, bring Wang Kun up. Wang Kun came up and saw Qiao Daming kneeling on the ground and glaring at him. He was furious in his heart. He pointed at him and said fiercely, Yes, it was Qiao Daming who deceived me and mistakenly gave those poisonous things to customers, which led to this situation. As soon as this was said, everyone in the room was shocked, including the people who were watching outside. They couldn't help but look at Qiao Daming a few more times, and there was a burst of discussion. Oh my god, you said that the third princess is his cousin? How could Qiao Daming do such a thing? He is simply unscrupulous. It seems that we misunderstood before. Now that the witness is present, what else can he say? It's simply too much. In an instant, Wang Kun's words were deeply reflected in everyone's ears, as if everything was directly revealed. Qiao Daming was completely confused and seemed a little panicked. No, what are you talking about? I don't support you to do this. Don't forget who took you in and arranged a job for you when you were stranded in Kyoto. Qiao Daming started selling meals at this moment, trying to win some sympathy from Wang Kun, but Wang Kun, who knew the truth, didn't have the heart to say those polite words to him at this moment. You just wanted to use me before. Don't think that I am from the countryside and I can be manipulated by you. I have sharp eyes. Fortunately, cousin Qiao did not hold a grudge and did not blame me too much, but I will not easily forgive a despicable person like you who even used your own relatives. Another powerful speech once again shocked everyone, and everyone's scolding of Qiao Daming increased a little. Chapter 187. For a moment, the cursing voices were so strong that people could hardly breathe. Qiao Daming clenched his fists and glared at Xiaojio. He even had the urge to jump up and slap him. He suppressed his voice, and saw that the current situation was not favorable to him. Now he could only threaten and say, Cousin, you and I are relatives after all. You can't be so decisive in doing things. The so-called don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face is roughly the same reason. Although the two of them are usually at odds with each other, they are related by blood after all. But it is probably not appropriate to be merciless. However, Jiao has always adhered to the spirit of I will not offend others if they do not offend me. Since Xiao Daming is so determined to cause trouble for him again and again, how can he let him go easily? At this moment, he could only raise his mouth, with a bit of indifference, and said sarcastically, "You framed my health club business, causing me to lose all my customers and make ends meet. What should you say? If I don't report your despicable behavior to clarify the misunderstanding, what should I do?" Since Xiao Daming wants to fight this relative, Xiao will not give him any chance. After these words came out, Xiao Daming was speechless, but he kept arguing that he was innocent. Xiao's ears were almost calloused. With the discussions outside, Xiao Daming's style of behavior was not very popular on weekdays. Now, he is taking advantage of others' misfortunes and having fun. Glancing at the county magistrate sitting in the court, Xiao urged directly, "Sir, now that the evidence is solid, you should make a decision. No matter how Xiao Daming is punished, he will definitely not be sentenced lightly. After all, this is a deliberate frame-up, and using poison to extort money from businessmen. This is a lifelong thing. Such a heinous crime, even if he is not sentenced to death, he must be sentenced to life imprisonment." The county magistrate pondered for a moment, and suddenly heard a loud noise from the court, and Zheng Hesheng also came forward. "Bold Xiao Daming, you have no respect for the king's law, despise the court, and frame others, causing serious losses to innocent people. This official sentenced you to confiscation of property and life imprisonment. Do you have any objections?" The final word, everyone's mind also calmed down. Xiao Daming was terrified at this moment, and looked at the county magistrate with trembling eyes. "Sir, how can you do this to me? I am really wronged. I am not guilty." Xiao Daming insisted that he was innocent, and he was unwilling to plead guilty and sign, which really made people feel depressed. Just when Xiao was struggling with how to make this guy compromise, a sudden and reckless cry came from outside, "Let my husband go." Looking closely, it was Xiao Daming's wife. Seeing Xiao Daming kneeling in the court, she rushed over and hugged him. Her face was full of tears, and those who didn't know would think she was crying. "Master, what did these people do to you? How did you end up in such a miserable state?" Looking at Mrs. Xiao's face, she still had powder on her face, but it was slightly uneven, and there was a special fragrance on her body. If nothing unexpected happened, she should have heard the news and rushed back from the rouge and powder shop. Now it's a coincidence. Hearing this, Xiao Daming had no guilt at the moment, and could only pin all his hopes on Mrs. Xiao. The alliance followed and said in panic, "Madam, you quickly find a way to save these people. They want to wrongly accuse me and put me to death, especially this ungrateful one." The word ungrateful really makes people speechless. I don't know what kind of favor you are expecting, and what kind of meaning you are ungrateful for. However, Mrs. Xiao is a naive person. Her sharp eyes are directly locked on Xiao. She can't help but scold him harshly. "I have heard that you are a traitor. You are still a relative. How can you wrong your husband like this?" These two are really endless. Xiao couldn't help but sneer. At this moment, he rubbed his eyebrows slightly. "I am Mrs. Xiao. Now there are witnesses and evidences. Isn't it too hasty to say that it is wronged? Are you questioning your judgment, or do you think I am deliberately framing you?" A series of questions made people speechless. Mrs. Xiao was speechless for a while. At this moment, her eyes were shaking, and she had an unspeakable entanglement. "I don't care. It's you. You must be jealous of Daming, or you are really jealous of what Daming did to you in the past, so now you are trying to frame him." The more she talked, the more unreasonable she became. Xiao yawned slightly, and really didn't want to negotiate with her anymore. She glanced at the court directly, and the county magistrate understood, waved his hand, and hurriedly ordered, "Come on, drag the shrew away, and arrest Xiao Daming." Several people came forward, and Xiao Daming and Mrs. Xiao were pulled apart and sent out separately. You can still hear the sound of cursing, which is really a bit unbearable to watch. After Xiao Daming was detained, there was nothing else. "Everyone go away, there is nothing to see." Xiao waved his hand and planned to leave. Although Xiao Daming, the mastermind behind this, is still in custody, there is still a lot of work waiting for him to do at the health club. How can he continue to delay here? But just as he walked out of the door, Mrs. Xiao suddenly rushed over, grabbed Xiao's shoulder, and pushed her back suddenly. Fortunately, there was a wall behind him to block him, so he didn't get hurt. At this moment, he stabilized his body, and felt a slight pain in the part that was hit. He couldn't help but glare at Mrs. Xiao, biting his lip and whispering, "Mrs. Xiao, what are you doing? I just left the court. Do you want to fight in private and go in again?" With a hint of threat, Mrs. Xiao was speechless for a moment, but she said with a stiff upper lip, You framed the master and put him in jail, and now you want to do it to me? It's really despicable. If you don't understand what people say, I can enroll you at a school, and you can learn it well. In the court, everyone's eyes and ears heard it clearly. Qiao Daming was sentenced to prison because he framed me for poisoning and murdering innocent people because of the conclusive evidence. Don't you understand it? Although I don't know whether Mrs. Chiao is involved in this matter, anyway, this group of people are all good people, and Mrs. Chiao doesn't like me very much. At this moment, Xiao Jiao will not give him any face. After he finished speaking, he gently brushed off the dust on his body, then glanced at her coldly and warned her, "If you continue to be ungrateful and keep pestering me, I don't mind going to court again and letting you accompany Qiao Daming to jail." After finishing speaking, he strode away. This carefree look really made people feel panic and helpless. Mrs. Chiao was biting her bullet at the moment, and she really didn't know what to say to relieve her pressure. But thinking about Qiao Daming who was in prison, she felt a little complicated and uneasy. What should she do now? If the master is in prison, the Chiao family's industry will inevitably be affected. So how should I live in the future? I can't live as a widow at such a young age, right? The more I think about it, the more scared I am. So this matter must not be let go. In order to put psychological pressure on Xiao Jiao, Mrs. Chiao deliberately spread rumors that Xiao Jiao was ungrateful and unkind. Anyway, she said everything bad, and even bribed the storyteller in the tea house. As the saying goes, people's words are scary. He was after Qiao Daming was imprisoned on charges, but relying on that layer of blood relationship, some people still talked about it, thinking that Xiao Jiao was a cold-blooded and heartless person. A man who is ungrateful and unfaithful. When the old lady went out, she also heard those words to some extent, and she felt a little uncomfortable. When Xiao Jiao came back, he called her over directly. As soon as he saw the old lady sitting there with a dignified and solemn expression, he knew that nothing good would happen. Xiao Jiao pulled the corner of his mouth slightly, and asked tentatively, "Old lady, is there anything?" Hearing this, the old lady suddenly frowned, and whispered angrily, "You still have the nerve to ask about those rumors outside. Do you really treat them as wind around your ears? How many times has this happened? Have I ever told you not to interfere in those things again? Now it's getting worse and worse, and you are satisfied." The old lady is a person who cares about her reputation when she is old. How can she bear the influence of those rumors now? It is understandable that she is furious at this moment, but it is a pity that Xiao Jiao does not understand this thought. "Old lady, please listen to my explanation. You don't have to take these words to heart at all. Qiao Daming has brought it upon himself. I will definitely solve it when the time comes. Even if they are relatives, they should not unconditionally protect a guilty person. It is just that those people were confused by the rumors for a while, so they feel indignant now. But when they think clearly in the future, who will care about those things? It is just that the old lady is discussing the matter objectively, combining the previous contradictions with the current rumors, so she feels that this matter is too huge. The old lady refused to listen. There is only 1 day left now. I think you don't need to work anymore. You should listen to me and close the shop. What's wrong with being a good wife and mother? It was the same old saying again. Xiao Jiao was speechless for a while, but he couldn't say anything harsh to provoke the old lady. Just when she was in trouble, a voice suddenly floated from behind, "Deep and powerful old lady, didn't you say it before? 3 days, if Xiu Jiao can solve these problems, you will not interfere with her. Now that the deadline has not yet arrived, are you going to regret it?" As soon as these words came out, it was like a savior from heaven. The old lady and Xiao Jiao were both in different expressions. Chapter 188. Under Jiang Yifeng's efforts to protect her, the old lady had no way to deal with them. At this moment, she just felt indescribable. She looked at them with some regret, and could only grit her teeth. "Let's see how long you can protect her. I'm afraid that by then she will make the palace a mess, and you will regret it." Giving Xiao Jiao a blank look, the old lady limped away from them with her crutches. Seeing the old lady's back as she walked away, Xiao Jiao felt a little uncomfortable. The old lady's health was not good to begin with, and I still pissed her off like this. Okay, don't blame yourself anymore. This matter was originally the old lady's words that didn't count. I will go and comfort her later. You just concentrate on doing your own things and don't be distracted. Jiang Yifeng held Xiao Jiao's little hand with one hand, and the soft words he spoke really made people feel too comfortable. I felt a warm current flowing into my heart, and I couldn't help but smile and look at him with gratitude. "Thank you." Although life was difficult, I had a husband who supported me unconditionally, which was a happy ending. In the following time, Xiao Jiao simply sorted out the account book of the health club. Because of Qiao Daming, and they had been released without guilt, they were now busy with the reopening of the health club, so it was not a small project. I had been busy for nearly 2 hours, until a twilight shone in the yard, making the words on the book orange-yellow. Xiaojie vaguely realized that the sun was about to set. At this moment, he closed the account book, yawned slightly, and called Xiao Chui over again. Mrs. Chiao was the daughter of a nouveau riche. She has always been arrogant and domineering. I guess she won't let this matter go so easily. You follow my instructions. Xiaojie whispered a few words in Xiao Chui's ear, and Xiao Chui hurriedly left the palace. Not long after, Xiao Chui did not come back, but there was a frightening noise outside, and she called Xiaojie out in a panic. Just as he arrived at the door, he was greeted by a cursing voice. You are the third princess now, and you don't recognize us poor relatives. For your own selfishness, you put your cousin in jail. Are you happy now? Do you feel relieved? This series of shouting and cursing, if you don't know, you might think it's a shrew scolding in the street. Just walking to the door makes people feel uncomfortable. Xiao couldn't help but frown and asked the servants who followed him unhappily, what's the situation? Reporting to the third princess, the lady of the Qiao family is really ungrateful. She insisted that you wrongly imprisoned Qiao Daming, so she summoned a bunch of people to be witnesses for her, and stood at the door to ask for an explanation. Now the quarrel is out of control, which is really offensive. I'm afraid that the old lady will find out. The second half of the sentence is really frightening. The old lady didn't support what Xiaojie did. If the matter really got out of hand, it would be really difficult to deal with. With these panic-stricken feelings, Xiaojie lifted her skirt and hurriedly urged, What are you still standing there for? Go over and tell her to shut up. If she harasses the old lady, I will really have nothing to do with her. The sound was getting closer to the door this month. Mrs. Chiao was wearing plain clothes today, just like she was in mourning. She pointed at the third prince's mansion with one hand. The plaque on the threshold was yelling, which was really unrefined. And the group of people following behind him, at this moment, they couldn't help but follow the trend and blame Xiaojie. I really didn't expect that this third prince's concubine would be such a ruthless and unrighteous person. That's right, she would do anything to achieve her goal, and she even dared to frame her own relatives. She is really heartless. A series of insults made Xiaojie the target of public criticism. At this moment, he really felt wronged. When had he ever been wronged like this? He stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said loudly, Everyone, please be patient. How can you listen to his nonsense here? Many people saw it in the court that day. The evidence is solid. Qiao Daming was imprisoned. He wanted to put me in an unjust position. I am not a saint, so how can I forgive him easily? All judgments will be handled by the county magistrate. What's wrong with fairness and justice? After that, he looked at Mrs. Chiao and scolded her directly and unceremoniously. Instead, Mrs. Chiao called on everyone to reverse right and wrong and confuse black and white. She is the real shameless person. The resounding words, coupled with this sharp voice, always make people feel a little at a loss. Mrs. Chiao's face changed, but she just didn't believe it. She said with a stiff face, You are talking nonsense. You framed the master and put him in jail to maintain your own reputation and to avenge what Grandpa did to you before. Others were obviously more biased towards Mrs. Chiao. After all, as the victim, she had such exaggerated acting skills. If people who didn't know the truth were really fooled by her, it was a pity that Xiaojie was not blind. After a moment of silence, he suddenly saw a familiar figure coming from a distance. Xiao Chui brought Wang Kun, and a group of old, weak, women and children behind him, rushing directly towards the crowd. You came just in time. It seems that it is necessary to prepare for a rainy day. For the first time, Xiaojie was glad that he had foresight. At this moment, he hurriedly raised his voice and said, Turn around and look. The witness Wang Kun is here now. Let him tell you what Qiao Daming did, so that this princess is so cruel and doesn't show him any mercy. When this person is extremely vicious, he will wipe out the blood relationship on his body, no matter who it is. Hearing this, everyone looked back at once. Wang Kun and his family were in front of everyone, and even Mrs. Chiao couldn't help but look back. When she saw Wang Kun, she was so angry that she beat her chest and stamped her feet. You shameless man, my master is kind and took you in, but now you are making false evidence to frame the master. Do you really have a clear conscience? Aren't you afraid of retribution? It must be admitted that Mrs. Chiao is gifted in confusing right and wrong. Now that she has taken the initiative, does she think that others can't do anything to her? Wang Kun glanced at her, and as if he had received some support, he suddenly became tough, and directly grabbed Mrs. Chiao fiercely, beat his wrist, and threw her heavily to the side. Mrs. Chiao's heels were not stable, and she fell to the ground with a thud, feeling a pain in her, but before she could yell at the other party, she had already taken the initiative. How dare you say that? Xiao Daming threatened and tricked me into hurting my cousin Xiao in the name of adopting me. If it weren't for my cousin's kindness, I would have been in jail now. How could I know that your family had such vicious intentions? After these words came out, the minds of the onlookers were shaken again, and they inevitably stood in a neutral situation, not knowing whether it was right or wrong. The old lady saw that this situation was obviously not in her favor, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Is there any justice? The master is in jail, and no one supports me. You are so numerous and powerful that you can drown me with your spit. I can't argue with you, so I can only be wronged by you." As she spoke, she wiped her tears and cried, as if she wanted to win some sympathy. But facing this scene, Wang Kun glanced at his wife and children behind him. Perhaps it was the tacit understanding between the couple for many years. Wang Kun's wife immediately began to cry, and even the children next to her were infected. It's really unfair. My husband just told the truth. Now Mrs. Chiao is turning black and white like this. It's obviously bullying us because we are poor and have no power in Kyoto. Speaking of crying miserably, Wang Kun's wife is a professional. After all, she is a professional who cries for others. This line of people cries loudly. Mrs. Chiao's tricks are not up to standard in front of her, and she was directly suppressed at this moment. Mrs. Chiao was stunned by the crying. She looked at Wang Kun's wife in surprise, and cursed in her heart. Why is this woman crying so loudly? I am crying for nothing. Originally, she wanted to win some sympathy by crying miserably, but she was directly crushed by the other party. In terms of misery, Mrs. Wang has never lost. Others also began to waver, and with Wang Kun's words as a witness, they couldn't help but feel sympathy for their family. At the same time, Xiaojio naturally became the victim. As for Xiao Daming and his wife, they are now the target of public criticism. They are not able to sell misery, but are scolded instead. You are really too much. You are all angry that I am a woman who is weak, right? I will fight you today to avenge my husband. The old lady was so angry that she suddenly wiped her tears with one hand and rushed directly to Xiaojio. It was obvious that he was going to die with Xiaojio. Seeing this, the others were terrified. Xiaojio rolled his eyes and quickly turned sideways. Madame Chiao missed and fell like a clown. Then he told Xiao Chui, go and call the government officials. You can trespass and slander the reputation. Remember to let the adults handle the matter impartially, and don't show mercy. After saying that, he waved his domineering hand and turned back to the mansion, too lazy to care about the noise outside. And this matter was perfectly resolved. Xiaojio's reputation as a victim also improved. Xiao Daming and others were imprisoned on charges, and the injustice they had suffered before was washed away. The old lady had no choice but to keep her promise and support Xiao in everything. Chapter 189. Since the truth came out, Xiaojio's statement has gradually become popular, and he also used the previous incident to promote the health club in disguise. Now the health club's business is pretty good. However, Xiao Daming's life in prison is not easy. He has to live in a dark and humid environment, and now he is beaten for no reason. It can be said that he cried for his parents, but no one answered. Xiao Chui was next to Xiaojio, telling about Xiao Daming's miserable situation, and the two women were happy. You said Xiao Daming deserved it. He plotted against you before, and now he is getting his retribution. Xiao Chui looked like she hated evil, and knew Xiaojio's mind. At this moment, she couldn't help but tease, who knows, maybe God is fighting for me, it seems that I am still a favorite. The two people talked to themselves, but Xiaojio was still clear-minded, knowing that this was not something that ordinary people could do. After all, it was a prison cell. If he wanted to run in and beat someone up without anyone noticing, and the county magistrate didn't dare to pursue him, it was probably only his own man, right? In the afternoon, Xiaojio was responsible for the things in the store, and he was still exhausted when he came back in the evening. It happened that he hadn't eaten dinner yet, and the smell of food wafting from the yard made Xiaojio overjoyed, who is so considerate today. Knowing that I'm coming back, they prepared the food. No matter where the smell came from, he just went in and had a meal. Following the smell, Xiaojio actually came directly to Jiang Yefeng's yard. Looking at the dishes on the table, and 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, isn't it waiting for me? Xiaojio sat down without hesitation, but he didn't see Jiang Yefeng, so he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Strange, this guy is not here, but he is not here, so he is not active in eating? Could it be that he went to sleep because he waited for me for too long? This is not appropriate. After all, it is not too late now. Just when Xiaojio was confused, a burst of wine aroma came over, which was so mellow that it made people feel a little uncontrollable. Well, this taste is really too mellow. Looking at Jiang Yifeng, who came with a wine pot, Xiaojiu tasted the taste carefully. His pupils trembled suddenly, and looked at him in panic. This can't be the drunken golden branch that you have collected for many years. This guy doesn't have any special hobbies on weekdays, but he likes to collect various wines. The wine cellar is full of vintage wines, among which this one is the oldest and top layer. In the past, Xiaojiu wanted to taste it even if she cried for her parents, but Jiang Yifeng always had an excuse to perfunctorily deal with her. Why did he take it out now? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng put the wine on the table, and while fiddling with the wine glass to pour the wine, he couldn't help but laugh and said with a teasing smile, "This nose is quite sharp. I didn't consider that you have suffered so much injustice these days. It's really hard, so I brought the treasure to reward you. This is really satisfying to hear." Xiaojiu quickly picked up the wine that had just been poured into the wine glass and drank it all. The taste is mellow and strong, and the fragrance is lingering after entering the mouth. It is really unforgettable. At this moment, it is inevitable to sigh. If I can drink such good wine every time, it is worth it even if I suffer a few more injustices. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yifeng shot his head directly at her forehead. "What are you thinking about all day? Today, I have predicted it right. Fortunately, you came back in time. You came back just when the meal was ready." The two drank under the moon. Xiaojiu hadn't felt so happy for a while. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask about Xiao Daming's beating. "Could it be that you really did it? What do you think? That guy is so ungrateful. Beating him up is considered polite. After all, this case is not enough to sentence to death, nor to life imprisonment. In addition, Xiao Daming's family has a little money. It only takes a few years to deal with it. If he didn't find someone to vent his anger, Jiang Yifeng would feel that it was not worth it for Xiaojiu to suffer this grievance. And how could a meal make up for it?" Seeing Jiang Yifeng's loyalty, Xiaojiu couldn't help but put a hand on his shoulder and said in a very mature tone, "Prince, you are really my caring little cotton-padded jacket, and you did a great job on this matter. Who let that shameless guy cause him to be in such a difficult situation? And naturally he couldn't bear the grievances he had suffered before. Fortunately, there is such a caring man who silently supports him." However, after hearing these words, Jiang Yifeng seemed a little dissatisfied, and suddenly came over quickly. "Madam, since this thing that the king did makes you so happy, should there be any special reward?" The word special seems to be very meaningful. Xiaojiu's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth awkwardly. "How special is this?" But as soon as the words fell, Jiang Yifeng took a mouthful of wine directly into his mouth and immediately attacked Xiaojiu's lips. The aroma of wine and the unique aroma of men mixed together, which made people intoxicated and a little difficult to control. After such a toss, Xiaojiu's face was flushed, his heart beat fast, and his face was red, and he felt his lips wrinkled slightly. Under the shining of the thick moonlight, she looked even more charming, and rolled her eyes at Jiang Yifeng in annoyance. "You haven't even eaten enough, and you're thinking about eating me. Aren't you afraid that you will starve to death one day? It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, beauty is a feast for the eyes. If you have a beautiful woman in front of you, isn't it a shame to be a man who eats?" This is really a strong rogue, but when it comes out of Jiang Yifeng's mouth, it has a bit of a pleasing taste. Under the bright moonlight, I drink with my arms, and it seems to be a happy time. After a night, Xiaojiu washed up with a sore body. As soon as he pushed the door open, he couldn't help but complain, "This prince is really rude. He never tortured me like this before." He complained to himself, but before he took 2 steps, he raised his eyes, and saw Xiao Chui standing in front of him. Xiaojiu thought about what he had just said, and couldn't help but be confused. "Oh my god, what did I say just now? This is too embarrassing. Something was said in front of others." Looking closely, Xiao Chui pursed her lips as if she was trying hard to hold back a smile, and tried hard to say the greeting, "Princess, good morning." Xiaojiu blushed again, and his heart beat fast. At this moment, he couldn't stand it. He just nodded awkwardly, and pulled the corners of his mouth reluctantly. "Good morning. Well, are you ready for everything?" Hearing this, Xiao Chui nodded. "The accounts you sorted out yesterday have been placed on the carriage. You can hand them over to the shopkeepers when you get to the health club." After saying this, Xiaojiu nodded with satisfaction, put aside the embarrassing thing just now, took the carriage, and went directly to the health club. Looking at the scene of people coming and going inside, although it was not as crowded as when the store opened, there were people coming in and out early in the morning, which was already overwhelming many shops. Xiaojiu couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that this time we are also a blessing in disguise. Now this wave of disguised publicity will add a lot of new customers to us. While talking, Zhou Shui hurriedly came up and said with a little hesitation, "Boss, there is a big man in our store." Xiaojiu hadn't reacted to the sudden words yet, and looked along Zhou Shui's doubtful eyes, because at the medicine counter he set up, it seemed that there was a rush. Xiaojiu just realized it now. It was a little strange. Because of the previous incident, the shopkeeper who was responsible for dispensing medicine was unwilling to do it. Who could attract so many people to the counter to get medicine now? Who is standing on the counter? Why do those people look like they have seen someone unknown? Xiaojiu asked hurriedly, but Zhou Shui didn't know what to say. She could only say shyly, "You should go and see for yourself. You will know it at a glance." Seeing his shy and mysterious look, Xiaojiu simply walked over and went directly to the counter. Looking at the old and busy figure, Xiaojiu locked his eyes on his face and was shocked. Isn't this Wang, the shopkeeper of Rintatang? Rintatang is the largest pharmacy in Kyoto, with thousands of medicinal materials gathered inside. The shopkeeper of Rintatang is even more of a great man. Not only is he a good disciple, he used to be a part-time pharmacist in the palace. He opened Rintatang after retirement, but he has been providing medicinal materials to the palace. Now he actually appears in his small health care center, which is really incredible. Xiaojiu stuttered for a long time, and couldn't believe his eyes. He asked tentatively, "Wang, shopkeeper Wang, is it really you?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper was a little too busy, so I took the time to answer. "The prince asked me to come. The prince has a favor to me, so in the future I will insist on being a health consultant here, responsible for helping the people to prepare medicinal materials for free, and it will only take 2 hours. It's only 2 hours, although it seems a bit tight, but for their small place, being able to invite such a big man to sit in, it is already a great blessing." Looking at the trust of these people, it is obvious that with the addition of shopkeeper Wang, their small team has reached a higher level, and now it has become a superior existence. Chapter 190. With the addition of shopkeeper Wang, today's business is particularly prosperous, and even some children of officials come here to experience it. Xiaojiu made a grand slam today, and was in a good mood. 5 people applied for membership today, and 3 people achieved full discount activities. It seems that shopkeeper Wang's reputation is indeed extraordinary. The profit today can be equivalent to several previous profits. While Xiaojiu was calculating his own wishful thinking, Zhou Shui said something honest, "This is all thanks to the prince, otherwise, we might not have such a harvest today." This made sense. Xiaojiu paused his hand from calculating the accounts, and now he began to think about how to thank Jiang Yifeng properly. "Well, I must thank my prince properly today, why not make a medicinal meal?" Recently, seeing Jiang Yifeng busy every day, he must have been exhausted, and it is necessary to take care of his body. With this idea in mind, Xiaojiu went home early and went to the kitchen to prepare for the medicinal meal. He stewed for 2 hours, and finally prepared the medicine list before Jiang Yifeng went home. Until dusk, Jiang Yifeng slowly rode back on horseback, and he was particularly handsome and unrestrained in the sunset. "Your Majesty, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Xiaojiu came over with a happy look, supported Jiang Yifeng with one hand, and dragged him to his yard. Jiang Yifeng felt a little uncomfortable with this overly attentive behavior. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at Xiaojiu twice and asked tentatively, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so different today? Didn't I prepare a surprise for this prince?" After saying this, Xiaojiu paused awkwardly, feeling a little bit at a loss. What's going on? He actually saw through it at a glance. Isn't this obviously embarrassing for me? However, although he was seen through, at least the intention that he had endured for 2 hours was still there. Xiaojiu said perfunctorily, "Prince, as your wife, isn't it reasonable for me to be attentive to you? Otherwise, I will be preempted by those concubines who don't have eyes that day, and I will not be happy." This is pleasant to hear, and Jiang Yifeng feels that he has a little more sense of existence. He nodded with satisfaction, and was dragged to the yard to sit down. But there was a bowl of medicinal soup in front of him, which exuded a hint of yam, mixed with other medicinal materials. Although it revealed the taste of medicinal materials, it smelled rich and fragrant, making people have an impulse to salivate. "Did you stew this?" Jiang Yifeng couldn't believe his eyes. Hearing this, Xiaojiu nodded confidently. "Who else would be so considerate except your princess?" With a somewhat smug attitude, Xiaojiu sat down and served himself a bowl of porridge, and then hurriedly urged, "Drink it quickly. I stewed this for 2 hours. It must be a great tonic. It won't taste good if it gets cold." With just these 2 hours, Jiang Yifeng drank all the medicine soup, and buried Xiaojiu's thoughts in his stomach steadily. But before he had time to be happy, Jiang Yifeng suddenly felt a burst of itchiness on his body, and he couldn't help scratching it at this moment, but it was okay this time. After several times, Xiaojiu couldn't help but pay attention to him. He quickly came over and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng didn't know how to answer. He just twisted his body and scratched while saying, "I don't know why my body suddenly feels itchy, as if something is climbing. It's really uncomfortable." Xiaojiu couldn't help but have a little more panic when he said this. "Don't move. Let me show you." While talking, he gently tore off Jiang Yifeng's clothes, but on his chest, in addition to the red scratches, there were also large and small red rashes, which were really shocking. Xiaojiu was horrified, watching the rash gradually spread, even to the neck and face, almost surging all over the body. What should he do? "What's going on? Why did you suddenly have so many rashes on your body?" Xiaojiu was a little overwhelmed for a while. After reacting, he hurriedly ordered Xiao Chui, "Hurry up and call the doctor over to show the prince what's going on." When the doctor came, he didn't have time to check. He just asked a few simple questions, and the doctor fell into a panic and stepped back in fear. This action made everyone else confused. Xiao couldn't help but angrily said, "What's going on? Why is the doctor so timid?" Hearing this, the doctor shook his head and said, "You better leave quickly. This is not a place to stay for a long time. The prince seems to have smallpox." The sudden words almost frightened the old lady. At this moment, the concubine and her group also retreated a few steps, all with a look of panic, looking at Jiang Yifeng lying on the bed. At this moment, because of the unbearable itchiness on his body, Jiang Yifeng kept scratching his body with his hands, trying to calm the painful feeling, but the more he scratched, the more itchy it became, as if it could kill him. Xiaojiu also felt a little unbelievable. "I got this disease for no reason, and I didn't even look at it carefully. You should go up and check it out." The doctor was very unhappy with what he said, and shook his head and said, "Princess, please don't make it difficult for me. If this thing is not handled properly, it will be contagious. It must be caused by some reason. Finding the source of the disease is the key." The doctor was so serious that Xiaojiu didn't know what to do for a moment. He completely ignored the so-called smallpox and rushed directly to Jiang Yifeng, grabbing his arm tightly. "Prince, don't worry, I will definitely find someone to cure you." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng suddenly pushed Xiaojiu away and shouted, "Don't come over, I am sick now. It is easy to be contagious, and I absolutely don't want to implicate you. You all go out, just isolate me here." This disease came too suddenly. No one had any defense. Xiaojiu was really distressed beyond words. At this moment, he took a deep breath, but was dragged out by Xiao Chui and the others. A group of people gathered outside, and Bai Yu also walked out of his small room. At this moment, he looked at the doctor with concern and asked, "Doctor, you said before that this disease may be caused by some reason. What is it specifically?" Hearing this, the doctor answered truthfully, "This disease is generally caused by infection from people, and it is most likely to appear in women. If there is an undisciplined woman, it is also likely to be transmitted through sexual intercourse." As soon as these words came out, all the criticisms were directed to Xiaojiu. What he said was really a high-sounding request, and he couldn't help but scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? You are obviously deliberately hurting me." She was so loyal to Jiang Yifeng, but now a doctor said this. Isn't it obvious that he wants to embarrass her? After taking a deep breath, Xiaojiu felt a little uncomfortable, and Xiao Chui also quickly followed and echoed, "It's you, a quack doctor, stop talking nonsense here." The master and the servant looked at the doctor, but Bai Yu couldn't help but sneer, and raised his voice, and sarcastically said, "This method is so limited, and the prince is surrounded by. For people who are not infected with smallpox, is there anything else except this sexual intercourse?" Another round of naked irony. Xiaojiu was speechless for a moment, feeling very wronged. Before she had time to say anything, the old lady felt depressed at the moment, and directly scolded, "Enough, don't make rumors here, or quickly summon famous doctors from all over the world, and make sure to cure the prince's illness. No matter what the reason is, Jiang Yifeng's life safety is the most important. After all, the legendary smallpox can take people's lives." However, Bai Yu was not the kind of person who would give up easily. She said sarcastically, "Old lady, please stop favoring your daughter-in-law. Have you forgotten the rumors about her and those men?" This hit the nail on the head. Everyone once again focused their attention on Xiaojiu. After all, nothing is groundless. With Jiang Yifeng suddenly having such an incident, Xiaojiu's suspicion became greater and greater. That matter has long been clarified. What is your purpose in bringing it up again? Xiaojiu was speechless. Now that everyone was pointing the finger at her, wouldn't it be embarrassing for her? Seeing this situation, the concubine couldn't help but echoed, "No, as a princess, you have already been rumored to have had affairs with many men. There is an affair, and now the prince has something wrong. Maybe it really is what the doctor said. Don't deny it. I think we should let the princess check it out." Faced with these rumors, Xiaojiu really couldn't hold back. This was simply an insult to his personality. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and said angrily, "Don't go too far." However, the old lady was affected by these two voices and began to waver a little at this moment. She took a deep breath and said, "This matter is not a trivial matter. If you really don't behave, not only the prince's safety, but also the child in your belly." The old lady really didn't want to think about this, but the reality forced her to have such a ridiculous idea. Xiaojiu's face changed, and he couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Old lady, don't listen to their nonsense. This is simply a fabrication." Chapter 191. After a dispute, Xiaojiu was finally defeated by the old lady's stubbornness and suspicion. She just waved her hand and said, "Lock the princess in the room. Don't let her walk around until the matter is investigated." After that, Xiaojiu was dragged away. When it was dark, the room gradually became dim, but Xiaojiu seemed a little restless. "What should I do? The prince doesn't know what's going on now, and they misunderstood me so much." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Why did Jiang Yifeng suddenly get this disease? I couldn't figure it out, couldn't sleep, and could only stare at the window. Although Jiang Yifeng and I are now isolated, fortunately we are looking at the same night sky, so we don't feel so far apart. After 2 consecutive days, because Jiang Yifeng's condition had not improved, the emperor heard about it. Maybe he was recuperating at home and didn't have to go to court. The prince used this opportunity to constantly win over people's hearts, belittle Jiang Yifeng, and take power into his pocket. Although Jiang Yifeng had a sexual organization in his heart, he found it difficult to go out in his current situation, let alone go to court to compete with him. He could only rely on the daily movement of the secret guards to report the situation. Across a window, the secret guard said, "Now the prince has ignored people's hearts in the court, and has started to entertain and give gifts privately. Several court officials have already defected to the prince's side. The current court situation is very unfavorable to you." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng on the other side of the window sighed deeply, and suddenly said while twisting his eyes, "I'm afraid that the prince is so active this time, it's not simple. This king's illness is too strange. Why don't you investigate the direction of the prince to see if it is related to him? It's impossible that Jiang Yifeng got such a disease for no reason. Although the doctor said it was smallpox, he had not been infected in the past few days." When the secret guard was about to leave, Jiang Yifeng turned around and took the medicine prescribed by the doctor, and suddenly said, "Wait a minute, take this medicine and check what prescription it is. If someone is really behind it, I'm afraid this medicine is not particularly safe." After the secret guard left, Jiang Yifeng fell into deep thought again. "I don't know how Xiaojiu is now. I just hope the old lady won't embarrass her." Without his protection, Xiaojiu is now pushed into the forefront again. "I'm afraid those restless women will take advantage of the issue again, and then it will be out of control. But now in my current situation, I can only say that I have the will but not the strength." Time passed, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. After lunch, the old lady strolled in the garden, but her face was filled with a look of worry. Baiyu supported the old lady with one hand, constantly expressing her feelings, and pretended to be worried and asked, "Old lady, why do you look unhappy? Are you still worried about the prince's affairs?" Hearing this, the old lady sneered, "He is my grandson, how can I not be worried?" This made Baiyu seem to have just said a bunch of nonsense without any reason. Baiyu was speechless for a moment, and had to quickly change the topic. "By the way, because the princess has been locked up recently, no one is taking care of the health club, and someone started to make a fuss to see the princess and let her run the business in the health club. Old lady, what do you think about this matter?" Well, she was already full of anger, and now she mentioned the thing that the old lady disliked the most. "Isn't this obviously adding fuel to the fire?" The old lady snorted coldly, with a look of disdain on her face. "We have everything in the third prince's mansion, but she insists on learning how to do business from those men. How can this be decent? If it weren't for the loss of the bet, the old lady would never want her to do such a thing that would expose her to the public." Baiyu also nodded in agreement, staring at the old lady's current mood, and quickly followed suit. "Old lady, you don't know that because of the influence of the princess, the maids are now arrogant and domineering. They say that women can be the masters of the family, and women have the right to be independent. There are many people outside who are talking about this and laughing at our family." This series of words deeply resonated with the old lady, And she was even more furious at this moment. Okay, don't say it anymore. You know this is a family shame, but you have to disturb my ears. Do you want to piss me off to death? Don't be angry, old lady. This is indeed a family shame, so the health club will definitely not. Yes. As long as the health club is gone, the third princess might be able to put her mind at ease, and take good care of her husband and children in the palace. These words pulled out all the old lady's previous thoughts, and now she could only sigh heavily. How easy is it? I made a bet with her in public. Since she won, I can't continue to interfere in the matter of the health club. Otherwise, it would be against my will and people would poke my back in the future. If I hadn't been thinking about this matter, Xiaojiu's health club should have been closed at the time when Jiang Yifeng got into trouble. Why did it drag on until now, and let those girls make trouble? Seeing the old lady in such a dilemma, Baiyu was very happy. As long as I can use the old lady to deal with the health club, I can catch her off guard. What else can you do to continue to be arrogant in front of me? Xiaojio is from a merchant family. If her business fails, she will undoubtedly be laughed at by everyone. Without a strong financial support, she will be a helpless person like herself. When she wants to deal with her, she won't have to worry about so much. Under Baiyu's instigation, the old lady got an idea. Since she couldn't suppress Xiaojio's business openly, she could find someone to trip her up secretly. This should be okay, right? Because of the old lady's obstruction, a group of uninvited guests appeared in the health club again, making trouble in various ways, making people panic, and even Zhou Shui couldn't stand it. Now that the princess is not here, it's hard to get rid of these people. What should we do? Originally, she was just a simple shopkeeper. If they didn't rely on a princess boss to support them, they would have collapsed long ago. Zhou Shui was still sitting there worried, and a maid ran over and said in panic, "Shopkeeper Zhou, do you want to go out and see? Those people are smashing our signboards." What? They are really too much. Do they really think that there is no one in charge here? Those brothers, come with me to see who is making trouble here without knowing the consequences. Zhou Shui was so angry that she rushed out with a few strong men. The signboard at the door had been smashed to pieces and scattered everywhere. It was terrible for the time being. If you didn't know, you would think the store was going to be demolished. What on earth do you want to do? I've said that our store is honest and trustworthy, and we won't sell fake medicine. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Someone else has mentioned this before, but I didn't expect these people to never tire of it. It hasn't been long since they stopped, and now someone is making a fuss about it again. When those people were arrogant, they held a big piece of wood in their hands, knocking and hitting, and puffed out their chests and said, "It's been reported to the government before. There are problems with your medicinal materials. I'm just seeking justice now. If you have the ability, go report it to the government. Make a big fuss, and let the whole city know about it." Zhou Shui is not stupid. If she really wants to report it to the government, the previous incident has not completely passed, and now it is involved again. If a wave of waves rises, won't their reputation be completely wiped out? She had to grit her teeth and try her best to suppress her anger and said, You are really too much. If you continue like this, don't blame me for being rude." After that, she shouted, "Brothers, since these people are deliberately making trouble, if they are no longer ungrateful, then we should be polite to them and drive them out." With this order, several servants took 2 steps forward with sticks in their hands, but before they could get close to the other party, they took the lead in swinging a stick at one of them on the head. There was only a scream, followed by blood flowing down from the head. Zhou Shui had seen scenes before, but it was the first time she saw the other party act so suddenly that she didn't even blink. At this moment, she was so frightened that her face turned pale, her legs were a little weak, and she said tremblingly, You stop fighting. My own people haven't started yet, but the other party took the lead and beat them violently without saying anything. Zhou Shui had never seen such a scene. While retreating in fear and avoiding the sticks of those people, she started to persuade them to stop fighting. She regretted her rash decision just now. Hee, didn't you want to drive us away just now? If you have the ability, continue. Those people looked like dead pigs that were not afraid of boiling water, and they spoke as arrogantly as they could. But just when the scene was in chaos, 2 groups of people suddenly rushed out from a distance, one on the left and one on the right, and directly joined the melee. Listen to me, arrest those who are making trouble, and bring them to the government, and don't let them go. I don't know where this command voice came from, but in a moment, all those people were controlled, but it looked a little wrong. Although the people were controlled, the troublemakers were divided into 2 groups. It seemed that the 2 groups did not come from the same commander. At this moment, they just glared at each other, and said almost in unison, Who are you? Are you in the same group with these troublemakers? Chapter 192. Not knowing the other party's identity, just seeing that the other party was holding the same troublemaker as himself, he regarded the other party as an accomplice. I really didn't expect that you troublemakers were so well prepared and even had backup. One of them suddenly said sarcastically, and then continued, listen to me, take those people down and arrest the government. The other party was not happy with this. Catch these accomplices and send them to the government. In an instant, the two sides exploded, and the two sides fought fiercely, evenly matched. Zhou Shui stood at the door, stunned, and couldn't tell who was good and who was bad. She just watched the original group of troublemakers sneak away while they were still fighting fiercely, and then screamed, don't fight anymore, those people have run away. The words awakened the dreamer, and when the two stopped, they found that the group of troublemakers had indeed run away completely, not even a scum was left. At this moment, I began to constantly examine the other party. Who are you? You actually helped the tyrant and let them run away. Bullshit, we are the third princess people, so we came here to help. It was you who hindered us from doing things and let them run away. After saying this, I finally got to the point. Zhou Shui quickly followed and responded, so it's the third princess people. Wouldn't it be better to say so earlier? Fortunately, I was still entangled there for a long time, and I couldn't help but lock my eyes on the other pair. Then who are you? After saying this, the other side also said without lagging behind, we are the ninth princess people. We know that there is trouble here, so we came here to help the third princess. Who knew that you, our own family, would make trouble here and let those troublemakers go? The two sides started quarreling again after a disagreement, but Zhou Shui heard it clearly. They were all family members, so she quickly comforted them. Okay, we all know each other, why bother to make a big fuss and hurt the harmony? If you don't know, you might think that the two are enemies of some noble family. It's such a big mistake to quarrel like this. After some persuasion, the two sides finally calmed down their anger and went their separate ways. After returning to the palace, Jiang Yifeng was a little angry when he heard that none of the troublemakers were caught, but were allowed to run away. You are all people who have received strict training. How come you can't even catch a few street troublemakers? For a moment, Jiang Yifeng even suspected that there was something wrong with his training, and was still considering whether to strengthen it a little. As if seeing the worry between Jiang Yifeng's tightly furrowed brows, one of them was a little nervous and hurriedly stepped forward to report. Prince, it's not that we are powerless, but Cheng Yaojin showed up halfway. It's all the fault of the ninth princess people. They said they were here to help the third princess, but they kept tripping us up, so those people ran away. As soon as he said this, the others also hurriedly echoed. After all, if the pot is not thrown away quickly, they will be the ones who will be in trouble. Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned. Ninth Prince, how did he know that something happened in the health club? Hasn't he been paying attention to Xiaojiu? It has long been discovered that the Ninth Prince has always had a different mind for Xiaojiu. At the banquet before the new year, the look that the Ninth Prince gave Xiaojiu was very different from that of others. Jiang Yifeng was already on guard, but he didn't expect that there would be another one now. With inner entanglement, Jiang Yifeng felt more and more depressed the more he thought about it, and he couldn't help but start to imagine, could it be that Lao Jiu really has some feelings for the princess? After all, they are brothers. If the Ninth Prince really has such an idea, Jiang Yifeng has no choice but to kill his relatives for the sake of justice. At the same time, the Ninth Prince's people also went back to report, but Jiang Lian fell into deep thought. I heard that the three princes' mansions are only dissatisfied with Xiao Jiu's business. I'm afraid my three lovers didn't want to help, but deliberately added fuel to the fire and made trouble there, and they said it so high-soundingly. The more both sides thought about it, the angrier they became. It wasn't until the evening that Jiang Yifeng finally lost his temper, and sneaked into Xiao Jiu's residence, with a red rash on his face, that had slightly subsided. The night was slightly cool. Xiao Jiu didn't feel sleepy at all because of the events of the past few days. He just sat in the courtyard drinking wine and facing the moon, as if he wanted to use this to express his thoughts. I don't know how Wang Yin is now. After careful calculation, it has been 4 or 5 days. I haven't seen him for a long time, and my heart is like a kitten scratching an itch. I can't hold back my longing for him. Just when I was deeply in love, a treetop in the distance suddenly slid quickly, and there was a loud noise. Xiao Jiu's eyes tightened, and she became more alert. She looked forward and stood up in panic and asked, "Who is it? Come out quickly." But as soon as she finished speaking, a black figure wearing a hat landed steadily in front of her. Seeing this mysterious person, Xiao Jiu became more alert and subconsciously screamed, "Someone come!" But before he could finish his words, Jiang Yifeng quickly stopped him with a low voice. Don't make a sound. It's me. Don't you recognize me? After saying this, Xiaojiu swallowed back the words that were about to burst out of his mouth, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Your Majesty? How come you are here? Occasionally, a breeze blew up, and the soft veil was slightly blown away, and Jiang Yifeng's face with rashes was looming, but from the outline, he could still tell that it was the person he had been thinking about. For a moment, Xiaojiu was so excited that he wanted to go forward and hug her, but the other party was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back and warned her, Don't go forward first. My disease is contagious. Don't let me infect you. What are you talking about, Your Majesty? I never care about these things. I just miss you so much after not seeing you for a few days. I just want to get a simple hug. The humble voice was really distressing. Jiang Yifeng sighed, but still did not satisfy Xiaojiu's little wish. He just glanced in the direction of the courtyard. Why are you standing here like an idiot? Sit down and talk. The two sat down and looked at each other, but the veil between them seemed like a surging river and sea. Xiaojiu felt very uncomfortable. After a while, he said with guilt, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. It's all because of me that you are like this. What nonsense are you talking about? What does this have to do with you? Seeing Xiaojiu's sad look, Jiang Yifeng felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. What he hated most was that he couldn't touch her and comfort her. After a long time of verbal comfort, Xiaojiu's complex emotions finally got a little relief, and then he asked again, Your Majesty missed me, so he came to see me. How is your health recently? Have those people been mean to you? Are you eating well and wearing well? This is a series of questions, some of which seem a bit redundant, but Xiaojiu just can't control it. Jiang Yifeng smiled lightly, You think too much. Everything is fine with me. This time I took the risk to come here. In addition to missing you, I also want to ask, have you offended any vicious people recently? The health club incident was by no means accidental, and those troublemakers were not groundless. Since Xiaojiu is now in prison and cannot interfere in the health club's affairs, he must not just sit back and watch. Hearing this, Xiaojiu pondered for a moment, but was a little helpless. There are quite a lot of people who have been offended, but to say that they are extremely vicious is a bit exaggerated. Moreover, those who don't know what's good for them have almost been brought to justice, and it's probably nothing. This made people feel a little embarrassed. Looking at Jiang Yifeng's tangled expression, Xiaojiu asked in confusion, Why do you suddenly think of asking this? Is there something wrong? Is it related to me? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng shook his head hurriedly, Nothing, just asking. After all, you are now at the forefront of rumors, so as to prevent those who are interested from taking the opportunity to cause chaos, I can also make preparations in advance. Didn't dare to tell the truth, because as soon as she mentioned the health club, something happened, and Xiaojiu was afraid that he would not be able to continue here. Looking at the complicated expression on the other party's face, although he knew that what Jiang Yifeng said might not be as simple as he thought, he still chose to trust without hesitation. Looking at the sky with dark clouds covering the moon, revealing a hazy beauty, Xiaojiu did not want to live up to such a pleasant mood, just holding the wine glass and said, Since the prince is here, why not drink with me? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng was a little embarrassed, gently pushed away the wine glass and said, The doctor said that the prince is not suitable for drinking now. It's late now, I have to go back first, so as not to be discovered, which will not be good for you. This is a decisive statement, but you can hear the reluctance in it. Jiang Yifeng stood up, with a look of reluctance, and finally had to turn around. Xiaojiu was slightly stunned, and a sense of loss surged in his heart again, but he still stepped forward quickly, I take you a ride. With this last time together, he just opened the door, and saw another figure suddenly falling in front of the door. Xiaojiu and Jiang Yifeng were slightly surprised. They looked carefully in the moonlight. Wasn't it Jiang Lian who came? Seeing the two people coming one after the other, Jiang Lian was also slightly surprised. He wanted to knock on the door, but his hand fell silently. He asked in a tangled way, Where are you going? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The three people stood in it, and didn't know what to say for a while. Until a crow's cry broke the silence, Jiang Yifeng took the lead and said, Why are you here? Chapter 193. Jiang Lian had no intention of going in and sitting down, and Jiang Yifeng had no such idea. The two sides just stood at the door and confronted each other. It was not like when enemies separated by 100 years met again. The atmosphere was always awkward and suffocating, and there seemed to be a kind of sharp edge of secretly competing. What happened to the two of them? Why does the atmosphere feel weird? Although I don't know why Jiang Lian suddenly appeared here, but looking at his appearance, Seeing Jiang Yifeng was like seeing the murderer of his father. The situation is really not good. After struggling for a while, Xiaojiu stepped forward with a thick face and comforted, "Don't get excited first, talk about everything." After saying this, Jiang Lian no longer continued to compete secretly, but asked, "Is the person at the door of the health club yours?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng frowned slightly. He didn't intend to let Xiaojiu know about this matter, but this guy really didn't flatter him at all. After a short moment of fan, he said, "It has nothing to do with you, and the affairs of this king and princess cannot be interfered with by outsiders, whether it is business or life. Can you understand?" This domineering words are undoubtedly warning Jiang Lian not to continue to approach Xiaojiu, otherwise he will be the only one who will be unlucky. How could Jiang Lian not hear the connotation? The slightly curled fists under the long sleeves have already confirmed the complexity and shame and anger in his heart at this moment. With the last bit of stubbornness, he simply opened his mouth and angrily said, "You can't protect her, so can't you allow others to protect her?" The person already belongs to Jiang Yifeng, but Xiaojiu is still being hurt. Jiang Lian really can't hold his breath. After saying this, Xiaojiu seemed a little puzzled again. "What are you talking about? Why does it feel like the war between the two seems to be caused by herself? But if she asks herself, she seems to have done nothing. This is too sudden." Facing the increasingly subtle atmosphere between the two, Xiaojiu did not dare to be negligent, and quickly dodged between the two and acted as a peacemaker. "It's late today, Ninth Prince, you should go back quickly." "You let me go?" Jiang Lian was a little unbelievable. He came here this time to care for her, but ended up being expelled? Xiaojiu did not understand what happened. She did this just to prevent the war from breaking out, and she didn't know what she did wrong. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. On the contrary, Jiang Yifeng next to him was a little more arrogant. He looked at Jiang Lian with a victorious attitude and said sarcastically, "Haven't you heard it yet? What else can you do there? Do you want me to ask you to leave in person?" The strong smell of gunpowder in his words seemed to be ready to explode. Xiaojiu couldn't help but gently push his arm, and whispered with a bit of blame, "Why are you so rude? Don't blame me for being rude." He came uninvited in the middle of the night, and ran to the residence of a married woman. The mind of the Ninth Prince is really hard to figure out. If I didn't happen to be here, I don't know what kind of unscrupulous things Jiang Lian would do. I am doing my best to treat him now. This is still for the sake of that subtle brotherly love. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary family, this life would not end so easily. Xiaojiu was speechless for a moment, and he was also entangled in Jiang Lian, and he had no intention of retaining him. It was obvious that his attitude was almost the same as Jiang Yifeng's. Seeing the embarrassment on Xiaojiu's face, Jiang Lian suddenly smiled bitterly. "It is indeed my own fault. I am still worrying about you in vain, but it is just wishful thinking. Goodbye." The Ninth Prince clasped his hands together, and after graduation, he walked away resolutely with a slender step. His attitude that seemed to be gone forever really made people a little worried. What on earth stimulated him? "Why do I feel weird?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng almost didn't put one hand around Xiaojiu's shoulder, but he still thought about his current situation and barely restrained himself. Then, he couldn't help but glance at Xiaojiu subtly, and asked, "What is your relationship with him? Why can he always infer so much care?" It's not a skeptical attitude, just want to find out the reason. Otherwise, Jiang Yifeng really couldn't rest assured. He couldn't see her, so he couldn't bear the inner torment any longer, right? Hearing this, Xiaojiu didn't know how to answer for a moment, and just smiled awkwardly. "What's the relationship?" "Friends. If there is one more layer, after marrying you, he can be regarded as half of my uncle." Jiang Yifeng was speechless for a moment at that kind of perfunctory attitude, but he still smiled and nodded. "Since you said so, then this king believes you. But you are now in a special status, so you should have less contact with him in the future to avoid gossip." Xiaojiu nodded, and only realized that it was getting dark when a cold wind blew by, so he hurriedly urged, "Even if you can't stay, go back and rest quickly. Don't stand outside all the time. You may catch a cold later, which is not good." Under such a concerned urging, Jiang Yifeng finally left reluctantly, but before leaving, he specially assigned 2 guards to him for him to use at will. At the same time, some people were privately assigned to protect the safety of the health club, so that he could barely sleep peacefully. Until the day came, Xiaojiu yawned slightly, thinking about the scene of meeting Jiang Yifeng yesterday, and always felt that he owed something. It was not easy to meet yesterday, but he left so hastily, without considering my feelings. I'm afraid he forgot me. Xiaojiu's heart became more and more uneasy. Xiao Chui, who was standing next to him, heard the murmurs and couldn't help but chuckled, saying, If the princess is afraid that the prince will forget you, why not cook some food and firmly grasp the prince's stomach? The prince will probably remember you for the rest of his life. Xiaojia was not born in a wealthy family. Her family was rich from business, but she followed her father around the country to learn business since she was a child, and she also learned a lot. Unlike those girls, who have never touched the water, she has her own unique insights in cooking. At this moment, Xiao Chui's reminder made him suddenly realize it. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Chui twice and praised her happily, saying, "You are indeed you. You have become much smarter when you are around me. I go to the kitchen now." Xiaojia planned to cook a pot of health-preserving porridge in the kitchen and send it over, so he occupied a stove, but the handyman next to him kept chattering. "Hey, do you know? I heard from the doctor who treated the prince that the rash on the prince's face has healed." This was heard by the corner, and she was inevitably very happy at the moment, but before she could be happy for 2 seconds, the next words instantly interrupted all her thoughts. What if it's healed? The doctor also said that the rash disappeared, but it might leave scars. Our prince is so handsome, what would it look like if he had a scar on his face? Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Although Jiang Yifeng usually doesn't pay too much attention to his appearance, he is a good man, and he must be a little uncomfortable when he comes back. Will the prince have a scar on his face? Then he must feel bad. No, this matter can't be let go. Xiaojia kept these words in mind. Just when he was thinking about what to do, a smell of burnt food suddenly floated into his nose. In a moment, Xiaojia suddenly realized and screamed in fear. Come and help me, the porridge is burnt." Who would have known that the porridge was so bad after just analyzing it? Looking at the black thing that was turned over, Xiaojia instantly had the urge to cry without tears. It was a pity that he had worked so hard for so long in vain. Forget it, I'd be more serious next time. With a helpless sigh, Xiaojia had to obediently make another pot of porridge. After it was cooked, he asked someone to send it to Jiang Yifeng. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, Xiaojia finally returned to the yard with pain, but he was still worried about the gossips told by the maids in the kitchen. This kind of scar is formed after birth, and it only damages the surface tissue of the skin, and there is still a possibility of repair. If the doctor sits and does nothing, I'm afraid it's really over. I must go out and find a solution. After making this decision, Xiaojia couldn't stay idle for a moment. You can stay in this palace in my place. I'm going out first. You have to keep it a secret. Xiao Chui nodded and watched Xiaojia leave the mansion safely, with the help of the secret guards. Along the way, Xiaojia went directly to the health club. At this time, Wang, the shopkeeper over in Datang, was also in the health club, but he saw her packing up the medicine box and preparing to leave, as if the time had come. Xiaojia was a little panicked, and hurriedly stepped forward to block the other party's way. Then he said nervously, "Shopkeeper Wang, don't leave yet. I have something to ask you about the damage to the human epidermis." This was a bit profound, but when it came to disfigurement, and it was about Jiang Yifeng, Shopkeeper Wang patiently found a tea house with her, and talked about it in detail. "You said that the prince's face was scarred because of a rash, and the previous wound was difficult to heal. In this case, you need to rely on Shouyuan grass." The crowd outside was in chaos, but inside the tea house, Xiaojia listened very carefully, and those chaotic voices seemed to have nothing to do with her. Chapter 194. Xiaojia was busy with how to take care of Jiang Yifeng's skin and remove scars. The prince was not idle either. While Jiang Yifeng was recuperating at home, he vigorously developed his own power, and gradually expanded his influence to the people around Jiang Yifeng. Whether it was to seize the other party's handle as a threat, or to use gold, silver and jewelry as evidence to bribe them, the prince almost used all means. Although a little persistent, the effect was very significant. Looking at the gifts sent by the court officials in front of him, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The princess next to him said proudly, "See? This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. Our previous efforts have been rewarded. Aren't these the best witnesses?" Most of these gifts were the result of the prince's constant coercion and inducement of those officials when Jiang Yifeng was seriously ill. If there are people who surrender to him, then they will naturally give you money to curry favor with you. Seeing the prince so proud, the princess also flattered him, and smiled very flatteringly. "You are worthy of being the prince. This move is really clever." But even with the support of these ministers, the third prince is still feared by many people in the court because of his past achievements and the strength of his troops. "I am afraid we can't do anything to him." "Don't worry, we don't need to confront them head-on. How many officials in the court are not corrupt and accept bribes? As long as we find a handle, his life and death will be in our hands, right?" looking at the prince's ecstatic look. Those who don't know would think that Jiang Yifeng has become his possession. The crown princess couldn't help but ask curiously, "I wonder what your highness plans to do next?" Hearing this, the crown prince said, "This crown prince has asked people to investigate the third prince's capital chain. As long as we find that he has committed corruption, bribery, or money laundering, we will exaggerate the incident and use it to make him completely unable to turn over. After all, the emperor hates this kind of behavior the most." The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He laughed out loud. Seeing his confident look, the crown princess couldn't help but laugh. But things didn't go as planned. After some investigation, every penny of Jiang Yifeng's money came cleanly. Either it was from business, or the court salary, or some low taxes of the people, which could barely maintain the livelihood of such a large palace. After reading the survey results, the prince couldn't believe his eyes. "No way? I am the third prince, and there are only 1,000 taels in my mansion?" Although this money is indeed a lot for ordinary people, he is the third prince, and he was once the unparalleled god of war. Among the many royal descendants, this amount of money is not even presentable, maybe not even as much as a local official. "Are you sure there is no mistake in this investigation?" The prince glanced at the man, and the man nodded repeatedly. "It's definitely right. I heard that the third prince often does good deeds, and occasionally takes the initiative to pay for the people to build new houses, waterways, etc., so it is reasonable that there is only this little money. Oh, I really didn't expect that the three of us are such great philanthropists. No wonder we are so popular among the people." Although I was praising, the jealousy that flashed in my eyes clearly showed the prince's displeasure. I am the prince, but I was overshadowed by a prince. How can I accept this? After thinking for a while, I crumpled the paper into a ball and smashed it on the face of the man kneeling on the ground. "You useless thing, what I want to hear is praise for the third prince? I want you to find evidence of his corruption and bribery. Do you understand?" But he doesn't have it. Isn't this obviously embarrassing? How can there be any reason to make something out of nothing? Prince Chung sighed, and said that he had the urge to kick him out. "You idiot! Even if their palace can't find it, I heard that the third princess has opened a health club, and the business is booming. Won't you investigate the accounts there?" After saying this, the man didn't dare to be negligent at all. He began to secretly look for Xiao Jiu's accounts at night, but was discovered by the patrol and scared away. Although this matter was not a big deal, it still alarmed the perceptive Xiao Jiu, who looked at Xiao Chui with doubt. "You said someone went to the accounting office last night." Xiao Chui nodded and added, "It should be that the thief wanted to steal something, but was scared away, and will not dare to come again in the future." This was too simple. Xiao Jiu shook his head. "No, it shouldn't be that simple. He didn't go to our health club with so many treasures, but chose to go to the tent full of books and papers. He didn't go there for money at all." Although he was not sure about the other party's specific purpose, Xiao Jiu could be absolutely sure that the man definitely had no good intentions. With inner entanglement, Xiao Jiu had to use the night scene to let Xiao Chui secretly invite Jiang Yifeng over. Jiang Yifeng's rash on his body has almost recovered, but the scar left is faintly visible. Although it is not particularly large, it always has some impact. "Why are you still wearing a veil? Didn't you say that your body has improved a lot?" Xiao Jiu put down the teacup in his hand, and couldn't help looking at him in confusion. "I haven't seen him for a long time. Now this person is standing opposite, but he doesn't let me see him. Isn't he deliberately torturing me?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng shook his head. "My face is ugly, in order to avoid scaring you, so let's just leave it like this." "What are you talking about? Do you want to live with this black veil for the rest of your life?" "You know I don't care about these things." "But I care." Jiang Yifeng suddenly and quickly replied, and Xiao Jiu was a little confused. He was not like this before. Then Jiang Yifeng quickly gave an answer. "Perhaps I don't like the eyes of outsiders, but I want to show my best side to you. Let's hide this ugly face in the dark." There was a hint of bitterness and helplessness in his words, which made Xiao Jiu feel sad. At this moment, he took a step forward and really didn't lift her veil, but comforted her. "What I like is always the integrity and courage of the prince, which can never be replaced by those appearances. Moreover, the prince never despised my low status, so how could he think that I would despise you?" A warm current gently flowed through Jiang Yifeng's body. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but smile slightly. "With your words, I am really relieved." He couldn't help but continue to ask, "By the way, did you ask Xiao Chui to invite me here for something? It's not just because of missing you, right?" Xiao Jiu is not the kind of petty person. He can't let Jiang Yifeng take the risk to come here just because of a momentary longing. Hearing this, Xiaojiu remembered the serious matter he wanted to talk about, and hurriedly smiled awkwardly. I'm really sorry, it's all your fault. You have to care about your appearance and divert what I want to say. I asked you to come here this time. Actually, I want to talk about the health club. Xiaojiu recounted the incident of the thief in the health club yesterday, and also analyzed his suspicions and guesses thoroughly. Tell me, could that thief be the prince's man? Now that you are not in the court, the prince is the only one in power, and he is really arrogant. He is doing a lot of small things in private, and I am afraid he will take advantage of your cultivation time to attack us. After saying this, Jiang Yifeng suddenly frowned, and couldn't help but have a little more fear. If it is really the prince's man, he went to the account office, and it is likely that he is here for your account. I am afraid he wants to find our handle. There is no problem with my account, and every in and out is stable. Xiaojiu was not worried about this, but turned to say, I am afraid that the prince will get the account and make false accounts in the title, which may be disadvantageous to me at that time. Seeing Xiaojiu's worried look, Jiang Yifeng gently patted her hand and comforted her softly. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Since he wants the account book, let him take it. Anyway, he doesn't know whether it is true or false. Jiang Yifeng had someone make a fake account book and put it in the account office. As expected, when he went to check it the next day, the fake account book had disappeared. He didn't make a big fuss about it for a long time, pretending that he didn't know anything. The prince who got the account book didn't understand the messy accounts on it. It's strange. The ins and outs don't match at all. Could it be that the other party noticed that we stole the account book and made a fake one in advance? After thinking for a moment, the crown princess next to him also took a peek. Anyway, she didn't understand the mess on it very well, so she just said, Your Highness, if you are not sure, why not call the third princess over to try it out? After this, the crown prince had to nod his head, and specially set up a Hongyan banquet at home, and asked someone to invite Xiaojiu to come. The news reached the old lady in an instant. When she heard that it was the crown prince, who was personally hosting the banquet, she was naturally very happy. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you let the princess go out to receive the guests? Hearing this, she seemed a little entangled, and then she said shyly, Madam, have you forgotten? You put the princess under house arrest before, and she can't come out now. If the old lady didn't give the order personally, no one else would dare to move rashly. In this way, Xiaojiu was released from house arrest. Chapter 195. Following the servants, Xiaojiu came to the prince's mansion. Looking at the enthusiastic appearance of the prince and the princess, Xiaojiu seemed a little embarrassed. These two guys, their faces are full of smiles that want to eat people. Are they really not afraid of scaring away the guests? Even if they are enthusiastic, they should at least pretend to be more like it. What kind of look is it to want to swallow people? With a somewhat speechless attitude, Xiaojiu still adhered to his kind nature and sat down obediently. He took a deep breath and then tentatively said, Well, I wonder what the prince and the princess want to ask me for. Nothing. I heard that the health club opened by the third princess is becoming more and more prosperous. I just want to ask if there is any special method. The princess smiled with an instigating face. As she spoke, she approached Xiaojiu, and she wanted to get into her heart and pry into Xiaojiu's thoughts. It's just a pity. Xiaojiu is not a fool. Can he tolerate her like this? Slightly sideways, Xiaojiu avoided the attentive look of the crown princess, and then he smiled awkwardly. Crown princess, you think too much. Business is based on honesty. You can succeed by being down to earth. How can there be any special shortcuts? After saying this, the crown princess's face changed slightly. Her routine failed, so she had to look to the crown prince for help. The crown prince frowned slightly. The crown princess's seductive attitude was completely different. She said directly, The third princess doesn't have to be so restrained. You have a good relationship with this crown prince's sister, so we are not outsiders. This money laundering, or smuggling, no matter which one it is, as long as you are willing to reveal the way, there will be benefits at that time. Although it was a bit too arrogant for a prince to say such things openly, this was his territory after all. And who could spread this word outside? On the contrary, Xiaojiu would fall into the other party's trap if he was not careful in these words. Well, you two, one or two want to trick me. It seems that this Hongyan banquet is going to eat me to death, but you underestimate me too much. Xiaojiu looked at them, and there was a hint of sarcasm in their eyes, and then he smiled and said, Prince, you are joking. I have said that the way of doing business is based on honesty. I advise you not to say this nonsense, otherwise you will hurt yourself. When these words came out, they were upright and decisive, and no matter whether they were coerced or lured, they seemed to have no effect on Xiaojiu. The prince and the princess looked at each other, and they had no idea for a while. The crown princess looked at Xiaojiu slightly. Her sharp eyes were like needles, which made people feel uncomfortable. Xiaojiu shook her body slightly, but still looked at them politely with a very generous smile, and continued to ask, I wonder if the crown prince and the crown princess still have any questions in their hearts. Take this opportunity today to ask them all at once, so as not to have to go back and forth in the future and disturb you two more. The words revealed an attitude of not wanting to come to this ghost place as a guest again. How could the two people not hear it, and they felt a little embarrassed. This woman really won't cry until she sees the coffin. If that's the case, don't blame this crown princess for being rude. With inner resentment, the crown princess suddenly stood up, turned around and smiled at the crown prince with an ugly face, and said, Your Highness, my stomach hurts a little. I wonder if your Highness can help me to the room to rest, and let Rong Mama entertain the third princess first. Seeing the crown princess winking frantically, the crown prince understood, and at this moment, he just stood up and looked at Xiaojiu apologetically. I'm really sorry, and the third princess, please wait a moment, I will be back soon. The two of them just left leaning on each other, leaving Xiaojiu alone to drink the northwest wind, which was really ridiculous. He could only drink a cup of tea by himself, and felt a little cold, so he sighed, Hey, this crown prince's mansion looks magnificent, but there is not even a decent cup of tea. It's really shabby. Of course, this crown prince's mansion naturally has good tea, but it's a pity that their minds are not on the way to entertain guests, so the etiquette is naturally lost. Rong Mama beside her couldn't help but sneer as she listened, and her eyes couldn't help looking at the rockery in the distance. The crown prince and the crown princess hid behind the rockery, quietly spying on everything that happened here. Rong Mama stepped forward and said, It's not that the tea is bad, Princess Third, but your way of tasting tea is wrong. How can you let the guests do it themselves? Let me serve you. After saying that, Rong Mama picked up the pot of tea and poured a cup directly, which seemed extremely rude, and the tea leaves were all scattered by him. I was not serving, I was clearly taking the opportunity to vent her dissatisfaction, which was to show off my power. Seeing that coercion and bribery don't work, are you going to do it for real now? Xiaojiu couldn't help but sneer. The prince and the princess didn't want to show up, but they actually wanted a servant to do something to them. I'm afraid they will have excuses later. After the other party handed over the tea, Xiaojiu didn't pay much attention to it. He picked it up and was about to drink it. Suddenly, he was slapped to the ground by the other party. The sound of the teacup breaking was heard, followed by Rong Mama's angry scolding. You are so rude, the third princess. You don't drink tea when I invite you, and you also knocked over the prince's glass cup. You really have no manners at all. Let me teach you how to know the rules today. After that, Rong Mama suddenly shouted, Come on, arrest the third princess. Today, I'm going to teach her a lesson. Several people who had been prepared for a long time suddenly rushed in from outside the garden, and directly controlled Xiaojiu's arm, holding her tightly. Seeing this sudden scene, Xiaojiu couldn't help but frown, and couldn't help but gritted his teeth and scolded, How dare you? I am the third princess consort after all. How can you, an old woman, touch me? Let me go. But this is the prince's mansion after all. These people are just following orders. With such a big shield behind them, how can they be afraid of these? Rong Mama still said confidently, You are really a willful bitch, and you are indeed of low status, and can't be accepted by the elegant hall. Today, I will teach you a lesson for the third prince, and let you know what the rules are. After saying that, she took a look at the man holding two sticks and ordered directly, Hit me. Two people stepped forward, and saw that the stick was about to fall. At this critical moment, the secret guards, who had been hiding in the dark and responsible for protecting Xiaojiu, flew out directly, and kicked the man holding the stick several meters away. And those who controlled Xiaojiu's arms and legs were all crying and screaming while covering their legs and arms. Rong Mama never thought that several big men would suddenly appear, and she was a little confused at this moment. She couldn't help but tremble and glare at Xiaojiu. How come so many people suddenly appear? You are not harboring evil intentions towards the prince and the princess, so you planted assassins around. When he said this, he had to admire his unexpected imagination. Xiaojiu sneered, yawned slightly, and said jokingly, You think too much. These are just the consolation for protecting this princess. All officials should have them, right? Slightly dusting off the dust on his body, I put one hand on Rong Momo's shoulder and continued to threaten. By the way, you attacked the princess privately, and just now you tried to threaten me that you had bad intentions. All of these crimes are capital crimes. Do you think they can do anything to me? if this princess kills first and then reports? This they naturally refers to the prince and the princess. After all, don't those two people like to watch the fun and want to teach me a lesson? Since I have received such a big gift, it would be a pity if Xiaojiu didn't recall something at night. As he spoke, looking at the trembling Rong Mama, Xiaojiu began to ponder again. Forget it, it won't cost you your life. After all, we have to give the crown prince and the crown princess some face. But if you talk back to the princess and just let it go, wouldn't it affect the reputation of this princess? After thinking about it, Xiaojiu suddenly had an idea. He grabbed Rong Mama's chin and said coldly, "Since you are restless, why don't I cut off your tongue as a small lesson for you? What do you think?" The fierce eyes, like the Shura from hell, really made people feel panic. No, don't. Even at the last moment, Rong Mama still had no intention of shirking responsibility and saved the prince and the princess. For this, Xiaojiu had to admire her backbone, but it didn't mean that he would be soft-hearted. Then, he gave an order without politeness. "What are you still doing? Cut off her tongue quickly, so that she won't make a lot of noise here, and then talk nonsense there, breaking the rules of this respect." Seeing that those people were really going to take action, the prince and the princess standing aside couldn't sit still. After all, he was the one who raised the crown princess, and he was still loyal to her at this time. How could the crown princess bear it? She had to urge him, "Your Highness, if you don't show up, Rong Mama will really have her tongue cut off." Hearing this, the crown prince gritted his teeth, and although he was somewhat unwilling, he had no choice but to walk out. He hurriedly stepped forward in panic and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Chapter 196. The prince ran over in a panic and stopped a tragedy in time. Looking at the prince, who came suddenly, Xiaojiu's eyebrows curved, but he was not very surprised, as if everything was expected. Instead, he greeted him warmly, "Your Highness, you are back?" Hearing this, the prince nodded awkwardly, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and pretended to know nothing, bumping into those uninvited guests, and Rong Mama, who was in danger. Trying hard to suppress the restlessness in his heart, he asked tentatively, "Princess San, what do you mean? I just came to be a guest, but you brought so many people and wanted to attack the prince's wet nurse. Isn't it a bit inappropriate?" This question was really shameless. If it weren't for his people who took action first, how could those secret guards hidden by Xiaojiu come out to stir up this muddy water? It's not like they have nothing to do. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and smile. "Your Highness, you have to ask your nurse. If he didn't want to hurt me, how could these secret guards suddenly appear?" He already knew the truth. Behind the rockery, he saw everything. At this moment, he could only interrogate him symbolically. Rong Mama is indeed a good servant. She took all the things that happened just now on her own shoulders and asked to be punished. "Your Highness, it's not that I don't know the rules. I offended the third princess in a moment of impulse, so I messed up the situation. Please punish me." Rong Mama knelt down. She looked so crying that she was indeed a bit pitiful. But who can't pretend? Xiaojiu also started to feel wronged. "Hey, unless my followers arrived in time, I would have been beaten with a stick as thick as a tree trunk. If the prince knew about it, I don't know what he would think. Isn't it just to play the victim? Is it because she has a backer?" She said it as if she has no one. Because of this Rong Mama, she just won't let her go. Otherwise, the prince really thinks she is a sick cat and so easy to bully. The prince's face turned pale, and he could only bite the bullet and humbly request, 3. "Princess, Rong Mama is old and sometimes she is easily confused. Please forgive her mistakes and show mercy. If you must punish her, why not give her a lighter punishment?" Speaking of this, Xiaojiu nodded. For the sake of the prince, it is naturally not easy to punish her again. The previous talk of cutting her tongue was just to scare her. If you just take that stick and beat her 10 times, it should be no problem, right? After saying this, he set his eyes on the sticks held by the servants before. Fortunately, it was stopped in time, otherwise it would be me who was beaten with the stick, which also made this mama suffer for what I have done. Hearing this, Rong Mama's face suddenly changed, and even the prince became entangled this. If I don't beat her, it's not acceptable. If I beat her, I'm afraid Rong Mama can't bear it. However, Rong Mama suddenly gritted her teeth and said directly, "This matter is all my own fault. You don't have to embarrass me anymore. I am willing to accept this punishment." After saying this, she looked directly at the servant holding the stick and found a chair to lie down. "Come here quickly. It's just 10 strokes of the board. Although it hurts a little, it's also a lesson." Seeing her fearless and brave appearance, Xiaojiu really admired her, and showed no mercy at this moment. Seeing that the prince acquiesced, these people really started to fight. They were still watching the princess from behind the rockery. Not to mention how entangled they were also more angry at Xiaojiao at this moment. You damn bitch. Don't let me catch the opportunity, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death and avenge Rong Mama for being beaten with a stick. After the beating was over, Xiaojiao nodded with satisfaction and was unwilling to stay any longer. Because this meal is really uneasy, I will leave first if there is nothing else. Goodbye. Xiaojiao left so swaggeringly, but no one wanted to stop him. After all, the current situation was complicated. Moreover, there were so many followers behind Xiaojiao. If he really fought with him, I was afraid that if things got out of hand, he would not get any benefits. Zifei finally lost her temper and rushed out after Xiaojiao left with a dashing step. Seeing Rong Mama being beaten to death, she felt extremely uncomfortable and said to the servant beside her, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and find someone to come and take a look." After Rong Mama was carried back to the room, the two people who were in charge of the punishment were also not spared. They were directly beaten to disability and driven out of the prince's mansion, which indirectly relieved Rong Mama's breath. The prince was full of anger about today's incident and finally vented it after everyone left. There was only the sound of crackling in the room. Even the prince, who was usually good at scheming and mature, couldn't help but get angry like a woman at this moment. The crown princess did not dare to approach, and could only let the crown prince throw things there, and her anger towards Xiaojiao became stronger. As time went by, Jiang Yifeng's illness had completely recovered, and even the scar on his face finally disappeared completely under the cooperation of Xiaojiao and manager Wang. After seeing this, the subordinates were surprised. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Not only has your body recovered, but your face has also returned to its original state. Should I tell the princess about this good news immediately?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng quickly stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "Don't make this public yet. It's not the right time yet." After all, the crown prince was still restless, and if he suddenly heard that he was well, wouldn't he have to torment himself in various ways? It would be better to deliberately confuse his sight and secretly disintegrate the crown prince's behavior. But before he could be happy about the good news for long, he saw a guard stumbling in front of Jiang Yifeng with blood on his body. Because he couldn't bear the burden on his body, he knelt on the ground with a thud and said incoherently, Prince, something bad has happened. The princess has been captured." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng was shocked. Looking carefully, weren't these the followers he sent to protect Xiaojiao's safety? He quickly grabbed the other party's collar and said, "Tell me what's going on and who dares to be so bold." "It's the prince's people. Now they are heading towards West Street. Your people are desperate to stop them. They are outnumbered and have special skills. I'm afraid you can't stop them. Send someone to rescue her." After he finished speaking, the attendant fainted on the ground. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yifeng didn't care too much. After ordering people to carry him away to recuperate, he quickly put on his hat and was about to leave, but frightened the guards beside him. "Prince, didn't you say you wouldn't reveal your identity first? If you go out now, you will expose yourself to the eyes and ears of the prince." Although he said so, did the current situation allow him to consider so much? Jiang Yifeng glared at her coldly, and seeing that the other party seemed to grab his wrist, he couldn't help but whispered angrily, "Let go." After these words came out, the guards were reluctant, but in the end, they had to let go obediently, and quickly gathered a group of people to follow Jiang Yifeng to West Street to rescue people. After rushing to the scene, when they arrived at the scene, there was only a mess in the alley of West Street. Jiang Yifeng stood there in a daze, still looking a little confused. How could this happen? "There is blood here. Hurry up and chase them." Following the clues left on the road, the group chased them directly into a dense forest. Seeing that they were about to plot against Xiaojiao, "Assholes! Do you think you can touch my woman?" Jiang Yifeng rushed up with a knife without saying a word, and killed the two people who first controlled Xiaojiao's arms on the spot. Then, he hugged Xiaojiao into his arms and asked with concern, "How is it? Did they hurt you?" Xiaojiao couldn't help but be slightly stunned by the familiar voice, and looked at him in surprise. "Why are you here?" Before he could react, those people suddenly took action in one go, and one of them took advantage of the unpreparedness and directly lifted Jiang Yifeng's veil. Jiang Yifeng was shocked when his handsome face was exposed to everyone. He quickly put on his hat and stabbed the person who saw his face to death. Without further explanation, he ordered, "Strangle all those who don't know how to live or die, and leave no one alive." After leaving his followers to fight with those people, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly pulled Xiaojiao's hand and said, "It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. I was afraid that when the prince's people receive the news, there would be more pursuers pouring in, and they would not be able to leave, and the bad things about me would spread more and more. After returning to the palace, Jiang Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and took off the veil. Qiao Jiao was stunned. Your illness is cured, and the scars on your face have completely disappeared. It's really great. Although this is something worth celebrating, Jiang Yifeng's face is full of worry, and he couldn't help but sigh. Although the illness is cured, but this time I rashly go out to save you. I'm afraid it will expose the fact that I have recovered. I'm afraid the prince will not let it go. Originally, I was sick now to let the prince relax his vigilance, and at the same time let him not put extra thoughts on dealing with them. But if this matter spreads, the impact will be completely different. Seeing Jiang Yifeng with a difficult face, Qiao Jiao suddenly had an idea. Why don't I help you put on special effects makeup? Chapter 197. With Qiao Jiao's help, Jiang Yifeng's face soon became covered with rashes, which was no different from his previous state. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was indeed a little ugly, but Jiang Yifeng seemed particularly satisfied. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. You are born with a pair of skillful hands, and you can actually change people's appearance directly. It's not that exaggerated. Anyway, it will return to its original state after being washed with a lot of water. Let's just keep it like this for now. Qiao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief and became more and more satisfied with his makeup skills. But at the same time, in the prince's mansion, the prince looked at the seriously injured assassin in front of him with a gloomy face, and his low voice was a little dangerous. Why did you come back in such a miserable state? Is a woman so difficult to deal with? What's more, he was the only one who came back, and the others seemed to have disappeared. Seeing this situation, the prince felt that something was wrong. Hearing this, the killer desperately covered his aching chest with one hand, bleeding continuously, and explained the whole story with gritted teeth, and then hurriedly said in panic, Please forgive me, Your Highness. It was because of the sudden rescue of the third prince that we failed. Upon hearing about Jiang Yifeng, the prince once again applied for a tight grip. A little unbelievable. What are you talking about? It's related to that guy. Isn't he recuperating in the mansion now? After saying this, the man didn't know how to answer, but just said in a tangled way, I don't know why, the third prince is wearing a bamboo hat, but his skills are extremely agile and sharp, and it seems that there is no difference from normal people. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. The prince fell into deep thought, but when he thought of the bridge that had been rescued, he could not help but feel annoyed. He took a deep breath and looked at the cloudy and gloomy sky. He felt more and more unhappy when he saw the sign of the coming heavy rain. He suddenly glanced at the killer, who was covered in wounds, and there was a bit more danger in his words. What else can you do here? Do you know what the consequences of failing the mission are? Do you want this prince to do it myself? The flower rain fell, and the killer's face was not good to begin with, but now it turned pale in an instant, as if he had a serious illness, and his mouth trembled. He knelt down and begged for mercy in panic. Please spare my life for the sake of my desperate return to report. However, as soon as the words fell, the prince suddenly drew the sword at his waist, and a cold light flashed between his hand and the knife, and a trace of blood crossed the sky, and the killer instantly fell in a pool of blood. After solving this problem, he looked at the attendant next to him, and said, Throw this useless body to the back mountain to feed the dogs. After saying that, he wiped the blood on the long sword with a handkerchief, then put it back into the scabbard, put his hands behind his back, and walked away through the gate of the prince's mansion. On this way, he came directly to Jiang Yifeng's mansion. All this seemed to be expected, and Jiang Yifeng treated him with courtesy. The two sat in the courtyard, looking at the maids and servants serving around them. A complex light flashed in the prince's eyes, as if he meant something. Third brother, it's rare for us two brothers to sit like this. So many people around are really a bit disappointing. There was a hidden meaning in this sentence. Jiang Yifeng was not a fool. With a hat on his face, he waved to the people around him. You all go down first. After the place was cleared, in the huge yard, only a sycamore tree rustled in the cold wind. The two men stared at each other with sharp eyes like eagles. Even if they exchanged glances, they had already fought openly and secretly. Until a bird cried in the sky, the prince's thoughts were instantly pulled back. Looking at Jiang Yifeng, who was calm and drinking tea by himself, he could only bite the bullet and smile first. Third brother, the weather is good today. I wonder how your illness is getting better. The words were a little frivolous and tentative. Looking at the prince's sharp eyes, he wanted to see through this layer of black veil, and get to know the true face of Jiang Yifeng under the veil. However, Jiang Yifeng just snorted. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am recovering from my injuries. I am recovering quite well. But the prince is here just to care about me. This makes me feel a little flattered. Everyone knows that the relationship between the prince and Jiang Yifeng has never been very harmonious, and they don't have much interaction at ordinary times. Because Jiang Yifeng fought on the battlefield in his early years, and made many outstanding military achievements, in everyone's mind, such an excellent person has long been a candidate for the future crown prince. However, the emperor was quite afraid of her strength, and finally gave the position of prince to the current prince, but this cannot change that Jiang Yifeng is still the most competitive candidate for the position of prince. Therefore, in terms of emotion and reason, Jiang Yifeng is a thorn in the prince's eyes, and a thorn in his flesh. He wants to get rid of him as soon as possible, but he suffers from no strength and Jiang Yifeng has no action to make, so it has been calm. But now it's different. The incident with the carriage broke all the peace. Prince Chung sighed. He didn't know what the other person looked like under the black veil. However, hearing the sarcastic tone, the prince was too lazy to please him. At this moment, his face sank, and he simply said directly, "Let's not beat around the bush. I also know that you saved the third princess. The poison in your body has been cured a long time ago, so why do you have to pretend here?" This was too straightforward. Jiang Yifeng's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and a bright light flashed in his eyes, but it was only for a moment. The next second, he returned to normal, sipping his tea, and asked meaningfully, "Your Highness, how do you know that the third princess was killed? Did you also intervene?" The two people competed with each other, fighting openly and secretly, and the prince inevitably had some information in his heart. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and quickly rejected it. "What nonsense are you talking about? This prince just heard it, but it has become a fact that you save people, but you have been pretending to be sick and deceiving the emperor. Don't you have any explanation?" Jiang Yifeng did not directly admit this problem, but his silent attitude explained everything. At this moment, he couldn't help laughing. "So? Did the child come here to care about my condition, or to talk about brotherhood with me, or something else?" This series of questions, too calm, made the prince a little entangled, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "I have said it before, people don't speak in secret. As long as you return the carriage you found before to me, everything will be written off." What an unfair deal. Xiao Jiao was captured by him, and wanted to be killed. I was the one who saved him. Now he wants to use the evil he did to exchange for his own interests. Isn't this a bit unfair? Facing the innocent look of the prince, Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at him vaguely, and then passed him by with an ambiguous smile. He then said helplessly, "Your Highness, I don't understand what you are talking about. As for the fact that I got this disease, only I know whether it is cured or not. You don't need to worry about it." The prince was speechless for a while, because of his ability to pretend, but he felt very hard in his heart. Under a pair of white sleeves, his fists were tightly curled together, and his heart was inevitably in turmoil. "You actually refused to accept my toast, so don't blame me for being rude." Then, he slammed his fist on the table, and glared at him coldly. "Since third brother is so stubborn, I want to see how long you can pretend to be sick." After that, he just shook his sleeves and left here. Xiao Jiao, who was hiding in the distance, looked at the prince's back as he left in a chic manner, and couldn't help but walked out from the corner. "You are still so leisurely, the prince seems to be angry. Aren't you afraid that he will do something out of line?" As he spoke, Xiao Jiao also sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng sneered, "We have the handle in our hands. Do you still think he can turn the world upside down?" This careless attitude seemed to be completely disdainful of the prince's behavior. In a blink of an eye, the prince came directly to the palace, went to the imperial study to find the emperor, and told him everything that Jiang Yifeng was not sick. The emperor was slightly stunned, still a little confused. How is this possible? Why would he pretend to be sick? Reporting to the emperor, the third brother just doesn't want to be transferred out, so he keeps pretending to be sick. It is a serious crime to deceive the emperor. Please look into it. After these words fell, the emperor's face changed slightly, but he couldn't help but ponder, could it be? He found out that I wanted to deliberately weaken his strength, so he used such means? Because of Jiang Yifeng's outstanding achievements in the past, even if he was promoted to the position of general, and lived a peaceful life as a prince at home, he still couldn't change his prestige in the hearts of the people. Over the years, the emperor has been trying to weaken his strength, and now this election is one of them. If Jiang Yifeng really pretended to be sick to avoid being transferred away, then wouldn't it be equivalent to indirectly peeping into the emperor's thoughts? Thinking carefully, it is terrifying. In the emperor's heart, Jiang Yifeng already has the intention of rebellion, and he feels even more anxious. "Father, what are you thinking about?" The prince looked at the emperor, who had not responded for a long time, and he was a little unsure. Hearing this, the emperor reacted and nodded with a serious face. I know about this matter, you go down first. After sending the prince away, the emperor immediately sent someone to the third prince's palace to investigate the matter. Chapter 198. The emperor's personal eunuch, Eunuchly, who was quite favored in the harem, brought a group of people to the third prince's mansion in the name of condolences. I really didn't expect that they would act so quickly. It seems that this prince is quite efficient. Xiaojiu couldn't help but sarcastically said with a somewhat frivolous tone. Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, but was still a little worried. Do you think this matter can be concealed? Don't worry, my makeup skills are comparable to disguise. There will be absolutely no problem. Moreover, Xiaojiu used the best rouge and powder, which would not fall off so easily even on rainy days. After welcoming Eunuchly, the atmosphere seemed particularly awkward. Third Prince, the Emperor sympathizes with your condition, so he specially asked me to bring Dr. Jiang to take a look. Please cooperate with me, Third Prince. Eunuchly narrowed his eyes, and his weird voice made people feel unhappy several times. Jiang Yifeng politely resisted a bit. The doctor said before that it's not appropriate to play this in public, so I appreciate the Emperor's kindness. Seeing the other party's refusal, Eunuchly frowned and said, well, this is the Emperor's intention anyway. If you want to avoid being in public, why don't you go to the pavilion to take a look? You can't let me have an explanation, right? Under Eunuch Li's repeated insistence, Jiang Yifeng had to cooperate with him and go to the pavilion. When the imperial physician lifted the black veil, the red rash inside was really shocking. Eunuchly felt nauseous when he saw it. He covered his mouth gently, and his throat seemed to roll slightly. Eunuchly, what's wrong with you? Is it because my face makes you sick? After these words came out, Eunuchly was instantly frightened and panicked. Even if he was a favorite of the Emperor, he couldn't be so bold as to dare to do such a self-deprecating thing to the third prince. He could only shake his head and smile awkwardly. What are you talking about, Prince? I just ate too much today, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Then, he hurriedly urged, Dr. Jiang, the prince can't see the light. Please check it faster. He said he was here to see a doctor, but he was just perfunctory. He looked left and right, and didn't see anything. The prince's pulse is normal, and the rash in his body has not disappeared. It may be some sequelae. Let's observe for a few more days. After a simple perfunctory, Eunuchly successfully took Dr. Jiang back to report. The Emperor was a little unhappy when he learned that Jiang Yifeng was really ill and had not recovered. He threw the memorial at his hand directly on the table and said angrily in a low voice, this prince is getting more and more unruly. He almost wronged Jiang Yifeng. If it was really because of this injustice, the Emperor took action against Jiang Yifeng based on his suspicion, then he would lose not only a son, but also a brave and warlike god of war, and the hearts of most of the people and subjects. Thinking about the serious consequences, the Emperor felt more and more upset and directly ordered, send the fax order to spread rumors here. Let him copy the scriptures well, read more, and cause less trouble. The prince was punished. When Xiaojiu heard the news, he was very happy. They all took the medicinal food they had just cooked and ran to Jiang Yifeng to have fun, but they saw that the secret guard, who was responsible for reporting the information, had just left. Xiaojiu sighed slightly and sat down in front of Jiang Yifeng, inevitably teasing a little more. The prince really has everything under control. I originally wanted to tell you the good news that the prince was punished, but it seems that someone got there first. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng smiled lightly. For such things, there is no order of priority. Isn't it beneficial to us anyway? So, Xiaojiu didn't continue to make trouble, just looking at his black hat, only feeling a little annoying. Suddenly his eyes turned, and he reached out quickly to take off the veil on his head. Don't always hold this thing on your head, it's annoying. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng lowered his eyes and smiled. Yes, it's you who drew it for me anyway, so I have to bear with it no matter how ugly it is. Xiaojiu was speechless for a while. After a short while, he continued, by the way, I helped you a lot this time. Do you want to reward me? Jiang Yifeng was slightly stunned by the sudden words. He didn't know what to say to deal with it. He just repeated a sentence in a daze. Reward? He seemed to be thinking about the deep meaning of it. Looking at Xiaojiu's expectant eyes, he was embarrassed to tease her. After a moment of silence, he suddenly thought of something in his mind, and then he said generously, okay, this time it's all the credit of the lady. Why not do this? Hasn't the old lady always been prejudiced against your health club? This matter will be handled by the king, and the old lady will change her mind. What do you think? Originally, I didn't have much hope, but I didn't expect Jiang Yifeng to be so serious. Xiaojiu was naturally very happy, but he nodded and said, if you can intervene, It will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. I rely on you for this matter. Thank you, husband. Now it is the hottest summer day, the scorching sun is in the sky, and people feel a little uneasy in their hearts. Especially for the old lady who is only old, lying on a chair, with two people around her fanning. She still feels a little stuffy and uneasy in her heart. One hand gently kneaded the temple, and the sleepy look really made people a little worried. The maid asked carefully, "Old lady, are you okay?" Hearing this, the old lady sighed slightly, and had to glance at the cup of tea on the table in the distance. "Bring some water, the weather is really hot, I'm afraid my old body can't stand it." Although there was a cold wind next to it, and there were shade measures everywhere, the scorching sun just wouldn't let people go, plus the heavy clothes on the body, it was really a bit life-threatening. Jiang Yifeng learned about this, and directly sent the old lady to the summer resort in the name of the summer resort. At this moment, the old lady was not in the mansion, and she had no intention of interfering in the health club. Xiaojio would no longer stop him. "You still have a way to come up with this trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain." Xiaojio looked at Jiang Yifeng with admiration, and at this moment he wanted to rush over excitedly. Jiang Yifeng looked calm and composed, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. It was quite good to feel admired by others. He gently held her hair and said softly, "Okay, this is my way of repaying you. If you really think that my kindness is more important than Mount Tai, you can give me more back or less back." This was said inexplicably, and Xiaojio raised her head, with a confused look on her face. Her innocent eyes were like stars, which made people unable to look away. Can this thing be given more back or less back? How can it be given back? Faced with these naive remarks, Jiang Yifeng lowered his body slightly. As his breath gradually approached, Xiaojio couldn't help swallowing. But he heard the other party's voice, with a bit of charm, floating directly towards him. How else can it be given back? If it can't be given back, just pay it back with your body. Before Xiaojio could react, Jiang Yifeng suddenly picked her up by the waist and brought her to the bed. Listening to the strong moonlight, the room was full of beautiful beauty, and there were occasional cicada sounds outside, and the intertwined sounds seemed extremely ambiguous. After a few days, without the restraint of the old lady, Xiaojio went to the health club every day, running the business and formulating new policies. With full dedication, the business of the health club has reached a new level, changing the previous dull attitude. The life is prosperous, but when the emperor heard about it, he was a little unhappy. Now the third child is seriously ill, as the third princess. Xiaojio only cares about going in and out outside every day, enjoying herself and having fun. It's not appropriate for the time being. The eunuch next to him was a little speechless after hearing this. "What do you mean, your majesty?" "Just tell the third princess to take good care of the third prince and fulfill her duty as a wife. Sometimes he is wary of her, and sometimes he is quite concerned about her. The so-called king's heart is complicated and hard to guess." After eunuch brought the message, Xiaojio was a little speechless. "No way, it's okay that the old lady controlled me before, but why is the emperor now interfering? I'm just doing a business, right? Why is it so difficult?" With a bit of a depressed mood, Xiaojio complained and picked the grapes in his hand unhappily. The crystal-clear grapes illuminated by the sun looked particularly tempting. Xiaojio stuffed them into Jiang Yifeng's mouth without hesitation. "Eat more, the emperor asked me to take good care of you. If he was sick, it would be fine, but he was not sick, but he had to pretend to be a paralyzed old man in his 70s, causing himself to become a tool for service here. It's such a pity that the stall that I managed to run with great difficulty has no one to take care of it now." Seeing such an irritable Xiaojio, Jiang Yifeng seemed a little embarrassed, and then quickly said to comfort him, "Madam, don't blame your husband. After all, the emperor came to check a few days ago. If you get better too quickly, it will arouse suspicion. Just be patient, it will only take 2 or 3 days." Hearing such a gentle assurance from the other party, Xiaojio nodded reluctantly. "Then it will be at most 3 days, not 1 more day. Don't say that it's difficult for me, I really can't waste time." After Jiang Yifeng solemnly agreed, Xiaojio nodded with satisfaction, but suddenly a grape was handed to her mouth. Jiang Yifeng grinned. "Madam, eat a grape to cool down." Chapter 199. 2 days passed in a flash, and Jiang Yifeng, as usual, pretended to be sick and recovered at home. However, inside the palace, the emperor stroked his brow with one hand and was in deep thought. "Your Majesty, is there something on your mind? Why do you look so sad?" Eunuch next to him was a perceptive man, and he hurried forward to ask about his well-being. As soon as these words came out, the emperor sighed. "The envoys from the northern kingdom are about to visit. The The Northern Kingdom has been restless recently. I'm afraid this time it's not groundless. After these words, Eunuch Lee's face changed slightly, and he asked in a tangled way, since the other party is coming, we can't stop them. Why don't we take advantage of the reception to show them our power? This instantly attracted the Emperor's attention. His eyes turned slightly, and he looked at Eunuch Lee with a bit of scrutiny. What do you mean by this? Eunuch Lee said tremblingly, Your Majesty, think about it, the people of the Northern Kingdom are not stable, so we let people with reputation and prestige to receive them, and then they will. I know what it means, that there is always someone better than you. Looking at the resolute look of Eunuch Lee, the Emperor thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Who do you think is more suitable to go? With a threatening attitude, it is obvious that the person who goes there, in addition to establishing their authority, must be someone who can threaten the Emperor. Eunuch Lee was a little embarrassed, hesitating, and couldn't say anything for a long time. He just felt a little wet, as if he was scared and sweating. After swallowing, he carefully replied, To reply to the Emperor, I think that this person with deterrence must be in a high position, and it must be you and the prince. But for safety reasons, the third prince is also possible. This was a nice thing to say, which not only eliminated the suspicion that Eunuch Lee was flattering Jiang Yifeng, but also flattered the Emperor. The Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Since you said so, then go ask the third son about his current condition. He should be well after resting for so long. In a blink of an eye, inside the third prince's mansion, Xiao Jiao was busy with the accounts, while Jiang Yifeng next to him seemed a little restless, constantly fiddling with Xiao Jiao's slender waist, making Xiao Jiao unable to concentrate. After finally finishing the last account, he turned around and looked at Jiang Yifeng unhappily. He pouted and said, Prince, why are you getting worse and worse? Can't you see that I'm busy? If someone harassed him like this while he was working, Xiao Jiao would probably lose his patience, and how could he hold on to the end? Although his tone was a little unhappy, it was because of Jiang Yifeng's shameless behavior just now. Xiao Jiao's face turned red unconsciously, as if it had been a while since he had used up his beauty. He looked like two little apples. Jiang Yifeng was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He smiled with dissatisfaction, and suddenly leaned in front of Xiao Jiao and blew gently. It is said that women don't love bad men. This king is trying to please the princess. I really don't know where this guy learned this set of crooked ideas. Anyway, Xiao Jiao couldn't stand such a tossing. He quickly straightened his face, and then seemed to think of something, and then asked hurriedly, By the way, I heard that the envoys from the North Country are coming to visit. What do you think? After all, the people of the North Country were once defeated by Jiang Yifeng. Now that they suddenly come, I am afraid that it is not a good thing. Jiang Yifeng smiled lightly, not caring about these insignificant things at all. Instead, he said calmly, Although the Northern Kingdom is indeed unwilling to be defeated, they don't have to be stupid enough to attack me. Unless, those guys think that the Northern Kingdom has existed for too long and can't wait to destroy the country. Just as the two were discussing this matter, the news of the arrival of Eunuch Lee spread outside. Xiao Jiao was slightly stunned, feeling a little unhappy, and couldn't help but complain, This emperor is really not quiet at all. He harassed you during your illness. I don't know what he was thinking. Not only did he interfere in the affairs of his own health club, but he also used the name of seeing a doctor to test Jiang Yifeng's condition in various ways. Xiao Jiao was not a fool. I'm afraid that the emperor is wary of Jiang Yifeng. As long as they are caught with a handle, it is estimated that they will only be greeted by the emperor's punishment. Jiang Yifeng still showed a calm look. It seems that he takes it seriously, but he just politely takes Xiao Jiao to entertain Eunuch Lee. After all, he is the emperor's servant, so he can't be too harsh. Eunuch Lee, you are here to visit me again at the emperor's request? With a respectful attitude, he left a good impression. However, Jiang Yifeng was wearing the black hat as usual, so the specific condition of the illness could not be seen. He just clenched his fist and coughed lightly while talking, and it was obvious that it was not a good situation. Fearing that he would be infected, Eunuch Lee subconsciously took a small step back, and then tentatively asked, Third Prince, you have been ill for a while. I heard that the disease has been controlled. I wonder how you are recovering now. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded and replied half politely, Thank you for your concern, Eunuch. I am getting better day by day, and will be fully recovered in time. After saying this, Eunuch Lee couldn't help showing a happy smile and quickly explained the purpose of his visit. Since the prince is almost well, it is really a blessing from God. Now the envoys of the Northern Kingdom are visiting on behalf of the Northern Kingdom, and need someone to receive them. The emperor is quite optimistic about you, the prince. I wonder what the prince thinks. There is probably no choice in what he said. Since he has already used the emperor as an excuse, if he refuses in the next 2 days, I am afraid that the emperor will not be able to justify it. Xiaojiu stood silently beside Jiang Yifeng, but he was troubled in his heart. It's such a thing to make friends with an envoy. Why did you choose the sick prince? It's obvious that you have other intentions. You can't let the prince compromise so easily. With inner panic, Xiaojiu subconsciously reached out his hand and gently pulled Jiang Yifeng's sleeve. After attracting the other party's attention, he signaled with crazy eyes. Jiang Yifeng naturally understood the meaning, and he was not stupid. At this moment, he suddenly coughed violently and shook the hat on his head. Eunuch was shocked, like a frightened rabbit, and hurriedly took a step back. Oh, what's wrong with you, prince? Didn't you say it was almost done? With a face full of disgust, Eunuch raised his head and looked at Jiang Yifeng, but saw that the other party's face was still covered with red rashes, which was really terrifying. Eunuch, I'm fine. Seeing the panic on Eunuch's face, Jiang Yifeng pretended to be calm, covering his chest with one hand, and continued, I will definitely not delay the envoy's audience. Please convey this to the emperor, so that he can rest assured. As he spoke, he coughed and wiped his sweat with his sleeves, feeling extremely embarrassed. If I really go to meet the envoy in this state, I will be laughed at by others. Where will the emperor put his face? Thinking about the terrible consequences, maybe the people in the north will think that they have no one left, so they found such a sickly person. Wouldn't they be even more unscrupulous? Then, he shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I have seen your current physical condition. It is really not appropriate. This eunuch will tell the emperor the truth about this matter. Let him do the most. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. After speaking, Eunuch was like seeing a ghost, and hurriedly picked up the hem of his clothes and left this place of trouble. Seeing the other party leaving in a mess, Xiaojiu couldn't help laughing and kept patting Jiang Yifeng's clothes. Did you see that Eunuch was tormented by you like a plague god, and he wanted to disappear from here directly? Xiaojiu was a little out of control, and the desire to laugh became stronger and stronger. For a while, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and smiled lightly. Looking at the calm and peaceful weather, a ripple of emotion could not help but arise in his heart. The sudden visit of the envoy from the northern kingdom, I'm afraid it won't stop again. After this incident, Eunuch reported truthfully, and the emperor was a little entangled, but inevitably a little angry. The third child has been ill for so long, and has not improved. Does the prince have to go? To be honest, the prince has no great achievements. In addition to being born by the queen, he can't be compared with Jiang Yifeng, who has outstanding military exploits and is loved by everyone. If he is allowed to go, I'm afraid he will not be able to deal with the sharp words of the northerners, but will lose face. However, I can't go alone, right? If I do, people will think I'm so impressive and look down on me even more. After thinking about it, the emperor couldn't make a decision. After a deep sigh, he waved his hand. Forget it. Let me think about it. You go out first. In the huge room, the emperor fell into deep thought. A day passed, and the emperor had no choice, because the envoy from the north country would not arrive for another 3 days, so the emperor still had time to consider. However, the emperor would never dream that the envoy from the north country had arrived in advance, and was wandering in Kyoto. The high flattery and the mighty one were indeed a little scary. But the carriage surrounded by the horse was magnificent, revealing the luxury of it. It was obvious that it was a big shot. Although passers-by didn't want to provoke such an existence, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Where did this big shot come from? How could he be so impressive? Who can tell for sure? Anyway, it's best not to provoke him. There were many opinions, but Xiaojiu didn't notice this huge creature. He was just tired after a day and was sitting in the carriage, planning to go back, but the carriage suddenly stopped. Xiaojiu dozed off in a daze and almost fell to the ground because of this sudden behavior. He just screamed subconsciously, "Ah!" Chapter 200. What's going on outside? Why did the car suddenly stop? Xiaojiu rubbed his head, unable to control his unhappy mood. He was already very tired after a day, and he was still making trouble for Huayang. Isn't it obvious that he is making things difficult for him? After finally stabilizing himself, Xiaojiu couldn't control himself and opened the car door. The response from outside followed, reporting to the princess, "There is a car and horse in front of us, so it is blocked and we can't get through for the time being." Hearing this, Xiaojiu looked a little closer to the front, but couldn't help frowning and said, "Why is there such a big scene? It's not a wedding procession." Speechless, he waved his hand, "Go down and discuss with them, and ask them to let those horsemen in front give way, so that we can all get through. This street is not narrow, but the other party is really too exaggerated. occupying more than half of the road, otherwise both sides would definitely be able to get through. Hearing this, the driver went down to try to negotiate with those people, but before he could say a few words, the other party was unreasonable and said angrily, "Who do you think you are? Can't you see our huge team? Hurry up and retreat and make way for us." Those people were so arrogant that even Xiaojiu, who was sitting in the carriage, could hear them clearly. He was really impatient and jumped off the carriage directly and went towards the oncoming team. Xiaojiu's delicate body was as insignificant as an ant in front of this magnificent team. However, Xiaojiu's momentum was not small. At this moment, he glared at them angrily and began to educate them without any hesitation. "Such a big road is occupied by your carriage, and now you are beating people, isn't it too much?" These powerful words are undoubtedly giving the other party a naked lesson, as if they were speaking to everyone. Those people around, although they can't afford to offend this huge team, don't look at the collision with the third Princess Xiaojiu. This time they finally lost their temper. Some people began to talk about it. "That's right, the Emperor's outing is not as big as yours. I don't know what kind of people are breaking the rules. I'm afraid they are some nouveau riche, trying to make a presence here." While mocking, those people did not forget to hold an attitude of watching a good show. After all, although Xiaojiu is not scary, she has a husband who dotes on her like his life. Even the court officials can't afford to offend her, let alone a nouveau riche who came from nowhere. Hearing this series of words, the man riding the horse in the lead had a little more dissatisfaction and said angrily in a deep voice, "You stinky woman, you really don't know what's good for you. No matter who you are a guest. Don't you understand? If they hadn't wanted to keep a low profile, they would have suppressed her with their status. Why bother to reason here?" However, Xiaojiu didn't react for a while, but sneered, "Then since you are here, you should make the best of it. If you come to our territory, please follow the rules and quickly make way. It's convenient for each personality." Xiaojiu's carriage meets the specifications, so she is not panicked at all. Moreover, these unreasonable people are not only arrogant, but also don't listen to advice and hurt their own people. Xiaojiu decided not to tolerate it. Neither side gave in, but the person in the golden carriage finally couldn't help but speak. "Can't you handle a small matter?" The threatening atmosphere spread, and the horseman completely lost his patience and suddenly said viciously, "If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, the people in the golden carriage obviously knew what happened outside, but they pretended to be stupid. Xiaojiu also saw it clearly. This is a group of scoundrels. Yes, why would I be stupid enough to reason with scoundrels? Xiaojiu patted his head. The fatigue caused by the health club was instantly wiped out by this group of guys. If I don't teach them a lesson, this is not Xiaojiu's temper. Take a deep breath. Xiaojiu glanced at them coldly, and suddenly sneered, "Okay, anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Since you don't want to give way, just waste it like this, and see who can outlast who." These people looked dusty, and should be in a hurry to get on the road. Xiaojiu was not worried that they would really take it seriously with him. As expected, as soon as the scoundrel blurted out the words, the man's face suddenly changed. He really couldn't hold his temper anymore. Suddenly, he drew out the sword from his waist and pointed it directly at Xiaojiu. "You dead woman, you coerced me to drink a toast and didn't accept the punishment. Then you will be a roadblock today." After saying that, he really wanted to watch. Xiaojiu's face changed, and he was a little panicked at this moment. Damn it. Who are these people? They are so arrogant. Seeing that he was about to chop down with a knife, Xiaojiu swallowed his saliva. Just when he was showing fear, there was suddenly a flash of lightning in front of him, which was a little scary. Then, there was a clang sound, and Xiaojiu came back to his senses. The man who wanted to attack him, himself, and the secret guard sent by Jiang Yefeng to protect him, fought each other, and the scene was very intense. "Damn, there is an assassin!" The man couldn't beat him, so he said this. The other people who were responsible for guarding the carriage heard that. Where could they sit still? And they immediately rose up, and the secret guards also rushed out, and the two sides fought fiercely. Xiaojiu was confused, watching the people fleeing everywhere, and the things around were messed up, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Then, he hurriedly opened his mouth to adjust. "Don't fight anymore. It's not good for anyone if the matter gets out of hand." These words were said to the people in the golden carriage. Inside the golden carriage, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face looked at the sky outside, and he couldn't help but feel entangled in his heart. "If we continue to entangle like this, I'm afraid we will be exposed today. It will be difficult to deal with the soldiers when we attract them." When he first arrived, he went to the government directly because of the trouble. If the news was reported back to the North Country, wouldn't he be scolded to death? After thinking deeply, the man gritted his teeth and ordered, "Enough, don't continue to make trouble, stop and make way for that girl." Anyway, in the current situation, they really may not be able to win. After these words came out, everyone stopped, and the secret guard stopped fighting, but they still stayed beside Xiaojiu, ready to protect him. Xiaojiu remained calm, watching those people finally compromise and make way, and then he ordered, "It's okay, you get off." He got on the carriage and continued, "Let's go." In the car, Xiaojiu was still a little frightened, and he kept rubbing his chest to ease it. Fortunately those people gave in, otherwise I would have to go to the government today. Dragging his tired body, Xiaojiu stumbled all the way, asked Jiang Yifeng where he was, and went directly to the direction of the pavilion. Sure enough, he saw the guy drinking from a distance, as if nothing had happened. Xiaojiu curled his lips, and sat down opposite Jiang Yifeng, casually picked up the wine glass in his hand, and unceremoniously took a glass himself. Jiang Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and then he noticed Xiaojiu's tired look. He was a little confused, but suddenly teased, "Are you tired from working so hard?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu nodded, "You ask even though you know it." Then, he drank another glass, and felt a little more comfortable. Jiang Yifeng was a little helpless. "This is the path you chose yourself. Otherwise, you can let someone else take care of the store, and you can be a hands-off shopkeeper, right?" Xiaojiu had such thoughts, but she was really worried. After all, he knew how many people coveted his small shop. After a moment of silence, his mind suddenly flashed about what happened when he came back, and he hurriedly told it in detail, trying to seek psychological comfort. He couldn't help but sigh. "If it weren't for your foresight, and people protecting me secretly, otherwise this time it would really be dangerous. I'm afraid I would never dream that someone would be so arrogant that he wanted to kill people in the street." As Xiaojiu spoke, Jiang Yifeng's face changed visibly. After she finished speaking, he hurriedly came up and looked at Xiaojiu carefully. "How is it? Did those guys not hurt you?" Xiaojiu shook his head, but still felt a little uncomfortable. "I'm fine, but I don't know where those people came from. They are so unreasonable. I'm afraid they won't stop if they bump into them next time." He dodged it, but he was a little worried about those innocent giants. Jiang Yifeng was relieved when he didn't check on the upstairs, but he also fell into deep thought. His anger calmed down instantly. Jiang Yifeng frowned, and he looked like he was thinking seriously, which made Xiaojiu feel uncomfortable to disturb him, so he just stared at him quietly. After a long time, Jiang Yifeng sighed deeply, which made Xiaojiu a little confused. Why did the prince sigh? Did I really offend someone I shouldn't have offended? After he finished speaking, Jiang Yifeng said, "If my guess is correct, you should have met those Northern Kingdom envoys. However, it's not you who offended them. It's them who didn't have eyes and offended you." During the words, Jiang Yifeng's eyes became sharp, and Xiaojiu was also a little surprised. Didn't they say that they would arrive in 3 days? Why did they arrive 2 days earlier? Although I couldn't believe it, now that my soul has been reminded, thinking back, it doesn't make sense. After all, those people are dressed brilliantly and arrogant. I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to mess around without some capital. Then, I bumped into them on the street today, and this matter may not end well. Xiaojiu was a little worried. Even if they were rude first, they are foreign envoys after all. Chapter 201. In response to Xiaojiu's worries, Jiang Yifeng just smiled coldly, gently stroked her cheek with his fingers, and comforted her softly. "I've said it all. It was those people who offended you without eyes. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will seek an explanation for you." "How can you blame yourself here when you are wronged?" Xiaojiu did not continue to ask, but looked at Jiang Yifeng's firm eyes, and her heart relaxed a lot, and nodded slightly. Because of the weather, the author could only stay in the post station to rest for 1 night. It was not until the next day that the emperor received the news of the sudden arrival of the envoy. "What? They are coming now." The emperor was a little surprised, and had no time to prepare. After looking at the confirming eyes of Eunuch Li, the emperor put his hands behind his back, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. "I really didn't expect that they were so active and came uninvited. It seems that I really worried too much." Because he was still thinking about who should be the receptionist, but he didn't expect them to come as a surprise. Then, he waved his hand. "What are you still standing there for? Follow me to receive the envoys." In the court, all the ministers were in full force. The envoys were in the center of the court, carrying generous gifts, and the atmosphere seemed extremely harmonious. "Your Majesty, in order to promote diplomatic relations between our 2 countries, the king specially asked me to bring these generous gifts. Please accept them." As the envoy spoke, he slightly stepped aside, and the 8th large box appeared in front of him. The person behind him was very sensible. As soon as the voice fell, he quickly opened the box, and the gold, silver and jewelry inside were scattered out, and there were also a lot of cloud satin and brocade, which were all very luxurious gifts. Even if you don't need to get close to take a closer look, just a glance from a distance is enough to put many people's eyes on it, and the sound of discussion also came little by little. This northern country has become so powerful, and it is very generous. This is not something to be happy about. I remember that a few years ago, the northern country was still a mess, covered with heavy snow every day, and food and clothing were a problem. Now, they suddenly took out such a generous gift, which is obviously a disguised warning to them, that they are becoming more and more powerful, and are no longer a place to be messed with. The emperor narrowed his eyebrows slightly, and his sharp eyes stared straight at the waiter. Seeing his expression, he became even more noisy in his heart. You actually gave me a warning, the northern kingdom is really promising. Although he was unhappy, the emperor still forced a smile and pretended to be generous. Thank you, lord of the northern kingdom, and put these things away. After saying a few polite words, Jiang Yifeng looked at the envoy's increasing arrogance and spoke frankly of the majesty of the northern kingdom. Jiang Yifeng was not polite to him, and a light scolding suddenly spread throughout the court. It was too subtle and carried a bit of irony. This discordant voice attracted the attention of the people in the court. They shook their heads left and right, as if they were looking for the person who made the sound to see who was so bold. The envoy was no exception. Jiang Yifeng took a step forward and looked at the envoy. Since the northern kingdom is as majestic and powerful as the envoy said, it must also have the integrity of a great country. But may I ask, envoy, did you bump into a beautiful lady when you arrived yesterday? As soon as he said this, the messenger seemed to have thought of something, and was instantly petrified. He couldn't help but take a closer look at Jiang Yifeng in front of him. His face was a little dark, but it didn't affect his majestic aura. Especially, as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone around him held their breath and concentrated, as if they didn't dare to provoke him easily, and seemed to be waiting to watch the show. Who is this person? Why does he have such a strong sense of oppression? Anyway, it seemed that as soon as he opened his mouth, the atmosphere seemed to change, and he couldn't help but become nervous. Mr. Envoy, why don't you dare to speak? Are you guilty? Another round of resounding questioning deeply attacked the envoy's heart. Since the words have come to this point, the envoy simply said, "It's not a collision, but the girl was extremely arrogant and blocked our way, so we had an argument with him, but the letter was resolved peacefully in the end." I don't know why this lord suddenly mentioned this matter. As an outsider envoy, the envoy didn't care about the loss of face in someone else's territory yesterday, but now someone took the initiative to come to the door to provoke trouble. The two sides looked at each other, but the person in front of them revealed a threatening atmosphere. The envoy was a little panicked for a moment, but he heard the other party speak directly. "The beauty you bumped into is my princess. I heard that your subordinates wanted to kill her yesterday. I wonder if the envoy has any explanation." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Not only did he not keep a low profile after coming out of the capital, but he actually wanted to kill the princess. This is not a trivial matter. Even if he is an outside envoy, he is in the wrong. It is not too much to kill him. The envoy's face suddenly changed. This is definitely a misunderstanding. If he really admitted it, wouldn't he be caught by someone? The emperor's eyes flickered, and he seemed to be looking at the situation in front of him. For the first time, he was not so disgusted with Jiang Yifeng's sudden limelight. Who made the envoy too arrogant? He challenged the emperor's power when he first arrived. Now he fell at the hands of Jiang Yifeng. He deserved it. Although the envoy did not admit it, Jiang Yifeng was aggressive and explained the details in a very accurate way, even with his own comfort as evidence. The envoy's forehead was visible to the naked eye, and it was instantly covered with dense beads of sweat. He kept brushing it away with his sleeves, but as soon as he took away one layer, another layer appeared, one after another. The emperor ignored it, just wanting to use Jiang Yifeng's hand to grasp a handle on the envoy, and the atmosphere became tense. The prince narrowed his eyes slightly, and seeing this situation, he began to consider his own calculations in his heart. It seems that the future envoy has a grudge with Jiang Yifeng when he first arrived. Isn't this the best weapon? The prince raised his mouth, suppressed his smugness, and took a step forward in a frightened manner, and said to the emperor with a fist, "Your Majesty, this matter concerns the diplomatic relations and friendship between the foreign envoy and the two countries. It must not be discussed rashly. I hope your Majesty will make the decision. If he really wants to make the decision, he must be on the side of the envoy, Otherwise it will be easy for people to gossip that his great country is targeting foreigners. Hearing this commotion, Jiang Yifeng looked at the envoy, who was almost unable to resist, but was suddenly interrupted by the prince. He felt a little unhappy, but just glanced over there lightly. The emperor's expression of watching a play also instantly restrained, and he clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Killing the princess is not a trivial matter. This matter is handed over to you. I hope you will not let me down. After entrusting it to the prince, the emperor used the excuse to withdraw from the court. No matter how the prince handles it, his goal has been achieved. After experiencing the assassination of Qiaojiu, the envoy should not stir up any more waves. Jiang Yifeng walked alone on the narrow road, but he was a little unhappy in his heart. This matter was handed over to the prince. I'm afraid the guy is just talking nonsense. He wished that Qiaojiu was killed thoroughly by the envoy. How could he stand up to uphold justice for them? It was also a joke. Sure enough, after leaving the court, the prince directly blocked the envoy's way. Your Excellency the envoy, I was frightened in the court just now. The prince simply made a fist salute, which was considered respectful. Seeing the face of the prince's envoy in front of him change slightly, he did not forget that in the court, the emperor handed over the charge of trying to kill the princess to the prince. However, he pretended to be calm on the surface. If the prince is here to ask about the specific circumstances of that day, I still say that it is the other party's fault if it is unintentional. As the saying goes, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. As long as he refuses to admit it, as a foreign envoy, others can't do anything to him. Seeing the envoy's vigilant look, the prince suddenly laughed, too cheerfully, as if he was laughing at himself, which made people a little puzzled. The envoy frowned slightly, and his voice was also a little low and unhappy. What does the prince mean? Are you going to laugh at me? Don't worry, I'm not here to ask you for an explanation. After all, the third princess who offended you is not a good person. I can't stand it anymore. A woman doing business and fooling my third brother. This resonated with the messenger. Thinking about Qiaojiu's arrogant scene that day, he felt a little ashamed. The eyes were hesitant in the eye sockets, and he asked tentatively, Prince, what do you mean by this? After this, the prince suddenly became serious, with his hands behind his back, looking fearless. Nothing, I'm just speaking up for you. If you are really dissatisfied, you can go to the health club on Shiliu Street to be a guest. That one is opened by the third princess. The messenger took this to heart, and couldn't help but look at the prince with scrutiny. No matter what his purpose was, he had only one thought in his mind. Okay, after searching everywhere for something, I finally got it without any effort. Today I must avenge the humiliation I suffered back then. Also, Jiang Yifeng had been targeting him a lot in the court, and this account was also put on Qiaojiu's head. The scene changed, and according to the instructions of the prince, the envoy took his mobile entourage and went directly to Qiaojiu's health club, under the pretext of doing maintenance. This place is not bad, there are so many beauties. It's simply a paradise for men. I wonder if there are any special services. Some places do shameful business. There was something else in his words. Most of the people who were doing maintenance in the shop were women, and some of the ladies of wealthy families in Kyoto were not willing to listen to these dirty words. How can you talk like that? It's really indecent. Chapter 202. I don't know who said this, but it instantly angered the leading envoy, who couldn't help but snort. Who said this just now? If you have the guts, stand up. The men following behind him also responded to this statement. They came with the envoy. Some of them looked cold, and some of them were responsible for protecting the envoy's safety, so they were born with a bit of murderous intent. One sentence shocked the women present. This person is not easy to provoke you, so you'd better say less. Someone whispered in a lost voice, or the mask didn't know who started it. However, this sentence was very effective. Most people chose to be quiet, but the messenger did not give up. He suddenly kicked over the stool blocking the way in front of him, and yelled at the top of his voice. What kind of service attitude is this? Can't you see that there are guests coming? To be honest, with their bad attitude and dirty words, those who don't know would think that they are bandits coming down the mountain to invade. A little maid hurriedly came up. Don't be angry, gentlemen, I recommend some sets of meals to you. Why don't you come over here and take a look? Who asked them to call themselves guests? No matter how scared they are, they have to go. The little maid wanted to lead them to a quieter place, so as not to disturb other guests, who are all old customers. If the experience is affected, won't it affect their income? But this sentence, I don't know where it angered a few people, and the person following behind kicked again, and with a bang, the long bench was directly broken into two pieces. The maid was so scared that her face changed. You, what are you doing? Not to mention the maids, the guests around were all panicked. One of them even jumped up and stood up. She didn't care about the aloe vera gel on her face. She just stepped back a few steps and kept a certain distance from the envoy's team. What's going on? How can they be so fierce? Some people couldn't hold their breath anymore, and a few people couldn't help but step back a few steps. How could they come here for maintenance? It felt like they had the words cannibalism written on their faces, which really made people feel panic. What are you afraid of? I don't buy on credit. Seeing the maid's trembling appearance, the envoy said this with satisfaction. However, is this really a matter of buying on credit? This is clearly a deliberate attempt to cause trouble. Well, please wait a moment, gentlemen. The little maid left this sentence, turned around and ran directly into the side room behind the counter. Xiaojio was drinking tea in it at the moment, and he was not particularly clear about the situation outside. Boss, please go out and take a look. There are a few rough men outside. They are extremely rude and arrogant. They have scared the other ladies. Hearing this, Xiaojio frowned. Scared the guests? This is a big deal. The guests are God, and the source of income. Scaring the guests is equivalent to making things difficult for her business. Xiaojio quickly put down the teacup in her hand, simply tidied up the wrinkles of her clothes, and then urged, "Why are you still standing there? Take me out to take a look, otherwise the guests will be scared away by them." As the little maid went out, what came into view was a group of people with their legs crossed, doing a mess, and even occupying the position where some people were doing maintenance, casually fiddling with the sticky paste, and someone even said, "What is it? It's so disgusting. How can this thing look like carrot shit when applied on the face?" Sure enough, the behavior was not ordinary rude. Can't these guys speak more pleasantly? Xiaojio was determined to turn the health club into a high-end club for the rich to have fun. Now that he said this, he felt that he couldn't listen anymore. He took a deep breath and wanted to step forward to talk, but the messenger who first saw Xiaojio's familiar figure straightened his back and laughed. "Oh, isn't this the third princess? It's true that hearing about her is not as good as meeting her. She looks like a woman in charge." It didn't sound like a compliment, but it still attracted his attention. Looking back, the strong sense of familiarity made Xiaojio stunned in an instant. "Why are you here? Yesterday, I had a conflict with them, but today they come to patronize my shop. I'm afraid things are not that simple." With a few traces of vigilance, Xiaojio looked at them dimly. From that proud expression, it is certain that they must be here to retaliate and cause trouble. "Why? Don't you welcome the third princess? Or are we not worthy?" The envoy used a provocative tone, raised his head, and pretended to be there. After confirming the purpose of the other party's provocation, if it were an ordinary person, Xiaojio would definitely have driven them away without mercy, but they were envoys from another country. He didn't care about the monk's face, but the Buddha's face. He couldn't let people say that he was petty. Hold it, be calm, and peace brings wealth." Xiaojio gently comforted his chest, and recited his daily life to barely stabilize the panic in his heart. Then, as if by magic, she emerged from her astonishment and put on an elegant and calm smile. "You are joking, sir. However, most of these are women, and it is hard for you to be here. I specially prepared a private room for you. I will give you the ultimate enjoyment by combining the environment and techniques. What do you think?" The raised corners of her mouth and her enthusiastic attitude are completely different from the woman who was dumbfounded just now. The messenger was slightly stunned. This woman changes her face faster than turning a page of a book. Could she be hiding some evil thoughts? In fact, it was only because of their ferocious appearance that they could easily scare the guests, so Xiaojio endured the pain and wanted to vacate the private room that others had spent a huge amount of money to book for them. The so-called spending money to avoid disaster is probably the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, but this dragon service that most people can't even make an appointment for, are you really not going to try it? Or are you afraid that I have ulterior motives? If it weren't for this sentence, the envoys might still have a little doubt, but this provocation is often the most deeply rooted in people's hearts. The envoy snorted coldly. What can you, a woman, do to us? Go!" Under the leadership of Xiaojio, several people came to the independent room in the backyard, where there was a hot spring and the decoration that was like a sword in the forest, which was really dazzling. "I didn't expect that this small and shabby place could actually have such an enjoyable place. I don't know who made such a sigh." The envoy's face changed slightly, and with a sharp look, he looked back. "Don't forget, they are here to cause trouble, not to enjoy. Even if you want to enjoy it, it's not as carefree as in a brothel. Why bother yourself here?" Xiaojio didn't say anything, just introduced the service process to them, and smiled. "We have special people to serve here. You can go to the room to change clothes, soak in the hot spring, relax your body, and then proceed to the next step, relax your muscles and bones. Several people obediently followed the requirements to do a set of hot springs. Although it was a little hot, it was so comfortable that it was hard to describe. After leaving the hot spring, it felt like coming to a new world. This hot spring is so comfortable. Why is it different from the usual bath? The envoy couldn't help stretching, and felt like he was reborn, as if his body was much lighter. At this moment, Xiaojiu jumped out from nowhere and explained very professionally, because there are some health-preserving herbs in it, it can relieve fatigue. Didn't you see that we are taking a bath, and you are so ignorant of etiquette? The envoy didn't need this abrupt explanation, he just felt a little panic. Xiaojiu smiled calmly, aren't you already dressed? And, after you finish bathing, you must immediately go through the next process. I'm here to bring people. As soon as the voice fell, the masseurs in charge of the techniques in the health club came out directly. All of them were women, after all, most of the services were usually provided by women. Being taken to the corresponding bed by those people, a series of techniques followed one after another. At first, I felt some pain and couldn't sleep. This scalp looked at Xiaojiu, who was watching from a distance with anger. You are deliberately taking revenge on our class. This is not relaxing the body, it is clearly taking people's lives. Just as he was saying this, he felt something pressing down hard on his waist, almost killing him on the spot, followed by a sharp scream. Ah! Don't worry, everyone. I can tell at a glance that this is your first time. It hurts a little at first, but it gets better later. Xiaojiu squinted his eyes slightly. Although he explained it this way, he still felt the pain and started screaming, and even said harsh words shamelessly. You are deliberately taking revenge, and deliberately tormenting us. I will definitely report to the Emperor later. Report. Halfway through his words, a sour feeling suddenly came over him. This time, there was no pain like before. It felt like the Ren and Du meridians were opened, and it was so comfortable that people couldn't speak. What kind of method is this? It's so wonderful. The envoy is also a person who knows how to enjoy life, but he has never encountered such a comfortable treatment. There is no pain like before, but a slight pain, but it is particularly comfortable. The messenger stopped screaming and closed his eyes slightly, occasionally showing a relaxed expression. Seeing this scene, Xiaojiu yawned slightly, but he couldn't help feeling a little proud in his heart. It's just the few of you. Don't you think I can't go to you? Chapter 203. As time went by, the incense in the room had a calming effect, and some people had gradually fallen asleep. Seeing their faces full of enjoyment, Zhou Shui couldn't help but come over. Boss, this group of people seems to be here to make trouble. If you treat them like this, what if they are ungrateful? If they not only eat his father's meal, but also bite back, it will be a real headache. Hearing this, Xiaojiu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Don't worry, they won't lose a penny of the money they should give. As he was talking, Xiaojiu looked at the sundial outside and hurriedly said, Okay, it's almost time. There is only one process left. Wake them up. Zhou Shui didn't say anything more, just went to deal with the noise outside. After being woken up by the maids, she stretched out her arms and legs, feeling relieved. It's so comfortable. My whole body feels so light, as if I've been reborn. Others couldn't help but praise her. Xiaojiu smiled with satisfaction. As long as you are happy, our business philosophy is to provide the best service. The messenger saw her smile, and seemed to have forgotten the purpose of her visit. Perhaps because of the enclosed space, the air was a little hot. There was a visible blush on Xiaojiu's face, and with her smiling eyes, the messenger was bewitched for a while. Suddenly, she walked towards Xiaojiu, saying some perverted words. The third princess is really amazing. Not only is she good at talking, but she is also so beautiful when doing business. She can be regarded as the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. How about you come and do the next trick for me yourself? It was obvious that he was deliberately trying to humiliate Xiaojiu. Seeing that the other party was talking excitedly and was about to touch his chin, Xiaojiu frowned slightly and slapped the back of the other party's hand. Mr. Envoy, please be respectful. This is a health club, not a brothel, and it is not a place where you can act wild. Gathering to make trouble is tolerated, but if you dare to have improper thoughts about me, don't blame Xiaojiu for being unkind. With the sound of slap, the envoy was slightly angry, frowning and said, Don't be shameless, I can like you, but it is your blessing in 8 lifetimes. I don't know what you use to maintain your delicate face. Why don't you let me touch it to try it out? As he said that, he was really shameless, and wanted to reach out to Xiaojiu's face again. Xiaojiu's face suddenly changed, and he said angrily, Pull the shameless guy over to me. You have to know that this is his own kung fu. Even if he wants to act wild, he has to look at the territory. The maids who were originally serving rushed directly to the envoy, each grabbed one of his arms, and forcibly controlled the envoy. "What are you doing, you bitches? Let me go!" The envoy shouted loudly, like a mad dog, and the voice felt a little noisy. "If you still can't be quiet, don't blame me for being rude and throwing you out of here." If it weren't for the fact that they were foreign envoys, Xiaojio wouldn't have tolerated them until now, but now he is shameless. The envoy was slightly stunned, feeling as if he had been greatly humiliated, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and reveal a ferocious face. "You bitch, you actually want to throw me out? Let's see who will be thrown out first." After saying that, he glanced at the people standing over there watching the excitement, and said angrily, "You bunch of rubbish, what are you still doing there? Catch these bitches, I want to teach them a lesson." While talking, he did not forget to show a wretched smile, which was really disgusting. Those rough old men stepped forward to meet Xiao Qiao. There were maids behind them, who wanted to stop them, but how could those little maids' delicate arms be stronger than these rough old men, and they were pushed to the ground in an instant. Xiao Chui. Looking at the maid crawling on the ground, Xiaojio couldn't help but get furious, and a spark flashed in his sharp eyes. "What do you want? What else can you do? If you can serve me well, this matter will be over." After the messenger broke free, he looked at Xiaojio, who was surrounded, and was bold again, and faced the challenge directly. Just when the hand was about to touch Xiaojio, a figure suddenly jumped out of the door, and soon kicked the messenger with both feet. With a bang, the fat body fell to the ground, smashing a shelf where Xiaojio put things. Without time to feel distressed, Xiaojio couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the sudden savior, but he couldn't help but feel a little entangled. "Why didn't you come earlier?" Hearing this, the secret guard was speechless for a while. "The prince said that we can't appear frequently and interfere with your normal life, so we stayed dormant until we were in danger and had to take action." Seeing that they explained so well and took action in time to save his reputation, Xiaojio didn't say anything. At this moment, he folded his hands and looked at those people with a cold look. "Weren't you very powerful just now? Come and fight if you have the guts. Isn't it just relying on the strength of numbers? It's like there's no one around." When these words came out, his face suddenly changed. Looking at these people with good skills, the others were also a little panicked. A good man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. The envoy endured the pain from his body and smiled and said, "Don't be angry, Princess San. I was just joking with you just now. Don't we still have to continue to take care of them?" After changing the subject, Xiaojio didn't mean to embarrass him. He didn't care about the monk's face, but the Buddha's face. Your identity as an envoy really makes people feel helpless. "Okay, the rest of you continue to take care of them." After a simple instruction, Xiaojio sat down with his legs crossed on the chair, staring at them like a prisoner. After waiting for all the treatments to be over, Xiaojio yawned slightly, looked at those people who were trembling and tense, and raised the corners of her mouth. "How is it? Did you feel comfortable after the process just now?" Hearing this, no one dared to say no. After all, those secret guards were still standing behind her. "Comfortable? It's really comfortable. This place is really a paradise." One of them flattered directly, flattering smoothly, but it was true. Xiaojio was satisfied with what he heard, and looking at her frightened look of trying to please her, he didn't care about the previous unpleasant things. Then, he picked up the abacus on the table next to him, and calculated the bill with them directly. Steam room, 10 taels per time, massage 8 taels. Xiaojio counted all the things that were broken just now, and finally got an answer. A total of 108 taels. Pay the money and leave quickly. I'm busy entertaining other people here. The messenger's face suddenly changed after hearing these words, and he almost vomited blood. 108 taels, aren't you going to rob? Robbers don't dare to be so bold. Why? You are enjoying such high-end services, but you are still unwilling to pay. Are you planning to eat a free meal? Xiaojio said, staring at them coldly. Then he joked casually, but it doesn't matter. If you really can't pay, you can use your arms and legs as collateral. The raised corners of her mouth were beautiful, but there was a hint of bloodthirstiness, which really made people panic. The messenger swallowed his saliva. Don't get excited, Princess San, we can still afford this little money. Several people scraped together money, but still couldn't get it together. Seeing their poor appearance, Xiaojio had to take their clothes and trousers, leaving only their pajamas. Okay, now the account is settled, you can go. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to leave like this? You can find us some clothes, even coarse linen clothes will do. Walking on the street in such clothes, what kind of words are they? However, The reason why Xiaojiu took their clothes was to teach them a lesson. How could he let them go out so decently? If you don't leave, I will force you to leave. Those people were completely relieved by the resounding words. A group of people nodded and bowed hurriedly, but the messenger was a little dissatisfied in his heart. While leaning against a corner of the cabinet, he secretly took out the things in his sleeves and stuffed them in. Let you toss me like this today, let's wait and see. With a face full of displeasure, the messenger had no choice but to ask others to leave together. Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the silver in his hand, he couldn't help but smile with joy. This group of people is pretty good. They sent me most of the income of the day at once. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Xiaojiu yawned slightly, took the money and left directly, asked someone to clean up the house, and ran to the backyard to take a nap. 2 hours later, there was a burst of explosions and whirring sounds. Boss, it's bad, something happened. Xiaojiu, who was dreaming, was shocked by the sudden words and sat up quickly. Seeing the servant panting, he couldn't help but blame him. What's the big deal? It's not like a ghost is chasing us. However, the other party took out a handkerchief from his sleeve, and after opening it, there were several small pills scattered inside. Xiaojiu couldn't help but frown. What is this? Boss, this bottle contains this thing. Seeing the other party took out another bottle, the top of the bottle was covered with crane's beak red. Xiaojiu stood up in shock, and couldn't help but be shocked. Where did you get this? Chapter 204. After asking, I learned that the red-crowned crane was actually found in the place where the envoys had stayed before. Xiaojiu was a little confused for a while. Of course I don't have these things here. Could they have put them there? After struggling, Xiaojiu took a deep breath, held all the pills in his hand, put them into the bottle, and then instructed, don't tell anyone about this matter, just keep it to yourself, and I will give you extra money at the end of the month. He looked at the sky outside again, which was almost dark, so he said, I'm leaving first, you can tell Zhou Shui about the rest, and let her handle it herself. After that, Xiaojiu took the poison and went straight back to the palace. He was in a hurry all the way, and didn't notice that there was someone in front of him, and he bumped into him directly. Sorry. Xiaojiu didn't intend to keep pestering, and wanted to leave, but Jiang Yifeng grabbed his arm. Why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen? The familiar voice came towards him. Xiaojiu couldn't help but be overjoyed, looked up, and was very happy. I was just going to find you. It seems that we really have a tacit understanding, and we met by chance. With a heart full of joy, Jiang Yifeng was confused, nervous for a while, and excited for a while, and didn't know what was going on. What happened? It's not convenient to talk here, let's talk about it at my place. If this kind of thing is heard by someone with ulterior motives, it is inevitable that they will make a big fuss. Xiaojiu took Jiang Yifeng, and came all the way to his courtyard. After sending away other useless maids and servants, he looked at Jiang Yifeng nervously again. I tell you, don't be surprised by the thing I take out next, it's really not mine. If there is something, it is easy to cause misunderstanding. Seeing the mysterious Xiaojiu, Jiang Yifeng nodded in cooperation, and then he couldn't wait. What is it? Take it out quickly, it makes me a little flustered. For some reason, Xiaojiu showed such an expression, it is estimated that it is not a good thing. After seeing that the other party is sure that he can accept it calmly, he no longer hides it, and directly puts the bottle of medicine in front of the table. The first thing that catches the eye is the 3 big words written in black pen on it, Crane's Beak Red. This. Crane's Beak Red? Where did you get it from? Even seeing this thing, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but be shocked. This is a banned drug in the whole city. Although many people have it in their homes, they are not allowed to be seen by the world, and can only be hidden secretly. If someone finds out and reports it, it could be a matter of life and death. Xiaojiu was startled by him and quickly said, keep your voice down. What if someone hears me? I found this thing in the health club, and I don't know who put it there. Although he was not sure whether it was related to the messenger, Xiaojiu still explained the whole story. Jiang Yifeng fell into deep thought. This thing came strangely, and suddenly appeared here. No matter who did it, it must be malicious. Did you make a big fuss about it? Xiaojiu shook his head. I couldn't make up my mind for a while, so I came back secretly to tell you. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that no one knows. Leave this thing to me for safekeeping. You don't have to worry about anything. Just keep playing dumb. For some things, if they take the initiative, they will fall into the enemy's trap, and can only wait for the enemy to surface. At the same time, the waiters told the prince about the release of the Crane's Beak Red. The prince conveyed this matter to the emperor. This matter could be big or small, and he was still furious. He immediately asked Xiaojiu to enter the palace. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Seeing Jiang Yifeng's worried look, Xiaojiu carefully comforted him and followed the eunuch into the palace. At this moment, the time has expired. Whether it is the emperor, empress, prince, or those messengers, they are all seated here. The only one missing is Xiaojiu, who needs to be interrogated. "Your Majesty, Empress, and Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xiaojiu simply saluted and stood in front of everyone without being humble or arrogant. Seeing this situation, the emperor was slightly dissatisfied. "Do you know why I called you here this time?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu pretended to be stupid. "Your Majesty, I have always been doing my duty and following my heart. I have never committed any wrong behavior, so I don't know." The prince couldn't help laughing at these frank words. At this moment, he stepped forward and said sarcastically, "The third princess is indeed a businessman. She is very eloquent. It's a pity that she dares to lie in front of the emperor. Do you know that this is a crime of deceiving the emperor?" Looking at the prince's ugly face, he wished that he would be imprisoned because of this matter. How could Xiaojiu follow his wish? At this moment, he glanced at him rudely. "I don't know what Your Highness the Prince means." Having said this, the prince was no longer polite, and directly exposed the matter of her hiding drugs. Someone reported that a banned drug called Hedinghong was found in the health club. "Do you have any explanation for this? This poison is colorless and tasteless. If one drop enters the body, it will definitely kill you. It is the most taboo for both ordinary people and the royal family. If you admit it, you will definitely die." Xiaojiu was not a fool, and could not help but sneer. "Your Highness, you can always find a pretext to accuse me. I have a clear conscience, and have never done anything illegal or criminal. It's a bit too much to just rely on your empty words." The sonorous words made the prince speechless for a while. He couldn't just say that the messenger put the medicine in the health center. Isn't this obviously hitting himself in the face? Looking at the prince's face flushing, the queen couldn't hold back and snorted, "What a sharp-tongued third princess, no one can beat you. Although someone said that they saw it in the health center, why not let someone search for it? What do you think? This is obviously to make the matter bigger. If it is really found, both Xiaojiu and the so-called health center will be in a hopeless situation. What a two birds with one stone move. I really underestimated you." Xiaojiu glanced at the prince coldly, and he was sure that he had something to do with this matter. The emperor also fell into deep thought, and did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he gave the decision to Xiaojiu for the sake of his face. "Princess San, what do you think we should do about this matter? Since the queen wants to search, then go ahead. But remember not to damage my things, and if you can't find anything, you have to apologize to me." This was really arrogant, and the prince and the queen who were supposed to have the upper hand were speechless. "I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Please make a decision immediately." After the queen's urging, the emperor finally nodded, and said people to investigate the health club. As for Xiaojiu, as a suspect, he had to stay in the palace to avoid any other intentions. However, after nearly 2 hours of tossing back and forth, the group of guards came back. "How is it? Did you receive it?" The prince took a quick step forward and seemed more anxious than anyone else, but the guard shook his head firmly. "Your Majesty, everything inside is normal, there is no contraband." After the words fell, Quasi's face changed slightly, but Xiaojiu's lips curled up, and he smiled at this moment. "Your Highness, what is this expression? Could it be that I have not been wronged, so I seem a little unhappy?" The sarcastic words invaded again, making the prince unable to come down from the stage. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Impossible, someone obviously saw it. It must be that you didn't search carefully and search again. Since the envoy has already said that the things were put inside, then there is absolutely no mistake." However, the guard was a little embarrassed and defended himself. "Your Highness, we have searched every corner and found nothing suspicious. Please don't embarrass Your Highness." "Yes, there is nothing if there is nothing. Unless you want to make something out of nothing, how can you find it? Don't you think so?" "Your Majesty." Xiaojiu's light words echoed in the ears of everyone present, especially the emperor, whose face changed slightly. At this moment, he could not help but glare at the prince, and seeing that he was still a little unsatisfied, he said, "Prince, what do you think about this matter?" The tone of the voice was slightly threatening. If there was no proper explanation for this matter today, I am afraid that all of them would not be able to get off the stage. The prince's face changed, and the queen saw that the situation was not good. Suddenly, she had an idea and hurriedly stepped forward to grab the emperor's arm and said, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that our boss Xiao is also the third prince's concubine? I guess she got the wind in advance, so she asked the third prince to find the poison, so he came up empty-handed. As he spoke, the fox's eyes kept scanning Qiaojiu's body, which made people extremely unhappy. The prince also quickly agreed. It must be like this, otherwise someone saw the poison. Why can't they find it? They must have prepared it in advance. The mother and son sang in unison, which was really a good show. It would be a pity not to perform a double act. The prince convicted me with just his mouth, and kept saying that someone saw it with his own eyes. Why didn't he dare to show his witness? Is he guilty? Qiaojiu argued with reason, but the emperor fell into a period of contemplation. Now that the prestige of the third brother is increasing in the court, why not take this opportunity to dampen his spirit? Chapter 205. With a little trick in his mind, the emperor clenched his fist and coughed lightly, with an angry look, and suddenly said, "The queen and the prince have a point in this matter. This Hedinghong is definitely not groundless. Although there is no complete evidence, we can't just let it go." It always feels bad to hear these words. Qiaojiu frowned slightly, and looked at the emperor in confusion. What does the emperor mean by this? After my repeated consideration, since you can't produce real evidence to prove your innocence, then I will punish you lightly and warn you severely. After a pause, the emperor was entangled in what punishment to give, and then he continued to say, "Pass on my order." The third prince did not discipline strictly, and the banned drug Hedinghong was found in this city. He is not allowed to go to court for a month. After this, how can this be taken? Qiaojiu was stunned. This is really a case of wanting to accuse someone of a crime. It was obviously fabricated, but it became true in the eyes of the emperor. Qiaojiu was really unconvinced. At this moment, he puffed out his chest, and was about to run over to convey the order to the eunuch. Suddenly, he shouted, "Wait, Your Majesty, this matter is full of doubts. Are you really going to just end it so hastily?" The sudden words directly pointed the spearhead at the emperor, who was displeased. "What do you mean? Are you questioning my decision?" These words with a bit of contempt and threat obviously wanted Qiaojiu to give in, but it was a pity that if Qiaojiu had a clear conscience, he would not retreat easily. What's more, he would never allow Jiang Yifeng to be implicated because of this matter. Thinking back to the last time, Jiang Yifeng was unable to attend the court due to a long illness at home, which gave the prince an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and caused a lot of trouble. If it happens again, even gods would not be able to resist, so this time, Qiaojiu must defend Jiang Yifeng's innocence. However, in the eyes of the prince, these words sounded really sarcastic, and he hurriedly began to sow discord. "Third princess, although you are favored by the queen mother, it is a bit too much to rashly contradict the emperor like this. Don't you really take the emperor seriously?" These powerful words clearly pierced Qiaojiu's challenge to the emperor's authority, and wanted to start a war nakedly. Similarly, the emperor's face has unconsciously begun to be covered with a haze. He is already arrogant, and will never allow anyone to question him. At this moment, his sharp eyes are a bit turbid, and it seems that he has made new plans. Qiaojiu ignored the people around him, who were watching the fun, and didn't mind the big deal, but hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, do you know how the outside world evaluates you?" "This is fascinating." The emperor slightly relaxed his brows, and couldn't help but be a little curious. "You tell me, how do they evaluate me? I have lived outside the palace for many years, and I have seen the people living and working in peace and contentment. Anyone who mentions the emperor is full of admiration and love. Everything in the world is given by the emperor, and the people's peace is also the emperor's credit. The emperor's image in their hearts is tall, comparable to a god." The emperor was a little carried away by the flattery, and couldn't help but frown slightly, with a little doubt. Did the people really say that? Indeed. Qiaojiu nodded to show his affirmation, and suddenly changed the subject. "It's a pity that the current emperor seems to be a little unsatisfactory." Such words made people even more confused. "What does this mean?" "Your Majesty, look at the current situation. I am innocent, but Your Majesty wants to punish the palace without evidence. This is really disheartening." Qiaojiu used this trick of praising first, and then criticizing very well. Even the prince next to him couldn't help but frown. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't it just to avoid punishment? What's the point of saying these nonsense?" Hearing this, he looked back with a little fear, and quickly gave the prince a look. "What are you talking about?" Then he smiled shyly, and quickly grabbed the emperor's arm to comfort him. "Your Majesty, the prince is also anxious to catch this daring person, so he just spoke frankly. Please don't take it to heart." "What do you mean don't take it to heart? Isn't Your Majesty admired for his great achievements?" The prince's denial is really puzzling. Qiaojiu took advantage of the opportunity, and completely aroused the emperor's dissatisfaction with his words. At this moment, the prince, who wanted to explain with the will of the street lamp, said, "Shut up." As the emperor, in addition to enjoying all the glory and wealth, he cares more about the eyes of outsiders. Now, even his own son doesn't agree with him. He is worse than the ordinary people outside. It's really infuriating to think about it. The prince was speechless for a moment. At this moment, he could only stare at Xiaojie with a stiff upper lip. "You dead woman, you dare to trick me." Today, this prince will never let this matter go. Just as she was indignant, she watched the emperor begin to self-examine after the praise just now, revealing the tangled heart. Xiaojie did not say what he had lost, but just quietly waited for the result. The atmosphere gradually fell into awkwardness, and the queen felt really bad. "Your Majesty, you are the king of a country. How can you easily change the decision you made? Don't be fooled by the sweet words of some people." The prince and the queen sang the same tune, and they really wanted Xiaojie to be executed immediately. Seeing their ugly faces in high positions, Xiaojie felt sick for him. But at this moment, the eunuch suddenly shouted outside, "The princess is here." The sudden words attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the princess in a pink skirt, twisting her slender body at this moment, like a lotus swaying in the wind, slowly coming, it was really a bit surprising. "Princess Tianping, why are you here?" The emperor frowned slightly, but the princess quickly said, "Father, I didn't mean to disturb you, but I came to convey the Queen Mother's order." After hearing this sudden remark, several people didn't say anything else, just listened to her. Then the princess said, "The Queen Mother ordered that the third princess is a model among women with good conduct and talent. If there is no sufficient evidence for this matter, please don't make it difficult for her." As soon as these words came out, Xiaojie breathed a sigh of relief. This matter has actually been brought to the Queen Mother's side, which is really amazing. The emperor's face changed slightly, and even the queen and the prince couldn't help but frown slightly at this moment. I really didn't expect that the Queen Mother, who is now in the Buddhist temple, can still take care of these miscellaneous matters. The implication of this was a bit of doubt, but looking at the princess's smiling face, it was a bit hard to figure out. By the way, the third princess is a distinguished guest invited by me to the mansion. I can't be a bad judge of people, right? This made people speechless. Xiaojie looked at Princess Tianping in confusion, and felt a little entangled in his heart. Why would this princess help me lie? However, the princess could not give a clear answer in this situation. Instead, the emperor fell into a period of contemplation. Now that the Queen Mother has spoken and she is a guest in Tianping's mansion, it will be bad to continue to embarrass her. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally chose to compromise. Since the Queen Mother has said so, you want to be promoted to a distinguished guest, then forget about this matter. I hope this kind of thing will not happen again. After struggling for a long time, the situation was resolved in this way. Xiaojie was really a little surprised. He stood up silently. He felt his legs were a little weak from knocking. He almost couldn't stand steadily. Tianping took a step forward very well. One hand suddenly grabbed Xiaojie's arm and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, Xiaojie was slightly stunned. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed and uncomfortable with the care given to him by the royal family. He shook his head and said, "Thank you for your concern, princess. I'm fine." With the help of the princess, Xiaojie looked for the vicious eyes of the prince and the queen, and left this place of trouble unscathed. However, he was taken to the Queen Mother's bedroom by the princess. Seeing the Queen Mother sitting on the main seat, she still had a solemn expression. Although she was a few years old, she was well maintained, and there were not many traces. "Greetings, Empress Dowager." Xiaojie simply knelt down, but with full sincerity. The Empress Dowager smiled and nodded, and couldn't help but look at Xiaojie more at this moment. "You are indeed a beautiful person, and you are also quite smart. Did the Emperor and others make things difficult for you?" Xiaojie was really helpless when she said this. Even if she wanted to complain in her heart, she couldn't do it in front of the Empress Dowager. After all, one is her son, one is her daughter-in-law, and there is also a grandson. Xiaojie was not a fool, and hurriedly smiled and said, "The Emperor is kind, honest, and has a clear sense of right and wrong. He didn't make things difficult for me. Thank you for your concern, Empress Dowager." This series of compliments not only gave the Emperor enough face, but the Empress Dowager also nodded with satisfaction. "You are indeed quite smart, and you know what it means to advance and retreat properly. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have been crying there long ago, relying on the support of the Empress Dowager." Xiaojie pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly, and his every word and action was very witty and alert. Such a smart attitude also won the favor of the Queen Mother, who nodded and said, "No wonder Fomer, who is so cold-tempered, would actually take care of you and treat you as a treasure." Generally speaking, you are indeed outstanding. Xiaojiu still answered modestly, advancing and retreating properly, neither showing too much humility nor too much arrogance, which deeply pleased the Queen Mother. But suddenly heard the Queen Mother say, "By the way, I heard that you run a health care center and have a lot of insights on beauty and skin care. Why don't you come and show it to me?" Chapter 206. Xiaojiu looked very carefully, relying on his professional terminology and insights into skin. Although he didn't understand much, he made people feel relieved. The Queen Mother let Xiaojiu check her skin for her. Seeing his serious and careful look, she was still very satisfied, and couldn't help asking, "How is it? The third princess has been checking for so long. What conclusion do you have?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu nodded. "Queen Mother, you have taken good care of yourself every day, and your skin is very good, but your complexion is a little sallow. The food may be a little inappropriate recently. Why don't you let me help you adjust the recipe? If you eat it for a long time, you will definitely be 10 years younger." These words made the Queen Mother so happy that she couldn't help but say, "Since you are so capable, then do as you say." Xiaojiu carefully studied the recipe, and gave a few boxes of beauty cream. The Queen Mother was happy. Not only did she look more favorably on Xiaojiu, but she also rewarded him with many things. Xiaojiu returned with a full load. "Come out and help move the things. They are all very valuable." After the sedan chair landed, Xiaojiu lifted the curtain and walked out of the sedan chair, and heard the maid next to him couldn't wait to call out. Not to mention the Queen Mother, this is different from ordinary people. She is generous when giving out rewards. These priceless treasures, pearls and agates, she didn't even blink an eye. A group of people came out, and they looked at the glass and jade placed in the carriage, and they were inevitably shocked. "Oh my God, these things are really beautiful. You can tell at a glance that they are very valuable. The princess is really amazing." She went to the palace. Not only was she not punished, but she brought back so many treasures. Seeing the maid's admiring eyes, they all felt a little embarrassed. Someone immediately reported this matter to Jiang Yifeng, who was sitting in the yard anxiously. Jiang Yifeng did not dare to hesitate and rushed to the gate quickly, but saw the maids lining up in a long line, each holding one or two treasures in their hands, walking in carefully, and was slightly stunned for a moment. What's going on? Why are there so many things? With his own eyes, he knew at a glance that it was priceless, and definitely not an ordinary thing. Looking at Xiaojiu standing next to the carriage and directing, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but move over. He ignored those things and checked Xiaojiu first. "How is it? Those people didn't embarrass you, did they?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu shook her head. "At first, I did want to embarrass you, but the Queen Mother inexplicably stood up to speak for me, and I was able to turn danger into safety." This was said frankly, but it made people envious. Then what are these things about? "Oh, this is a skin care treatment for the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother was happy and rewarded me a lot." Another careless remark, but the reward was worth several lifetimes of ordinary people. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but look at Xiaojiu with another look at this moment, and couldn't help but praise again and again, "You are worthy of being my woman. You create different surprises every day. You are really irresistible." Perhaps in the eyes of others, Xiaojiu is just a woman. But Jiang Yifeng knew clearly what a treasure this woman was. After being praised like this, Xiaojiu felt a little embarrassed. Seeing his messy hair, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. "I guess you've been worried about me all day today, and you didn't even have a good meal." Jiang Yifeng shook his head. "These don't matter, as long as you can come back safely. It's worth it even if you starve to death." "What nonsense are you talking about? Let's go in quickly." Xiaojiu took Jiang Yifeng's arm with one hand, and planned to step into the mansion. But along the way, Jiang Yifeng suddenly said, "Madam, I want you to play a play with me, are you willing?" Xiaojiu was a little confused by the sudden words. "Why do you suddenly want to play? What play? Who are you playing for? Do you need to ask? Of course, it's the people who deliberately make trouble behind the scenes. If their plan fails once, they will surely come back again. Don't we have to be prepared in advance?" After such a reminder, Xiaojiu was a little carried away for a while, because of the reward from the Queen Mother, and almost forgot such an important thing. Then, she nodded quickly. "Whatever my husband says is what it is." The prince was constantly questioning the messengers. "Didn't you say that you were sure that the medicine had been put in? Why didn't you receive anything? You also made me lose face in front of my father. What should I do now?" The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I wanted to kill two birds with one stone, but who knew that I almost buried myself in the sea of fire? Fortunately, the queen lived there, so I didn't end up in such an embarrassing situation. Hearing this, the messenger also frowned slightly. I clearly remember putting that thing in. Could it be that they found it, so I was prepared? Such speculation is not without reason. The envoys were also a little unhappy with the prince's angry face. When he heard that Xiaojie was not punished but made a lot of money, he felt uncomfortable all over, and then gritted his teeth and said, "The emperor obviously cares about the matter of Hong. If he finds it again, I believe the emperor will never let it go." With this idea, the envoys formed a group again and deliberately went to the health club to cause trouble. This time, Xiaojie still greeted them with a smile, but those people seemed to be much more obedient, and their eyes wandered on the busy maids, as if they were waiting for an opportunity to act. These guys, it seems that they are really thieves, and the prince really guessed it. Xiaojie raised his eyebrows slightly, and saw their individual behaviors in his eyes, but pretended to be nothing. Suddenly, one of the messengers quickly took something out of his sleeve, and seeing that the busy maid was not paying attention, he stuffed the thing directly into her cloth bag. "It's you?" Xiaojie curled his fists slightly, feeling more and more uncomfortable. However, he still chose to remain silent. After watching the messenger put the things in, he began to enjoy it with peace of mind, and couldn't help but sneer, "I let you enjoy it today." Then, he waved his hand again, "Come here and add this thing to the medicinal bath for them. This thing is nothing special, it just makes people a little itchy, but it's only temporary." After a short period of soaking, the messenger began to undergo obvious changes, itching unbearably, and kept scratching with his hands. "What's going on? Why is it like this? Did you poison it?" With a bit of dissatisfaction, if he hadn't considered that he was naked now, he really wanted to stand up from inside and run directly to Xiaojie to ask him harshly. Hearing this, Xiaojie slightly raised the corners of his mouth, with a faint sweet smile that he couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, sir, this kind of medicinal bath is a bit special, and the body is itchy and unbearable, but it's just part of the treatment. It will be fine in a while. Anyway, even if it takes a while, it's enough to make him uncomfortable and dissatisfied. It's not too much to teach him a lesson in advance. Who made him so ungrateful?" As time passed slowly, after a lot of tossing, the body of the deceased was scratched red, even if he got out of the medicine barrel. However, looking at the bloody scratches on her body, she felt a little uncomfortable. "You bitch, you must have done it on purpose. Why didn't it have such an effect before?" Just as she was questioning, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside. The prince, who was in the lead, rushed in with a group of people and directly surrounded the entire health club. "No one, leave here quickly. The officials are doing their job. Those who hinder us will be killed." The powerful attitude directly scared those people away. Xiaojie couldn't help but frown slightly. Looking at the prince, who was coming towards him, he felt even more uncomfortable. "Your Highness, what do you mean? He is doing business. Didn't you see it?" The prince sneered, after the people reported it, "And someone here secretly hid the red crane. This prince is just acting impartially. Come on, search for this prince." Soon, those people started to tinker with it without any hesitation. Seeing their generous gestures, Xiaojie couldn't help but feel complicated. "You all should be careful, these things are very expensive." But few people listened, and at the signal of the messenger, the prince set his sights on the maid who was secretly put into the medicine before. Sure enough, the red-crowned crane was found on her body, and the maid was taken away without any signs, and she kept shouting that she was wronged. Those people came with great momentum, and left with arrogance and wantonness, but Zhou Shui was shocked. "Boss, what should we do now? I don't know that girl would hide such poison. If this goes on, she will definitely be implicated." "What does it mean to be implicated? They just want to find a breakthrough on purpose and make use of it." Xiaojie sneered, with a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. "Don't worry, you continue to do business. Leave this matter to me, I'm leaving first." The prince is so arrogant. Although he dared not expose the matter of Hong, he will definitely take the biggest way to let those people see the people in the health club being arrested, so as to cause a riot. Xiaojie took advantage of the prince's mentality, and directly took a small road, and blocked them at the entrance of the alley. "Get the person back for me." Xiaojie gave an order, and the creeping secret guards behind him flew down from the beams and tiles like sharp swords. In a moment, the two sides started a head-on confrontation, with sharp swords and guns. Chapter 207. Xiaojie's momentum gradually fell. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiaojie turned the tide at the critical moment and directly set a new tactic. "This is a dead end. We occupy the high position and fight with bows and arrows." The crowd scattered everywhere and instantly occupied the main position, using the long-range attack weapons in their hands, and soon made the opponent unable to resist. After a fight, Xiaojiu finally eliminated those people and successfully rescued the little maid, while comforting, "Don't worry, it's safe here." At the same time, Jiang Yifeng followed the group of envoys all the way to a small alley. Xiang Ziping's place is relatively remote. Because someone died in the past, there is still an indescribable fear of this alley. Few people pass by. There is a happy house in the innermost part, which is the family of the dead person. However, because someone died, it was also defined as a haunted house, and no one cared about it. But I didn't expect that the group of envoys came directly to this deserted house. I really didn't expect that you would actually put your little home here, and you're not afraid of being infected with bad luck. Jiang Yifeng stood on a tall tree, watching the every move of the delegation, and couldn't help but sneer. He touched his chin with interest, looking at their sneaky behavior. Then, without alerting the enemy, he turned around and ordered his personal guard, "You stay here and watch, don't act rashly. I will go to the palace to report to the emperor. This time I will definitely catch them all in one fell swoop." I knew that these people had the red on their bodies. It was definitely not accidental, and there must be a special hiding place in this Kyoto. Otherwise, where could they have gotten this thing from? Jiang Yifeng did not stay for long, and quickly left here with his superior Qigong. Because Xiaojiu delayed the prince's steps, when Jiang Yifeng arrived at the palace, the prince had not arrived yet. Without caring that the emperor was still playing with the woman, Jiang Yifeng took long steps and rushed directly into the courtyard of the harem. The eunuchs and maids behind him were still a little panicked. "Prince, the emperor and the queen are not convenient now. Don't be impulsive, the emperor will blame you." The key is that it may not be blamed on him, but on himself for not taking good care of it and being unable to protect it. Isn't it unlucky when the time comes? However, Li Bin didn't listen to all of this series of words. Instead, he saw the emperor and a concubine in the harem sitting in the pavilion and playing in the distance, and walked over without hesitation, clasped his hands, and said in a high voice, "Your humble servant pays respect to the emperor." These words directly frightened the emperor, and even the concubine who was still seduced the emperor in various ways, just now was embarrassed, and sat up quickly. Guilty, he stroked the hair on his forehead and couldn't help but whispered, "Your Majesty, what's going on? Didn't you say that no one is allowed to come in and disturb us? Why did the prince come in so unceremoniously? Did you spoil him?" The whole capital knew that this half of the country was won by Jiang Yifeng fighting bloody battles on the battlefield. The emperor valued her very much, and was quite wary of her. Now, I don't know if it was because of his excessive indulgence that she ended up like this. The emperor couldn't help but frown, glared at Jiang Yifeng with cold eyes, and coughed lightly with a serious face. "Third brother, what are you doing? Can't you see you are busy?" Although he was busy with love affairs, but isn't it also within the emperor's responsibility to have children and spread out? There is nothing wrong with this, only Jiang Yifeng, who suddenly broke in, was really a little ungrateful, ruining his good thing, and didn't give him any face. Thinking of this, the emperor couldn't help but get a little angry. However, Jiang Yifeng ignored these unnecessary remarks and directly said, reporting to the emperor, regarding the previous incident of Hedinghong, "Because I suspected that someone deliberately framed the princess, I made a special in-depth investigation and found a shocking secret." When mentioning Hedinghong, this kind of supervised banned drug, the emperor's face sank. Why is it this thing again? It was because this thing had made him lose face before, and now it was mentioned again, and listening to what the other party said, it is estimated that the matter here is not small. Tell me in detail, what is going on? How could the emperor take care of playing with the concubine? After sending the concubine away, he did not have any anger at this moment, but was a little nervous and difficult to describe. Jiang Yifeng answered truthfully, and explained the whole story clearly, but the emperor was shocked. How is this possible? The prince is definitely not that kind of person. How can he have such courage? Your Majesty, I have found the place where those people live, and the prince and the envoys have always been very close, so he should know about it, right? They have always had a personal relationship, and I have also found out that the prince recently took out a large sum of money from the bank. What do you think he did it for? The appearance of this crane's crown red is strange, and the prince has spent a lot of money at this time, and there is no deification. This is obviously something that cannot be seen in public. The emperor fell into deep thought, and when he heard the prince's sudden report, he became more and more entangled at this moment. Your Majesty, I am afraid that His Royal Highness the Prince wants to use Crane's Crown Red to frame my princess again. Anyway, this is not the first time. There was no evidence before. Please be clear this time. If he is partial to the prince, it means that he is not doing his job well. The emperor took a deep breath, and was really a little impatient. You stay for dinner. I want to see if the prince has the courage. After Jiang Yifeng left, the emperor did not summon the prince directly, but held a family banquet and specially invited all the parties involved. The prince was slightly surprised. Looking at the banquet, he was a little happy. It just so happened that everyone was here. If that's the case, it would save me a lot of trouble. The prince was very proud. Looking at the gloomy emperor, he seemed not to notice anything wrong with him. Instead, he suddenly stood up and stood in front of the emperor and said, "Father, I have something to report. It's about the third prince and the princess." The sudden words were exactly what Jiang Yifeng expected. The emperor paused for a moment. At this moment, he couldn't control his emotions. Could it be that the third prince was right? The prince actually has other selfish intentions. After taking a deep breath, the emperor still patiently raised his eyebrows at him. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Reporting to father, because the third princess had secretly hidden the crane's top red before, and always felt that there was something strange, so I conducted an in-depth investigation and found that the third princess had secretly hidden the crane's top red in the health club. I'm afraid she has ulterior motives. The powerful words were undoubtedly imprinted in the ears of everyone present. Xiaojio's smile passed by lightly, but he felt a little speechless and didn't pay much attention. Even the emperor, who was listening, took a deep breath and unconsciously showed a hint of disappointment on his face and didn't say much. The silence of various people made the prince a little incomprehensible. "Father, why are you so calm? Did you know about this a long time ago?" With a tentative tone, the emperor suddenly raised his head and swept a cold look at him. "I do know something, but it's a little different from what you said." After saying that, his angry eyes suddenly fell on the envoys. Seeing that those people were still drinking with relish, they seemed to be waiting to see a good show. Who knew that the emperor's cruel eyes suddenly fell on himself, and he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. What's going on? Why do I feel like something is wrong? Shouldn't Xiaojio and the others be responsible for such a fierce look? Mr. Envoy, do you have any special opinions on this matter of Crane's Beak Red? The sudden question made several people feel a little nervous. After all, Crane's Beak Red had a direct relationship with him. Now that the situation has turned to them, I'm afraid it's not good. Some people are almost impatient. What's going on? Why would the emperor suddenly ask this? Who knows what this means, but one of them gritted his teeth and quickly clasped his fists and said, reporting to the emperor, "We are just foreign officials. I'm afraid we can't interfere in the affairs of the court. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The words sounded very high-sounding, but the emperor couldn't help but sneer. "You really shirk the responsibility. Then do you know that there is something special in a small alley in the eastern suburbs? A broken yard?" The sudden words made the envoys' faces change drastically, and they looked embarrassed as if they had eaten rat poison. This. Obviously, the address suddenly mentioned was the place their director wanted, but why was it discovered by the emperor? This is really incredible. What? I can't say anything. I especially took people to search for it before, and I found some flour. Why don't you try it? After that, the eunuch next to him cooperated very well, and took out the bag of Crane's top red, and put some in the wine glasses in front of the envoys. Then, he said respectfully with a fake smile, "My lords, please drink it." This life-threatening statement really made people feel uneasy. It was clear what the things found in there were. It was a deadly poison. After drinking this cup of wine, they would be dead. Everyone knew that the matter was exposed, and they looked at the prince with a grim face for help. Forget it, he was probably a clay Buddha who could not save himself, so how could he care about them? In order to protect themselves, they had to kneel in front of the emperor one by one. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Chapter 208. Hearing this series of begging for mercy one after another, it was like the howling of ghosts and wolves, which was really unbearable to the ears. The prince next to him was already almost unable to control his tense emotions. The emperor saw it and suddenly asked, "Prince, do you have any new views on this matter?" This said, "It is estimated that he is also involved in this matter. It's over. It seems that everything has been known by the emperor. Why is it like this? Is it because of him?" The prince raised his head and suddenly saw the two people opposite, Xiaojio, who were drinking tea with a leisurely look on their faces. This calm expression clearly showed that he had calculated someone's behavior. He was really unwilling to accept it. "Damn it, I actually lost to you." The prince gritted his teeth and faced the emperor's cold eyes. He could only kneel on the ground and suddenly said, "Father, I was confused by them for a while, so I was interested in this kind of thing. I hope you can treat me leniently. If you take the initiative to admit your mistakes, there may be a glimmer of hope, but if you bite your scalp and hold on, I'm afraid you will have nothing to say." The emperor was furious. "I thought you would quibble. As a prince, You actually made such a dirty deal with these people in private. You regret it. It's more than regret. I regret it so much, but what can I do? Time can't be turned back. The prince pursed his lips tightly, and after a while, he admitted his mistakes one after another. All the words in his mind poured out at once, and he tried hard to shift the blame to the envoys. Soon both sides started calling out to each other, and neither of them let the other go. If it weren't for you wanting those medicines, how could we take such a big risk? Now you put all the responsibility on us. It's really shameless. Yes, your majesty, it's all because of the prince's selfishness. They are all motivated by greed. Please be magnanimous. These two, seeing that the prince had directly risen up, they couldn't hold their temper and simply started to fight each other. Xiaojio felt particularly comfortable while eating crystal clear grapes and watching this situation. The prince's face suddenly changed, and he was almost about to curse at them, but the emperor was a little impatient and roared, "It's hard. Do you think this is a market? You are allowed to be so noisy and presumptuous." After the words fell, everyone present was speechless, but the prince looked at the emperor with trembling eyes and a very expectant attitude, as if this was his last trump card. The emperor took a deep breath, looking a little helpless. "You are unforgivable for this matter. As a foreign minister, you transported these private items here, which should be a capital crime. However, since you are a diplomatic city, this matter will always be discussed with your monarch, and then the execution will be made." As for the prince, the emperor pondered for a moment. After all, he is his son, and he is the current prince, the son of the future crown prince and queen, and his status is extremely noble. If he is ruined just because of this matter, I am afraid that the next prince can only be Jiang Yifeng. In order to suppress Jiang Yifeng's power, the emperor has been trying to find things for him to do, but now he can't let him take advantage. After taking a deep breath, he said angrily, "The prince colluded with foreign countries and almost made a big mistake, but he repented in time. He will be exiled to the Huangnan area as the prince's son to reflect on his mistakes." Although this punishment sounds serious, the Huangnan area is not as terrible as imagined, and his identity, as the prince, has not been eliminated. It is clear that he is going to change places to reflect on his mistakes and give people a hasty explanation. Xiaojio was a little unhappy and couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, "This is too obvious. This kind of thing is just as simple as changing places to reflect on your mistakes. You know, he was punished just because he was almost wrongly accused of hiding it. But now, his son colluded with those people in person with bad intentions, but he only got such a mild end, which really made people feel unwilling." Jiang Yifeng sighed helplessly. Maybe the emperor has his own concerns. After saying that, he couldn't help but reveal a sneer. Perhaps, the prince was just a tool for the emperor to suppress himself. After the punishment was over, the prince and the envoys were taken away, and this matter was a perfect ending. Looking at the emperor with a gloomy face, it was obvious that he had not recovered from the incident just now. Jiang Yifeng stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please don't worry too much. I have sent people to completely eradicate those things. The whole Kyoto should not see them again." Hearing this, the emperor nodded, and couldn't help but look at Jiang Yifeng twice more. "By the way, so many days have passed. How is your illness?" "Thank you for your concern, your Majesty. I have completely recovered and can see the light of day now." Jiang Yifeng smiled lightly, but he smiled calmly and freely, as if he was bathed in spring breeze. The emperor nodded, and his heart became more and more entangled. Xiaojio and Jiang Yifeng went back along the palace. Today, he was in a good mood, and the sun was good. Xiaojio simply rode a horse to feel the sunshine. Jiang Yifeng, who was next to him, followed closely, but from time to time, he heard the people's discussions. "Look, isn't that the third princess? The third princess who directly knocked down a strong man?" That's right, at that time, he turned the tide and threw the big and strong man over his shoulder, knocking him down and fainting on the spot. This series of discussions, most of which were what she had experienced before when she intercepted those who captured the maids, but it made Xiaojio feel a little embarrassed. Even Jiang Yifeng, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but be interested and looked at her curiously. "I really didn't expect that my wife had such great strength. It's really impressive." It's not clear whether this was meant to be sarcastic or funny, but it made people feel weird anyway. Xiaojio felt a little embarrassed, but he saw that the other party's eyes kept wandering around him, and he couldn't help but frown. "Prince, what are you doing? Why are you staring at me?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng touched his chin in confusion, and shook his head in confusion, an operation that was incomprehensible. But suddenly he heard him teasing, "That's not right. Except for her plump breasts, she doesn't look like she has any flesh on her body." How could she possibly fall over a big man? She is strong, but she doesn't have much flesh to highlight this, which makes people a little confused. Xiaojio's face turned red when he heard this, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Look at you, you frivolous guy. If you really want to know how strong I am, why not find someone to compete with me? He was taking advantage of me by taking advantage of this matter. Fortunately, it was my husband. If it was someone else, I'm afraid I would be greeted by Xiaojio's big fist. So Jiang Yifeng really became interested. Since Madam said so, let's compete when we get home, but I have practiced martial arts since I was a child, so my strength is naturally much greater than that of ordinary people, and you can't compare with me. After returning to the palace, Jiang Yifeng specially asked his 4 guards to come out. I wonder how the princess wants to compete. Let's arm wrestle. I can't let them fight me. I'm agile and I haven't practiced martial arts, so I can't beat them. This proposal is fair and not embarrassing. Xiaojio is just a woman. The first one to go on stage is Yi, who has the weakest martial arts, but her strength is still acceptable. When the two people held each other's hands, Xiaojio started to exert force directly. Yi couldn't resist and soon lost. She was shocked and said, "The princess's strength is really too great." I don't know how many times I have heard this sentence today. Xiaojio was a little embarrassed, but Jiang Yifeng was not convinced. Is it really that great? Maybe you are just too weak, and it's a coincidence. After that, he glared at the other person. Go and compete with Wang Fei, don't let me down. The same sad ending happened to that person without any warning. Xiaojio rubbed his wrist slightly, only to feel bored and a little sour. Are you really a man? Why are you so weak? She also discovered for the first time that she actually had some talent in arm wrestling. Jiang Yifeng, with the stubbornness in his heart, finally lost his temper after watching Yin 1, 2, 3, 4 were defeated in succession. You bunch of trash. Go lift stones later and practice your arm strength. You can't even beat a woman. It seems that I have to go on stage myself. Fortunately, they are all martial artists, but the result is really embarrassing. The second brother had a bitter face and had nothing to say about such a punishment. After all, he should reflect on himself for not being able to beat a woman's strength, but he did not leave immediately. He was more curious about the competition between Jiang Yifeng and Xiaojio. The two exchanged hands, and Xiaojio smiled lightly. Your Majesty, you have to use more strength. You don't have to give in to me just because I'm a woman. After saying this, Jiang Yifeng smiled and nodded. Please rest assured, Princess, I will do my best to restore the dignity of men. After that, the two exchanged glances and started to compete secretly. At first, the wrists swung left and right, and it was hard to tell who was winning or losing. However, soon, as Xiaojio's strength gradually increased, Jiang Yifeng began to feel a little tired, and his hands began to fall in one direction. Finally, with a bang, Jiang Yifeng lost. Chapter 209. The winner has been decided. Except for Xiaojio, who was confused, everyone was dumbfounded. Are you okay? Xiaojio looked at Jiang Yifeng awkwardly. He never dreamed that he could beat him. For a moment, he really doubted whether he was the incarnation of a female man. He was also a little worried that Jiang Yifeng would dislike him, or that he would offend him. Faced with this cautious greeting, Jiang Yifeng was silent for a moment. At this moment, he looked at the 1, 2, 3 for behind him suspiciously, and finally just sighed. I really didn't expect that the rich man's hands were so powerful that even I couldn't beat him. I worked hard for my wife for 20 years, but I didn't expect that I would be defeated by a woman in one day. The 4 subordinates couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh when they heard these words of self-abasement. I really didn't expect that even Webpage couldn't be the match of the princess. If that's the case, then is it understandable that they lost to Xiaojio just now? After all, Jiang Yifeng, who is much stronger than them, is not his opponent, so how can they, a group of minions, compete with him? Jiang Yifeng listened to these whispers and turned back to roll his eyes at them. Do you think the punishment just now is not enough? As soon as these words came out, the scene was silent for a moment, but Xiaojio couldn't help but chuckled and quickly followed to comfort. Okay, even if we meet him, what can we say about martial arts talent? After all, I am just a woman, how can I compare with you? This was really humble, and the others were speechless. Yi saw that the situation was not good, and quickly clasped his fists and said, Your Majesty, I will go to accept the punishment now. The best way to avoid danger is to run away. Others followed suit, but before they had taken a few steps, they were suddenly stopped. Why are you so anxious? You have practiced for so many years, but your strength is still not as good as a woman. Why don't you come and learn? Others were confused, but they still gathered around in confusion, and saw Jiang Yifeng suddenly set his eyes on Xiaojiu. Obviously a delicate body, pure face. Who knows that this little Chukeka contains powerful power? Why are you looking at me like this? Being stared at by several big men, Xiaojiu couldn't resist no matter how thick his skin was, and he was a little embarrassed at the moment. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng suddenly said, "It's nothing, but although the princess is a woman, her arm strength is amazing. I don't know if there is any good way to teach us, so that we don't continue to take detours." He was not ashamed to ask questions, and this trick was really used in a wonderful way. A man who was once high and mighty, a man who had learned martial arts for more than 10 years, actually asked a housewife for advice. TSK, if this thing gets to the ears of outsiders, I'm afraid it will become a hot topic among storytellers in the restaurant tomorrow. The four hermits were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. But they had to admit that Xiaojiu did have some skills. Xiaojiu thought it was something else, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was no special way, so he tried to find the reason. Maybe it's because he usually manages the affairs of the health club, moves things by himself, and gradually develops it. Plus, he takes some tonic soups every day. Regardless of the matter, Xiaojiu said, and those people silently remembered it in their hearts. After saying almost everything, Xiaojiu drank a sip of water with a dry mouth, and then glanced at the serious faces of the people, and said that he was a little helpless. I just said it casually, it may not work, and it may vary from person to person. It is better to stick to your heart. No, I think what the princess said makes sense. Yes, not only should you exercise, but you should also eat and drink well. These two people probably came for the tonic soup and tonic. Jiang Yifeng rolled his eyes at them in annoyance, but nodded thoughtfully. Although hard training is indispensable for physical fitness, a healthy and nutritious diet is indeed indispensable. With this idea, Jiang Yifeng simply asked people to adjust the food, which made everyone very happy. In the past few days, according to Xiaojiu's method, Jiang Yifeng also insisted on practicing every day, and soon there was a significant effect. Hoo-hoo! Jiang Yifeng held two huge rocks weighing dozens of kilograms in his hands, constantly lifting and lowering them, making a violent breathing sound. Xiaojiu just entered the door with the medicine, and saw a half-naked man, with perfect muscle lines, and a body that was particularly tight and well-proportioned. The change is really too big. Thinking about the past few days, Jiang Yifeng didn't have such a fierce image, but he turned into a handsome man. Looking at his sweaty appearance, I couldn't help but feel a little distressed, and clenched my fist and coughed twice. Ahem. Prince, you have been practicing for an afternoon, and the sun has set. You should take a break quickly, don't get too tired. Although this figure is indeed very attractive, Xiaojiu is really distressed. People are greedy for comfort, so why would they suffer and torment themselves into this state? Jiang Yifeng sat on the stone bench in the yard, smelling the fragrance coming from the earthenware jar, and couldn't help but sigh. Madam's skills are getting better and better. Today is another day of good food. Xiaojiu smiled but didn't say anything, watching him finish eating quietly. This is a lot of exercise, and the appetite is also large. He ate one more bowl than usual, but Xiaojiu couldn't help but sigh. It must be very hard recently. It's okay. Don't you see that I'm not effective? Jiang Yifeng pinched his thick arms, and the rhythm of his biceps beating was comparable to the speed of Xiaojiu's heartbeat, which was really tempting. Unconsciously, Xiaojiu blushed, and a gust of cool wind blew, and he felt more and more dancing and coquettish. Then he quickly turned his head, and complained in a low voice. Put it away quickly, it's cold outside, you just sweated and are in the wind, you are not afraid of catching a cold. Jiang Yifeng had no choice but to put his arms away, but he felt a little sore in his shoulders, and couldn't help rubbing his arms. Xiaojiu saw this little action, and she suddenly stood up, and went directly behind Jiang Yifeng, and gently pinched his shoulders with one hand. I told you not to use too much force, just enough, now you know it hurts, I pinch it for you, relax it. Xiaojiu's movements were gentle, and her slender fingertips fiddled with her shoulders, which was a bit touching. Jiang Yifeng lowered his eyes, and enjoyed it gently, feeling more and more comfortable, and muttered in his mouth, having such a good wife, this life is enough. The voice floated leisurely in Xiaojiu's ears, and the atmosphere was so peaceful and beautiful. Every place where time jumped, Xiaojiu could feel the thick lines of the other party. He couldn't help but take a few more glances with his eyes, and he had an uncontrollable impulse. What are you thinking about? Women should be reserved. Xiaojiu shook his head quickly, feeling particularly panicked. He took a deep breath, and in a moment of distraction, his fingers, not knowing whether it was intentional, slid from the arm he was pinching to an abrupt place. He pinched gently, and it was a little stiff, but he could feel something beating. He looked down and found that he had touched the other person's chest muscles without any rules. He almost took a breath of cold air. Jiang Yifeng seemed to have noticed the same accident. His eyelids drooped, looking at the soft and slender fingers on his chest muscles, and for a moment he also had an uncontrollable restlessness. But the next second, Xiaojiu quickly retracted his hand, seemingly out of fear and guilt. He wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but was met with a round of teasing. Were you hinting at me or seducing me? What nonsense are you talking about? I was just careless. Xiaojiu was a little incoherent, not knowing how to explain. His hand was on his body, so could he say that he accidentally ran over? It was obviously a hooligan and a tease. When he was so ashamed and angry, the flustered voice was a bit anxious. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but burst out laughing. He just thought it was so cute, and asked back in a faint tone, "Is it really an accident?" "Oh, don't bother me anymore. It's getting late. I'm leaving first. I'm afraid that if he teases me again, I won't be able to sleep tonight." After Xiaojiu finished speaking, he quickly withdrew his hand, like a frightened rabbit, and ran away from the yard in a panic. Facing the direction where the woman left, Jiang Yifeng couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, but his mouth was filled with a happy smile. Autumn is approaching, and the weather is a little cool. Jiang Yifeng put on his clothes and looked at the cold moon, but he couldn't help but feel entangled in his heart. Now this palace, the cost of food and clothing is getting bigger and bigger, and the food has been improved. It's time to spend money. It seems that this king also needs to work hard. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Xiaojiu put most of his thoughts on the health club, but it ushered in the off-season. After all, what he sells is high-speed rail. One bottle can be used for a long time, and a treatment is expensive, which leads to fewer repeat customers. Nowadays, Xiaojiu has opened a few shops, and he is almost in a state of doing nothing, which is really depressing. Looking at the sparse crowd outside, Xiaojiu sat on a stool at the door, looking at the empty house, crossing his legs, and couldn't help thinking, there are no customers all the time. This can't go on. Every day, the income is not enough to cover the expenses, and this is equivalent to indirect losses. After thinking about it, Xiaojiu set his eyes on Wang, the shopkeeper who was still busy in front of the goods counter, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, and he came over. "Wang, I want to ask you a question." Chapter 210. Xiaojiu wants to expand a new industrial chain and develop a method to resist aging. I have done some research before. Our average life expectancy is about 60 years old. If my idea can succeed, this life expectancy may reach a new height. In his time, the average life expectancy of people was much higher than this. Although there are people who have been taking tonics to maintain health and longevity, these are only things that rich people can eat. If life and beauty can be combined to make anti-aging products, then people can think of fair treatment, right? And it is also an opportunity for his beauty industry. So Xiaojiu has this bold idea. Seeing Xiaojiu's far-sighted ideas, Wang Zhishang couldn't help but nod his head in appreciation. The third prince's vision is really unique. The princess has a long-term vision, and has bold ideas. It's worth a try. After Wang Zhishang's professional pharmacological knowledge, he sorted out some medicinal materials that can prolong life, and quickly wrote them down on paper with a pen. Then he handed it to Xiaojiu. The fourth one of immortality is nonsense. If you can use herbs to prolong your life, this is indeed a feasible way. I hope this prescription can work for the princess. Thank you, shopkeeper Wang. If I succeed in the future, I will definitely not forget your contribution today. Xiaojiu was overjoyed. Shopkeeper Wang smiled lightly, but hurriedly reminded, these herbs are rare and precious. Although there are some in Kyoto, they are very few. If you want to buy them, I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money, and they may not be fresh. In this way, Xiaojiu understood a little. I understand. Thank you for reminding me, Manager Wang. Taking the prescription home, Xiaojiu studied it carefully. After thinking about it again and again, at dinner, he proposed to Jiang Yifeng the idea of going out to find herbs. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yifeng was like a demon, staring at a loss. There are many disputes outside, and now there is war everywhere. What if you, a weak woman, go out and encounter danger? No matter what, Jiang Yifeng would not agree to let Xiaojiu go out alone to take risks, and do such dangerous things. Hearing this, Xiaojiu waved his hand and smiled. What's the danger? Don't forget, I'm very strong. Even if there are 10 people, I can knock them down with one punch. This is really exaggerated, but it is just to reassure the other party. Jiang Yifeng naturally knows that she is exaggerating, but just shook his head silently. No. Regarding this safety issue, Jiang Yifeng really doesn't trust her to take risks outside. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Facing the other party's stubborn and persistent attitude, Xiaojiu puffed up his face and threw the chopsticks in his hand directly on the table. I know you are worried about my safety. If you are really worried, why don't we have another arm wrestling match? If I win, you let me go. Xiaojiu thought that as long as he proved his strength, he could compete with the outside world. Jiang Yifeng glanced at him, feeling a little helpless, and finally nodded, okay. After leaving the table, the two of them clenched their hands as usual, and just with such a look, they began to exert their strength tacitly. Xiaojiu used up all his strength to end the game as soon as possible, but no matter how hard he tried, the opponent seemed to have some special movements. What's going on? Why did he suddenly become so strong? Is it all because of the training in the past few days? Indeed, Jiang Yifeng is no longer the weak child who fell down with the wind. Now his arm strength is enough to lift dozens of kilograms of weight with one hand. How could he lose to her easily again? No, I must win. I have to go out to find herbs. This is the chance for the health club to turn the tables. Xiaojiu clenched his teeth, and his lips, which were originally painted with red lipstick, were bitten to a white color. Jiang Yifeng saw the grinning look in his eyes, and his heart unconsciously became more entangled. It was like a raging fire constantly burning his chest, which was really uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yifeng suddenly had a burst of strength, and without any warning, his hand was directly thrown to the other side. Xiaojiu was a little surprised. I won. I thought that it would be hard to tell whether I won or lost with this sentence, but I didn't expect that I won without any sign. In addition to being happy, he couldn't help but look up in surprise. Jiang Yifeng, who was sitting opposite and watching his face, instantly understood what was going on. You just. Okay, there's no need to say so much. Since you won this round, I won't interfere in this matter anymore. I just hope you can be careful when you go out, and don't make me worry. Jiang Yifeng drank a glass of wine irritably. Xiaojiu's face showed joy. Thank you, Your Majesty. The little smile on his face really made people feel a little bit angry. Jiang Yifeng saw this, and felt warm in his heart. No matter how much money he had, it was almost gone. However, he pretended to be calm and said coldly, What are you laughing at? Let's eat. The next morning, Xiaojiu got up early and changed into a simple and neat outfit. After walking more than 10 miles on this country road, the edge of the weeds was already soaked by the dew on the weeds. Hey, I should have brought 2 people to help me. Xiaojiu shook her skirt and felt that the road was like a few dozen pounds of weight on her, which was a bit uncomfortable. Arrived at a small town. This is called Herb Town. A strong scent of herbs can be smelled in these miles. Xiaojiu took a deep breath, and was more happy than sleepless. The place where the medicinal materials that Manager Wang said are gathered should be here. Stretching slightly, Xiaojiu was so happy that he couldn't help but feel hungry. He wanted to buy medicinal materials quickly, but the sun was scorching, and because of the long journey, his stomach couldn't stop, and he heard a cry of hunger. Xiaojiu was a little embarrassed and cursed in a low voice, You are so disappointing. However, he still found a nearby tavern, and had some food to fill his stomach first. The atmosphere of the restaurant was pretty good, and it was also surrounded by the aroma of herbs. Girl, your dishes are here. The waiter brought a large tray with 3 dishes and a soup on it. Although Xiaojiu was not particularly knowledgeable about pharmacology, he could see that the things with yam and wolfberry were all used to nourish the body. It is worthy of being a herbal town. The name is very targeted, and even the things inside are in harmony with each other. It seems that everything here is related to herbs. Xiaojiu simply ate a few bites, and it tasted good. But while he was eating, the voices of the people at the next table became more and more intense, and the voices vaguely reflected in Xiaojiu's ears. You are talking about the 3rd Prince Jiang Yifeng in Kyoto, the big devil who kills people without blinking an eye. I really don't know how he survived until now. Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu was stunned in place for a moment, a little at a loss. They are actually talking about the prince? All he heard in Kyoto were beautiful words about Jiang Yifeng's noble character and invincibility. I didn't expect that just after leaving Kyoto, and only arrived at a small border town not far from Kyoto, Jiang Yifeng's reputation became so unbearable. But before he finished speaking, other people quickly followed up. Not only that, you said he didn't treat his brothers well, but was harsh on them. I heard that those who died had their pensions deducted by more than half. This is clearly forcing people to death. Such a person can actually be a prince. God is really blind. The voice was getting louder and louder. One person was simply unscrupulous. It was hard to listen to him. The spoon in his hand slammed heavily on the table. He stood up and shouted sharply, Enough, stop talking nonsense here. How can the third prince tolerate your slander like this? People in this small border town probably haven't even seen Jiang Yifeng. They are talking nonsense here, and wantonly smearing someone. It's really too much. Hearing the voice of Rain Paradox, those who were talking happily couldn't help but look at Xiaojiu, but with a bit of obscene look. Little beauty? Were you talking to that murderer just now? Nonsense, what a murderer. The third prince fought on the battlefield to protect the peace of his country. If it weren't for him, you would have been killed by the enemy long ago, and Xiaomin would not be here to talk nonsense. Xiaojiu said, as he walked to the table without any hesitation, looking at these rough old men without any fear. The accompanying shadow guard stepped forward and whispered, Madam, they are all ordinary people, don't worry about it anymore. Anyway, the prince will turn a blind eye. Living a life of licking knives and blood on the battlefield, since you can enjoy the pursuit of others, there are naturally some people who don't know the truth, which is normal. Anyway, it won't cause any trouble, why bother to care about them, and waste your mood? Did you hear that? The little guard next to you said so, and you still want to protect that murderer? Someone couldn't help but tease. Xiaojiu blushed when she heard this, and she shouted at the shadow guard, Shut your mouth. It's fine if others say this, but why are my family members so ungrateful? Even if it's as the shadow guard said, Xiaojiu just can't stand people saying bad things about her husband. At this moment, she glanced at the stool next to her, hooked one foot over, stepped on it with her legs crossed, and frightened the others for a moment with the momentum of a big man. Listen to me, the third prince fought on the battlefield, defeated countless enemies, and maintained peace in his country. He also sympathized with the people, always using his private property to help refugees, and build roads and bridges for the people.